Age of Elves-I can eavesdrop on the voices of Elves 251-294. Chapter 251 _ The Three Holy Birds That Fit Together. Articuno flapped his wings and suddenly exhaled an extremely cold air. Suicune, who couldn't dodge, was frozen into ice in an instant, and Giovanni even saw the shocked expression in Suicune's eyes. Giovanni suddenly saw that Suicune had released his stealth and secretly attacked Moltres. I saw a torrent pouring out of Suicune's body. The turbulent water suddenly turned into thousands of water arrows, surrounding Moltres. Oops, the Suicune frozen by Articuno is fake. Giovanni's heart throbbed suddenly, his face changed greatly, and his palms were sweating. Entei suddenly appeared beside Articuno and spewed fire blast from his mouth. The haloed fireball slammed into Articuno. Articuno flapped his wings and dodged. The fireball seemed to have eyes, chasing after Articuno. And the fireball gradually stretched out, forming a 3-meter-long large fire column. Greninja, use the hydro pump. Greninja condensed several supergiant water balls from his hands and bombarded them in the direction of fire blast. Only a chirp sound was heard, and a large amount of white steam emerged. While Greninja's water polo did no substantial damage to fire blast, it gave Articuno time to escape. Zapdos flapped his wings using a million volts. Raikou looked at the menacing million volts, and hurriedly jumped into the air to avoid Zapdos' attack. Just when Raikou was secretly rejoicing, Suicune was hit by Zapdos' current, and only heard a crackling sound. Suicune's body, a mouthful of black smoke 17, and she fell to the ground. Suicune was knocked to the ground, and the water arrows surrounding Moltres lost control. Moltres took the opportunity to break out of the water arrows, flapping his wings and charging towards the fire blast. Moltres' Firebird collided with Fire Blast. Moltres absorbed the violent flames and became even bigger and bigger. Moltres then opened his mouth and spewed a sea of fire in the direction of Entei and Raikou. Haha, it's time for you to meet the first level god of Team Rockets. Giovanni thought and manipulated the black ball. The black ball burst into a black-purple arc, forcing the three holy birds into one. After the three holy birds merged, they immediately released a godlike coercion. They fly high in the sky, overlooking the earth-like gods. This is the artificial first-level god created by the three sacred bird fusion technology developed by my Team Rockets. The three holy birds are capable of fire, frost, and lightning at the same time. Demolency, this time you lost. Giovanni laughed complacently. I saw that the three holy birds sent out Flamethrower, Psybeam, and Thunderbolt at the same time. The three forces are intertwined. Not even the three holy beasts dared to take the trick of the three holy birds. They jumped to the heights one after another, watching the attack of the three holy birds bombard the ground, blasting the ground into an unfathomable pit. No, Team Rockets are about to beat the Alliance. Professor Oak hurriedly dispatched Dragonite and Kangaskhan. He called on Red, Gary, and Blue to join forces to attack. Looks like Demolency is about to lose, and it's time for us to take action. If Team Rockets break the Alliance, we won't even be able to save face. Seeing the defeat of the three holy beasts, Lance Crossing hurriedly greeted the three elites and directed the Pokémon Legion to approach Team Rockets. Report, Chief Giovanni, there are 4 elite Pokémon Legions behind us. Report, Chief Giovanni, a powerful Pokémon trainer suddenly appeared in our southwest corner. The scout of Team Rockets said quickly. It doesn't matter, with the 3 holy birds, I am the strongest now. The appearance of the 4 elites was a shock to me, and they didn't dare to attack Team Rockets easily. They were afraid that I would control the 3 holy birds to attack them. Giovanni said confidently. At this point, Giovanni felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Feng Che, who was standing beside Giovanni, also felt that this was Giovanni's highlight moment. Red, Gary, Blue, according to my observation, Giovanni is controlling the 3 holy birds through the black ball hanging high in the sky. The birds are out of Team Rocket's control, Professor Oak said, pointing to the ball behind the three birds. I will send Dragonite and Kangaskhan to attract the attention of the three holy birds and let the three holy birds reveal their flaws. There is only one chance. You must seize the opportunity. Professor Oak finished his instructions to the three little ones. He sat on Dragonite's back and rushed out. It seems that the children of destiny, Red, Gary, and Blue, have finally arrived. As expected of the son of destiny in this Pokemon world, he has reached the strength of a quasi-elite so quickly. In the comics, Red was able to serve as champion so quickly because Team Rockets gave Red a lot of experience packs. Feng Che muttered a few words in his heart. He knew that, if nothing else, Team Rockets would lose this time. Oak, if you don't stay in Pallet Town doing research, what are you doing here in the league? Giovanni said angrily when he saw Cheng Yaojin, who was killed. Seeing that he was about to defeat the three holy beasts and completely occupy the Kanto Alliance, Professor Oak rushed out to disrupt the situation. Giovanni, this is the Kanto Alliance, not a place where you are presumptuous. Justice must triumph over evil. Professor Oak shouted out a very second sentence. Oak, you're here to die. Giovanni was furious. Giovanni directs the three holy birds to launch an attack on Professional Oak. Immediately, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Psybeam slammed into Dragonite. Dragonite of Professor Oak is indeed very powerful. I saw that Dragonite uttered a roar directly, and sprayed out an extremely strong Dragon Pulse from the air. Dragon Pulse successfully blocked the attack of the three holy birds. Then Dragonite burst out with a lot of dragon energy. These dragons surged into the sky, and countless saffron-colored dragon meteorites broke through the thick clouds in the sky and smashed into the main force of Team Rockets. This Dragonite uses a wide range of Draco Meteor. The purpose is to wipe out the main force of Team Rockets. Professor Oak is the ruthless guy. Damn it, you bad old man, what are you doing out here to mess with? Lieutenant Surge watched the dragon meteorite with a diameter of nearly 1 meter smashed over, and quickly threw the Pokeball and summoned the Magnezone. Magnezone, use gravity for me. Suddenly, the dragon meteorite changed its original trajectory under the action of gravity and smashed to the ground. With just a bang, the dragon meteorite smashed into the ground, making the originally riddled ground even more fragmented. The dragon meteorite tackle ground also produced a strong earthquake, and many Team Rockets members were unstable and fell to the ground. Koga summoned a powerful Arbok and used acid directly at the meteorite. The meteorite was sprayed into acid, melting at a rate visible to the naked eye. Sabrina used Psychic and threw the meteor into the distance. Evacuate, everyone urgently evacuate. Sabrina spoke to her legion. Due to the Dragonite summoning Draco Meteor, a large amount of stamina in the body was rapidly consumed. In a blink of an eye, Professor Oak and Dragonite were beaten to the ground by the three holy birds. Giovanni looked at the rioting Team Rockets, annoyed. Just like when I was eating a big meal, there was a fly flying around and affecting my appetite. Giovanni decided not to stay. Three holy birds, use Giga Impact. Giovanni gave the order. The three holy birds spread their wings and flew high into the sky, forming a red-yellow-blue Giga Impact. The power of frost, fire, and lightning covered almost the entire sky of the Indigo Plateau. This is the real power of a first-level god. Residents near the Indigo Plateau watched the unpredictable sky with worry. Haha, Oak, if you don't come out, after I dominate the Kanto 080 region, you might still be that famous professor. But this time you annoyed me and I decided to make you disappear completely. Giovanni made a game-over gesture in the direction of Professor Oak. The Giga Impact formed by the three holy birds is rushing in the direction of Professional Oak and Dragonite. Professor Oak is at stake. At this time, Red, Gary, Blue appeared in front of Professional Oak. Come out, Blastoise. Come out, Charizard. Come out, Venusaur. We will use our strength to save our homeland. Red, Gary, and Blue said in unison. Blastoise erupted with a soaring hydro pump. Charizard spewed blazing white flames. Venusaur sent out the solar beam. At this time, Red's skin god also appeared. I saw that Pishin used 1,000,000 volts. Immediately, the four forces intertwined and rushed towards the three holy birds. It's useless, let the three holy birds defeat your power. Giovanni's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. But Red, Gary, and Blue were not targeting the three holy birds at all. Instead, it was a black ball floating near the three holy birds. I saw a black arc erupting on the black ball, just when I was about to resist the strongest blow from the red people. The black ball was disturbed by the violent force from the three holy birds, and it showed signs of stagnation. The Son of Destiny's strongest strike successfully hit the black ball. Only a crackling sound was heard, and the black ball suddenly fell apart. The three holy birds also lifted the trend of fitting in the next moment. They glanced at Red, Gary, and Blue, then dispersed. Damn, come back, three holy birds. Giovanni was dumbfounded. He looked at the three holy birds out of control with some irritability. The Legion of the Four Elites is still lying. Chapter 252-Damalanchi, who lost the hearts of the people seeking subscription, collection, monthly pass, evaluation ticket. Giovanni looked extremely unwillingly at the Quantum Union, which was close at hand, and gritted his teeth. He knew that the Team Rockets who lost the three holy birds were not without the power to fight again. However, if Team Rockets wins head-to-head, it will be a tragic victory, which is not an ending he can accept. So Giovanni immediately decided to order a retreat. Team Rockets are starting to retreat, are we going to chase after the victory? Lorelei watched nervously as the Team Rockets retreated in an orderly manner. No, even if we pursue Team Rockets with all our strength will be greatly compromised. We're going to let Team Rockets go this time, and as long as Team Rockets still exist, Damalanchi won't dare to do anything to us. You don't see that Team Rockets are consciously saving their own strength, and 80% of the members are still fighting. Since we can't keep Team Rockets, let's not confront each other, let's give Giovanni a favor. The order goes on, don't stop the retreat of the Team Rockets, not even the leader's order. Lance Crossing snapped at his minions. Aren't you going to go back and preside over the overall situation of the Kanto League? Although your whereabouts have been decided, but now presiding over the overall situation of the Kanto League will give you a lot of prestige. Lorelei asked Lance Crossing. It's not necessary, with Damalanchi there, I won't have a chance. So this fight is over and I head straight to the Johto region. I have applied to the General League for a transfer order to be assigned to the Johto region to be the champion of the Johto region. I'll ask you to take care of my dragon army, and I will take back this army later. Lance Crossing finished speaking, he stood on Aerodactyl's back and left. Damn it, Lance Crossing ordered a ban on the pursuit when we desperately got the chance. Damalan's lungs were about to explode. They didn't attack, we attacked, the order went down, and those who stayed in the league quickly attacked and joined me against Team Rockets. Damalanchi said anxiously. But none of the prosecutors moved. Hezhong and Yanche both stood there motionless. Okay, do you want to rebel? Why don't you even listen to me? Damaranch was furious. This time the Team Rockets attacked, so Damalanchi's reputation completely fell to the bottom. Headmaster, who knows if Team Rockets has any success? If we push the people of Team Rockets in a hurry, what will we do? Let's take a step back and see the sky. Yanche suggested to Damalanchi. Now that Lance Crossing Elite doesn't attack, just relying on our current strength is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. Hezhong also agrees with Yanche's point of view. HMPH, when Lance Crossing returns to the league, I'll take care of you too. Damalanchi thought to himself, Damalanchi is the most small belly. Damalanchi suppressed his anger. He wanted to wait until Lance Crossing returned, and then find a way to secretly wear small shoes for these two elite level trainers. I'll throw the league's mess on Lance Crossing then. When Lance Crossing found a huge deficit after taking over, I insisted that I didn't know anything, and Lance Crossing could only recognize it with a sullen head. Damalanchi secretly calculated in his heart. In this way, the responsibility for the Team Rocket's invasion of the Alliance this time is completely on Lance Crossing. However, Damalanchi waited and did not wait for Lance Crossing, but waited for Lance Crossing's order to make him the champion of Johto region. This made Damalanchi stunned. High Priest Xiaomiao, it turns out that this is all your conspiracy. Damaranch said fiercely. Since you were unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. After this battle with Team Rockets, I realize that without a first-level god in hand, someone will be beaten to the door. Team Rocket's attack on the Alliance made Damalanchi feel ashamed of his old face. He decided that he had to plan ahead and that revenge would come back someday. Therefore, Damalanchi plans to set up a net of heaven and earth on the 7 islands to count the divine beast in the hands of the High Priest Xiaomiao. Johto region is supported by High Priest Xiaomiao. As long as High Priest Xiaomiao is removed, Lance Crossing will not be able to use Bell Tower's influence. This way I can secretly control the Johto region and merge the Kanto region and the Johto region again into the Kanto region. This is a great achievement. Damalanchi rolled his eyes shrewdly and smiled sullenly. Damn, this time it was almost, really almost, if it wasn't for Oak to spoil the situation, I would have completely captured the Kanto Alliance. On the way back, Giovanni was still a little resentful. Leader Giovanni, this is not a good thing. Our main force has not been damaged much, and we have also tested the true strength of the Kanto Alliance. As the saying goes, if we really take over the Kanto Alliance, it may cause dissatisfaction from other region alliances. When we are besieged by a group, it will be bad. What's more, Damalanchi no longer has the trump card. The League can't do anything to us now, and it won't dare to take action against us in the short term. We're breaking the backbone of the League this time around. Why don't we turn our underground power from light to dark, so that the Alliance can't find our trace, accumulate food, and secretly expand our power? Feng Che said to Giovanni. Haha, it's still Feng Che, your analysis is thorough. That's right, we just withdrew our troops this time, we were not defeated by the Alliance, and we still saved a lot of strength. We can attack the League at any time. Only this time, Damalanchi recognized my identity, and I can no longer be the Viridian leader. Feng Che, I think you have reached gym level now. Why don't you apply for Viridian Gym's leader assessment? Viridian City is where our Team Rockets are based, so I don't want a nosy gym leader. Giovanni gave his opinion. Becoming the gym leader of the Alliance. This can be considered. I originally wanted an upright Alliance status, and it is more suitable to be the Viridian gym leader. Feng Che thought about it and nodded. Feng Che, you have done a great job this time, so I want to promote you as a cadre. After you become the leader of Viridian Gym, I will promote you to senior cadre. At that time, our Team Rockets will be 4 cadres. Giovanni glanced at Feng Che approvingly. Giovanni knew that Feng Che had a good relationship with the 3 cadres and was not so easily drawn by the 4 generals. Soon, the Team Rocket's raids on the Alliance subsided. 4 elites gained huge popularity in this event. But what makes the people of Kanto region feel strange is that Lance Crossing did not take over as champion of Kanto region, but went to Johto region instead. No one knew exactly what happened until part of the Lance Crossing and Damalanchi controversy broke out. This Damaranch is really not a thing. It hasn't brought good things to the League since he took office. Look at the sudden chaos in the Kwantung League since he took office. I heard there is a place called Quartz Prison under the Indigo Plateau. Damaranchi let the felons dig there. It is said that the basculin in the prison moat has become a ghost fish from evolution. Basculin evolution has become a nether fish. My darling, how many people will die? Damalanchi's reputation soon eroded, and his approval ratings plummeted. And because the families that supported Damalanchi were all destroyed by Lance Crossing, Damalanchi was a loser at this time. Have you heard? Demalin is ill, and now the Kanto region will be temporarily taken over by Agatha. At the same time, Agatha also issued a wanted notice. It turns out that the gym leader Giovanni of Viridian Gym is the leader of Team Rockets. Giovanni was automatically deprived of his position as gym leader because of the rebellion, and now the Alliance has begun to call for powerful trainers to participate in the gym leader assessment. The people of the Kanto region are talking about it. At this time, Feng Che was caught by Sabrina to urgently study the requirements of the gym leader assessment. With a smile on Feng Che's mouth, he casually looked at the books piled up like a hill, and Sabrina dressed as a teacher. Sabrina wears gold wire glasses, and a well-cut suit outlines the tract curves. Her slender long legs are half hidden in the black silk. There is a distance between the black short skirt and the black silk, revealing her fair skin as jade. Soft and flowing black hair, a delicate face, bright and clear eyes, and cherry red lips that are just right. At this time, Sabrina looks like an intellectual beauty. Seriously, don't be hilarious, now I'm giving you a lecture, and I'm your teacher now. Sabrina looked at Feng Che with anger eyes, holding a pointer, and said with a serious expression. Seriously, absolutely. Feng Che casually opened a book and replied solemnly. The gym leader assessment consists of 3 stages in total: pre-selection, primary selection, and final selection. The gym leader money's assessment only considers the training talent of the trainer. Because gym leader is the strongest trainer in his city, he not only has to issue badges to trainers who come to challenge, but also protect the tranquility of his city. The preliminaries are also called preliminaries, which is to consider whether you are eligible to enter the test of the gym leader assessment. Generally, in this test, you only need to defeat the Pokémon prepared by the Alliance. The primary election is to play against each other through the preliminary election, and the first person who wins the primary election will enter the final election. The final election is to draw 3 people from the gym home in the Kanto region to compete. As long as you defeat 3 gym trainers in the battle, you can get the position of gym leader. Sabrina pushed on her glasses and continued. Sabrina took out a stack of materials from her hand, which contained specific information about each trainer and the Pokémon in their hands. In addition to defending their own city, the gym leader has to undertake the political task of a cross-region Pokémon exchange contest. Leader Giovanni asked me to train you this time to ensure that you can become the gym leader of Viridian Gym. It is said that the Little Devils under Professor Oak will also participate in the assessment of Viridian Gym leader. These are your most threatening competitors. It details what Pokémon these trainers are good at. What are the tricks these Pokémon have mastered, and how proficient these Pokémon are with the tricks. Chapter 253 _ Is this what normal ducks do? As the saying goes, know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. The information here is obtained by our Team Rockets through secret channels. Leader Giovanni now intends to open up the Johto region's underground forces and is ready to send Koga to the Johto region as an elite. Koga's gym will have his daughter Janine as Crimson Gym's gym leader. His daughter Janine is also very strong and a huge fan of Team Rockets. Sabrina looked at Feng Che and continued to introduce. Feng Che, who was sitting beside him, nodded thoughtfully. Actually, this gym leader assessment is still a little troublesome. My main Pokémon has been seen by Hejong and Doris, so Steel Armor Crow, Incineroar, and Greninja can't appear. And the atavistic Aerodactyl can't be on the field either because I don't have permission from the league. Zeraora is about to give birth, and because he is afraid of being recognized by the incoming team, he can't appear. So this gym leader assessment, the only Pokémon I can send are Ditto, Sirfetch'd, Venusaur, Gyarados, Vulpix, Ice Vulpix, Scyther in Arctic form. Until the issue of Rowlet's drowsiness is resolved, it will not be able to play against it for the time being. As for Dano, it hasn't reached the growth stage yet, so let's put it off. Feng Che secretly analyzed the current situation of Pokémon in hand, so as to be fully prepared for the next gym leader assessment. In this way, Vulpix, Ice Vulpix, and Scyther are a little weaker. Looks like they have to find a suitable place to evolve them. I have to go back to Dead Island to complete the Ice Vulpix's evolution, and at the same time retrieve the treasure hidden in Dead Island. Feng Che did not forget his parchment. By the way, I have to go back to the breeding house. Just now, go back and see how the breeding house is doing now. I wonder if that unreliable Golduck has caused any trouble. Oh wait though. Feng Che remembered that he had promised to find a beauty trainer for Golduck. Anyway, now Feng Che also has Galar Slowking and Galar Slowbro. It is no problem to let them both act as shop assistants to communicate with people. Feng Che used the teleport to sneak away while Sabrina was out. Feng Che, who returned to the cultivation house, suddenly found that his cultivation house had become a flower shop. From time to time, a blue duck gave the wrapped bouquet to passing beauties. Just as Golduck was courting, Salazzle appeared behind Golduck. I saw that Salazzle used the poison sting against Golduck. Golduck suddenly felt his body go numb, then fell to the ground and was dragged away by Salazzle's flame whip. I should have sent this troublesome duck out. Feng Che picked up Golduck's Pokeball and put Golduck in the Pokeball. Everyone come out. Feng Che released all the Pokemon, including Relicanth, Octillery, Lantern, Mantine, and some talented Staryu and Starmie. Feng Che temporarily arranged these Pokemon in the lake in the cultivation house. After the breeding house opens, Feng Che plans to build a large aquarium and put the water-type Pokemon in it to attract customers. Feng Che, this guy dared to run away while I was out for a while. Sabrina, who came back and found that the room was empty, frowned and looked sullen. He had said so much with his heart and soul, and Feng Che didn't even know if he had listened to it, so he even dared to take the opportunity to desert. She sensed the spatial coordinates left by Feng Che, and used teleport to chase it. Sabrina BHDF found herself in an empty shop, but it was full of various bouquets. After Sabrina looked at the bouquets carefully, a blush appeared on Sabrina's face. Is this the bouquet Feng Che prepared for me? Sabrina saw that on each bouquet there was a card with nasty love words written on it. This. Sabrina squeezed her fingers embarrassedly. At this moment, Feng Che came out from inside and saw Sabrina, who was teleporting to the breeding house. Sabrina, you are here, you have to combine work and rest when you do your homework. So I came back to the training house by the way. Feng Che didn't expect Sabrina to chase after him so quickly, and said quickly with a smile. This is my breeding house, do you think it's big? Feng Che saw that Sabrina's expression was a little weird. He didn't get angry because he skipped class, he just stood there blankly staring at the bouquet. The next moment Feng Che raised his eyes, he saw the extremely earthy love words on the bouquet. The moon is in the sky and you are in my heart. With you in my dreams, it is very sweet. Ahem, these are prepared by the Pokemon here during my absence. If you like, you can choose whatever you want. Feng Che coughed a few times and said a little embarrassedly. He planned to wait until Sabrina left, and then slap Golduck up. This is a normal person. No, is this what a normal duck does? Feng Che got goosebumps when he saw these earthy words. Even if he wanted to confess to the person he liked, Feng Che would never say such old-fashioned love words if he was killed. Oh, but remember to come back and do your homework. Viridian gym leader is for sure. Sabrina looked away from the bouquet and looked at Feng Che seriously. Although Golduck is not a psychic Pokemon, he has a lot of psychic tricks, or leave it to Sabrina. Sabrina is also a big beauty, I hope Golduck can accept it. Feng Che pondered in his heart. What Feng Che is worried about is that this duck is extremely lustful, and if it is given to some young lady with ordinary ability, it is very likely that something bad will happen. Sabrina, who is both powerful and beautiful, is Feng Che's first choice to send Golduck. When Feng Che saw that Sabrina was going to use the teleport to leave, he quickly stopped Sabrina. Wait, Sabrina. Sabrina, I have a Pokemon I want to entrust to you. I don't know if you will accept it or not. Although this Pokemon doesn't have the psychic attribute, it plays psychic very well. It has one flaw that annoys me a lot, it just likes beauty trainers. If there is a big beauty as its trainer, its combat effectiveness can reach 200%. Feng Che reminded Sabrina. Sabrina originally wanted to refuse, but when Sabrina heard that this Pokemon only likes beautiful women, she agreed. In other words, Feng Che was saying that she was a great beauty. Thinking of this, Sabrina's clear eyes flashed with joy. Okay, I'll take this Pokemon. Sabrina nodded with a smile in her eyes. Okay, this Pokemon often makes assertions. If this Pokemon has any overstepping behavior, please take care of it, and don't worry about my face. Feng Che released Golduck from the Pokeball. After all, if Feng Che wants to give Golduck to Sabrina, he must first get Golduck's consent. If Golduck doesn't agree, Feng Che has no choice but to find a more powerful female trainer for him. Like Chris. Golduck, would you like her to be your trainer? Feng Che pointed to Sabrina and asked Golduck. Golduck glanced up and down at Sabrina. Golduck, the face is okay, the long legs are okay, the body is okay. Golduck, not bad, not bad. Golduck has an ecstatic expression on his face, nodding his head like a slap in the face. I will be your trainer in the future, please give me more advice. The cold Sabrina reached out to Golduck for the first time ever. Golduck's paw touches the back of Sabrina's slender hand, which can be broken by blowing bullets. Immediately its heart was beating fast. Golduck, Feng Che is so kind to me, where did this goddess come from? Golduck suddenly felt like he had met a treasure girl. Sabrina, I'll deal with some things in the breeding house first, and I'll come back to Saffron to study with you later. Rest assured, I will try to take down Viridian Gym's gym leader. Feng Che wants to cultivate evolution with his Pokemon, so he doesn't have so much time to learn from Sabrina. Good. Sabrina looked at Feng Che and nodded with a smile. She brought Golduck a direct teleport back to Saffron Gym. Golduck felt a sudden change in the scene in front of him, and he appeared on a playing field. Just as Golduck was excited to jump on Sabrina and give him a loving hug, it found its body suddenly unable to move. A very strong psychic erupted from Sabrina's body. At this time, Sabrina's hair fluttered upwards slightly, and her whole body exuded a strong coercion, like a Valkyrie. Sabrina threw a Pokeball and released Alakazam. Since you're going to be my Pokemon, you have to train hard. I don't care what Feng Che did to you before, but my Pokemon has no weaklings, and you must undergo the most rigorous training. Golduck, Golduck, why did the sweet and sweet little sister just disappear? This woman is so suffocating. Golduck, Feng Che, save me. Golduck's face turned ashen, and a heart-piercing cry came from his heart. Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. This cultivation house is almost ready, and it's about to open. The business direction of the cultivation house is still mainly to sell Pokemon. The number of fruit trees planted in the nursery is not very large now, and my Pokemon are only barely in supply. I'll sell Pokeblocks when I let Venusaur open up a few hundred more acres of berry fields. However, during this period of time, we have to deal with the gym leader's assessment first. Then wait for the gym leader to complete the assessment, and then choose an auspicious day to officially open a store and do business. At that time, I just shouldn't be particularly busy. Feng Che secretly thought about the recent plan to cultivate the house. Chapter 254 Scyther Evolution, A Bolt from the Blue. Come out, Scyther. Feng Che plans to complete Scyther's evolution first. It happened that Feng Che had the crystal of insects and the heart of Orberg in his hands. Feng Che plans to use the dark iron, forbidden iron obtained from the quartz prison, and the meteor iron obtained from the people of the meteor, and the ultra-pure iron obtained from the sky tower to prepare a metal coating to complete Scyther's final evolution. Compared with the ugly mantis, Feng Che thinks Scizor is more handsome. Although Scyther evolution has become Scizor, the racial value has not changed at all, and it has 4 times the weakness of being afraid of fire. But Feng-Che had his own way to eliminate Scizor's weakness. Come out, Incineroar. Feng-Che released Incineroar from the Pokeball. Incineroar, using Flamethrower, Ultrapure Iron, cut to the size of a slap. Feng-Che found an open place and threw the Ultrapure Iron cage from the storage ring. Incineroar took a deep breath and spewed a blazing white column of fire from the flame belt around his waist. This pillar of fire became hundreds of lines of fire in the air. This is the technique of manipulating skills that Incineroar learned from Greninja. These lines of fire fell on the ultra-pure iron cage, and black lines suddenly appeared. After a while the ultra-pure iron was divided into equal palm-sized pieces. Very well, Incineroar, help me purify this pile of meteor iron ore. Feng-Che took out the jet black meteor iron ore from the bracelet. The ore has not been purified, so Incineroar is required to use high temperature to melt the ore to purify the meteor iron. Incineroar spit out blazing white flames again. The flame instantly melted the ore, and Feng-Che then used confusion to purify the meteor iron. In a short while, Feng-Che's hand had a piece of fine iron emitting a dark blue luster. Incineroar, help me process these materials. Feng-Che took out the iron and forbidden iron to purify them separately. Then, Feng-Che used Psychic to mix these purified metals together in a certain proportion. This is a mixed alloy steel made by Feng-Che. Just waiting for the alloy steel to solidify and form, Scyther can perform the evolution. After a while, the alloy steel solidified into a silver-white powdery particle. Feng-Che handed the insect crystal to Scizor, and painted Scizor's body with a metal coating of alloy steel. Scyther, you have to prepare, I will use the Pokemon teleporter to communicate with you evolution later. I'll give you the heart of Orberg the moment you get out of the Pokeball. You can devour as much energy of the heart of Orberg as you can without scruples. The more you devour, the faster your strength grows. Feng-Che gave Scyther a cheering gesture. Scyther nodded, and then Feng-Che was included in the Pokeball. Then we're about to begin, Scyther. Feng-Che placed an empty Pokeball on the opposite side and pressed the switch for Pokemon exchange. After a while, Scyther's Pokeball landed on the opposite side. Come out, Scyther. Scyther rushed out of the Pokeball. Scyther's body burst out with a silver-white evolution white light. Feng-Che also stuffed the heart of Orberg into Scyther's arms. Feng-Che watched as Scyther's body began to stretch. Scyther's evolution will take a while, so I'll just wait. It was not until the 3rd month of the month that Scyther completed the final evolution and became a majestic Scizor. Feng-Che's Scizor is covered in silver-white armor and has 2 pairs of translucent wings on its back, but it is too heavy to fly. Scizor's pincers are very powerful, and the pattern on them is like eyes, which can be used to intimidate opponents. In order to prevent overheating during combat, it melts the metal body and uses wings to regulate its body temperature. Scizor's large pincers made up a third of his body weight and could shatter even rocks with a single blow. Although its body is slender, it has amazing attack power. The muscles of the body are also made of metal. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Scizor close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, Epic, Cyan. Characteristic, Technical Master. Open black lens bracket level, 48 close black lens bracket. Attribute, Bug plus Steel. Skills, Agility, Quick Attack, Glare, Metal Claw, Double Team, Double Hit, Focus Energy, X-Scissor, Iron Head, Swords Dance, Wing Attack, Air Slash, Endure, Bug Buzz, Bullet Punch, Cross Poison, Spirit Blade, etc. Open black lens bracket status, just evolution close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a Scizor that cultivated evolution with insect crystals. In the process of evolution, It absorbed the power of the heart of Warburg, and also used precious heavy metals such as forbidden iron, ultra-pure iron, meteor iron, and quiet iron. As a metallic coating, fire-type ultimates have half the effect on scissor. Close black lens bracket. Feng Che took the heart of Warburg from Scissor's hand, consuming less than 1/10 of its energy. Then Feng Che gave the heart of Warburg to the steel-armored crow. The steel-armored crow swallowed the heart of Warburg in one mouthful. "You greedy guy, I didn't let you swallow the heart of Warburg. Remember to save some, I may train a steel Pokemon later." Feng Che patted the steel-armored crow's head. The steel-armored crow looked aggrieved, and instantly made Feng Che laugh. Okay, I won't forget you if it's good." Feng Che comforted. Then Feng Che threw out a Pokeball and released Zeraora. "Zeraora, you can rest in peace here during this time. I'll keep Venusaur until you lay a Pokemon egg." Feng Che said to Zeraora. "I just found a lot of treasures in the quartz prison. You can use them as the source of nourishing your body." Feng Che took out a thumb-sized Thor crystal, as well as many superb thunderstones. "This Doris is really a scavenger. I don't know if he will be implicated this time and lose his position as the warden. Otherwise, I can cut the leaks regularly." Feng Che thought to himself. After Feng Lu said goodbye to August, he returned to his original home. Here, Feng Lu saw dusty furniture and cobwebs all over the house. There is also a picture frame made of wood on the fireplace. There is a lot of dust on the frame. Looking at everything familiar in the house, Feng Lu has a feeling of being in another world. Feng Lu tremblingly wiped the dust off the photo frame with his sleeve, revealing a family portrait. Aiko was snuggling up against the young Fenglu, while Xiaoli was holding a wooden horse toy. Time seems to be frozen in the past. "Aiko, Xiaoli, I came back alive. No matter what difficulties and obstacles I encounter, I will bring you back." Feng Lu looked at the person in the photo with firm eyes, and tears filled the corners of his eyes. Afterwards, Feng Lu took out the communicator Augustus gave him and dialed a phone number that had been imprinted in his mind. "Ask for flowers. Doduo beep. The phone is connected." Inside came the rough voice of Vio, the sage of the dragon. "Hello, who is looking for me? Hey, underscore." As the phone broken. After Vio answered the phone, he found that there was no movement for a long time. Vio muttered and patted the communicator, but there was still no sound. Just when Vio wanted to hang up the phone, a heart-piercing shout suddenly came from inside. "Dad, I'm back." This sound made Vio tremble, and the hand holding the communicator couldn't stop shaking. The next moment Vio burst into tears. As soon as Kamo-o looked up, he found that Vio, a man who was not afraid of the sky, was in tears. "Stinky brat, it took you so long to call me, you just don't want to see me. Do you have to wait until I'm going to die before you come back?" Vio shouted loudly towards the communicator with a resentful cry. At this time, Feng Lu could no longer restrain his inner emotions. Just because he was young and frivolous, his wife and son were separated, and after 30 years, he could not see his old father. He wept and told Vio about his experiences over the years. "0. You stinky bastard, how dare you be so bold? The Alliance's prison can be broken into if you want to break into it, and you are still trapped in it. You really lost the face of Yulong family." Vio snorted. "But the people of our royal dragon family are not so easy to bully. Dad will go back to Opelucid City and gather people to avenge you." Vio rage said. No, I've already destroyed that prison. I still have one enemy left, and that is Damalanchi. My own revenge, I will avenge it myself." Feng Lu firmly said that his father had been looking for him for nearly 30 years, and he did not want his father to work for him, an unfilial son. "Okay, then you can come back to Unova region sometime. I haven't seen you for a long time." Vio wiped his tears and choked. "When I'm done with this period, I'll go back to Unova region." Feng Lu said to Vio. "The current wind road just wants to report safety to his old father first." Okay, I'll wait for you to come home. After Vio finished speaking, he hung up the phone and broke down in tears in front of Kamo-o. Tears overflowed from his cloudy eyes, swept across his withered face, and dripped onto the ground, each drop filled with the thoughts of his son for 30 years. Kamo-o looked at Vio with some concern. Daughter, I'm happy, don't worry about me. Vio wiped his tears, touched Kamo-o's head, and smiled tearfully. What did you say? Dead Island will be recycled by the Alliance. After Feng Che got on the phone with Lance Crossing, he felt bad. Dead Island contains many precious items, Gracietia flowers and sand-scale fruit trees. Now that Feng Che has Venusaur, he can transplant these two precious resources to the hilltop of the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. At the same time, Feng Che can also invite the Pidgeot couple to settle in the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. But all these plans will face a major setback when Lance Crossing's territory is taken back by the Alliance. That's right, because I was transferred to Johto region, and Dead Island happens to be on the Kanto region's territory. According to the rules of the Kanto League, I cannot hold Dead Island. The people of the Alliance should have gone to Dead Island by now. Lance Crossing said helplessly. This was a bolt from the blue for Feng Che. And Chapter 255-Darkness Chinkang. However, now that Demalancy has fallen ill with anger, the actual person in power is now Agatha. Agatha has an alliance with me, so it's not too much to do. You can go directly to Dead Island and take the herbs or fruit you need. If someone from the Alliance blocks you, you can just launch an attack. Don't be too soft-hearted with the people of the Kwantong Union now. Lance Crossing said to Feng Che. Okay, I'm going to Dead Island now. Feng Che made a decisive decision and planned to go to Death Island immediately. Dead Island also has a volcano, and Feng Che didn't have a chance to explore that volcano the last time I went to Dead Island. I don't know if there is any chance above. Feng Che remembered the resting place of the ice ninetails and countless snow lotus flowers waiting to be transplanted. Such a treasure of heaven and earth can't be wasted by the people of the Alliance. Feng Che thought secretly. Mewtwo, using teleport, help me locate Dead Island. Feng Che passed the coordinates of Dead Island to Mewtwo. Mewtwo made an OK gesture and disappeared in place with a teleport with Feng Che. Dead Island. The new Alliance elite, Yan Che, came to this verdant island. There is a volcano here, just enough to become a holy place for my fire-type Pokemon to practice. Yan Che nodded in satisfaction. From now on, this Dead Island is my private territory. It is said that this Dead Island has many treasures. Then I take it bluntly. Yan Che Elite smiled proudly. In this incident, he and Hezhong became the biggest winners. 097 was vacated because Lance Crossing and Bruno were transferred to Johto region. Agatha learned through a special channel that there was already a gap between Damalanchi and him and Hezhong. So Agatha offered to make Yanch and Hezhong the elite of the Kanto Alliance. When Ma Lanchi got the news and was about to stop it, it was too late. Yanche and Hezhong have become the elite of the Kanto League. Yanche also became the true owner of Dead Island because he inherited Lance Crossing's Dead Island. When Feng Che came to Dead Island, he found that many Alliance members suddenly appeared on Dead Island. They're hunting for Pokemon on the island. Through Mewtwo's psychic, Feng Che saw that the elite who led the team was his old acquaintance, Yan Che. It seems that Yan Che plans to learn Lance Crossing and secretly cultivate his own Pokemon army. However, they shouldn't be able to find any trace of the sand scale fruit for a while. I want to take the Pidgeot couple away before them. Feng Che came to a teleport not far from the Pidgeot couple's nest. Here, Feng Che saw that the Pidgeots were guarding the sand scale fruit. There is also a huge Pidgeotto on the sand scale fruit tree. Engong, you are here. The male Pidgeot found the trace of Feng Che, and it fell from the air with flapping wings. There's a group of people coming to Dead Island right now, and they're hunting for Pokemon on the island. That's why I came here to move you, and I'll move your nests to mine. When you get there, you don't have to worry about being caught. Feng Che said to Shang Pidgeot. Let me discuss it with my lover. Shang Pidgeot is still not surprised that Feng Che is suddenly able to communicate freely with him. The male Pidgeot flapped his wings and flew to the side of the female Pidgeot. The two Pidgeots got together and discussed it for a while. Emperor, we promise to go with you, but you have to promise to move our nest too. Especially the sand scale fruit tree, which we have cultivated for several generations of Pidgeot, and we must always protect it and pass it on. Otherwise we would rather be captured by humans than I would like to leave here. Male Pidgeot bowed his head. Mewtwo, can you take Pidgeot and move this big tree to our nursery? If we could save a lot of time and a lot of things. Feng Che turned around and asked Mewtwo. There should be no problem. Pidgeot, you have summoned your clan and the Pokémon you want to take away. Feng Che looked up at Pidgeot. I saw Pidgeot opened his mouth and made a loud sound. After a while, a rustling sound came from the forest. Many Pidgey and Pidgeotto flew over from a distance. These are our people, and they have all arrived. All we're going to take away are these Pokémons in front of us. The male Pidgeot flapped his wings and returned to the nest. Please, Mewtwo. Feng Che patted Mewtwo on the shoulder. A small matter. Mewtwo blinked and said mischievously, and then Mewtwo stretched out his hand and placed it on the big tree. Immediately, countless pale blue psychic overflowed from Mewtwo's body. Only saw a swish, the whole towering tree disappeared in place along with the Pidgeot family on the tree. A huge deep hole appeared in the ground. At this time Venusaur is basking in the sun leisurely with Zeraora in the breeding house. Suddenly a shadow appeared in front of Venusaur. Mewtwo used Psychic to lift a towering tree, which signaled Venusaur to find a suitable place to plant the tree. Pidgeot, Pidgeotto, and Pidgey all huddled up in the sky, watching Mewtwo and Venusaur's every move. Venusaur thought about it and pointed to a spot for Mewtwo. I saw Mewtwo wave both hands, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. It inserted the big tree into the deep hole and covered the soil. Venusaur uses the power of nature to promote the growth of trees. By the time Venusaur was done, Mewtwo had disappeared. Pidgeot family also fell from the sky into their lair. Pidgeot was very pleased with the sight of the more robust saffron fruit trees. Feng Che came to the cave where the Grassidea flower was, but in the cave, he saw that the Alliance members were using Tangrowth and Dodrio to attack the Pokémon who planted the Grassidea flower. Tangrowth's body is dark blue. After evolution, three-finger-like vines grow, and the legs become thick and short, and their ends are all dark red. The object under the vine is completely unknown. Dodrio has 3 heads, representing happiness, rage and sadness. Each head has 2 black feathers, the thighs are partially covered with black feathers, and it has a pink tail. The difference from before evolution is that Dodrio's eyes have become triangular, his pupils are minimized, and his eyes are particularly sharp. Dodrio runs very fast and can run at 60 km per hour. Dugtrio, Diglett and Oddish, who planted Gracietia, were all slapped to the ground by Tangrowth. Feng Che looked at the group of gardeners who planted Gracietia flowers with distress. A nameless anger rose from Feng Che's heart. Gracietia, such a precious medicinal herb, is not something you lowly Pokémon can touch. The 2 prosecutors of the Alliance, a man and a woman, stood beside the precious Gracietian flower field and looked disdainfully at Diglett, who was bruised by Tangrowth on the ground. The female prosecutor in high heels even wanted to trample Diglett, who had no resistance, to death. Mewtwo, help me transport the Gracietia field and these downed Pokémon to the breeding house. These Pokémon can grow the precious herb Gracietia, and naturally other herbs or fruit. Even if these Pokémon's qualifications are low, it is not a loss for Feng Che. Feng Che looked at the arrogant Alliance staff with some rage, and released Ditto. At this time, Feng Che couldn't care about making a fool of himself, these people were simply the scum of the Alliance. Ditto, split up a clone, transform into an Arbok, and attack these prosecutors. Feng Che glanced at Ditto and immediately ordered. Ditto felt the anger emanating from Feng Che's body. Ditto, who is this who provoked Feng Che? Such a powerful anger. Ditto splits off a doppelganger, transforming into a purple Arbok and biting hard at the prosecutor. Livia, watch out, Dodrio, use the peck attack. As soon as the male prosecutor looked up, he saw the purple Arbok biting hard in the direction of the female prosecutor Livia. So the male prosecutor hurriedly directed his Pokémon to block Arbok's blow. At this time, Mewtwo seized the opportunity to transfer all the Pokémon and Gracietia flowers on the ground to Feng Che's breeding house, and notified Venusaur to start treatment for these injured Pokémon. Thanks, Weiss. Damn, where did Arbok come from? Livia said angrily. Ah, why did the Gracietia flower disappear? Livia turned her head and saw that the Gracietia flowers had all disappeared, with a confused expression on her face. Tangrowth, use brute force. Tangrowth slaps Arbok on the wall with a slap, but Arbok immediately opens his mouth and spews a lot of poison sting. Dodrio, use the nose drill to avoid the Arbok's attack. Weiss has a lot of combat experience. Dodrio's 3 heads simultaneously used a sharp nose drill, knocking down all the poison sting sprayed by Arbok. But Dodrio didn't notice that another Arbok was appearing behind it, its mouth wide open. Arbok bit directly on Dodrio's body and injected all the venom from his mouth into Dodrio's body. Suddenly Dodrio fell into a poisoned state, and at the same time Dodrio was a little unstable and staggered. Damn, Dodrio is poisoned. Weiss quickly took out an antidote from the bracelet and injected it into Dodrio. But Dodrio didn't get any better, instead he vomited blood. No, come back, Dodrio. After Weiss took back the Dodrio, he released another Donphan. Donphan's appearance is a short gray pictogram, with a black nose extending to the tail, and a pair of tusks that look very dangerous. It is good at curling its body into a ball, rolling out at high speed while attacking the opponent's takedown. Once you start rollout it's hard to stop. It has the power to pull the excavator with ease. Its skin is as hard as rock and cannot be damaged by ordinary attacks. Donphan, use the rollout attack. Weiss said to Donphan. Ditto, come back for a while. Feng Che said to Ditto's telepathy. He didn't want to hang around with these prosecutors for too long here. Ditto used Dig to leave without fighting. Weiss, is the Gracietia flower we saw just now an illusion? Livia asked with a suspicious look at Wes. I don't know either, Livia. If it's illusion, then illusion is all too real. Weiss saw that the flower field of Gracietia, which was still full of flowers just now, was bare and nothing. Weiss and Livia have met 2 powerful Arboks. The Pokémon on this island of death are indeed quite powerful. Yanche said to himself while looking at the news. Yanche's hand grasped Talonflame's claws and patrolled the low altitude of Dead Island. He saw a flame tortoise beast walking in his direction. Pokémon are large tortoises with a tubular snout and a flat top and tortoise shell in the shape of a hexagram. Its back 3.5 is covered with spiny-like explosives, and the star-shaped pits on its chest are its weak points, so it always faces the enemy when fighting. Blaze tortoises are capable of spewing fire and poisonous gas from their nostrils. Because it eats the sulfur near the crater, it forms a layer of explosives with sulfur as the main component in its carapace. If it is tackle, it will scatter the ember from the spines of the carapace and ignite and explode. Its feces are also explosives and have a variety of uses. The strong winds caused by the explosion on the back are released by the blast tortoise through the cavity in its abdomen. This is the weak point of the blaze tortoise, and if it is hit, it will take heavy damage. Powerful fire-type Pokémon, you are welcome to be my companion. Yanche laughed with satisfaction as he looked at the blazing tortoise beast. Exploding tortoise beast, who are you? Where are you crazy? Don't disturb my rest. Flame tortoise beast, I just took a nap, how come there are so many neurotic humans on this island? The flame tortoise was panting heavily, and a lot of sparks spewed out of its nostrils. "Come out, Magcargo, Arcanine, hunt the flame turtle beast." Yanche greedily looked at the flame turtle beast and gave an order. There was an explosion on the volcano. It seems that the powerful fire-type Pokémon was targeted by the people of the Alliance. I will also hurry up and complete the Ice Vulpix's evolution. Feng Che took a teleport and rushed into the ice cave of the snow-capped mountain. It was unusually quiet here, and it didn't change much when Feng Che left. The body of the frozen ice Ninetales still exudes an elite-level coercion. Chapter 256-Ice Vulpix Evolution. Come out, Ice Vulpix. Ice Vulpix saw Ice Ninetales frozen in ice cubes after coming out of the Pokeball. Tears unknowingly filled its eyes. Ice Vulpix's tears fell on the ice, forming little ice crystals. It felt a longing that traveled through time and space, and the Ice Ninetales was looking at itself from the distance. I saw Bing Vulpix put his meat claws on the ice, sticking tightly to his mother. Immediately, Ninetales' body turned into dust. A crown made of ice crystals fell on the body of Ice Vulpix. At the same time, the ice and snow energy incarnated by Ice Ninetales poured into the body of Ice Vulpix. A white light of evolution emerged from the body of Ice Vulpix. Sure enough, Ice Ninetales will fully assist Ice Vulpix evolution. The ice crown it wears on its head will crown the Ice Vulpix as emperor. Although this is a lonely king. Feng Che looked at the disappearing Ice Ninetales and said to himself. Ice Vulpix felt an Ice Ninetales snuggling beside him during the evolution. Ice Vulpix felt a strong nostalgia from this Ice Ninetales. Feng Che watched as Ice Vulpix's tail continued to grow. 7th root. 8th root. 9th root. Its stature is also continuously elongated. On the full moon night, a beautiful Ice Ninetales appeared in front of Feng Che. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Ice Ninetales close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic, cyan. Feature, snowfall. Open black lens bracket level, 55 close black lens bracket. Attribute, ice plus fairy. Skills, blizzard, ice fang, powder snow, glare, crunch, astonish, protect, ice shard, frozen wind, confuse ray, draining kiss, shadow ball, dark pulse, aurora beam, moon wind, misty terrain, dazzling gleam and other skills. Open black lens bracket condition, excellent close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This Ice Ninetales has been inherited from the Ice Ninetales family, and has a unique talent for manipulating ice and snow. Ice Ninetales can form an ice fog that covers a city, and it can hide in the ice fog and walk silently. Close black lens bracket. Recognize. Accurate. If. Water. First. Send. Pirate. Book. Sell. Money. Die. Mom. Ice Ninetales have a light blue coat, and the part where the tail connects to the body is a slightly darker blue. The hair on the head of Ice Ninetales has become longer and more flowing, and the tail is also more fluffy. Ice Ninetales has the ability to control the hair of the whole body to form Ice Shard, can use Ice Shard to resist attacks, and can also gather Ice Shard to make ice balls, which are launched like bullets, and their power can even pierce through rocks. In addition to Ice-type moves, it can also learn Fairy-type moves. It can produce ice particles from its body hair, which can be thrown at enemies. If you annoy it, it will be frozen in an instant. Ice Ninetales lowered his head and snuggled on Feng Che's body. Feng Che combed the hair on the body for the Ice Ninetales. Bing Ninetales, the road to becoming an emperor must be lonely, but I will always accompany you and witness the moment when you become the uncrowned emperor. Ice Ninetales, hair is exceptionally soft and fluffy. Dead Island Volcano. After the Flame Turtle and Yanche fought for a while, they were completely defeated. But the Blaze Tortoise is also very smart. I can't beat you, I can always run. The Flame Tortoise Beast burst into a very strong flame, and the Flame Tortoise Beast was bathed in flames all over. It's ready to use the charged fire strike on Arcanine and Magcargo. The outrage of the burst tortoise is up. Arcanine, Magcargo, be careful. Yanqei said to his Pokémon. The flame tortoise slammed into the ground, and the ground was torn apart. Exploding pillars of fire whizzed towards Arcanine and Magcargo. Seeing that neither Arcanine nor Magcargo could dodge such a violent power, Yanqei gave an order. Arcanine, Magcargo, use the protect skill. Arcanine and Magcargo. Hold on, Arcanine, Magcargo, you must hold on, the dawn of victory is in front of us. Yanqei encouraged Arcanine and Magcargo. But what makes both Arcanine and Magcargo feel strange is that although the flaming tortoise beast looks very powerful, it is not as powerful as before. Arcanine, Magcargo, is this my delusion? Arcanine and Magcargo looked at each other, and saw that the powerful pillar of fire dissipated just as soon as it hit the protect skill. Arcanine and Magcargo looked at each other. Looking at the original position of the flame tortoise beast, there is no beast. The flame tortoise beast waved at Yanqei, and then completely plunged into the embrace of the magma. Damn, why is this flame-blazing tortoise beast so cunning? Even though it looks like death on the surface, it is actually trying to confuse me to escape. Yanqei gritted his teeth in anger, and the duck flew like this. But the tortoise beast had already submerged into the hot magma, and Arcanine couldn't stand the high temperature of the magma. And a single Magcargo is no match for the burst tortoise. Well, that's it, I've been busy for nothing. But as long as you are here, I will set up a net to catch you sooner or later. Yanqei said viciously. In magma. The blazing tortoise crawled out from the other end of the volcano. It was bruised and scarred from battles with Arcanine and Magcargo. When the flame tortoise was struggling to climb into a cave and was about to rest and recover. Oncoming is a Pokeball. Exploding tortoise beast. Let me go. Witch turtle grandson took advantage of the danger of the beast and fell into the trap. That's what I thought when the tortoise beast was included in the Pokeball. This flaming tortoise should have been pissed off. It managed to escape Yanqei's attack and landed in my hands again. I didn't expect that the elite with such an ugly appearance as Yanqei. Feng Che smiled. I will accept this flame tortoise beast, and I will take away the precious fruit of the dead island one by one. A smug smile flashed across Feng Che's eyes. At night, Mewtwo, like a hard-working little squirrel, uprooted the egg fruit and ice lotus one by one, and threw them to the cultivating Venusaur to take care of. Venusaur is just like a hard-working little bee, very busy. I saw it waving vine whip, and from time to time it planted the fruit or medicinal herbs thrown by Mewtwo into the medicine field. Because he was so busy, Venusaur, who was so dizzy, actually realized the skill of substitute. In the breeding house. Only saw a Venusaur leisurely commanding a group of Venusaur substitute toiling there. The windy Venusaur only needs to use the ingrain and grassy terrain skills to restore stamina. Next, is the treasure hidden in the depths of Dead Island. The shadow behind Feng Che suddenly stretched and elongated, revealing scarlet eyes. I saw it laughed twice, and when Mewtwo noticed something, it turned back into a shadow. Mewtwo, let's go. Feng Che and Mewtwo used the teleport together to disappear in place. The Pokémon in the center of Dead Island are basically Pokémon from gym level to quasi-elite level. Feng Che followed the route on the map, and the Pokémon he encountered became stronger and stronger. Just now Feng Che repelled a wave of wild Manectric groups. Now Feng Che was surrounded by a group of Hippowdon and Dwebble again. Hippowdon is a light brown hippo with black near the nose, eyelids, feet and back. There are 6 prominent holes on the back through which sand can flow, and a short black tail. Hippowdon's huge mouth possesses destructive power capable of destroying cars. It spews the sand stored in its body from its holes to cause dust storms, and can even create a giant twister. Hippowdon is short-tempered and very violent when angry. It will open its mouth wide and show off its power to surrounding opponents. It usually buries its body in the sand and breathes only with its nose above the ground. Hippowdon will protect Dwebble carefully, and let Dwebble who can't find a suitable stone to live in his hole. Because Dwebble will help Hand Hippowdon take out the stone stuck in the hole in the body. Dwebble is a hermit crab-like Pokemon. Its body is orange, and it carries a large rock on its back as a carapace to protect its body, like its shelter. When Dwebble came out of the stone, it could be found that its overall appearance was very similar to a worm, and it also had a relatively pointed tail, and because there was no stone, its body looked much smaller than usual. Dwebble can release caustic fluids from their mouths to more efficiently carve the stones they are meant to use as shelter. If it can't find a rock of the right size to make its home, it also lives in the Hippowdon hole. The Dwebble in front of him formed a symbiotic relationship with Hippowdon. Dwebble was in and out of the hole in Hippowdon. Hippowdon opened his huge mouth and bit off a large exposed rock and threw it into his mouth to chew. Chief Hippowdon, humans without tokens are not allowed to pass here. Chief Hippowdon, if you come again, I will attack without hesitation. Hippowdon, this kind of Pokemon can be considered a powerful Pokemon, and its racial value can reach 525. It's a heavy tank, but my ideal ground-type Pokemon is Flygon or Garchomp. Feng Che touched his chin and thought to himself, "Road. Looks like it's going to be a fight this time. Come on out, Greninja, Gyarados." After Greninja dashed out of the Pokeball, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Gyarados floated into the sky, and a violent storm suddenly hit. Look, there's a red Gyarados there. It looks so rare. I didn't expect such a precious Pokemon on Dead Island. It's a pity that it's far away from us. Maybe Gyarados has run away when we get there. Haha, as long as this Gyarados is still on the island, we have a chance to catch Gyarados. But have you discovered the island recently? The precious fruit and herbs are suddenly much less. Usually only a large hole is left in the ground. Even the egg fruit tree we just discovered is gone. People from the Alliance said in a heated discussion. Hippopotas was out of breath as the rain poured down. I saw Hippopotas spewing extremely strong quicksand from the 6 holes on his back. The quicksand was so fast that it even sprayed Dwebble hiding inside Hippopotas. Dwebble was scattered in the sky with claws and claws. He was poured by the heavy rain, and he lost his strength and fell to the ground. Greninja faced the quicksand of the Sand 097 hippopotamus. Greninja raised his hand and grabbed it, and a huge water shuriken appeared in Greninja's hand. This made the water shuriken bigger and bigger, and finally Greninja grabbed the water shuriken and threw it at the Hippopotas. Hippopotas leader. Although I am a ground-type Pokemon, I was also a member of the Sand Pirates. Chief Hippopotas, I have never seen such a storm. The left foot of the Hippopotas leader stomped on the ground, and the quicksand mixed with the rain formed a mudslide that rushed towards Greninja. The menacing quicksand was broken by the water shuriken of Greninja. Water shuriken went, all the trees were cut in half. The mudslide was also bisected by water shuriken. Hippopotas leader. This Pokemon's water type is very powerful, but I won't lose. The Hippopotas leader opened his mouth, and a heavy rain poured into his mouth. Chief of Hippopotas. I hate this kind of rainy environment the most. Every time I open my mouth, rainwater pours into my mouth. The Hippopotas leader fought back the discomfort and opened his mouth to let out snarl. All the Hippopotas of Growl who heard the leader of the Hippopotas, more quicksand poured from the air on their backs. The quicksand mixed with rainwater formed a mudslide, which covered a wider area, and was manipulated by the Hippopotas leader to form a mudslide torrent that blasted towards Water Shuriken. Water Shuriken was engulfed by mudslides in the blink of an eye. I saw Greninja pinched his hands fiercely, and suddenly the mudslide produced a deafening sound. There was a huge explosion in the mudslide, which splashed like cannonballs and hit Hippopotas' body. But Hippopotas are extremely defensive. These bullet-like grits are like tickling them. Chief of Hippopotas. No, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. If we don't fight quickly, it is very likely that my sons will all fall here. The leader of the Hippopotas let out a roar. Under the leadership of the Hippopotas leader, the Hippopotas collectively used earthquake skills. Suddenly the ground shook. Greninja kicked his legs hard and jumped directly onto Gyarados' back. What's wrong? Why is earthquake suddenly? It's good how the whole island of the dead is shaking. Is this a volcano about to erupt? Look at the black smoke erupting from the volcano. After the people of the Alliance felt the violent shaking, they rushed out of the tent one after another. They looked in panic as they watched a lot of black smoke coming out of the volcano, as if it was about to erupt. Chapter 257 Even if I get my body, I can't get my heart. No, this is the earthquake skill issued by the powerful ground-type Pokemon collective. Yanqei keenly judged that this was not a volcanic eruption. Yanqei quickly instructed the people in the Alliance to calm down. It's already night, it's getting dark, and some powerful Pokemon like to be active at night. And it's raining a lot now. We'll set off early tomorrow morning to see what's going on here. Yanqei said calmly. Gyarados opened his mouth and spewed a huge amount of hydropump from it. All Hippopotas hit by Gyarados' hydropump were instantly knocked to the ground. Greninja, the hole on the back of Hippopotas, is the weak point of Hippopotas. You can directly use precision shooting to attack the leader of Hippopotas. Feng Che said to Greninja's telepathy. Greninja nodded to Feng Che. I saw Greninja spread out his hands, directly manipulating the rain in the sky. The rain formed hundreds of water arrows that shot precisely at the holes in Hippopotas' back. Hippopotas was knocked to the ground by Greninja as if the pause button had been pressed. Good job Greninja. Go on, Pokeball. Feng Che used Psychic to manipulate the Pokeball and smashed it towards Hippowdon and Dwebble, who were talented. The Hippowdon leader looked at the Pokeball smashing over. Chief Hippowdon, human, even if you get my body, you can't get my heart. This is the last voice of the leader of Hippowdon that Feng Che heard. Cut, I can get you, I can sell you. Why should I get your heart? Feng Che was completely speechless to this arrogant Hippowdon leader. The leader of Hippowdon is a Pokemon left by the pirate forces on the sunken ship, and there should be other Pokemon as guardians. They have to see something called a certificate before passing it. Forget it. Anyway, my strength is strong, I said. Forget it. Feng Che thought about it for a while, and then forgot what the leader of Hippowdon said. At this time, among the people in the Alliance, a short-statured young man named Qingsong was holding a silver token with the word, sand, in his hand. 10 years, and I finally found this place. Haha, as long as I have this token, the Pokemon left by my ancestors will be inherited by me, and the wealth left by my ancestors will be held by me. I will become the richest person in this world. I didn't expect my ancestor turned out to be the crew of the Pirates of the Sands, a famous pirate organization in the world of Pokemon. It is because he risked his life to steal this inheritance token, so that my descendants can inherit the treasures of the Pirates of the Sands. It just so happened that Yanchalit asked me to enter the Dead Island. I never thought that Dead Island was the treasure that I searched for many years and wanted to find it. Haha, as long as I inherit the Pokemon legions and treasures left by the Pirates of the Sands, I'll be the most powerful person in this world. Qingsong smiled smugly, his eyes full of ambition. It's really troublesome here. Every few steps, a guard Pokemon appears. Feng Che had already defeated Crustle, S-Clan and Camerupt, S-Clan. Feng Che frowned as he looked at Excadrill and Crocodile who were now surrounded by a circle. Ooh, if you continue to conquer like this, there will be a lot of ground-type Pokemon in the cultivation house. Could it be that after I become a gym leader, I will continue to use the ground attribute? Did the people in the Alliance find out about my relationship with Giovanni? Feng Che asked himself with some doubts in his heart. Excadrill's body is dark brown with a white face. It has 2 red lines on its cheeks, and the end of its nose remains pink. Excadrill has several razor-sharp, Orberg-sharp claws on its forehead and claws. It has 3 fusiform red markings on its abdomen of various sizes. There are also fusiform red protrusions on Excadrill's cheeks, sides of arms, and knees. Excadrill can dig the ground by claws close to the sharp edge of the head, turning into a drill-like shape and rotating to dig the ground. This trait can also help workers in construction. Excadrill's talent for digging is outstanding. It can create complex tunnels, and it can also attack through a stance like a drill bit. Its strength is strong enough to pierce iron plates. The drill-like attack method makes the ground-type Excadrill not only good at the moves of this department, but also able to use moves such as drill run and rocket headbutt. Crocodile has special eyes that can magnify things in the distance like a telescope, even in sandstorm to spot small prey 50 kilometers ahead. Its jaws are so powerful that even the body of the car can easily crunch. The further Feng Che walked towards the center of Dead Island, the larger the desert area. This is a paradise for ground-based Pokémon. Greninja, Gyarados is in your hands. Just defeat these Pokémon, and the treasure is not far away. Excadrills can be used as excellent excavators, and they can be packed and taken away. It is also good to use these Excadrills when my breeding house is going to build a house. As for Crocodile, if he looks so fierce, let him be a guard in the breeding house. Feng Che has already had the idea of killing Excadrill and Crocodile in one go. Crocodile moves very fast in the sand sea, like Sharpedo swimming in the sea. Feng Che sat directly on Gyarados, back and watched Crocodile hunt Greninja from the air. If there's a crocodile here, that means there's definitely a Flygon around here. Crocodile and Flygon are the two heroes in the sand sea, and Flygon should be hiding near here. Because when the shipwreck was discovered before, Feng Che saw many abstract paintings of Flygon on the shipwreck. In addition, the Pokémon of this Pirate of the Sand are all ground-based Pokémon, so Feng Che infers that there must be traces of Flygon here. A dozen crocodiles dived into the sand sea. Excadrill merged his hands to form a giant drill headed towards Greninja. Greninja dodged Excadrill's attack with his agility. At this moment, a huge crocodile rushed out of the sand sea. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Greninja. Greninja rubbed out a huge spiral pill and blasted it into Crocodile's mouth. I saw Crocodile's belly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the last end was planted in the sandy sea, and water kept flowing out of his nose. It's a nice trick, just pouring water right into Crocodile's stomach. Feng Che gave Greninja a thumbs up. The first crocodile rushed out of the sand sea, as if giving a signal to the other crocodiles. The crocodiles rushed out of the sand sea one after another. But they took the experience of the first crocodile and used the dragon claw against Greninja. These crocodile's sharp claws radiated a rash of coldness. If this claw hits Greninja, Greninja will definitely be torn apart. Greninja has divided more than a dozen clones that are exactly the same as the entity. Instead of hitting Greninja, these crocodile dragon claws were kicked in the face by Greninja. Crocodile fell into the sand sea with fangs and claws. At this time, Excadrill's attack also arrived. I saw more than a dozen Excadrills formed a group of large drills, exuding a cold light, and rammed towards Greninja. Greninja flicked his hands, and two thick water whips took shape. The water whip wrapped tightly around two Excadrills, rolling them up and smashing them at the other Excadrills. Greninja, don't let Excadrill and Crocodile escape, use Surf. Greninja's body poured out a lot of water, forming a huge torrent more than 3 meters high. These torrents roared towards Crocodile and Excadrill. At this moment, a Pokémon lurking underground finally couldn't hold back. I saw this Pokémon rushed out of the sand sea. It flapped its wings, and great walls of rock rose from the sea of sand, blocking Greninja's surf attacks. It's finally here, Flygon. I thought you'd wait until they've been knocked out by Greninja. Feng Che looked at the Flygon, which was only 3 meters tall, with indifferent eyes. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name, Flygon close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, Epic, Cyan. Feature, floating. Open black lens bracket level, 65 close black lens bracket. Attribute, ground plus dragon. Nuo Jiao, skills. Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Dig, Crunch, Sand Attack, Dragon Breath, Faint, Astonish, Fisher, Brute Force, Crunch, Stomp, Earth Power, Earthquake, Dragon Rush, Draco Meteor, Burst Sonic, Stone Edge, Throat Chop, etc. Status: Annoyed. Evaluation: this is a powerful flygon, the leader of Crocodile and Excadrill, and the ultimate guardian of the Sand Pirate treasure. If you conquer it, you will get the true treasure of the Sand Pirate. Close black lens bracket. This flygon is full of criss-cross scars. This flygon looks good, just because I lack the Pokemon of the ground system, so I will take it out of here and become the main force for me to participate in the gym leader assessment. Feng Che looked at this powerful flygon with satisfaction. Flygon, another unknown person came here. Huh, do you think you can beat me with the water-type Pokemon? Flygon, wishful thinking. The giant flygon spread its wings and fanned out a huge gust of wind. Suddenly, a sandstorm erupted, and countless sand particles were scattered in the air and whistled, covering the sky and the sun, and the surrounding area was covered with gray. Crocodile and Excadrill also attacked Greninja again with the wild sandstorm. Greninja, defeat them all and step into the realm of quasi-elite. Feng Che cheered at Greninja. Chapter 258_accept Flygon, please subscribe, ask for flowers, monthly pass, evaluation ticket. Feng Che used Psychic to protect himself, to avoid a mouthful of sand pouring into his mouth. Greninja, this Flygon is really my enemy in life, so I'm going to fight with 200% of my strength. Greninja, now, I'll clean up these little ones first. Greninja's hands suddenly appeared two water shuriken. Water shuriken suddenly transformed into two slender water blades. I saw Greninja holding two water blades and suddenly jumped into the air. At this moment, a stone thorn broke out in Greninja's original location. Stone thorns rushed out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. Crocodile overturned the sea in the sand, and with the power of Flygon Sand Attack, he kept attacking Greninja. Greninja stood on one of the thorns. Facing the vicious crocodile, Greninja wielded a water blade. I saw two cold lights streak across the night sky. With a knife, the sandstorm slash of Flygon was slashed, and the surroundings suddenly recovered a clear and bright moon. The second cut went to Crocodile. For a moment, Crocodile, who was making waves, seemed to have been pressed the pause button. These crocodiles were suddenly motionless. Looking closely, Crocodile's hard scales were cut by the water blade, and blood was flowing out from the broken scales. Crocodile was incapacitated by a blow from Greninja. At this moment, Excadrill of Rapid Spin also rushed up. Greninja folded the water blade over his chest, blocking an Excadrill spinning drill. The water blade and the drill bit violently collided, not yielding to each other. Just then, another Excadrill appeared behind Greninja. Greninja took a deep breath and stepped on the stone thorn with both feet, and the stone thorn suddenly shattered. Greninja leapt high into the air, like a ninja under the moon. Two Excadrill drills collided, and two hard drills collided with each other to produce violent sparks. Greninja's hand stretched and turned into a water whip. It rolled up the two Excadrills and threw them at the other Excadrills still on rapid spin. It's 097. His Excadrill was like bowling, only to hear a bang, and the Excadrills plunged into the sea of sand one after another. At this moment, Flygon burst out with an extremely sharp sound wave. It made bug buzz from its wings and noise from its mouth. Suddenly attacked by sonic skills, Greninja was struck by lightning. Its ghostly speed suddenly stagnated. Excadrill, good chance, here we go. Excadrill rushed out of the sand sea and turned into drill bits again, surrounding Greninja from all sides. They are intended to squeeze Greninja into minced meat. But the Greninja in front of them suddenly turned into a bubble. Excadrill, when exactly was this split? This is the last voice of the Excadrills. The Excadrills, who couldn't dodge in time, collided one after another, and sparks flew everywhere. Only a few thuds were heard, and the Excadrill scattered and fell to the ground, stirring up countless dust. After the dust cleared, Excadrill was lying on the ground, incapacitated. The Pokémon that Feng Che brought down Greninja were included in the Pokeball. Seeing that his younger brothers were caught one by one, Flygon was instantly furious. I saw Flygon fly high into the sky, and suddenly a strong dragon energy erupted from his body. Flygon is like wearing a layer of saffron-colored dragon armor. Dragon Chi lock on Greninja's location. Greninja felt his body go numb and then froze. Flygon uses the Dragon Rush, which hits Greninja like a saffron-colored meteor. This Flygon uses Dragon Rush with great power. Feng Che nodded secretly. Able to use Dragon Rush proficiently, this Flygon is still quite strong, but it's a pity that I met Greninja's body, and quickly broke the shackles of dragon energy. The dark cloud that had dissipated was once again summoned by Greninja. The rain fell down. Flygon let the rain fall on him without feeling the slightest discomfort. Flygon, trying to use the rain to interfere with my vision. Sorry, my ancestor is the Pokémon of Captain Sand Pirates. Flygon, so when I was Trapinch, my parents taught me how to fight in the rain. Flygon, humph, I'm not an ordinary dragonfly, the rain can't affect me at all. Right now, Greninja, use sheer cold. Greninja slapped the ground with cold hands. Immediately, countless icicles sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain and smashed towards Flygon. With just a bang, Flygon's Dragon Rush managed to break these icicles and eventually crashed into Greninja. Just as the corners of Flygon's mouth showed a proud arc, Flygon's expression suddenly stiffened. Because it found out that the Greninja it hit was just a substitute. Flygon, when did Greninja hide his true body? Flygon is a little confused. But Flygon's fighting spirit is extremely strong. It spewed out a Dragon Pulse, and quickly flew back into the sky with the help of the Dragon Pulse's reaction force. Flygon roamed around in the sky, but found no sign of Greninja. At this moment, a strong cold air suddenly erupted in the sand sea. Hundreds of thousands of icicle spears shot out at Flygon like bullets. Flygon, icicle spear, this one is simple. Flygon took a deep breath and spewed a 120-wide fire column from his mouth, rushing towards the icicle spear. The pillar of fire melted the icicle spear and turned into water and fell to the ground. Just as Flygon breathed a sigh of relief, Greninja's attack came again. When Greninja waved his hand, a huge water shuriken instantly condensed in front of Greninja. Greninja tossed in the direction of Flygon. The huge water shuriken flew in the direction of Flygon like a chainsaw. Flygon flapped his wings and lurked into the sea of sand. The huge water shuriken spread out immediately, and the water droplets rushed into the sand sea like bullets. Just hear a few puffs. But no Flygon has emerged. This Flygon has a strong sense of fighting and is not afraid of rain, so it is worth focusing on training. Just got a BHDF, Heart of the Earth from the Warden and just used it for this Flygon. Feng Che thought secretly. Greninja saw that Flygon was hiding in the sand and couldn't dodge, and a light blue light suddenly appeared on his body. The rain got heavier, and there was water standing on the ground almost half a meter deep. This creates more inconvenience for Flygon's operations. Greninja stood quietly in the torrential rain, letting it wash over his body. Greninja is now like a cunning hunter, using herself as bait to lure Flygon to the bait. Very well, Greninja, just wait for the Flygon to appear. Feng Che uses Psychic to float in the air, and he and Mewtwo are using Psychic to search for the location of Flygon. Flygon, I lurked quietly at the feet of this Pokémon and brewed Solar Beam. Flygon, I'll spray Solar Beam on this Pokémon then. Flygon, haha, I have been through so many battles since I was born, and I have never lost. Flygon quietly uses the dig to come under Greninja's feet. In fact, Greninja can clearly feel that the Flygon is under his feet through the vibration of the sand in his feet. So Greninja took advantage of the rain to separate a substitute, and the real body was lurking aside, silently preparing for the extremely cold air. At this time, Flygon's Solar Beam is almost ready. I saw Flygon suddenly burst out, showing its head from the mound, and spraying solar beam at Greninja. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the surrounding water vapor was completely evaporated by the violent solar beam. Flygon looked triumphantly at Greninja, who was knocked to the ground. However, in the next second, Greninja, who was only knocked down by it, suddenly turned into foam and dissipated in the air. Flygon, oops, fooled. Flygon suddenly alarmed. At this moment, two water shuriken pierced through Flygon's diamond-shaped wings in an instant, pinning Flygon to the sea of sand. Greninja manipulated a huge torrent to wrap the Flygon around. At the same time, Greninja's hand exudes a strong cold air, and it slaps heavily in the direction of Flygon. Flygon was instantly frozen in place. Victory and defeat. Flygon's eyes were still rolling, an expression of disbelief. Flygon, impossible, I have always been invincible and lost to this water-type Pokemon. At this moment, a Pokeball fell on Flygon, and Flygon was included in the Pokeball. Very well, the Flygon has arrived. Feng-Che picked up the Pokeball that fell on the ground. Come out, Flygon. Feng-Che released Flygon. Flygon stared at Greninja with a fierce look on his face. Okay, Flygon, come back and let you fight Greninja sometime. Now I need access to the treasure of the Sand Pirates. Feng-Che used the power of Viridian to speak to Flygon, and a pale green light radiated from him. Where's the token? Flygon suddenly said solemnly. If there is no token, there is no way to open the treasure door of the Sand Pirates. Flygon shook his head with an embarrassed expression. What token do you need? You can just take me there. Feng-Che said disapprovingly. Well. Originally, I shouldn't have gone with you. According to the requirements left by the Sand Pirates, I should become the Pokemon of the token owner. However, whoever lets you beat me, I'll be your Pokemon and follow you. But you have to promise me that I have this kind of battle every day. Flygon led the way, and said raggedly, as if he was a talker. After a while, Flygon took Feng-Che to an unremarkable small cave. Several torches were placed around the cave, and the flames on the torches kept beating. The fuel for the torches here is kerosene made from Wailord's belly fat, which can burn for many years without going out. Because of Become Your Pokemon, I brought you here at your request. However, you are not a descendant of the Sand Pirates, and you must have no way to open the door to the Sand Pirates' treasure. Flygon said and sighed. It felt that even bringing Feng-Che over would be a waste of effort. Chapter 259 _ Spooky Treasure House. Subscribe. Treasure gates must be opened with tokens. The token is a very finely crafted token that fits perfectly with the treasure gate. According to my parents' parents, this token has been lost for a long time. Flygon continued to chant. Walking to the end of the cave, Feng-Che saw a gate that was 3 meters high. On either side of the gate stand 2 giant statues of Golurk. There is a groove the size of a token on the door. This is the door to the treasure house. Come out, Ditto. Feng-Che released Ditto. I saw Ditto wriggling and crawling to the groove. Then transformed into a token, only to hear a pop. The clang behind the treasure gate began to turn, followed by the sound of Marowak, and the treasure gate began to open. It's all right. How can this pink Pokemon turn into a token? Flygon had an unbelievable expression on his face. It thought that his mind was insane, and rubbed his eyes quickly, but it found that it was all true. God, what kind of Pokemon is this? I've been through a lot of battles, and I've never seen such a Pokemon. It didn't even appear in the memory of my parents' parents. Pokemon is definitely a new species. Quote. Flygon is like a monk chanting scriptures, making Feng-Che's head buzzing. Feng-Che directly retracted the Flygon into the Pokeball, and then locked the switch of the Pokeball. It's finally quiet. Feng-Che suddenly understood that it's not a good thing to understand Pokemon's words. If you meet a talker, it will make your head hurt. Seeing that the treasure gate is about to fully open. Suddenly, a gloomy aura came from the inside of the treasure gate. Feng Che suddenly heard the surrounding bursts of growl. What kind of Pokemon would this be? Feng Che secretly swallowed his saliva with some doubts. With Mewtwo around, Feng Che would naturally not be afraid of Pokemon below the divine beast. At this moment, under the stimulation of the cold breath, a black shadow in Feng Che's shadow suddenly opened his scarlet eyes. Da, da, da. There was the sound of bones rubbing against each other in the distance, as well as the sound of heavy objects dragging on the ground. After a while, Feng Che saw many skeletons surrounding him. On the head of each skeleton, a ghost-type Pokemon is manipulating the skeletons. Bows, arrows and blades are still stuck on each skeleton. Even the large knives they drag are rusted. Cofagrigus and the Death Plate, that's the ultimate pirate trump card. This token is not a token, but a reminder. As long as the door to this treasure house is opened, the skeletons will rush out and attack every living person frantically. Feng Che said with a solemn expression. Cofagrigus is a ghost-type Pokemon that resembles a coffin. The coffin is composed of yellow and blue, and its pupils are red. The beige mask on the head also has teeth on it. 4 gray hands stick out from the slitted coffin. The strange smile makes people wonder whether to smile or laugh. Cofagrigus is able to mummify humans or Pokemon that come close to it. The Death Plate and its close relative, Cofagrigus, belong to the same Pokemon associated with ancient ruins, except that its outer shell is not a golden coffin, but a broken stone slab. The Death Plate uses the spiritual body to penetrate and pull the fragments of the slate, and its eyes coincide with those of the snake-shaped rune on the slate. It is said that the Death Plate is a collection of resentful spirits, which is specially used to guard the ruins and impose curse on tomb robbers. Come out, Scizor, Incineroar, Ice Ninetales. Feng Che threw a few more Pokeballs. Feng Che watched the mountains of gold coins and various precious gems scattered on the ground of the treasure house. More and more skeletons crawled out of the gold coins. Scizor broke right in. It turned into a red shiny, and wherever it went, all the skulls were beaten to dust. Incineroar spewed out a raging fire, burning the skeleton that rushed over, holding a large knife to ashes. Incineroar's actions were like poking a hornet's nest, and more skeletons surrounded him. Feng Che, I feel something is wrong. As the skeletons disappeared, the Cofagrigus and Reaper plates that were attached to the skeletons were released. These skeletons are like imprisoned from the imprisoned ghost Pokemon. Using Psychic to probe, Mewtwo sent a voice transmission to Feng Che's mind. Incineroar, Scizor, stop attacking. Ice Ninetales, Greninja uses Psybeam. Feng Che ordered quickly. Ice Ninetales and Greninja teamed up to release a strong chill. The chill froze all the emerging skeletons together. And the released Cofagrigus and the Death Plate released a large amount of Shadow Sneak, trying to rescue the frozen companions. When Feng Che didn't notice, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out from Feng Che's shadow. The shadow charged towards the ghost-type Pokemon in the air. Where the shadow passed, Cofagrigus and the Death Plate disappeared instantly. Sure enough, these Cofagrigus and the Death Board were trapped in the bones by imprison. Only by breaking the bones can they be released. Feng Che felt the helplessness of Cofagrigus and the Death Board. Ice Ninetales, Greninja, use Ice Blasting to turn these frozen bones into dust. Ice Blasting was inspired by Rock Blasting. I saw Ice Ninetales and Greninja hit the ground hard. Immediately, huge cracks appeared on the ice block, and then ice chips formed and spread around. With just one move, all the bones were turned into dust. Cofagrigus and Reaper floated into the air with grinning grins. A huge number of ghost-type Pokemon gathered together, and the temperature in the treasure house dropped sharply. After a while, a layer of frost appeared on the ground. Feng Che, do you need me to take action? Mewtwo asked Feng Che. No need, these ghosts are Pokemon. The Pokemon in my hand are enough to deal with, you don't need to shoot. Feng Che shook his head. Ice Ninetales, use Moonblast. Greninja, Incineroar, Scizor use Dark Pulse. In Feng Che's eyes, these ghost-type Pokemon are mobile experience packs, and Feng Che will naturally not let them go. Ice Ninetales. Ninetales stand up, and it uses Moonblast on Kofagrigus and Deathplate. A huge moon appeared in the treasure house. Only a thud was heard, and the ghost-type Pokémon fell like rain. The Pokémon fell to the ground and were swallowed by a shadow. In the dim environment, Feng-Che didn't notice this, he just thought that these ghost-type Pokémon had escaped by himself. Ask for flowers. Greninja, Incineroar, and Scizzor's Dark Pulse are the final touches to these ghostly Pokémon. The three worked hand in hand, and the remaining ghost-type Pokémon were emptied in an instant. After the ghost-type Pokémon was emptied, the temperature in the treasury returned to normal. Feng-Che looked at the treasure trove piled up like a mountain, and could not see the limitless treasures. Compared with these treasures, the treasures he had obtained in the sunken ship were just a drop in the bucket. The gold coins here are piled up like mountains, and it is impossible to count how many gold coins there are. Feng-Che grabbed the colorful gems on the ground again. These gems were the size of fists, and each one was no less than the ones Feng-Che had sold before. In other words, the wealth here can be as rich as a country. Mewtwo, please put all the wealth here into your psychic space. Except for the necessary resources to cultivate my Pokémon, I will not use any of these wealth for the time being. There's so much wealth now that it makes me lose my way, which is not a good thing for a trainer. In addition to the resources for cultivating Pokémon, other wealth will be temporarily received from you. 0. Feng-Che said to Mewtwo with a flat expression. I saw that Mewtwo suddenly opened a different dimension space. There is a huge suction force inside. Gold coins and gems are eaten away by the other dimensional space like a whale. After a while, this wealthy treasure has all fallen into Mewtwo's psychic space. Feng-Che, there is an Earth God Crystal and 2 Dragon God Crystals here. You should have a helping hand for cultivating Pokémon. 3 transparent crystals the size of thumbs suddenly appeared in Mewtwo's hands. These resources are just enough for Flygon to use, and there is a Dragon God Crystal to use to cultivate Dano. Mewtwo, we have almost collected the treasures of Dead Island, we have to go to another place now. After Feng-Che finished speaking, he passed a coordinate to Mewtwo, and he and Mewtwo used the teleport to disappear. At this moment, Chingsong also took advantage of the night to touch the vicinity of the pirate treasure of sand. Strange, why don't the Pokémon in the Sand Sea like to see me? Isn't it that, as long as I hold this token, Pokémon will bow down when they see it, and belong to my subordinates? Why are these Pokémon ignoring me now? Chingsong dangled the token in front of a Krokorok with a puzzled look on his face. The next moment, Krokorok, who was irritated, chased Chingsong for more than 10 kilometers. I don't know how Chingsong will feel when he sees the empty treasure house after reaching the treasure house of the Pirates of Sand. Cinnabar Island Volcano. Blaine is conducting research on fossil resurrection. He fed the excavated fossils into the resurrection apparatus and pressed a button. The nutrient solution in the resurrection instrument is slowly descending. Before long, an Aerodactyl with black rock particles all over his body appeared in front of Blaine. It's still a little bit worse, still not removing the rock properties in the fossil Pokémon. Blaine shook her head and sighed regretfully. This is probably because Aerodactyl has rock properties. Mr. Blaine, your research is going in the wrong direction. No matter how hard you try, there is no result. A voice suddenly came from behind Blaine's back. And Chapter 260 The Legacy of Ninetales. Who? Blaine gripped the Pokeball tightly. When he saw Feng-Che's figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought who it was. It turned out to be Feng-Che. Why did you come to me all of a sudden? Blaine released the Pokeball he was holding tightly. You should know that the Alliance is now gathering trainers to become the gym leader of Viridian City. I came to Cinnabar Island this time to use the power of Cinnabar Island's volcano, Evolution Vulpix. Feng-Che pointedly said. The fact that Giovanni is the leader of the Team Rockets is finally revealed. If he didn't attack the League, Demolensy still wouldn't take the initiative to expose Giovanni. However, This time Giovanni retreated, but he also won. He proved to the Pokemon Underground that the Alliance is not invincible. Blaine took off his glasses and wiped them with a glasses cloth. Because of Feng Che's special Litten, Blaine had already guessed that Feng Che was Giovanni's subordinate. But what does this have to do with Blaine? Blaine is a person with a heart like a mirror. Only by minding your own business will you live longer. If you, coming to evolution for another Pokemon, I'd suggest you go somewhere else, 097. But you, coming to evolution Vulpix, Cinnabar Island is a really good place. Cinnabar Island is where the Ninetales family gather. You go to Ninetales. As long as you pass the test, Vulpix will be able to get the inheritance of the Ninetales family. In ancient times, Ninetales was the overlord on Cinnabar Island. Although it has fallen, the dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Blaine reminded Feng Che kindly. Thanks, Mr. Blaine, Feng Che said gratefully. If you want to carry out the Pokemon fossil resurrection experiment, I think you can try the fossils from the Galar region. Feng Che, who had turned around to leave, turned his head and suggested to Blaine. To be honest, Feng Che really disliked those stitching monsters. He wanted to see the real ptarmigan and ichthyosaur. Feng Che called out Aerodactyl, and Aerodactyl flapped its wings and flew towards the volcano of Cinnabar Island. Ninetales was lounging on a piece of exposed volcanic rock, basking in the sun. Warm on the volcanic rock. There are a lot of Ninetales playing under it, and quite a few Vulpix playing. At this moment, Ninetales suddenly felt that the warm sunlight was being blocked by something. Ninetales opened his eyes inadvertently, and suddenly saw Aerodactyl's ferocious face, which made Ninetales' hair stand on end. Ninetales, long time no see. The sound of wind and laziness came from Aerodactyl's back. Ninetales, scared me to death, almost scared my mother to pee. This Aerodactyl is this kid's Pokemon. Ninetales straightened his hair, pretending to be calm. What's your business with me here? Ninetales asked tentatively. I'll just say it straight, I have a Vulpix in my hand. I want to get the inheritance of Ninetales, please arrange it. Feng Che jumped off Aerodactyl's back, threw a Pokeball, and released the cute little Vulpix. The recent evolution of Pokemon has been completed, which has put Vulpix under a lot of pressure. Ninetales, could it be that old bastard from Blaine said that? The legacy of Ninetales has always been the biggest secret in my clan. Ninetales cursed secretly, drawing several circles for Blaine in his heart. The inheritance ceremony of our Ninetales is very complicated. Only Ninetales with psychic talent can open it. Ninetales said and looked at Vulpix carefully. Vulpix's body is straight and very handsome. It's a coincidence, my Vulpix happens to have psychic talent. Vulpix, show it to Ninetales, use confusion. Feng Che said to Vulpix. I saw a blue light in Vulpix's eyes. The small stones on the ground suddenly floated into the air, posing in various shapes in the air. Can you get the inheritance of your Ninetales family? Feng Che asked tentatively. In fact, Feng Che was secretly listening to Ninetales' current thoughts. Ninetales, this Vulpix can control the stone to float in the air, and it does have a psychic talent. Ninetales, but if you want to get the inheritance of the Ninetales family, you have to step into the magma and absorb the violent heat of the magma. Ninetales, I'm just worried that Vulpix's body won't be able to take it. Ninetales, I only passed the assessment after evolution became Ninetales and became the leader of the family. Ninetales, opened the inheritance of Ninetales when Vulpix was in the family, and no Vulpix has tried it in the clan. Ninetales, should we give this Vulpix a chance, or let this Vulpix retreat? Ninetales thought for a while, and made a decision at the moment. It decided to let Vulpix retreat. Follow me, please, I will take you to the place where Ninetales inherited. Ninetales guided Feng Che and Vulpix forward with elegant steps. Our Ninetales family heritage is primarily a special legacy of writing fire. You should know our Ninetales' unique talent for fire. If you get the inheritance of Ninetales, you can learn how to burn the opponent's soul and replenish your physical strength. However, it is not that simple to get the inheritance of Ninetails. Ninetails reminded. After a while, Ninetails brought Feng Che and Vulpix to a flame trail. This fire trail is a surefire way to the Ninetails family heritage. The temperature of this trail is as high as 2000. If Vulpix can withstand the temperature of the trail, I will take Vulpix deeper into the heritage land. If not, please go back. Even the temperature of the trail cannot overcome. Vulpix is not the way to accept the inheritance of Ninetails. Ninetails said calmly to Feng Che and Vulpix. 2000, this is the temperature of a bath water for Vulpix. Feng Che smiled disapprovingly. The windy Vulpix was brought up by Incineroar since he was a child, and Incineroar passed on his skills of manipulating flames to Vulpix. I saw that Vulpix stepped straight into the flame path, and walked gracefully in the hot path, with a contented expression on his face. This stunned Ninetails. Strange, why is this Vulpix so easy? Ninetails tentatively stretched out his claws on the flame trail, and suddenly felt a scorching power. Ninetails, the temperature of the fire trail is still the same as usual, which means that this Vulpix has a strong talent for fighting fire. Ninetails, maybe this Vulpix might actually get the inheritance of Ninetails. Ninetails' heart was beating thumping, and his eyes were wide open, as if he saw the birth of a genius Vulpix. Immediately after, Ninetails took Vulpix into the lava trails flowing with lava. After a few twists and turns, Vulpix came to a huge Ninetails statue. This Ninetails statue is carved from a massive fire stone. The statue comes alive and lifelike, as if the Ninetails is about to come to life in the next second. This is the heritage stone statue of our Ninetails family. Inside the stone statue is a soul flame that can burn the soul. Vulpix's hand is placed directly on any part of the stone statue of inheritance, and the inheritance can begin. If the inheritance fails, Vulpix will be burned by the fire of the soul. If the inheritance is successful, the inheritance statue will send the soul fire to Vulpix, and helping hand Vulpix completes the evolution. However, there is not much energy to inherit statues. I suggest you prepare more fire-type treasures to avoid accidents during the evolution of Vulpix. Ninetails suggested to Feng Che. Vulpix, come on, you will pass the test. Feng Che cheered at Vulpix. Vulpix nodded, then walked over to the giant Ninetails statue and placed his paw on the Ninetails statue. Vulpix saw a giant Ninetails appear in front of him. My descendant, are you ready? Once you choose the path of inheritance, you cannot stop until the inheritance is successful. The giant Ninetails spoke softly to Vulpix. Vulpix nodded decisively. Now the windy Pokémon have become very strong. Vulpix also wants to complete the final evolution, and Helping Hand's own trainer has taken the position of gym leader of Viridian Gym. Okay, the inheritance begins. The giant Ninetails turned into white flames that covered the mountains and surrounded Vulpix. Vulpix suddenly felt heart-piercing pain. Outside the lava trail, Feng Che saw through psychic that Vulpix's body was twitching violently. The worried Feng Che wanted to help Vulpix in the past. You don't want to go there. This is Vulpix who started the legacy. Trust Vulpix. Don't let Vulpix be distracted. Ninetails raised his leg to stop Feng Che, and said to Feng Che with a calm expression. All we can do now is wait. Ninetails passed through Vulpix's body, as if seeing the white flames that filled the mountains. A petite Vulpix was struggling in the flames. Trust Vulpix, it will definitely be able to lance crossing through this difficulty. Feng Che prayed silently. Team Rocket's Giovanni office. A burly middle-aged man wearing sunglasses walked into Giovanni's office. Leader Giovanni, you are looking for me. Iron Masked Marauder addressed Giovanni respectfully. Iron Masked Marauder, how long have you been with me? Giovanni glanced at Iron Masked Marauder, resting his chin in one hand, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 261 _ It's not a goddess, it's a goddess. I've been with Chief Giovanni for almost 10 years. Iron Masked Marauder thought for a moment and replied. By now with Team Rockets you should know that Athena is guarding the rocket hideout at Lake Rage. Our Team Rockets only have such a stronghold in Johto region, but last time it was taken by the Alliance and a mysterious person. It took a lot of work to rebuild. I need you to go to Johto region to build a new rocket hideout and recruit for Team Rockets. You know how tight Team Rockets is right now, so I can only help you with resources and money. Giovanni looked at Iron Masked Marauder, who was waiting for Iron Masked Marauder's reply. Chief Giovanni, I am willing to go to the Johto region and I am willing to recruit for Team Rockets. Iron Masked Marauder replied firmly, and he sure didn't disappoint Giovanni. Very well, this time you head to the Johto region to secretly collect the whereabouts of the Phantom Beast Celebi. After this battle, I fully realize that the Eudemon's fighting ability is also very strong. Although the Mewtwo project failed and the Mewtwo gene collapsed and died, Fuji Professor has gained a wealth of experience in the field of genetic research. At this time, Fuji Professor is studying how to clone Eudemons. Although Moltres, Zapdos and Articuno are missing after the battle at Indigo Plateau, their blood is being cloned into embryos by Fuji Professor. Once it is successful, we can manufacture the 3 holy birds at any time. By that time, we at Team Rockets will be the most powerful underground organization in the world. Giovanni looked up and laughed. Okay, Chief Giovanni. Iron Masked Marauder exited Giovanni's office. After the departure of Iron Masked Marauder, Giovanni summoned the 17 Matori secretary. Secretary Matori, send the order to let the Anbu of Team Rockets do their best to collect information on Lokia, the god of the sea. I suspect that old fellow Demalensi will soon attack the High Priest Shimiao. After this war, I fully realized what a great power a first-level god possesses. The clan of High Priest Shimiao is in the 7 islands. Sadamalanchi is expected to lay a net of heaven and earth on the 7 islands. Our people need to infiltrate the 7 islands as soon as possible to detect the movement of the Alliance. We will do our best to prevent Demalensi from obtaining Lokia and protect the safety of High Priest Shimiao. High Priest Shimiao has a high status in the Johto region, and saving High Priest Shimiao will do us a lot of good. Giovanni ordered. Okay, Chief Giovanni. By the way, Chief Giovanni, Fuji Professor came to you, saying that there was a major discovery in the resurrection of Pokémon fossils. Matori pushed his glasses and said. Did Fuji Professor find out how to resurrect the ancient beast Genesect? A delighted smile appeared on Giovanni's face. Then Giovanni hurried out of the office. Team Rocket's lab. Fuji Professor saw Giovanni hurried over, and hurried up to meet him. Leader Giovanni, I am very sorry to have you come here. I have something to report to you on the resurrection Genesect. The fossil specimen of Genesect is not complete, and we have no way to extract more genes to restore the ancient power of Genesect. Fuji Professor said somewhat helplessly. But in the information of Team Plasma copied by Feng Che, I found that Colres had conducted research on Genesect, and gave a set of design plans. According to Colres' conjecture, we can design superalloy armor for Genesect and configure modern weapons. Fuji Professor's voice changed, giving Giovanni some hope. So we now need a lot of metal to be able to formulate alloy armor suitable for Genesect. I also hope that Feng Che can study with me. Fuji Professor has stated his requirements, which is the main purpose of Fuji Professor. I express my regret, Fuji Professional. Now Feng Che needs to carry out a secret mission, and he will be away from Rocket Hideout for a long time. I can guarantee that when he completes the task, he will assist you in your research on extermination. What other resources do you need? I will fully support you. Giovanni said earnestly to Fuji Professional. In Giovanni's eyes, Feng Che's winning the position of Viridian Gym leader is more important than research on exterminating insects, which is related to the strategic layout of Team Rockets. Cinnabar Island. Vulpix is taking on the legacy of Ninetales. It has not eaten or drank for 3 days, and its stature has gradually lost weight. The originally smooth and shiny hair has also lost its luster. Vulpix is about to succeed. Ninetales stood up and looked at Vulpix and said, "Soon, Vulpix will have an evolution." At this moment, countless white flames suddenly emerged from Vulpix's body. Immediately, the place of inheritance turned into a sea of white fire. Feng Che, Vulpix has successfully obtained the inheritance of the Ninetales family and inherited the fire of the soul. You have to invest a lot of fire resources in this white flame now to prevent the fire of your soul from going out. When Vulpix was at evolution, the more soul fires flourished, the greater the benefit for Vulpix. Ninetales hurriedly warned Feng Che. Feng Che immediately took out a large amount of fire element resources from the bracelet. Countless fire stones were thrown into the soul fire by Feng Che one after another. Suddenly the fire of the soul expanded several times. Fortunately, I have obtained a lot of fire resources in the treasure of the pirates. Now Vulpix should be able to get the most perfect evolution. Feng Che secretly rejoiced. The evolution process of Vulpix lasted a day and a night, and Feng Che invested a lot of fire resources like burning money. After the soul fire shrank violently, Feng Che saw a saffron-colored Ninetales gracefully walk out. A saffron-colored flame mark appeared on its forehead, and on each of its tails was a white soul fire. Ninetales are as if descended to the earth as kings, sacred and inviolable. After a while, Ninetales absorbed the soul fire into the body, and became no different from ordinary Ninetales. That was the battle state of Ninetales just now. In this state, the power of Ninetales' fire skills will be twice as powerful. At the same time, it will also awaken the attribute of psychic. The soul fire on its tail can burn the opponent's soul and quickly replenish the psychic consumed by Ninetales. The Ninetales leader explained to Feng Che. "Okay, the inheritance of Ninetales, you also have it. Feng Che, since your Ninetales has obtained the inheritance of the Ninetales family, it can be regarded as a descendant of our Ninetales lineage on Cinnabar Island. I hope you can help us when our Ninetales family is in trouble." Ninetales leader finished speaking, he flicked his tail and ran out. The resources are almost collected. Now that the Pokemon in my hands is strong, it's time to take the Viridian Gym leader assessment. Feng Che took Ninetales back into the Pokeball, snapped his fingers, and left Cinnabar Island with Mewtwo. Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. Feng Che immediately released the Pokemon he had captured. He specially divided territory for ground-based Pokemon such as Hippopotas. Feng Che successfully used the 3 legendary treasures, the Heart of the Earth, the Crystal of the Earth God, and the Crystal of the Dragon God, to block Flygon's babbling mouth. Feng Che looked at the already full cultivation house and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Feng Che remembered the quasi-god Pokemon egg hidden in the breeding house. This quasi-god Pokemon egg has been in the breeding house for half a year. I have to find a time to find this quasi-god Pokemon egg. Feng Che thought secretly. Feng Che, where have you been? I've been looking for you several times. The primary election is about to begin. Sabrina suddenly appeared in the breeding house. Followed by her was a ruthless Golduck. Golduck, help, what Feng Che found for me is not a goddess, but a goddess. Golduck, she's been training me longer than I've been training in my entire life. A boulder appears above Golduck's head. It was carefully wrapping the boulder in psychic so that it would not fall on its head. Sorry, during this time, I went to improve my Pokemon's strength. Feng Che touched the back of his head and looked apologetic. However, after this period of time, my Pokemon's strength has greatly increased, so I don't have to worry about the assessment at all. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and said confidently. Looks like you've got your heart set on Viridian gym leader. Sabrina pursed her lips and smiled when she saw Feng Che's victory. Time is running out, and there is still time for registration. Let's use teleport to go directly to the Quartz Alliance. Sabrina tossed her black and bright hair, folded her hands on her chest, and used a huge psychic to carry Feng Che directly. Teleport. Yes, 097, the old Alakazam has already left the customs. If you have anything, you can directly contact the old Alakazam. Sabrina suddenly prompted. Yeah, Feng Che nodded. Quartz Union headquarters. After the indiscriminate bombardment by Team Rockets, the buildings of the Quartz Alliance headquarters were damaged to some extent. However, the damaged ground has already been repaired by the Alliance, and there is no indication that there has been a tragic battle here. The Quartz Alliance headquarters occupies a huge area. This is where Domalanchi and Sea Elite work. The final venue for the Quartz League competition is set up here. Hello, Mr. Feng Che, I have helped you register for the gym leader assessment. This is the residence the Alliance arranged for you. Nurse Joy put a room card in Feng Che's hand. The place to stay is in the Pokemon Center. The primary election will be held tomorrow. Please try not to leave the Quartz Alliance, so as not to delay your primary election. Nurse Joy said to Feng Che with a smile. Thank you. Feng Che took the room card. Here, Feng Che saw a large number of Pokemon being rescued. Sorry, there have been a lot of injured Pokemon recently. We will give priority to rescuing the seriously injured Pokemon. If you are in a hurry to restore Pokemon, I suggest you find a trainer at the Alliance headquarters to help you restore Pokemon. Nurse Joy said apologetically to the trainers who rushed into the Pokemon Center in a hurry. Yo, it's Mr. Feng Che. Red waved at Feng Che. Red is Gary with a cool face. Mr. Feng Che, you also come to participate in Viridian Gym's gym leader assessment. At that time, we will be competitors. I have long wanted to have a wonderful battle with Mr. Feng Che. Red said carelessly. Gary, on the other hand, looked at Feng Che with suspicion. Gary remembers that Feng Che had a Froakie before. Gary felt that when Team Rockets attacked the Alliance, the only Greninja who could call the wind and call the rain was the windy Pokemon. P.S. Gary is the previous Green. Green is the character name in the Taiwanese translation comic version. I feel that Gary is better, so let's change it to Gary. Chapter 262 listed as a key suspect. Feng Che saw Gary's vigilant gaze. Gary seems to be a little suspicious. Feng Che thought to himself with a dull expression. However, in the face of Gary's suspicion, Feng Che was not worried. He had already figured out how to deal with it. Before he was full of wings, Feng Che didn't want to be exposed as Team Rockets. Yo, isn't this Feng Che-kun? You also came to participate in the Viridian Gym leader assessment. Professional Oak walked over with a smile on his face. Pallet Town signed up for the gym leader assessment, much to the relief of Professor Oak. Yeah, Professor Oak, I think my strength is enough to be a gym leader, so I'm here to sign up. By the way, Professor Oak, what's the matter with this Pidgey in your arms? Feng Che suddenly pointed at the Professor Pidgey in Oak's arms said. This Pidgey fell off a tree shortly after birth. I'm a little distressed because it's too small to operate on, said Professor Oak with some concern. Can I see it? Feng Che asked intentionally. Of course, no problem, here you go. Professor Oak carefully placed Pidgey in Feng Che's hand. This Pidgey should have been born not long before his eyes were opened. Some of its wings are cracked, and if it is not handled properly, it will affect its life. I saw a light green light emitting from Feng Che's hands. Pidgey opened his eyes, surrounded by the pale green light of the wind. After a while, the young Pidgey was able to flap his wings and fly in the air. This is Viridian power. Professor Oak was stunned. Yes, I have the power of Viridian. Feng Che said calmly. It seems that I have been listed as a key suspect by many people. Feng Che saw some subtle changes in the expressions of Gary and Professional Oak. Originally, Professor Oak, like Gary, also had doubts about Feng Che, thinking that Feng Che might be an agent of Team Rockets. But the moment Professor Oak saw the power of Viridian, his suspicions about Feng Che were basically lifted. Because Professor Oak believes that the power of Viridian can only be bestowed by the forest to those who have the heart of a child. Those who have the heart of a child have a fraternal heart for Pokemon, and they will not be bad people. But what Professor Oak never expected was that even Giovanni, the leader of Team Rockets, had the power of Viridian bestowed by the Viridian Forest. So, nothing is absolute. Professor Oak chatted with Feng Che for a while, then turned and left with Gary. Gary, this game is important because of the Viridian City ownership. We've always believed that Team Rockets is headquartered in Viridian City. If you can become the leader of Viridian Gym, you can help the Alliance to secretly monitor the movements of the Viridian Forest, Professor Oak told Gary. In fact, according to the original plot, Gary finally got the gym leader of Viridian Gym. Because of the 4 Elite Rebellion, Red resigned from the position of Viridian Gym leader and went to Mt. Silver to recuperate. But this time, because of Feng Che's intervention, the 4 elites did not rebel, nor did they clear up those who threatened them in advance. So Red is still alive and kicking. Moreover, it is uncertain who will win this game. The system of the preliminary round is 3 vs 3. As long as you can beat the 3 Pokémon of the examiner, you can enter the next round. Yanqi and Hezhong are in charge of this round. They were looking at Feng Che's information at this time. Hezhong, do you suspect that this person is an undercover agent of Team Rockets? Yanqi looked at Hezhong in confusion. Yanqi felt that Feng Che's information was very ordinary, and there was nothing wrong with it. His Froakie is still issued by the League. It's a lame Froakie. How could he be the one who led the team to attack you? Yanqi was speechless. Ever since Hezhong's heart of Orberg was plundered by a prisoner, Hezhong has been looking for the prisoner's whereabouts like crazy. In the end, it was found that there was no such person. I have a gut feeling that there must be something wrong with this guy. You should know that I have a special sixth sense and I think it's him. What's more, not only Froakie, but he also has a Litten and a Blue Jay according to the records. Don't you think it's strange that these Pokémon are extremely rare Pokémon, all in the hands of one person? And according to the results of our spy investigations, he is often unknown, and may have been sent on a secret mission by Team Rockets. He Gang said to Yanqi with a solemn expression. His hands trembled slightly, as if he had discovered the prisoner who stole the heart of Orberg. However, in Yanqi's view, Hezhong is now suspected of stealing an axe from his neighbors, and everyone thinks he is a thief. Haha, he is in the breeding house business and often hides in the breeding house and does not come out. This is normal. And he is also a genius pharmacist. If it weren't for the corruption and bribery of the Pharmacist Guild, he might have been a senior pharmacist long ago. And he also rescued the Worm Forest. You're just too paranoid to think that one person holds Froakie, Litten and Blue Jays and that this person is the prisoner who attacked you. How long has it been? This person has only received Pokémon for less than a year. Do you think it's possible? The heart of Orberg is lost. I know you're sad, but you have to be open too. Yanqi patted Hezhong's shoulder and comforted him. If Team Rockets is going all out to cultivate him and use a lot of resources to cultivate his Pokémon, it may grow quickly. So, this time I'm going to force him to use these Pokémons. I specially arranged the Pokémon to test him this time. I replaced the randomly assessed Pokémon with 3 types of Pokémon, namely insects, grass, and water. I don't believe that he would resist sending these 3 Pokémon. As long as he sends out those 3 Pokémon evolutions, he's the one who stole the heart of Orberg, and he's also a spy for Team Rockets. He Gang showed an expression of a Jirju in his hand. A day later, the primary election for gym leader officially began. Feng Che was assigned to the opposite platform in Zone C. A young man in an archaeological suit appeared opposite Feng Che. He also held a thick archaeological book in his hand. Hello, Examiner, I'm Examiner Akeda, and I'm in charge of your primary election today. I'm going to send 3 Pokémon, are you ready? In order to test whether you have gym level strength, the Pokémon I prepared this time have gym level strength. This round of assessment is based on a 3 vs 3 method. Only by defeating all 3 of my Pokémon will we be considered to pass the assessment. Akeda spoke out the rules of the primary election. I see, Examiner Akeda. Feng Che nodded. Because I'm an examiner, I give priority to sending Pokemon. Our examiner's Pokemon are all random. Examiner Akeda pressed a button, and 3 Pokeballs immediately rose on the stage. Come out, sweet Pokemon. Examiner Akeda threw the first Pokeball and sent the Pokemon Wormadam, which is very rare in the Kanto region. Feng Che, that Yanch Elite and Hezhong Elite are here, they are all secretly hiding in the dark. Also, here comes the Gary and Professor Oak you met yesterday. Mewtwo quietly reported to Feng Chihui. Haha, it's normal for them to come. By their means, it must be clear that I used to have Pokemons like Froakie, Hot Meow and Blue Jay. These Pokemons are very rare, so the guy at Hezhong wants to know if I have 3 Pokemons, Greninja, Incineroar, and Steel Crow. If I showed these 3 Pokemons in this match, they would lock on the target of suspicion on me. I'll also expose the fact that I'm a Team Rocket's spy. So the Pokemon they fought against me today must have done tricks. It must be a Pokemon with the 3 Pokemon attributes of Greninja, Incineroar and Steel Crow. They wanted to lure me into releasing these 3 Pokemons to prove it was me. If I don't release these 3 kinds of Pokemon, it will prove that I have a ghost in my heart, and I will be investigated. So, I was prepared early in the morning. 3 Pokeballs appeared in Feng Che's hand. Come out, Blue Jay. Feng Che released the Blue Crow, which was actually transformed by Ditto. This is Feng Che's battle technique, deliberately turning Ditto into a Blue Jay to hide his identity. Wormadam is made of female Burmy evolution and has 3 forms: leaves, gravel, and trash can. These 3 forms correspond to insect attribute plus grass attribute, ground attribute, steel attribute respectively. What attributes they will end up wearing is determined by the surrounding environment during Wormadam evolution. This Wormadam is a very weak Pokemon, so it's right in my arms. Blue Jay, use a sharp nose drill. The Blue Jay flapped its wings and flew towards Wormadam with a light movement. Wormadam, use Leaf Storm. The examiner made a big move as soon as he got on the field. However, Wormadam's big move didn't hit the Blue Jay, and instead was pecked on the forehead by the Blue Jay's sharp beak. Wormadam was knocked to the ground huge. Blue Crow, how could it be the Blue Crow? Shouldn't it be the Steel Armor Crow? After he saw Feng Che release the Blue Crow, he immediately fell into a daze. Hezhong, I know you are anxious about the whereabouts of Warburg's heart, but this is obviously the Blue Crow, not the steel-armored crow that attacked you. Yanche looked at Hezhong and smiled wryly. No, it's him, it must be him, there must be a steel crow in his hand, maybe he has conquered 2 blue crows. He said nervously. Chapter 263_Examiner. I'm always beaten by a trick. I don't want to be ashamed. However, it is absolutely impossible for him to have 2 hot cats. He said decisively. Congratulations, Feng Che, you defeated Wormadam so easily. Next, I will send the next Pokemon. Akeda said to Feng Che. Okay, come back, Blue Jay. Feng Che directly used the Pokeball to take Ditto back. Then Feng Che put the Pokeball in his pocket and pretended to take out other Pokeballs. I'm sorry, Examiner Akeda, I'm generally used to only fighting 1 Pokemon at a time, so the damage to the Pokemon will be much less. Feng Che explained to Akeda. Like this, come out with my next Pokemon. Akeda agreed with Feng Che's statement and sent the next Pokemon. The Pokemon released by Akeda this time is Ferroseed. Ferroseed looks like a durian, it's a spherical plant, with lots of thorns on its body to protect itself. Ferroseed has a metallic body with green spines and banded black stripes. They also have 2 small yellow eyes with black pupils. Gym-level Ferroseed is really rare. Hezhong really worked hard to get me to send out hot cats. Feng Che secretly said in his heart. Come out, Hot Meow. Feng Che sent out the next Pokemon, and saw Hot Meow appear on the field. Hot Meow, use Flamethrower. Only 1 trick. Ferroseed was charred and fell to the ground. This Ferroseed is too vulnerable, making Feng Che feel like a fake match. Gary, let's go, Feng Che is not the one who attacked the League. Professor Oak greeted Gary. It seems that not only the two of us suspect that Feng Che is a Team Rockets, but even the elite of the Alliance is also suspecting that Feng Che is a Team Rockets. That's why we dispatched Pokemon that were 4 times restrained by Feng Che's Pokemon. It makes the game look like a fake 097 game. Ferroseed at the gym level, it's really hard for the League to find out. Professor Oak snorted coldly, then turned and left. What, Hezhong, wouldn't you say that this kid still has an Incineroar? Yanche said jokingly to Hezhong. He Gang's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared blankly into the distance. No, my sixth sense is not wrong. There must be something wrong with this person. He must have an Incineroar. He Gang said solemnly. Hezhong, although I understand your feelings, the evidence is already sufficient. In fact, these are just your imaginations. Yanche said while holding his forehead. In 2 consecutive battles, Examiner Akeda was defeated quickly, and the speed was a little too fast. Even Examiner Akeda wondered what kind of luck he was, and he drew these Pokemons. Next Pokemon, please, stay longer. This defeat is so fast that even I feel a little slapped in the face. Gym level Ferroseed, what the hell is this? Examiner Akeda groaned inwardly. Okay, the game continues, the next Pokemon, I'm looking forward to it. Come out, Pokemon. The Pokemon released by Akeda this time is Onix. Hey, I finally released a weak Pokemon. Otherwise, I'll always be attacked by others, and I can't keep my face down. Akeda muttered softly, come back, hot meow. Feng Che took back Ditto again, and then released the Frogadier that Ditto turned into. Onyx's body is made up of multiple large gray rocks resembling a snake, with smaller rocks from the midsection to the tail. It has a long rock horn on top of its head and a pair of black eyes below it. Onyx can BHDF bend and twist its huge and sturdy body to dig underground, at speeds of up to 80 km per hour, causing ground vibrations and loud noises. It has magnet in its brain, and it can clearly identify its direction even when it is underground. Feng Che looked at the 10-meter-high Onyx, and secretly said, finally, a big guy has been dispatched. Frogadier, use the water gun. Looking at this behemoth, Feng Che, who was about to fall asleep, finally raised some spirits. A huge water gun spewed out of Frogadier's mouth. Feng Che is ready to test how powerful this Onyx is, and then slowly wear off Onyx's physical strength. But at this time, the majestic-looking Onyx fell to the ground. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Examiner Akeda's mentality collapsed. Of course, Akeda was not the only one with a mental breakdown, but also Hezhong. How is this possible? No, he must have a Greninja, he must have a Greninja. Hezhong couldn't accept this fact. He roared loudly, the last mouthful of old blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground. Gary also saw the end. He gave Feng Che a thoughtful look, turned and left. Congratulations, Feng Che, you passed the preliminary round and you were assigned to Group C. Then you wait for the notification to challenge the members of Group C. Examiner Akeda forced a smile and shoved the clearance certificate into Feng Che's hand. Afterwards, Examiner Akeda raised his legs and staggered away. At this time, Examiner Akeda felt physically and mentally exhausted. After 3 battles and 3 instant kills, he was very suspicious of whether it was a disadvantage to go out today. As soon as Feng Che stepped out of the battle stage, he saw Sabrina leaning on the pillar with his arms crossed. At this time, Sabrina deliberately did a cross-dressing so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. It seems that your problem is solved. Sabrina looked at Feng Che's telepathy with a smile on his face. Yes, my problem has been solved. I have shown them the Pokemon they want to see. Feng Che walked over to Sabrina and replied. Very well, then, you will have a good rest and wait for the challenges of other players. By the way, after today, I will be sent to the 7 islands to monitor the movements of Lokia, and by the way, to see if Moltres and Articuno will secretly return to their lair. The order of the leader of Giovanni is to see the 3 saints. Birds, Capture them all back to Team Rockets. Fuji Professor is cloning Sancho right now and needs a lot of Sancho's fresh blood. Sabrina continued telepathy. The 3 sacred birds should be scared out of their minds. I don't think they will return to their old nest in a short time. Feng Che shook his head. But that's not certain, maybe the 3 holy birds are nostalgic. Feng Che teased with a smile. By the way, in this assessment, I, Janine, and Lieutenant Serge will not play against you. All 3 of us are listed as the key control objects of the Alliance. Blaine was also ordered not to participate because of his friendship with Giovanni. Examination. So, only Brock, Misty, and Erica will be the only gym leaders who will fight with you this time. At that time, the 3 of them will send the strongest Pokemon in their hands to fight against you. Sabrina conveyed to Feng Che the latest collection of Team Rocket's information. Well, I understand. Feng Che nodded thoughtfully. 3 more days passed. Feng Che successfully won the team champion in Zone C. So far, the champions groups in the 4 districts A, B, C, and D have all appeared. Area A red. Area B Gary. C is windy. Zone D blue. The result of the final draw is red versus blue. Feng Che versus Gary. Damn, Gary was the first to fight against Mr. Feng Che. Red's teeth were itching with anger. Both of them are rare opponents, why do you have to pit me against Blue? Red scratched his hair, he was quite manic now. Blue silently watched Red walk around the room. Red, I really thank you for thinking I'm weak. Sigh. Blue sighed, groaning inwardly. Gary read a book in the room with a calm expression on his face. He was quite satisfied with the arrangement of the game. Lost, Red fought Feng Che. Win, play against Red yourself. Win or lose, Gary thoroughly enjoyed the battle. However, Feng Che's Pokemon is extremely strong, so I still have to take precautions. Gary thought to himself with a serious expression. The next day, Feng Che and Gary looked at each other. Feng Che, the 2 of us can finally fight. Gary said brightly. This time I will send my main Pokemon to fight with you. Gary's eyes burst into 2 bright lights. The trainer is the more powerful the opponent, the more excited he will be. Let's decide who will attack first. Gary pressed a button on the playing field, and the number 5 appeared. Feng Che also pressed the button, and the number 6 appeared. I'm sorry, Gary, I won, so this time it's up to you to strike first. Feng Che said to Gary with a smile. Come out, Pidgeot. Gary released Pidgeot. This Pidgeot is a full 2 meters tall. Gorgeous feathers, strong wings, sharp claws, look strong. Come out, Ice Ninetales. Feng Che released Ice Ninetales. Ice Ninetales jumped, showing an elegant figure, and wherever they passed, a faint ice shard appeared in the air. Under the sunlight, the crystal-clear ice shard shone with colorful light. Wow, what Pokemon is this, so beautiful? This is Ice Ninetales, a Pokemon unique to Alola region, which is said to be a variant of our Pokemon here. I think Ice Ninetales is much better looking than Ninetales. The audience in the auditorium was talking. The Ice Ninetales of the Alola region. What about the rare Pokemon? But my Pidgeot won't lose either. Gary saw the plume snow begin to fall in the air. Oh, your Ice Ninetales have such a strong ability to manipulate the weather. It's summer, and it's snowing on the field. Pidgeot, use extreme speed, and then use Air Slash. Pidgeot appeared in front of Ice Ninetales in a flash. It spread its huge wings, and slapped the Ice Ninetales fiercely. Its feathers swung toward the Ice Ninetales like sharp blades. But Pidgeot found himself smashing the Ice Ninetales. When was this clone made? No, Pidgeot, use Aerial Ace to dodge the Ninetales, Aurora Beam. Red quickly ordered Pidgeot. Chapter 264_confused Gary, subscribe. At this time, a colorful Aurora Beam shot at Pidgeot. Pidgeot used Aerial Ace, appearing in the air in the next instant. Pidgeot saw where the Aurora Beam hit, frozen into a thick layer of ice. This Pidgeot's reaction speed is quite fast, and it really deserves to be a Pokémon that can fly at the speed of Mach 2. Unfortunately, if Zeraora faces this Pidgeot, it will be a matter of plasma fists. Although I got it. It is the inheritance of Ice Ninetales family, and the battle experience of Ice Ninetales is still lacking. Feng Che sighed secretly in his heart. At this moment, a layer of white ice mist appeared in the sky, gradually filling the entire arena. This move is very similar to the one used by Suicune at the time. Gary looked at the playing field where he couldn't see his fingers and was quite afraid. There was a very strong chill in the mist, and Gary could only hear the sound of Pidgeot's wings flapping, but nothing else, nothing else. Pidgeot, be careful of the ice hidden under the ice fog. Try to fly as high as you can and use the defog skill. Gary let out countless white vapors. He gave Pidgeot the command cautiously. Ice Ninetales managed to hide their body in the ice mist with the help of the released ice mist. It's like a hunter waiting for my Pidgeot to reveal its flaws, and then deliver a fatal blow. Gary secretly analyzed. Pidgeot flapped his wings and rushed out of the fog-covered area. At this point Pidgeot's feathers are interspersed with thick ice shards. Gary's judgment is correct. Pidgeot continues to stay in the ice fog. It will be frozen into ice cubes unknowingly like a frog boiled in warm water. Pidgeot flapped his wings, trying to get the ice fog out of Whirlwind. But no matter how hard Pidgeot tried, there was no way to disperse the ice fog. Suicune uses mist, relying on the power of the realm. How does this Ice Ninetales do it? Gary was a little puzzled. Pidgeot, use a wide range of air cutter against the range of ice fog. Since there was no way to blow the ice fog away, Gary wanted to launch a large-scale attack from a high altitude, forcing the Ice Ninetales to disperse the ice fog. Pidgeot flapped his wings, and the huge wind blade was condensed by Pidgeot, covering the sky. I saw Pidgeot flap his wings, and these wind blades fell like rain. I only heard the rustling sound coming from the ice fog, but the ice fog never disappeared. Ice Ninetales, use Blizzard. Feng Che shouted loudly. Immediately, the goose feather snow spewed out from the ice fog and rushed towards Pidgeot like a torrent. Pidgeot, use the whirlwind skill. Gary saw beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his heart was beating faster with nervousness. If Pidgeot's whirlwind ability doesn't work, Pidgeot is bound to be frozen by Blizzard. Fortunately, Pidgeot's whirlwind skill successfully blew away the torrent of goose feather snow. Part of the snow fell on the auditorium, and the child spread his palms excitedly, watching the hexagonal ice crystals fall on his hands, which was cold. The temperature of the palm of the hand soon melted the ice crystals into water and fell to the ground. HMPH, originally I didn't want to use this trick, you forced me. Gary snorted coldly. Pidgeot, use Brave Bird. I saw that Pidgeot flapped his wings and flew towards the sun in the sky. The warmth of the sun quickly melted the ice shard on Pidgeot. Pidgeot is getting faster and faster, and the friction between the Pidgeot's feathers and the air causes the Pidgeot's feathers to dry quickly. Wait until Pidgeot has reached a certain height. Pidgeot flapped his wings and turned into a streamer, swooping down from the sky. Pidgeot's speed is getting faster and faster, and its body is covered with a layer of white air armor. The air armor rubbed violently with the atmosphere, and a fire appeared on the air armor. Pidgeot suddenly turned into a flaming flamingo, and it made a ho-oh-like first cry. Suddenly the entire sky was enveloped in flames. Pidgeot descended from the sky with the heaven-earth tribulation fire, and slammed into the ice fog fiercely. Feng Che, Pidgeot's move, let's see how Ice Ninetales resists. Gary smiled and said to Feng Che. Ice Ninetales, use Psybeam. Feng Che thought about it and made this decision. It's useless, Pidgeot's state at this time. Psybeam will be burned by the fire on Pidgeot's body before Psybeam gets close. Gary said confidently. But there was no Psybeam spewing out of the ice fog. Just when Gary felt strange, Pidgeot had already rushed into the ice fog. The fire and the ice fog collided with each other, producing a large amount of white steam. At the same time, a huge shock wave was generated from the icy fog, and the icy fog suddenly dispersed. When they were about to fall into the auditorium, a few cladles rushed up. They held up the light screen in the auditorium, blocking the power of the shock wave and ice fog from the light screen. Haha, I almost frightened me to pee just now. I thought I would be frozen into ice by the ice fog. This is the auditorium. The people sitting are unarmed ordinary people. The League will not let us have an accident. At this time, Pidgeot had broken through the ice fog, and the audience also saw the scene in the ice fog. Many large ice prisms appeared in the ice fog, and a huge deep crater appeared in the ground. This is caused by Pidgeot just using Brave Bird. Ice Ninetales freeze themselves in ice blocks to fend off Pidgeot's attacks. Cobweb-like cracks appeared in the ice prism where the Ice Ninetales was located, and it was obvious that the ice prism had endured the power of Giga Impact. Ice Ninetales hide in ice prisms without taking much damage. I saw Ice Ninetales gracefully rushed out of the ice prism. It hit a yawn. How is this possible? This self-freezing move is clearly something that Articuno only learned, but Ninetales actually learned it. Gary's pupils contracted sharply. Feng-Che should have never been in contact with Articuno. Why did he learn Articuno's self-freezing trick? As Feng-Che related to Team Rocket's, Gary was lost again. My Ice Ninetales obtained the inheritance of the Ice Ninetales family during evolution and learned the technique of self-freezing. Feng-Che explained while looking at Gary with a stunned expression. At this point Gary's Pidgeot has not lost his ability to fight. I saw Pidgeot squatting on the ground with his giant wings outstretched. Countless saffron-colored dots poured into Pidgeot from the ground. Ice Ninetales, use Ice Shard. Don't let Pidgeot recover too much stamina. Feng-Che gave an order to Ice Ninetales. The Ninetales of Ice Ninetales stood up suddenly, and one after another extremely strong cold air spurted out from the hairy tail of Ice Ninetales. A lot of palm-sized ice cubes appeared above the Ice Ninetales, and the ice cubes shot at Pidgeot like bullets. Pidgeot, use extreme speed. Gary hurriedly shouted at Pidgeot. If this Pidgeot was slow, it would be beaten into a sieve by ice cubes. I saw Pidgeot flapping his wings so hard, he managed to fly high into the air before the ice fell on him. Ask for flowers. It's so exciting, it's just a heartbeat. Just a single Ice Ninetales is so strong. It seems that this Ice Ninetales is not Mr. Feng-Che's main Pokémon. How strong is his main Pokémon? Gary grumbled. Feng-Che once showed Gary his main Pokémon. There are no Ice Ninetales inside. Since Pidgeot was interrupted by Ice Shard's roost skill, Pidgeot only recovered half of his stamina. To Gary's relief, though, the ice fog of Ice Ninetales had dissipated on its own. Pidgeot is no longer obstructed by ice fog, and no longer rams around like a headless fly. Pidgeot, use Stormwind. Gary pointed to Ninetales to Pidgeot. Pidgeot is like an eagle, spreading its strong wings and flying under the blue sky and white clouds. The 3-meter-long wings flapped vigorously, and gusts of wind appeared. Soon, 4 twisters connected to the sky appeared on the field. Twister whimpered, like the roar of a wind dragon. The sand, dust, and even the trash cans in the auditorium were swept away by Twister. 0. The sky suddenly darkened, like hell, like the scene of the end of the world. Twister tugged at the audience's clothes and raised the audience's hats. The wind was so strong that the audience could hardly keep their eyes open. The audience could only hold on to the armrests of the seats, curling their bodies as hard as they could, as if doing so would avoid being drawn into the storm. At this time, Psychic Pokémon finally reacted. Together, they used Psychic to form a huge light screen that protected the auditorium. At this time, the audience breathed a sigh of relief and felt that they were safe. Wow, this Pidgeot's ability to manipulate storms is so strong, he can even manipulate 4 wind columns in a row. Just now, I felt like I was going to be swept away by Twister. That is to say, fortunately, I held my wig, or my wig would have been directly involved in the storm. I found that I was pushing too hard just now and squished the armrests. Watching Pidgeot use such a powerful skill, the audience sitting in the auditorium was boiling. They talked a lot and expressed their opinions. The wind was howling, but the Ice Ninetales remained calm and indifferent. In its memory, they family lived in the snowy mountains ravaged by the wind. The ancestors of Ice Ninetales did not know how many twisters they had seen. I got the Ice Ninetales inherited from the Ice Ninetales family, and my heart is as stable as Mount High. I saw Ice Ninetales leisurely strolling on the field of play. Every time it shook its tail, icy blue ice chips fell from its body. These ice chips were swept in by Twister, and gradually, Twister turned icy blue. An extremely large cold current gushed from the Twister. Wherever Twister went, thick ice was formed everywhere. At this moment, Cladle floated in the air. They use a lot of confusion to keep the cold from falling into the audience. Feng Che's Ice Ninetales are so strong that they even have the power to manipulate the climate. If it grows, it will probably be as good as Lorelei Elite's main Pokémon. Yanche said to Hegang, who was standing beside him with a dark face, with an expression on his face. HMPH, he has such a powerful Pokémon, there should be no mistake, he should be the one who attacked me. I will find evidence sooner or later. Hejong snorted coldly. His eyes were fixed on Feng Che on the arena, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. And Chapter 265-Red Gyarados, Yan Che was shocked. At this point, Lorelei was hiding in a remote corner of the playing field. She looked at the picture of the Ice Ninetales exuding a very strong chill in the storm with some sigh. I didn't expect this little devil to be so powerful. This friend of Lance Crossing is really not easy. I haven't seen each other in just a few months, and the Ice Ninetales has grown so strong. I once heard a legend that Ninetales and Ice Ninetales have their own heritage, and they can imbue the memory of their ancestors into the minds of its people through inheritance. This Ice Ninetales has a brand of frost on its forehead. Is an Ice Ninetales that has been inherited. The coldness of this Ice Ninetales is similar to that of my main Pokémon Cloyster. I also want to play against this Ice Ninetales, to test how strong the Pokémon who gets the Ice Ninetales inheritance will be. Lorelei secretly raised the corner of his lips, his eyes revealing the fighting covet. On the playing field, Gary was a little surprised to see 097, as he turned the surrounding Ice Ninetales into ice and snow. I saw an extremely cold breath on the body of Ice Ninetales again. This breath is entering the sky with the wind column. Suddenly, thick clouds appeared in the sky, and goose feather snow fell from the sky. The ability of this Ice Ninetales to control the weather is too strong. But this Ice Ninetales is really beautiful, like the princess of the Ice Kingdom. And Ice Ninetales took control of Pidgeot Twister, turning Twister into Blizzard. The audience was shocked to watch Ice Ninetales create a large-scale blizzard. It's summer. As the goose feather snow fell, Pidgeot gradually felt his body become extra heavy. Blizzard, under the control of Ice Ninetales, strafes Pidgeot like a metal bullet. The fluffy feathers of the ice sculpture immediately covered the ice shard and became extremely stiff. Soon, Pidgeot's body was covered with a thick layer of snow. Every time he flapped his wings, large flakes of ice and ice crystals fell from Pidgeot's body. Pidgeot, use Giga Impact. Gary didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. By the time he wanted Pidgeot to use Giga Impact, it was too late. Ice Ninetales spread his tail, and Ninetales stood tall. 9 Psybeams shot out in Pidgeot's direction. Wherever Psybeam passed, huge icicles grew. Pidgeot wanted to avoid Psybeam's pursuit by approaching Mach 2. But Pidgeot was affected by the cold after all. The body is not as agile as before. Ultimately, Pidgeot is hit by Psybeam and falls from the sky as an ice lump. Just hear a thud. Gary saw Pidgeot, frozen in ice, fall into the thick snow. Pidgeot has lost his ability to fight, and the winner is Feng Che. When the referee determined that Pidgeot had lost consciousness, the result of the match was announced. Please change player Gary to Pokemon. Player Feng-Che can choose to change Pokemon, or let Ice Ninetales continue the game. The referee said loudly. Come back, Pidgeot, it's your turn, Ninetales. Gary threw a Pokeball and released Ninetales. Gary's Ninetales is full of endless flames. I saw a fire dragon flying out of Ninetales, tail with claws and claws. After the fire dragon hovered in the air for a while, the ice and snow began to melt. Ice Ninetales, take the ice energy back into your body, and the provincial staff has to clean up the scene. Feng-Che shouted at Bing Ninetales. Ice Ninetales opened his mouth, only to see a stream of ice blue air flow into the mouth of Ice Ninetales. After a while, all the snow and ice disappeared, and there was only a deep pit on the ground that Pidgeot had knocked out. Ninetales, use flamethrower. Gary gave an order. However, Feng-Che made a gesture of exchanging Pokemon. Gary, you should know my habit. I won't let my Pokemon fight for the second game. Feng-Che took the Ice Ninetales back. Then Feng-Che released the Red Gyarados. Red Gyarados turned out to be Red Gyarados, such a rare Pokemon. Wow, if this Red Gyarados is sold on the black market, how much will it cost? 100 million, 200 million or 300 million? I think you want to eat peaches. Can this Red Gyarados be measured by money? Let's close your saliva. The appearance of Red Gyarados greatly shocked the audience. At this moment, Yan-Che's eyes widened. What's the matter, Yan-Che? Is there any problem with this Red Gyarados? He gang asked Yan-Che's blank expression. I think I have seen this Red Gyarados. Yan-Che said to himself. Oh, did it appear when Team Rockets were attacking? He gang's eyes shot two bright rays of light. If this Gyarados appeared when Team Rockets attacked, Hezhong would have evidence that Feng-Che was Team Rocket's spy. No, it's Dead Island. Although the Red Gyarados is really rare, I'm not sure if it's the same one. Do you remember that I disappeared for a while before, and you still wonder where I went for so long? I went to Death Island, which was originally under the name of Dragon Elite Lance Crossing. In the center of the island, we came across a Red Gyarados that calls the storm. Quote. That Gyarados hovered in the air, like a dragon king in the sea, fighting against the powerful Pokemon of the Dead Island. From a distance, I could feel that Gyarados exudes a strong coercion. The next day, I went to the place where the Gyarados fought, and I found that the surrounding trees had been destroyed by Gyarados. But I asked the League's prosecutors to search the entire Dead Island carefully, and I never found the Red Gyarados. However, I feel that the Red Gyarados is not as strong as the one on the Dead Island. It's probably my illusion. After all, although Red Gyarados are rare, there are still a lot of known ones, and there must be some wild Red Gyarados. Yan-Che said solemnly, and then uncertainly shake your head. No matter what, I feel that Feng-Che must be hiding a big secret. I think it is still necessary to conduct a detailed investigation of Feng-Che. Hezhong suddenly regained his spirits, and he still insisted that his sixth sense would never be wrong. Investigating a legitimate Union citizen for no reason requires the unanimous vote of the four elites. And you have to show good evidence. Otherwise Agatha and Lorelei would not agree to your investigation into Feng-Che. Furthermore, it is said that Feng-Che had some friendship with Agatha, and he almost became Agatha's 3.5th son. What do you think is the probability of your proposal being approved? Yan-Che persuaded Hezhong. Although he sympathized with Hezhong, he did not want to confront Agatha. Agatha Pokemon, he will never forget for the rest of his life. Feng-Che, Yan-Che seems to recognize your Red Gyarados. But he is not very sure right now. Mewtwo suddenly said to Feng-Che's mind through voice transmission. It's normal, Red Gyarados are extremely rare in nature, but it's not uncommon. Lance Crossing and Fred Raticate have a Red Gyarados in their hands. So, don't worry. Feng-Che didn't think that he sent the Red Gyarados to fight against Gary's Ninetales, which would be a loophole for him to reveal his identity. After all, Feng-Che rarely sent out this Gyarados in front of outsiders. Even Giovanni didn't know Feng Che had such a rare Pokemon in his hands. Chapter 266_Giant Iceberg, Panicked Audience. Feng Che, I have long wanted to fight your Gyarados. This time it's time for a good fight with my Ninetales. Gary shouted to Feng Che. Ninetales, use flamethrower. Ninetales opened his mouth, and a sea of fire spewed out of his mouth. A sea of fire surrounded Gyarados. Gyarados, use the hydro pump. Gyarados opened his mouth and ejected a high-pressure hydro pump from his mouth. The hydro pump fell to the ground in a torrent. The torrent and the sea of fire touch each other. I only heard a screeching sound, and a large amount of white steam appeared on the battlefield. In this wave of attacks, Ninetales and Gyarados were on a par. Ninetales, use Iron Tail. Ninetales stood tall and gleamed in the sun's rays. At this moment, Feng Che noticed that some saffron-colored light spots were pouring into Ninetales' tail. Strange, why Ninetales has saffron-colored dots pouring into its tail? Is this Ninetales going to use the solar beam? Exactly did Gary hint at Ninetales' use of solar beam? Feng Che was very curious. Gary, the man who nurtured, is not as powerful as Red, the man who fights, but he should not be underestimated. Gyarados, use Iron Defense, and secretly prepare the Guardian skills. Feng Che spoke to Gyarados through telepathy. I saw a silver light shining from Gyarados' body. Immediately, the entire 17 Gyarados was like a silver-colored iron armor. Iron Tail of Ninetales tackles heavily on Gyarados' body, making a sound of golden iron, and a large amount of ember emerges at the same time. At this moment, a sly smile appeared on the corner of Ninetales' mouth. I saw that Ninetales opened his mouth, and a solar beam spurted out. However, a milky white transparent mask suddenly appeared on Gyarados' body, successfully blocking Ninetales' solar beam. Ninetales gave Gyarados a gloomy look. When did Feng Che detect my arrangement, and when did Gyarados use the Protect skill? I asked Ninetales to use the solar beam, using the Iron Tail skill as a secret. With the silver-white light of Iron Tail, cover up the solar beam's light. Solar beam spewed out of Ninetales' mouth for about a second. If Gyarados wants to use the Protect skill, he has to prepare for 5 seconds in advance, and it takes 1 second to release the Protect skill. That is to say, Gyarados prepared the Protect skill very early and defended against Ninetales' solar beam attack early on. Gary lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds, then raised his head and glanced at Feng Che, who was smiling in disbelief. Strong, really strong. Gary's whole body trembled slightly, which was the unique excitement of a trainer in the face of a powerful enemy. Ninetales, use the Will-O-Wisp array. Gary shouted. Ninetales stood up again, and the faint blue Will-O-Wisp floated out of Ninetales' tail. Will-O-Wisp is densely packed in half the sky. Will-O-Wisp emits a purple mist in which Ninetales looms. Is this Ninetales using the purple mist emitted by Will-O-Wisp to hide their tracks? I want my Gyarados to be trapped in the Will-O-Wisp formation, and then Ninetales secretly attack. Good trick, Gary's nurturer. The title is really worthy of the name. Feng Che thought to himself. Will-O-Wisp is a unique trick that can only be learned by certain Pokemon. First of all, Pokemon must have enough mental power, otherwise it will be attacked by Will-O-Wisp. This Will-O-Wisp can't be put out by the water-type trick yet. Because Will-O-Wisp stained Pokemon's body, it ignited Pokemon's soul. Since you can't use water-type skills, then use flying skills to prevent Will-O-Wisp's attack. Gyarados, use Stormwind. Feng Che thought for a moment, and then gave an order to Gyarados. Gyarados entrenched his body and flew into the sky. Gyarados was also emitting bursts of thunder, looking down at the earth like a dragon king. Immediately, there was a gust of wind, and thunder and lightning poured down from the air and landed on the field of play. The brilliant thunder light dispelled the purple mist, revealing the figure of Ninetales. Ninetales dodged the attack of the thunder light in embarrassment. Gyarados' snarl, manipulating the wind and thunder to gather will-o-wisp together. Afterwards, one after another thunderbolt struck will-o-wisp, causing will-o-wisp to disappear. Nice means. Gary wanted to give Feng Che a thumbs up. To think of using the power of wind and lightning to destroy will-o-wisp. But there's more to my Ninetails than that. Ninetails, use the flamethrower. Ninetails, tails, forming 9 flaming columns of fire. The pillars of fire gathered together to form a ferocious flame dragon. I saw this flaming dragon flapping its wings and rushing towards Gyarados. This is the flame version of Dragon Pulse, a good way. Gyarados, use the water version of Brave Bird. Feng Che ordered. I saw Gyarados twisting and flying high into the sky. After flying to a certain height, a lot of water flow appeared on Gyarados. This is a jet of water. A large amount of clear water surrounded Gyarados, forming the water shield of Gyarados. Gyarados aimed at the roaring fire dragon and dived directly at a high speed. I saw Gyarados like a dragon king who overturned the river, wrapped in this monstrous torrent, and collided with the flame dragon. Only heard the continuous terrifying loud noise of, boom rumble. The water came crashing down from the sky. Claydol was almost unable to defend against the attack wave of Gyarados. Ninetails looked at the stream of water falling from the sky, with disgust on his face. A light of fire appeared on Ninetails' body, and the ground beside Ninetails began to melt into flowing lava. Ninetails used the heat of the magma to turn the entire playing field into a sea of fire. The moment the water flow came into contact with the sea of fire, it turned into boiling water vapor and flew into the air. Crap, Ninetails is out of control. Gary sees Ninetails in this state, and the secret is not good. Ninetails was surrounded by flames, and its eyes were crimson, like a lava fiend crawling up from a lava hell. Gyarados, use Rain Dance. Feng Che saw Ninetails like this, and knew that Gary's Ninetails should have awakened some special attributes. So Feng Che waited and let Gyarados use the Rain Dance skill to suppress the flames on Ninetails with the pouring rain. Ninetails, use Fire Blast. Gary shouted at Ninetails. Ninetails opened a mouth, and a burst fireball with a diameter of 2 meters was ejected from Ninetails' mouth. Suddenly, a sun appeared in the sky. Ninetails used all his strength to blast the explosive fireball at Gyarados. Ninetails froze for a moment, then fell to the ground. Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the exhausted Ninetails collapsed on the ground. Fortunately this Ninetails can't last long in this state. Otherwise, Gyarados is not necessarily an opponent of Ninetails. Gyarados, use the Iceberg Crash. Feng Che shouted to Gyarados. The Iceberg Crash is Feng Che Mimic Price's unique trick, a copycat skill created by repeated trials. This move can form a huge iceberg to attack the enemy. Gyarados danced 097's body in the air, and the dark clouds were gathered by Gyarados. Gyarados uses its superb ability to manipulate the flow of water to bring rainwater together. I saw that Gyarados kept using the Psybeam skill against the rain. Before long, a giant iceberg appeared over the playing field. Wow wow wow, this Gyarados made an iceberg, how did it make it? It's amazing, Old Iron, I'm going to give you a double click to play 666. This Gyarados has a very strong ability to control the flow of water. It can call the wind and call the rain. The dragon bloodline in the body must be very high. The audience in the auditorium was talking again. How did this Gyarados make the iceberg, and how did it gather the rainwater together? Yanche didn't understand the operation of Gyarados. Gyarados making the iceberg was clearly seen by Lorelei, who was hiding. This Gyarados is amazing, manipulating both air and water currents to concentrate rain high in the sky. And then with Psybeam, make icebergs in a fraction of the time. Although the quality of the iceberg may not be very good, it should be no problem to deal with Fire Blast. But I also have to be careful, such a powerful attack, Claydol should not last long. Lorelei thought to the side secretly. After the iceberg formed, it fell quickly with a swoosh. Tackle with the brilliant sun made by Ninetails in an instant. Fire blast pierces icebergs in a fraction of the time. Only heard a bang. Fire blast explodes inside the iceberg. Suddenly the iceberg was torn apart. The razor-sharp ice shard shot all around like a bullet. Cladle next to the auditorium was penetrated by the fast ice shard. His body was broken, and he fell to the ground, turning into pieces of broken tiles. There was chaos in the auditorium, and the audience stood up one after another, panic-stricken. Chapter 267 _ game forced to stop. Seeing that many huge ice shards were about to smash into the audience, Lorelei shot. Come out, Jinx, Slowbro, Slowking. The 3 elite-level Pokémon collectively joined forces and broke out a very strong psychic. The audience found that Ice Shard, who was about to hit his head, was controlled by a blue psychic. Don't panic, we elite are always guarding everyone's safety. Lorelei smiled at the audience. It's Lorelei Elite. Lorelei Elite is so beautiful. Ice Shard almost hit me on the head just now. I almost thought it was over. It was Lorelei Elite who saved us. Goddess, Goddess, Ice Goddess. The audience immediately became Lorelei's fanatical fans. Just stop this game for now. I think Ninetales is also incapacitated. For the safety of the spectators, we still temporarily increase the protective force on the field to avoid personal injury. Lorelei explained to the staff of the Alliance. Okay, Lorelei Elite. The League staff replied respectfully. Come back, Ninetales. Gary looked at the incapacitated Ninetales and took it back with the Pokeball. Come back, Gyarados. This battle has taken a toll on Gyarados, so let's go back to Pokeball to rest first. Feng Che took advantage of the situation to take back Gyarados. I didn't expect the Alliance's protection on the battlefield to be so weak. If it wasn't for Lorelei's shot, maybe the entire auditorium would have suffered heavy casualties. Don't talk about becoming the gym leader of Viridian Gym. It's almost as good as being arrested by the Alliance and going straight to prison. Feng Che secretly complained. Of course, Feng Che said this on the premise that he didn't want to expose Mewtwo's existence. Feng Che was still grateful for Lorelei's sudden action. At this time, he didn't want to reveal his strength too much, especially the existence of Mewtwo. Slowbro and Slowking beside Lorelei are much stronger than the average kin. Lorelei's Slowking stands on 2 feet, with an orange and white umbrella-like structure around his neck. Shelder's eyes on the head or behind, and the reverse side of Shelder has a red gem-like structure. This Slowking looks extremely wise, and his eyes glow with wisdom. Slowbro looked a little silly, not sure what they were thinking. Feng Che, let's have a good fight when we have time. The iceberg created by your Gyarados just now gave me a lot of inspiration. If this iceberg can burst like a rock blast, it's powerful enough to wipe out a region. When I return to the Seafoam Islands, I will try to reduce the size of the iceberg and increase the power of the iceberg to burst. Lorelei said to Feng Che with a smile. Looking at Lorelei Elite and Feng Che talking and laughing, it seems that Lorelei and Feng Che still know each other. So if you investigate Feng Che, you must have enough evidence, otherwise Lorelei Elite will likely vote against it. Yan Che secretly said to Hezhong. He Gang looked solemn and nodded heavily. After Feng Che and Gary waited for a while, the Alliance brought in some elite-level psychic Pokémon. When it was ready, the referee announced that the game would continue. Next, my Pokémon is it. Gary released Scyther. Gary's Scyther is much larger than the average Scyther. Its side-like claws are very sharp, emitting a chilling light in the sun. Scyther, in that case, it's up to you to fight. Come out, Scizor. Feng Che released Scizor. What kind of Pokémon is this? It looks like Scyther. It shouldn't be a Pokémon unique to our Kanto region. It's called Scizor, and it's Scyther's evolution. But after Scyther evolution became Scizor, the racial value did not change. Scyther also has a special evolution type, called Split Axe Mantis. I don't know if the next match will be as thrilling as the first two. The audience watched Scizor and Scyther, S battle with anticipation, feeling a little excited. Scizor, Scyther, S evolution type, but Scizor, S speed is obviously not as fast as Scyther. Mr. Feng Che, this game is accepted. Scyther, use II/. Gary commanded Scyther decisively. Facing Scyther, who turned into a cyan streamer, the windy Scizor could not avoid it, standing quietly in place. Just listen to the local one. Scizor was struck. Why is this Scizor's defensive ability so strong? Scyther's II/ can split gold and stone, so why can't even Scizor's defense be broken? Gary couldn't understand this point. Of course, my Scizor is made with evolution, the highest grade metal coating. This metal coating is made of 4 top ores: meteor iron, dark iron, ultra pure iron, and forbidden iron, which are mixed in different proportions. This layer of metal on the skin is not something that Scyther can handle. Broken. Feng Che looked at Gary with a puzzled face, and thought to himself. Scyther, use Bug Buzz. Gary pondered for a moment, then ordered. Scyther flapped his wings and emitted bursts of Bug Buzz, but the Bug Buzz was actually mixed with a little noise. Gary is trying to reduce Scizor's physical and special defense abilities. Scizor, use Scary Face. Scizor raised his pliers fiercely. The pattern of pincers looked at Scyther like 2 giant eyes. Scyther was so frightened that he interrupted Bug Buzz, and even went into a cringe state. Scyther, using Swords Dance and Focus Energy. Scyther performed a set of difficult maneuvers high in the air. This Scyther should have the characteristics of a technical master. It will use some skills with low power but high attack intensity. Feng Che looked at Scyther's movements and understood Gary's intentions. Feng Che seems to have seen something. HMPH, even if it is detected, Feng Che can't stop my Scyther. To break this layer of defensive armor, I just need to keep attacking one point after another. Gary thought to himself. Scyther, use the ferret. Gary instructed Scyther. I've never heard of this skill, and I don't know how powerful it is. Feng Che was stunned for a moment after hearing Gary's command. Scyther flapped his wings and flew high into the air. Kama Itachi kept falling from the sky. I saw it calm down and threw out countless transparent wind blades from its scythe-like claws. That's it. It turns out that Kama Itachi is the same thing, the invisible wind blade. But the wind blade won't cause any substantial damage to Scizor. Feng Che was thinking, and Gary asked Scyther to use this trick. What is the intention? Scyther spreads out. Each move is faster than the other, and the moves are stronger than the other. Scizor walked slowly around the arena, like a walk. Without Feng Che's orders, Scizor will not take the initiative to attack. Scizor was also full of worries at this time. Scizor, hey, even though I'm evolution, I feel that my strength is still at the bottom of the trainer's hands. Scizor, I won't say anything about Incineroar, Greninja, Steel Crow, Zeraora. Scizor, I can't even beat my juniors, Ice Ninetales and Ninetales. Scizor, hum. Scyther's Itachi fell on Scizor's armor, making a dang sound. Feng Che, this Scyther seems to be specifically attacking the 4 points on the Scizor's armor. Mewtwo said suddenly. I know, he just wanted to make Scyther attack the 4 places of Scizor with a single point. Gary thinks that no matter how hard the armor is, as long as it is persistent, it will definitely be able to break Scizor's armor. Without this armor, Scizor is meat on the chopping block. If it were me, I would do the same. But my Scizor is anything but ordinary. Scizor's Orberg armor has the metal repairing properties of meteor iron. Every time Scizor's Orberg armor is hit, the damage is quickly repaired by meteor iron. By Nuo Jiao. That's why Stone family would rather offend the people of Meteor than get meteor iron. Meteor iron is the recognized memory metal in the Pokemon world. Precision equipment made of meteor iron can repair itself even if it is damaged. This is also the reason why I asked she for meteor iron. Feng Che explained to Mewtwo. Soon, I will let Scyther and Gary know what despair is. A sly smile appeared on Feng Chie's mouth. Right now, Scyther, use the rapid spin. Scyther joined his hands and began the rapid spin. It rolled down from the sky in a storm. The scythe-like claws, like the spark dragon drill, focused on a single point on the Scizor Orberg's armor. The violent friction caused a large number of sparks to burst into the surrounding giants. Scyther's scythe-like claws were also red and hot. Very well, Scyther, hold on, you're about to break Scizor's defenses. Gary gasped at Scyther. This Scizor's Orberg armor is so strong. Hezhong, I now have reason to believe that he is the one who stole the heart of Orberg. Yanche looked at Feng Chie's Scizor's extremely strong defensive ability with a shocked expression, and suddenly said to Hezhong. Chapter 268_Hezhong who slapped his face, seeking subscription, collection, flowers, monthly pass, evaluation ticket. No, he's not. From the moment he released Scizor, I was sure that he was not the person I was looking for. Hezhong changed his hostile attitude and shook his head. His Scizor's Orberg armor is mainly composed of meteor iron and ultra-pure iron, with only a small amount of forbidden iron and dark iron. He-Gang could see the main components of the Scizor Orberg armor at a glance. The Orberg armor contains the ingredients of forbidden iron and dark iron. This is more proof that he is the one who stole the heart of Orberg. As far as I know, forbidden iron and dark iron are currently only produced in Quartz Prison. Yanche argued. Yanche looked at Hezhong speechlessly, and secretly complained, what the hell is this guy doing? Why did he suddenly change 180 degrees? He slapped his face too fast. Scizor is a steel type plus insect type Pokemon, extremely afraid of heat. Quote. Iron and forbidden iron are the best ingredients to make up Scizor Orberg's armor. If he was a thief who stole the heart of Orberg, he must have a lot of raw materials for dark iron and forbidden iron in his hands. Why didn't he make Scizor's Orberg armor with all iron and forbidden iron? He-Gang expressed his opinion. Could it be that he already stole this Scizor evolution before he stole the heart of Orberg? Yanche suddenly thought of something, and pointed to Hezhong. Yanche, I am not only a Steel Elite. I'm also a Steel-type Pokemon researcher and a Steel-type Pokemon breeding expert at the same time. I can see the status of a Steel-type Pokemon at a glance, as well as its evolution time. His Scizor should have evolved recently. The possibility you mentioned doesn't exist. Hezhong said with great certainty. As a Steel Elite, Hezhong has absolute confidence in the research on Steel Pokemon. With my professional 097 knowledge, I am sure that Feng Chie is not the one who stole the heart of Orberg. Think about it, if a trainer happens to have a lot of dark iron and forbidden iron. These materials can effectively restrain the skills of fire-type Pokemon. Why not complete the Scizor's evolution with the dark iron and forbidden iron? Instead, Pokemon uses a lot of ultra-pure iron and meteor iron, which is impossible to think about. He-Gang snorted coldly, as if mocking Yanche's IQ. Yanche was connoted by Hezhong's expression. Yanche decided to stop talking to Hezhong for a while. I don't know who insisted before that Feng Chie was the one who stole Orberg's heart, but now he forgets it quite quickly. Yanche looked at Hezhong and snorted coldly. If Feng Chie knew that Hezhong had completely ruled out any suspicion of him based on this alone, he would probably have laughed 3 times in the sky. Hezhong never imagined that Feng Chie's accomplishments in Pokemon cultivation were far above his Steel Elite. The Orberg armor made of dark iron and forbidden iron has strong physical defense capabilities, but its weight will also increase a lot. For Scizor, an agile insect-type Pokemon, if the armor is too heavy, it will seriously affect its evasion ability, which is not worth the loss. In addition, Feng Chie's Scizor used the crystal of insects in evolution, so there is no need to use a lot of iron and forbidden iron. Feng Chie saw that Scyther had reached the limit, and continuing to do so might have an impact on Scyther's body. So Feng Chie decided to let Scizor beat Scyther with one punch. Scizor, use normal bullet punch. Feng Chie said suddenly. No one in the room could see how Scizor made his move. With a bang, Scyther was already flying high, landing heavily on the ground. Scyther's eyes were tightly closed, already incapacitated. Look, there's nothing wrong with this Scizor where it was attacked. Where did this giant mantis come from such a strong defensive ability? Emotional Scyther has attacked for so long, it has attacked loneliness. The audience was chatting. Come back, Scyther. Gary withdrew Scyther with some chagrin. Come out, Golduck. Gary released his water-type Pokemon, Golduck. Come back, Scizor. After Feng Che took Scizor back, he released Flygon. Golduck, use the Hydro Pump. Golduck's mouth is a Hydro Pump that sprays at Flygon. I saw that Flygon spread his wings easily and avoided the attack of Hydro Pump. Just at this time, Hydro Pump turned a corner and landed behind Flygon. Flygon was stunned by Hydro Pump. Countless water droplets fell down Flygon's wings. It turns out that Golduck used confusion to change the direction of the Hydro Pump. Feng Che used Psychic to see Golduck's small movements clearly. This Golduck is about the same strength as the stupid duck I gave to Sabrina. Flygon has more than enough strength against this duck. Feng Che was not worried that Flygon would suffer. This Flygon is a Pokemon that can match the strength of Greninja. Roll up the quicksand, Flygon. Feng Che shouted at Flygon. Strange, Feng Che, the Flygon, is not afraid of Golduck's Hydro Pump attack. After all of Golduck's Hydro Pumps bombarded Flygon, Flygon was just fine. That's impossible, how could a ground-based Pokemon not be afraid of water-type attacks? Gary had an unbelievable expression on his face. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni is watching Feng Che and Gary fight. This Flygon is really good. It seems that he has been trained against water attribute skills since he was a child. Its water attribute resistance should reach a very strong level. Where did Feng Che find such a powerful Pokemon? Feng Che's current strength is very close to that of the three Cadres. When Feng Che becomes Viridian Gym's gym leader, I will start the task of assigning senior Cadres to Feng Che. Giovanni thought to himself. Now Team Rocket's plan is to expand externally and infiltrate the underground forces of other regions. Giovanni's plan was to unify the underground forces of the various regions before publicly competing with the Alliance for the Pokemon world. It is very likely that Feng Che will be dispatched by Giovanni to other regions as an undercover agent. Very well, I can start preparations after the BHDF research is over. Giovanni's mouth curled into a wanton smile. Quartz Alliance vs. Battlefield. This Flygon is already a quasi-elite. After a while, Flygon should be able to be promoted to elite. Even if Feng Che becomes gym leader, it shouldn't be long. Looking at the wonderful battle between Golduck and Flygon, Yan Che couldn't help speaking to Hezhong beside him. He had forgotten the promise that he had just made up his mind not to say a word to Hezhong. That's not necessarily true. It's not free to become an elite. It's not as good as an elite gym trainer. Hezhong shook his head and said. Before Hezhong became the Alliance elite, he also felt that the Alliance elite was good. But after becoming an Alliance elite, he felt like he had fallen into a fire pit. Yeah, a child is not a fish, how can one know the joy of a fish? When we were not elites, we at Covet became elites and thought that we were respected. When we became elites, we realized that the responsibility of this position of elites is great. Important task, Yan Che said slowly with deep feeling. Flygon spread its wings, and a large number of sandstorm was summoned by Flygon. Sandstorm obscured the sky and turned the entire competition venue into a vast sea of sand. Flygon rushes directly into the sand sea, which will become the home ground of Flygon. Golduck, use confusion to detect the exact orientation of the Flygon, then use the water gun. Golduck put his paws on the sand and got down on one knee, using confusion to catch the Flygon's whereabouts. Then Golduck opened his eyes, and it spewed a thick hydro pump from its mouth. Hydro pump fell into the air and divided into hundreds of water streams, which burst into the sand sea like water arrows. But Shahai didn't move at all. Flygon intends to remain hidden in the sea of sand and allow Golduck to attack. Golduck, don't panic. You manipulate confusion, create a confusion storm, swept the quicksand into the storm, and force Flygon to come out. I want to see how Flygon hides after we clear all the quicksand. Gary said confidently. Golduck's eyes. I saw the quicksand began to turn, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Golduck, you're going too fast, and you'll be caught in the quicksand. Gary quickly reminded loudly. Golduck, strange, this is clearly not the quicksand that I control. The quicksand turned faster and faster, and Golduck soon became unsteady, plunging into the quicksand. This is quicksand made by Flygon. Gary suddenly realized that it was Flygon. Yes, this is the quicksand made by Flygon. When Flygon was still a trapinch, the trapinch would bury itself under the gravel and wait for the prey to appear. As long as the prey gets into the quicksand trap, it will be submerged by the quicksand. This is Flygon's trick to hunt prey. Feng Che nodded and explained. Golduck screamed and got swept to the bottom of the quicksand. Suddenly, Shahai returned to calm. The next second, the gray-headed and gray-faced Golduck appeared high in the sky. It just used teleport to break free from quicksand. Nice job, Golduck. Gary nodded at Golduck. At this moment, Flygon roared and rushed out of the sand sea. Countless flowing sofas made rustling sounds and emerged from the ground. These quicksands seemed to be sane, and were manipulated by Flygon to pounce on Golduck. At this moment, Golduck broke out with an extremely powerful confusion. Confusion poured out from the red gem on Golduck's brow. Golduck's hands slammed hard, and the quicksand near Golduck was caught by Golduck's confusion. Flygon, use stone edge. Feng Che secretly thought that something was wrong, and hurriedly issued an order to Flygon. Flygon made a sound that was as loud and sweet as a song. One after another, sharp stones emerged from the sand sea, floated into the air, and surrounded Flygon's side. I saw these sharp stones blasted towards Golduck like bullets. The sharp stones suddenly stopped within 3 meters of Golduck. The next moment, these sharp stones turned their heads and flew towards Flygon. Flygon, use bug buzz. Flygon opened its mouth and let out a snarl while flapping its wings to form a bug buzz. Golduck was suddenly disturbed by the sound waves, and his brain was buzzing. The stone edge, originally controlled by Golduck, fell to the ground one after another. Nosebleed came out of Golduck's nose, and Golduck got a backlash from Psychic. Chapter 269 _ Feng Che's death makeup. Golduck, are you alright? Gary asked worriedly. I saw Golduck wipe a nosebleed with his arm. Then Golduck used the psychic of his whole body, condensed it into a hammer, and used the Zen headbutt in the direction of Flygon. Flygon, use Dragon Pulse. Feng Che knew that this was Golduck's last resort. As long as Zen headbutt was defeated, Golduck would be incapable of fighting. Flygon's Dragon Pulse blurted out. Dragon Pulse tackle reached Zen headbutt, a very strong shock wave was generated. But Zen headbutt didn't shrink much, and continued to rampage in the direction of Flygon. Feng Che knew that if Flygon took Zen headbutt's move, Flygon would be seriously injured. This is very detrimental to Feng Che's next fight against Red. Flygon, use Dragon Rush. Feng Che continued to give orders. Saffron-colored dragon aura emerged from the Flygon. The cautious Flygon even summoned a large amount of quicksand to block in front of him. It flapped its wings and flew towards Zen headbutt. A broken voice came out. Feng Che only saw a desert dragon roaring and colliding with Zen headbutt. The grains of sand were scattered like bullets. With the Zen headbutt destroyed, Golduck fell to the ground instantly. Flygon also fell weakly from the air and was directly collected into the Pokeball by Feng Che. Thank you, Flygon. Feng Che used Psychic to scan the Flygon and found that the Flygon just consumed too much energy and was a little tired. The rest of Gary's Pokemon is Machamp and Charizard. Both of these Pokemon are the best Pokemon in Gary's hands. Ditto's Arbok formation is no problem against Machamp. As for Charizard, let Ninetales handle it. Even if Charizard wins, it won't affect the battle situation. Feng Che secretly thought about the next battle plan. At this time, the headquarters of the Kanto Alliance. Agatha was looking at Feng Che's profile. It turned out to be that kid I met at the Apothecary Guild. This little guy is good at pharmacy. I didn't expect Pokemon to be so well-bred. Forget about the final election, then hold a vote among the elites and directly appoint him as the Viridian Gym leader. I will send the appointment letter before Damalanchi reacts. After being found out by Damalanchi, the provincial one made waves again. Agatha thought to herself. Because he was in the Apothecary Guild before, Feng Che stood up righteously and exposed the corruption problem of the guild. Helping Hand Agatha cleaned up the alliance worms hidden in the Apothecary Guild. Agatha has a very good impression of Feng Che. I didn't expect the league's deficit to be so serious. Acknowledge, quasi, if, water, first, fa, steal, book, sell. Money, die, mom. Thanks to Lance Crossing reminded me that I didn't accept this mess of the Kanto League. Even during the period of time when I was managing the Kwantung Alliance as an agent of Damalanchi, I would not get involved in the financial affairs of the alliance. Damalanchi wants to find someone to take the blame, and he wants to be beautiful. Agatha looked at the pile of information, snorted coldly. Agatha comes from the famous Bertha family of Sinnoh region. Because of a falling out with her family, she came to the Kanto region as a ghost elite. If it weren't for Professional Oak's sake, Agatha wouldn't care about the league's mess. Agatha was also temporarily acting for some of the league's management affairs at the behest of Professor Oak. Agatha relented and agreed to see Professor Oak begging him for such a rare time. The roots of the entire Kwantung Alliance are rotten. Fortunately, the Pokemon army is in our hands. Damaranchi wants to force me to hand over the Pokemon army, but there is no door. Agatha's mouth pulled a sneer. On the battlefield. Come back, Golduck. Next, my Pokemon is it. Gary smiled coldly and dispatched his most powerful Machamp. Machamp, unleash your mighty power, unleash your furious power. Gary shouted at Machamp. Feng Che's gaze stopped at Machamp's waist, and he noticed that Machamp's belt was gone. As expected of Mr. Feng Che, he observed so carefully. Yes, my Machamp already controls its power perfectly. So Machamp doesn't need a belt to dampen its power. Seeing Feng Che's gaze falling on Machamp's belt, Gary explained to Feng Che. Come out, Arbok. Feng Che released Ditto. This time Feng Che plans to use Arbok's famous trick, the death makeup technique. Feng Che took out an old tobacco stick from his wristband and quietly lit the tobacco leaves with psychic. Immediately, misty green smoke came out of the cigarette rod. Of course, the tobacco rods are not real tobacco leaves. Instead, Feng Che is a special potion made from herbs that can enhance psychic. The potion also has a faint mint smell. In a short while, the side of Feng Che was filled with smoke. Smoke filled the playing field, making Machamp on high alert. Don't be nervous, Gary. This smoke doesn't have any toxic substances, and it doesn't have any effect on your Machamp. I want to show you my original death makeup technique. Feng Che smiled at Gary and said. Player Gary, do you want to let player Feng Che use the cigarette rod? If you think this affects your Pokemon's normal performance, I will restrict player Feng Che from using the cigarette rod. The referee said suddenly. No, I'm very interested in death makeup. It is rumored that this is Agatha Elite's original skill, and I have always wanted to see it. Gary said to the referee with a smile. Death makeup, is it that Professor Agatha gave this kid? Yan Che looked at Feng Che with some jealousy. Death makeup is a peak poison technique created by Agatha through Arbok's pattern research. It is said that only by being proficient in death makeup can one learn Agatha's stunt, the 6 ghosts, which are the pinnacle skills of ghost masters. Yanxie thought that he was pursuing the path of the pinnacle of the fire element, and retreating from the south to the north with the path of Agatha. Thinking about it, his heart was balanced again. It's interesting, it's really interesting, to learn death makeup. This should be created by this little guy alone. Let me see how good this little guy really is. Agatha smiled. She was watching Feng Che and Gary's battle with interest. However, the essence of my death makeup is that my Audibook can change the pattern of the body. In order to hide Audibook's unique talent, I use smoking to block other people's sight. I didn't expect people to think that the process of my lava plume was the essence of death makeup, and I couldn't help laughing. Agatha was also a little speechless about this. It seems that Feng Che is also planning to use this method to cover up his Audibook's talent for changing patterns quickly. Agatha sees very clearly. Let me see the difference between what you call death makeup and mine. Agatha looked expectantly at Feng Che on the screen and said, "Come on, Audibook, speed up the pattern." Feng Che exhaled a puff of smoke and sprayed it onto Ditto's body. Immediately, the pattern on Ditto's body suddenly changed. Everyone saw that the pattern on Audibook's body had changed. Subsequently, Audibook's speed became very fast. Machamp, watch out for Audibook, it's so fast you can't see Audibook with the naked eye. You close your eyes and use Miracle Eye. Gary reminded Machamp in time. Miracle Eye is a skill that fighting Pokemon can learn, and can see different perspectives through Miracle Eye. Machamp closed his eyes. He saw a behemoth walking beside him. This is death makeup, it looks so advanced. I feel like it's beyond the reach of the trainer. Fresh water. The speed of this Audibook can't even be captured by my naked eyes. What an extreme speed it is. In the audience, everyone was talking. Just then, Machamp moved suddenly. I saw it throw a punch forward. Just when everyone wondered about Machamp's actions, Audibook, who was Ditto's incarnation, was punched in the head by Machamp. Is this a punch based on my intuition? This Machamp's Miracle Eye is really powerful. But one punch is no way to get rid of my Audibook. Feng Che thought to himself. Audibook suddenly shot out a lot of purple poison stings in the air, flying towards Machamp. Machamp, use Bullet Punch. I saw Machamp's two hands were too fast to see the outline, and the phantoms of the hands were joined together. The phantoms of thousands of hands appeared beside Machamp. Poison sting flew to a distance of 3 meters from Machamp, it disappeared. After the poison sting was over, Machamp opened his palm. The inside of the palm is densely packed with poison stings like cow hair. All poison stings are stored in Machamp's hand with skill. With the acceleration pattern, the speed of the poison sting from Ditto has reached the limit. Such a fast poison sting was taken over by Machamp. The speed of this Machamp is really powerful. Feng Che secretly stuttered. 0. Ditto, use the power pattern. Feng Che blew a puff of smoke at Ditto again, and at the same time teleported to Ditto. I saw that Ditto's speed was much slower than before. But for the average audience, Ditto's speed is still too much for the naked eye to keep up with. This Audibook should have changed its pattern, and its speed has finally dropped. Gary breathed a sigh of relief. Just now Machamp used a super high frequency punch to catch the poison sting that Audibook spat out. If Audibook came a few more times, Gary feared that Machamp's muscles would sink to the point of spasm. Machamp, this Audibook pattern doesn't know what to do, you should be careful. Gary shouted at Machamp. Audibook, use Iron Tail. Ditto's tail suddenly turned silvery white. Only a burst of air was heard. Ditto's heavy tail smashed in Machamp's direction. But Ditto's iron tail was directly slashed by Machamp's forearms. Machamp bulged. Machamp caught Ditto's iron tail with the power pattern, and had a faint tendency to move Ditto's tail up. Right now Audibook, use Fire Fang. Feng Che gave an order to Ditto. Ditto opened his mouth wide. Flames spewed out of Ditto's mouth, forming fiery tusks that gnawed at Machamp's shoulder. Machamp gasped in pain, but Machamp's forearms were still clinging to Ditto's tail. Machamp was full of energy and lifted Ditto's tail in one go. Machamp spun in place at high speed, then released the handle and Ditto flew straight out. Hearing a crackle, Ditto directly hit the wall of the battle platform where Feng Che was. Gary's heart aches when he sees the bite marks on Machamp's arms so deep, with burn marks. But Machamp gritted his teeth and insisted. It understands how important this game is to its trainers. Arbok, use dig. Feng Che saw Ditto struggling to get up, not hurt, just a little disheartened. Ditto plunged headlong into the ground. Machamp, use earthquake. Machamp stomped his feet on the ground, and cobweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Machamp rose high in the air, and with the power of gravity's acceleration, 4 fists slammed into the ground. Suddenly the ground shook. Originally, Arbok was a poison-type Pokemon. He was restrained by the ground-type trick, and you dared to let Arbok hide in the ground. Gary glanced at Feng Che disdainfully. He had absolutely no idea what Feng Che's intention was. And Chapter 270-Fire Elite is panicking, please subscribe, collect, flowers, monthly pass. If it's a real Arbok, of course I wouldn't dare to use this trick, but this Pokemon of mine is Ditto. Ditto, use the clone, quietly ambush around Machamp. Feng Che said to Ditto's telepathy. Ditto can now be divided into 3 clones. I saw that Ditto split into 3 avatars, all of them turned into Arbok, quietly waiting for Feng Che's instructions. Ditto, send one clone out to fight with Machamp, and the other clones are waiting for the opportunity. Feng Che said to Ditto's telepathy. Machamp, pay attention to Arbok's movements. This Arbok must have some means to avoid Earthquake's attack. Gary urged Machamp. Machamp stood on tiptoe and looked around. This Machamp can tell where the clone comes out by feeling the vibration of the ground. It seems that a clone has to be sacrificed to meet Machamp's stormy attack. Ditto, use a clone to attack Machamp. Then a ferocious Arbok suddenly appeared where Machamp was standing. It spits out snake letters and shows its horrific teeth as it bites towards Machamp's arm. 097, Machamp, use bullet punch. Gary shouted at Machamp calmly. I saw Machamp raised his fist and smashed it hard at Arbok. At this time, Machamp was like a 1,000-handed Tathagata. If every punch hits Arbok's real body accurately, it is bound to beat Arbok into a big pig's head. At this moment, the soil layer shook again, and another Arbok emerged from the soil. Its teeth had horrific venom, and it bit down hard in Machamp's direction. I was fooled, that was just a clone. Gary suddenly felt bad. Arbok's clone suddenly disappeared into the air, and Machamp's 2 hands slammed into Arbok's 7-inch position. The hideous snake letter is falling into Machamp's hand. At this moment, Arbok slammed his tail into Machamp's body, tying Machamp firmly. Machamp was about to smash the Arbok in front of him. Suddenly another Arbok appeared in the mound. This Arbok managed to restrain Machamp with its tail. Machamp took a deep breath, and the bones in his body made the sound of popping beans. Just when Machamp wanted to release Arbok's restraint in one breath, Ditto stuck his head out. It used the iron tail on Machamp while Machamp couldn't move. Machamp just felt his brain buzzing. Then Machamp stared at the stars and fell to the ground. Only then did people discover that the last of the Arboks in front of them was the real one, and the others were clones of Arbok. This windy Arbok is so strong that he can actually create so many clones. It's strange, these clones are so similar that I can't tell if they're real or fake. If I'm not mistaken, these are substitutes. Quote. With 3 substitutes of Arbok, there is not much physical strength. It's a pity, if Machamp can punch at Arbok's real body, maybe he will win. The audience discussed. Gary looked at Feng Che strangely. Come back, Machamp. Gary took back Machamp. He finally took out a Pokeball, which contained his main Pokemon and his strongest Pokemon Charizard. come out, Charizard. Gary was defeated by 5 Pokemon in a row, without any frustration, and it made Gary extremely excited. Charizard, come on, we're not going to lose. Gary yelled at Charizard. Charizard responded to Gary's cry with a jet of fire. This is my last Pokemon, come out, Ninetales. Feng-Che released the beautiful Ninetales. This Ninetales emits a strong saffron-colored light, like a god bathed in sunlight. Ninetales, show your strength to the fullest, and show your flames in front of everyone. Feng-Che shouted to Ninetales. Ninetales took steps to confront Charizard. This Ninetales is strong, 1 point stronger than my Ninetales. Gary's palms were sweating. Charizard, use Fire Blast. Charizard opened his mouth. A huge fire blast spewed out of Charizard's mouth like a small sun. Ninetales, go straight to Charizard's Fire Blast. Fire Blast automatically disperses when approaching Ninetales, forming a huge pillar of fire. Ninetales wandered among the pillars of fire. Its 9 tails are constantly drawing the power of Fire Blast. The huge pillar of fire was swallowed up by Ninetales in less than a second. This Ninetales is not afraid of fire skills. No, I have to try it out. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Gary gave another order. Charizard opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Then a sea of fire descended from top to bottom, shrouding almost the entire arena. Ninetales is in no hurry. All 9 of its tails were erected. Ninetales, like a flaming monarch bathed in fire, once again devoured Charizard's flames. This Ninetales is tricky to swallow the power of fire. Gary touched his chin and frowned. He couldn't think of a better way. This guy's Pokemon is not easy. Ninetales is actually immune to fire-type skills. Yanchei's pupils shrank sharply, and a panicked look flashed in his eyes. As a fire elite, Yanchei felt that he had encountered a huge challenge. Now it's our turn to fight back, Ninetales, with a vortex of fire. Ninetales spewed several flames from its mouth, forming a huge flame vortex. This vortex of flame meets the sky. Charizard sensed the destructive power of this flame vortex. At this time, this flame vortex is rushing towards Charizard, trying to draw Charizard into the flame vortex. Charizard, dash into the vortex of flame and use Fire Blast on the center of the vortex. Gary had an idea and said to Charizard. Charizard flapped his wings and rushed into the vortex of flame. Then a loud explosion came from the center of the flame vortex. With the huge impact, ember splashed, and the huge flame vortex disintegrated in the air. The scattered flames were drawn together again by the tail behind Ninetales. No, this is too passive. My Charizard will surely be overwhelmed if the Ninetales keep unleashing the vortex of flames. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Gary decided to speed up Charizard's attacks. Charizard took a deep breath and exhaled a saffron-colored dragon breath from his mouth. Dragon Pulse disintegrated in the air, splitting into hundreds of saffron-colored dragons flying in the direction of Ninetales. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Ninetales exhaled a flamethrower with a strong range from his mouth, sweeping away Charizard's Dragon Pulse. It was at this point that Charizard broke the fire and used the Dragon Claw against Ninetales. I saw Ninetales raise his tail high and used Iron Tail at Charizard. With only a thud, Ninetales' Iron Tail successfully blocked Charizard's Dragon Claw. When the two were stalemate with each other, Ninetales suddenly opened his mouth and spit out Flamethrower. Charizard fought back the pain of being burned by the flames, opened his mouth, and spewed a column of fire at Ninetales as well. The flames on Charizard's tail shot up 3 meters. Charizard's body suddenly stood up. Roar! Charizard's eyes turned crimson, and the evil aura was constantly pouring out of Charizard's body. At this time, Charizard was not afraid of the flames that Ninetales spewed. Lava poured out of Charizard's wings, and the ground turned to flowing lava. Charizard is recovering his stamina by drawing on the power of magma. Be careful, Ninetales, Charizard is not the same as before, Be careful of its attack. Feng Che saw that the color of Charizard's tail had changed from cyan to blazing white 3.5. Charizard opened his mouth, and a blazing white column of fire erupted from it. Ninetales, use Protect. Feng Che shouted at Ninetales. I saw a milky white shield appear beside Ninetales, blocking Charizard's attack. It turns out that there is a limit to the capacity of this Ninetales to absorb flames. Once Charizard spews more flames than the Ninetales can hold, the Ninetales will be burned by the flames. That's the real way to deal with Ninetales. Gary's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found Ninetales' weakness. I thought just now that this Ninetales is a Pokemon that is not afraid of fire skills. I didn't expect that Feng Che just raised the upper limit of Ninetales' ability to accommodate fire energy, and did not really make Ninetales completely immune to fire. Just now I really thought that this Ninetales was not afraid of fire-based skills at all. Yanche kept the tight frown eased. If this Ninetales is immune to all fire skills, this will be an enemy I will never be able to defeat. Fortunately, Fire-type Elite Yanch breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 271 Which idiot is trying to hurt me? Please subscribe. Charizard, use Fire Blast. Gary intends to continue the pursuit, overwhelming Ninetales. A blazing white fire blast was ejected from Charizard's mouth. Ninetales, don't take this trick. Use Iron Tail to blast the fire blast into the sky. Feng Che shouted at Ninetales. Ninetales turned silver gray. It slapped the fire blast hard, and the fire blast exploded. Ninetales was covered in blazing white flames. This makes Ninetales a little gray-faced. Charizard's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Charizard's ruthless mockery completely pissed off Ninetales. I saw a white flame appeared on Ninetales' tail, and a flame mark appeared on Ninetales' forehead. Ninetales entered combat mode. Ninetales easily inhaled Charizard's fire. Then Ninetales splashed high with light footsteps, his Ninetales turned silver gray, and slammed into Charizard. With only a local sound, Charizard used the Dragon Claw to block the Ninetales' attack. Ninetales, keep attacking. As long as Charizard finishes using Outrage and becomes weak, you're victorious. Sego shouted at Ninetales. Charizard, don't lose, fly high and use the Draco Meteor. Gary then gave an order. Charizard flapped his wings and flew high into the air. Charizard's eyes widened, saffron-colored dragon energy spilling into the air. Not long after, dragon meteorites fell from the sky and smashed hard in the direction of Ninetales. At this time, Charizard can still use Draco Meteor. It seems that Charizard's Dragon 17 bloodline is very pure. Feng Che secretly sighed. Not all Charizard can learn Draco Meteor, Dragon Rush, these dragon-type ults. It must be a Charizard with a very strong dragon bloodline to inherit these skills. With acquired teaching alone, Charizard has less than a 5% chance of learning these skills. Ninetales, dodge Draco Meteor's attacks. Ninetales are agility on the ground in an unusually flexible form. Its tail danced in the air, constantly dodging Draco Meteor's attacks. At this moment, white flames appeared on Charizard's body, and Saffron's dragon energy was attached to his body at the same time. Charizard swoops down from the sky and uses a Dragon Rush at Ninetales. Ninetales has been locked on by Dragon Rush. Dragon Rush is 100% tackle to Ninetales. As of now, I can only get Ninetales to use the strongest attack. Ninetales, use Charged Fire Strike. Feng Che shouted to Ninetales. Ninetales was also enveloped in blazing white flames. Ninetales slapped the ground hard. With this counterattack. Suddenly, Ninetales rushed into the sky like a bolide. The two go hand in hand. Just hear a bang. A strong wind came from the sky again, and the blazing white flames spread around. At this moment, Psychic Pokemon, who was responsible for guarding the safety of the audience, moved. They propped up the huge light screen, preventing the blazing white flames from falling onto the auditorium. After the strong wind passed, Charizard fell into the deep pit, not knowing if he was alive or dead. One of its wings was broken and drooping weakly. Red's blood gushed out from the scales. Soon a puddle formed. Gary looked at Charizard, who was motionless, with a heartbroken expression on his face. Ninetales fell to the ground with his eyes closed, with numerous small wounds on his body. Ninetales also turned dull. Ninetales hung weakly on the ground, covered with dust, and looked quite embarrassed. The referee is looking at the injuries of Charizard and Ninetales before deciding the outcome of the match. Soon, the host announced the results of the competition. Ninetales and Charizard lost their ability to fight at the same time. The winner of this battle is Feng Che. Let's congratulate Feng Che. The battle between Red and Blue was also divided, and the winner was Red. The next match will be held in the Elite Arena on Indigo Plateau in 3 days, when all 4 elites of the Alliance will attend the match. The host said to Feng Che and Red. The place for champion in the Kanto region is still vacant. Maybe, you will have the opportunity to ascend to the throne of champion. The host smiled and bewitched. After Feng Che heard this, he turned and left. Humph, everyone knows that the Kanto Alliance is now heavily in debt, and after being attacked by Team Rockets to the Alliance headquarters, it will be even worse. If anyone wants to sit in the champion's seat impatiently, it will definitely be Shaxing Gong hanged himself, and his life is too long. At that time, the severe financial deficit of the Kwantung League will definitely make champion feel like an evil. Feng Che thought to himself that Feng Che was not interested in the Kwantung League. Not only is it a strong dish, there is no divine beast, but it also likes to roll inside. If it weren't for the corruption in the Kwantung League, Team Rockets wouldn't have grown so fast. If you want to change the Kanto Alliance, you have to remove the cancer of the Kanto Alliance from the root, Damalanchi. But Damalanchi has been operating in the Kanto League for so long. His strength is intertwined, and it is very difficult to kill him. If Feng Che wants to become champion, he might as well choose Unova region, Galar region, and Kalos region. At this time, Feng Che was resting in the room prepared by the Alliance. At this time, Feng Che received a secret message from Team Rockets. Dear Feng Che Cadre, follow the instructions passed on by Chief Giovanni. Please sneak into the headquarters of the Kanto Alliance. Stealing confidential data of the Kanto Alliance. Sincerely, the lovely Minister of Anbu. HMPH, someone in Team Rockets is trying to do something wrong, and they actually sent this kind of fake news to frame me. The senior cadres of Team Rockets should all know that my most important task now is to obtain the important position of Viridian Gym Leader. Now let me infiltrate the Kanto Alliance headquarters and steal the Alliance's confidential information. The League's defense is so strict, if I were discovered, wouldn't it be revealed that I was an insider of Team Rockets? This move is too low, which idiot wants to harm me? And I am still superior title. Quote. According to the rules of Team Rockets, I can't be called a cadre until I have sent a notice of normalization. The person behind the scenes actually stretched his hand to Anbu, he is just courting death. Feng Che forwarded the message casually. To Giovanni. After seeing the news forwarded by Feng Che, Giovanni's pupils trembled sharply. With a gloomy face, Giovanni returned Feng Che's message and asked Feng Che to prepare well. Secretary Matori, help me call Fire Wolf Ryan over. Giovanni said in a low voice. His voice seemed to be covered in ice. Matori heard this tone, he knew that Giovanni was very angry now, and hurriedly called Ryan over. After Fire Wolf Ryan was informed by Secretary Matori of Giovanni's state at the moment, he was very uneasy along the way. As soon as he entered the door of Giovanni's office, Ryan the Fire Wolf secretly looked up at Giovanni. He saw Giovanni's face ashen, and his whole body burst out with extreme anger. Fire Wolf Ryan's heart sank for a while, and his palms were sweating coldly. He hadn't seen Giovanni so angry for a long time. I ask you, do you know that Feng Che was sent by me to perform the task of competing for the Viridian gym leader? Giovanni asked with a dark face, facing the fire wolf Ryan. I heard, Ryan replied honestly. Then why, the Anbu you are in charge of, sent such a message to Feng Che? Do you want him to expose to the Alliance that he is a Team Rocket's spy? Giovanni shouted loudly, slamming his hands on the table. Ryan's pupils shrank for a while after seeing the message on Giovanni's communicator, and he was also surprised. This is because I am not strict. I will definitely find out what is going on. Ryan hurriedly lowered his head and explained to Giovanni, who was also at a loss now. In this matter, you can find out for me who is the mastermind and who sent this message from Anbu. The mastermind of this matter must be severely punished. If you don't dare to investigate, then let August be in charge. Giovanni scolded Ryan for a while. In the end, when Giovanni heard the news that Fuji Professor had successfully cloned the 3 holy birds, he finally lost his anger, and then signaled Ryan to get out of his office. At this moment, Feng Che's door was knocked on. Feng Che opened the door and saw Red, Gary and Blue dressed in casual clothes. Mr. Feng Che, is it convenient for you now? We have something very important to tell you. Red said to Feng Che with a serious face. Please come in. Feng Che let the 3 of Red enter his room. The specific situation will be introduced by Blue and 097. Quote. Red explained to Feng Che. Okay, I will preside over this meeting. Blue suddenly took out a projector and projected a lot of data from it. When I was young, I was kidnapped by a big bird. Based on my many investigations, now I'm sure that the big bird is Lokia. This is the evidence I have investigated, and at the same time I have infiltrated the Alliance's database and detected that Demalancy is also secretly investigating Lokia. Based on my investigation, High Priest Shimiao at Bell Tower has significant suspicions. Blue said with a serious expression. So we decided to infiltrate the Bell Tower after the game and secretly investigate High Priest Shimiao. We want to form a special investigation team and infiltrate Bell Tower. Right now we're missing a teammate in charge of healing Pokemon, and I heard from Red and Gary that you're good at Pokemon healing, so I'd like to invite you in. Blue looked at Feng Che expectantly and said. But High Priest Shimiao is not the rightful master at all, Price is your rightful master. The direction of the investigation is wrong, and any investigation will be futile. Feng Che didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and muttered silently in his heart. But this time is also my chance to infiltrate the Destiny Child team. If I can integrate into the Destiny Sons team, even if my Team Rocket's identity is exposed, I will be cleaned up by Destiny's Sons. Feng Che thought silently. Okay, I agreed. After the game, I will go to Johto region with you to investigate the details of High Priest Shimiao. Feng Che said cheerfully. The reason why Feng Che agreed so happily was that Lance Crossing was now the champion in the Johto region. And if something goes wrong, Lance Crossing can help. After the 3 of Red walked out of the room, Feng Che looked at the backs of the 3 of them with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Feng Che had obtained the complete set of information on Blue's computer through Psychic just now. Feng Che asked Mewtwo to help filter out the useful information. Blue really deserves to be the inventor, he was able to invent so many bizarre props. Feng Che used Psychic and found a bug the size of a grain of rice in an inconspicuous corner. Chapter 272_suspected again. I'm used to it, please subscribe. Blue's bugging device in Feng Che's room made a long beep, and the communication signal was interrupted. Hey, I was taken by foresight. Blue took off his headphones and shook his head. Blue looked unhappy, she didn't eavesdrop on any useful information. She always felt that there was something wrong with Feng Che and wanted to secretly investigate Feng Che's identity. Whether it was hacking the Alliance's system or the Team Rocket's system, the Feng Che information she got was a very common experience. Just because your information is so ordinary, I concluded that your information must be fake. Otherwise, how could you afford to open such a large breeding house? How did you master so many Pokemon cultivation and Pokemon potion making techniques? I will definitely expose your details. Blue thought to himself. Feng Che, that girl named Blue had doubts about you just now. Mewtwo's voice suddenly sounded from Feng Che's mind. Doubt it. Anyway, it's not that I haven't been suspected. I'm used to it, as long as I don't get caught. The data created by Team Rocket's for me, most people can't find any flaws. Quote. As for Team Rocket's, after I carried out the Alliance lurking mission, there is no more information about me. Feng Che said to Mewtwo with an indifferent expression. Blue is good at espionage, she must have tried many methods and failed to find out my problem. However, she was very unwilling, so she thought of the means of eavesdropping. Mewtwo, let's go back to the breeding house first. Let's go. These few days happen to be Zeraora's due date. I want to see the specific condition of Zeraora. After Feng Che finished speaking, he disappeared in place with Mewtwo's psychic. Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. Zeraora has built a nest in a dry tree. This dry tree is not simple, it is called the Tree of Falling Thunder. The trunk contains metal, so it is particularly prone to lightning. The whole tree is also bare due to frequent lightning strikes. By the time Feng Che arrived, Zeraora was already preparing to give birth to Pokemon eggs. I saw Zeraora flashing saffron-colored arcs all over. Lantern and Starmie, conquered by Feng Che, are providing energy to Zeraora continuously. Zeraora was now lying on the grassy terrain, moaning in pain. Zeraora, breathe evenly, it's fine. Feng Che stepped forward and watched Zeraora cheer. He double-checked Zeraora's status. At this point, things were fine, and Zeraora wasn't bleeding. Venusaur is using grassy terrain to regenerate Zeraora. You are in very good shape, and it is estimated that you will be able to successfully lay Pokemon eggs in a while. I'll give you something to replenish your stamina. Feng Che took out the foam fruit from the bracelet. He carefully peeled off the outer skin of the foam fruit and took out the crystal-clear flesh. Feng Che used tree fruits and medicinal herbs, plus the pulp of foam fruits, to prepare a potion that can quickly replenish physical strength. Zeraora, this stamina potion is very helping hand for you. Feng Che said and handed the potion to Zeraora. Zeraora glanced at Feng Che gratefully, and then drank the potion. After Feng Che repeatedly confirmed that Zeraora could successfully give birth to Pokemon eggs, he returned to the breeding house where the Pokemon eggs were stored. When checking for Zeraora just now, Feng Che remembered that there was a quasi-god Pokemon egg in the breeding room. Feng Che intends to use the system to conduct a large-scale scan to find the location of the quasi-god Pokemon eggs. Trash system, it's off the chain again. Feng Che found that the system is still unable to perform large-scale scanning. Feng Che, is this Pokemon egg the one you're looking for? Mewtwo suddenly used Psychic and brought one of the Pokemon eggs to Feng Che. I just scanned with Psychic and found this Pokemon egg to be of the highest caliber. Mewtwo explained. I'll see. Feng Che used system identification on this Pokemon egg. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name. Beldum close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Unknown close black lens bracket. Feature. Unknown. Open black lens bracket level. 0 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Psychic plus Steel. Skill. Unknown. Status. About to hatch. Evaluation. This is a mutated Beldum Pokemon egg. In an accident, this Pokemon egg absorbed a lot of Psychic. Close black lens bracket. Beldum's Pokemon eggs. How do I remember that the quasi-god was Larvitar? Mewtwo, can you feel that there are still quasi-god Pokemon eggs in this breeding library? Feng Che asked Mewtwo. I didn't detect this. It's very likely that it was just psychic Pokemon, which resonated with me, and I discovered it. Mewtwo shook his head. At this time, the perimeter of the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. In this case, this Pokemon egg is handed over to you to hatch. Mewtwo, you should have never experienced hatching a Pokemon egg. You can feel the joy of the birth of a new life. At that time, I will understand what responsibility is. Feng Che suggested to Mewtwo with a smile. Dozens of people in capes were looking greedily at the Celadon Rainbow breeding house. According to the owner's account, there seems to be a lot of precious Pokemon in the breeding house. It is said that there is a quasi-god Pokemon egg in the Pokemon hatchery of the breeding house. The value of the quasi-god Pokemon egg, everyone knows it. This time, we pretended to be poachers to sneak into the breeding house, burning, killing and looting. What can we grab from the breeding house? We all depend on our ability. If everyone has the ability to win the quasi-god Pokemon eggs, they will be prosperous. The leader, Toxic, laughed and threw a Pokeball out of which a Dustox and 2 Ninjasks were released. Dustox has a purple body, yellow compound eyes with 3 black dots, saffron, oval antennae, dark pink legs, and green wings. Dustox is a nocturnal Pokemon who likes light. When it detects danger, it will sprinkle poisonous powder to protect itself. It has a habit of being attracted by lights. Dustox will eat the leaves on the trees when it is lured by street lights. Dustox also uses radar-like tentacles to hunt for food, flapping its wings violently to throw toxic powder when attacked, and becomes active when the sun goes down. Dustox silently drops a large amount of poisonous powder in the air. There are little thieves trying to break into my breeding house and plunder my Pokemon. What the hell is going on here? Why do people keep targeting me recently? Is this an accident or a conspiracy? Feng Che discovered this group of uninvited guests through Mewtwo's psychic. It seems that the breeding bank for breeding Pokemon can't be placed in the breeding house. It should be placed in the backyard of the breeding house. The defense of Pokemon is in the backyard. If there is a problem with the breeding house, and a large number of Pokemon eggs are stolen, it will seriously affect the reputation of the breeding house. Even if the breeding house has the ability to help trainers train Pokemon, the trainer will not dare to deposit Pokemon in the breeding house. Feng Che thought secretly. Mewtwo, use Psychic to protect this building, and I'll meet them. After Feng Che finished speaking, he took Salazzle and other Pokemon towards the group of uninvited guests. It's so strange, how come we've walked for so long and haven't reached the breeding house yet? Hey, why is the breeding house gone? Why are we standing still? I remember we've been gone for half an hour. The group of cloaked people looked at each other and discussed. Calm down everyone. We should be caught in the illusion of psychic or ghost Pokemon. Don't be afraid, as long as you have dark Pokemon, you can crack this illusion. Whoever has dark Pokemon, let it go directly. I have Absol, come out, Absol. Although Absol is a dark Pokemon, it has white fur. The color of the part without thick hair is gray-blue. To the right of the head is a sickle-like horn that Absol uses to predict disaster. This Absol is very handsome, with very thick white hair and shiny skin, which shows the careful cultivation of its trainer. Absol, use Dark Pulse. Absol opened his mouth and spewed a large amount of Dark Pulse from his mouth, hitting a spot on the ground. I saw mud surging and dust flying. Strange, this is not a fantasy, what is it? Seeing that nothing has changed around, everyone is at a loss. At this moment, the group of uninvited guests suddenly found that a fog had risen around them, and a footstep came from a distance. When the man approached, they discovered that the man was wearing a black cloak and a smiling face mask. Welcome, guests from afar, welcome to visit my cultivation house. An electronically synthesized voice came from under the smiling face mask. Grandma, Dustox, use Silverwind. Toxic snorted coldly and ordered to Pokemon. Dustox flapped Nuo Zhao's wings in blue waves of silver wind towards Feng Che. Feng Che gestured towards Salazzle. Salazzle's throat churned. I saw a pillar of fire that reached the sky and burned the silver wind to the ground in an instant. Damn, Dustox, use poison powder. Just as Dustox was flapping his wings and using the poisonous powder, Octillery struck. A Psybeam squirted. Just hear a thud. Everyone found that the dustox had been frozen into a lump of ice. Octillery spit out a large amount of haze from his flared mouth. Immediately, there were no fingers around, and these intruders panicked. No, we've stepped into a trap. Everyone took out their Pokemon, and were going to rush out together. The poisonous insect shouted loudly. He threw another Pokeball from which he released Persian. Come out, Mightyena. Come out, Shiftry Giant. Come out, Sharpedo. Pokemon were released one by the cloaked men. But the next moment, everyone was shocked to find that their Pokemon were frozen in place. Huge red tentacles were sticking out of haze, pulling Pokemon frozen into icicles into haze. My lord, we mean no offense. The leader, Toxic, sees their Pokemon being swept away by the red tentacles, terrified. Chapter 273 Mewtwo. This Ditto is different. Please subscribe. Ask for flowers, monthly pass, evaluation ticket. Just name your masterminds and I can let you go out safely. Otherwise you will end up like your Pokemon, frozen in ice, and then sink into the dark lake. A gloomy voice came from under Feng Chei's mask. The cold voice seemed to have been soaked in the cold cellar, making people tremble. My lord, we are a group of poachers, and no one is instructing us. We heard that there are very precious Pokemon here, so we wanted to come and take the sheep. We really. When the leader, the poisonous insect, was still trying to defend one or two, he was suddenly frozen into ice cubes, which frightened the people around him for a while. I don't like liars. This is where liars end up. You shouldn't want to be like this. Give you a minute to think about it. Feng Chei sneered. The laughter was terrifyingly intimidating, wafting around, accompanied by bursts of haze. At this time, Feng Chei was like a ghost in hell in the eyes of everyone. The cloaked men were trembling with fear. I explained. The cloaked people fell to their knees one after another and confessed to the mastermind behind the scenes. Afterwards, Feng Chei released Psychic's restraint, and the group of cloaked people fled. Sky Cultivation House. Okay, I have been thinking about it for so long. Maybe it's because I've been out of business for a long time, and I haven't opened a store, so I can't wait for people to come and see my details. Very well, after I and Red decide the winner, I will visit the Sky Cultivation House. I want to uproot the protective umbrella behind this Sky Cultivation House. Dare to peep at my 097 Cultivation House, it is simply courting death. Feng Chei snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his icy eyes. Sky Cultivation House. A graceful girl is sitting on the sofa, elegantly drinking a glass of red wine. The girl is Chiyoyuki, the daughter of Chiyogawa, the former owner of the Sky Cultivation House. At this moment, Chiyogawa has been replaced by Chiyoyuki, who has become the actual controller of the Sky Cultivation House. A Bankatu, who looks like Giovanni, was sitting on the sofa, looking at Chiyoyuki obsessively. Jovanizan, is your plan really okay? Now, the owner of the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House is participating in the Viridian Gym assessment. If he becomes Viridian Gym's gym leader, will he have trouble with my Sky Cultivation House? After all, the Sky is a big business for nurturing houses. We don't want to provoke a strong enemy and affect our business. Chiyoyuki said with a frown. She was a little uneasy about Jovanizan's arrangement. Don't worry, that person can't be the gym leader of Viridian Gym. I have secretly sent a document to the current elite Agatha. Agatha hates evil and will definitely imprison the person from the Sky Cultivation House to the Union Prison. He wants to be the Viridian gym leader. That's impossible. The ban-inch-headed youth shook the red wine in his glass and said disapprovingly. This short-headed youth is Giovanni Giovanni's nephew. In Team Rockets, he is known as Giovanni's successor, the second-generation leader of Team Rockets. I am the nephew of Chief Giovanni and the next generation. The rise of that guy is too fast. I have to push him down, BHDF. The only successor to Team Rockets can be me, Giovanni Jin. Giovanni Jin took a sip of red wine and grinned. Also, I secretly instructed Anbu to send a fake mission to that person. If he goes on that mission, he'll find himself caught in the net. If he finds out that the mission is fake and doesn't carry it out, we'll follow the rules of Team Rockets and give him the most severe punishment. Giovanni smiled triumphantly. At this moment, Giovanni Jin didn't know that what he was doing had been checked by Ryan. Giovanni looked at the information that Ryan found and fell into deep thought. Lane, do you really say that the heart is never satisfied? This child lost his parents since he was a child, and I took good care of him. But he has no heart at all. Instead, his heart has always been as small as a pinhole. In these years, anyone who offends him will suffer his revenge, and I will endure these things. But in the face of a cadre who has made great contributions to Team Rockets, we Team Rockets not only did not give substantial rewards. We have to stumble him internally. Do you think you can bear it? Giovanni Jin's the layout is small, just like my good big brother. Giovanni shook his head and sighed heavily. Send the order, and do all you can to capture Jovanizon and its affiliates. What did he do wrong in Team Rockets? He acted according to the rules of Team Rockets, and he should not be appeased just because he is my nephew. The Sky Cultivation House doesn't need to exist anymore, just destroy it for me. Giovanni ordered down. Okay, Chief Giovanni. Ryan was waiting for Giovanni's words. He couldn't bear to look down on Giovanni Jin for a long time. Giovanni Jin, you want to be the second-generation leader of Team Rockets, you go to hell. Ryan cursed inwardly. Giovanni Jin, I'm not dead yet, you're so anxious to eliminate dissidents. Suppressing Team Rockets, fastest promoting cadre. If I die, if Team Rockets falls into your hands, it will fall apart in an instant. What's more, I never thought about making you the second-generation leader. You think you're my Giovanni's nephew and I'm going to hand Team Rockets to you. If you are honest, maybe I will let you enjoy the glory and wealth for a lifetime. You are jealous of others who are rising fast, but you have made achievements for me. What a guy who is more than successful. Giovanni cursed with hatred of iron. Giovanni, who has always been resolute, will not take Giovanni too seriously, but he is just a nephew. Even if it was his own son, if Giovanni got in his way, Giovanni would deal with it mercilessly. Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. Feng Che guarded Zeraora for one night in the breeding house. By the next morning, Zeraora had finally laid a Pokemon egg. Congratulations, Zeraora, the Pokemon eggs are very healthy. Next, you can rest well in the breeding house. Try to hatch both Pokemon eggs. Of the two Pokemon eggs, one is a Pokemon egg synthesized by Feng Che in a laboratory, and the other is a Pokemon egg laid by Zeraora. Zeraora looked at the two Pokemon eggs and nodded in relief. Venusaur, we're taking it away. Feng Che patted Venusaur's head and said with a smile. The next game is very important and I'm going to use my main Pokemon. This time, Feng Che plans to send Venusaur, Sirfetch'd, Greninja, Incineroar, Gyarados, Flygon 6 Pokemon. Feng Che knows Red's Pokemon very well. He has 6 Pokemons, Poliwrath, Venusaur, Pishin, Aerodactyl, Gyarados, and Snorlax. Of course, Red should also have that special Eevee that can transform into water, fire, and Jolteon at any time. If I don't send my strongest Heaven group, there is no way for me to defeat Red. Feng Che thought to himself. The simultaneous appearance of Incineroar, Greninja and Steel Armor Crow will be questioned by Hezhong. Therefore, after some thought, Feng Che decided to give up the appearance of the Steel-Armored Crow. There is also the heart of Warburg in the Steel-Armored Crow, which can easily be discovered by Hezhong. Feng Che, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. That's right, the Ditto beside you makes me feel different, it feels very familiar. Mewtwo thought for a while, organized the language and said to Feng Che. Very familiar. Ditto don't all look the same. Feng Che said strangely. No, it's not like the other Ditto's. I can feel a huge psychic source in it. It seems to be in my blood, Mewtwo said solemnly. The blood is connected, this is a good explanation. You are all cells derived from Mew, isn't Ditto your brother? Feng Che said disapprovingly. No, those Ditto's are the product of evolution's failure, and their genes are no longer my species. You know, from what I've found in the lab, the Ditto in the lab doesn't devour Pokemon's corpse to complete his transformation. And each transformation only lasts half an hour. Feng Che, do you still remember a laboratory accident that Fuji professor kept silent about? In that accident, many powerful Pokemon corpses were lost. Mewtwo suddenly said this long-lost past. Actually, before me, there was also a mature embryo. But one day it suddenly disappeared, inexplicably disappeared. Fuji professor searched for a long time and couldn't find any trace of this embryo, so he cultivated me again. If the embryo had not disappeared, I might not have been born into this world. Mewtwo said with emotion. You mean, you suspect Ditto is the embryo that got away? It's impossible. My Ditto doesn't have any special abilities other than swallowing corpses and changing his voice for a long time. The Ditto you said has a huge psychic origin, which is simply impossible. Ditto has never been to any place that contains the origin of psychic, nor has he been in contact with the legendary resources of psychic Pokemon. My Ditto is just a Ditto with stronger transformation ability, so don't make a fuss. Feng Che shook his head and smiled. Said. Soon, Feng Che could no longer laugh. Because Mewtwo rushed out of the Pokeball. Chapter 274 The sudden appearance of the beast. Mewtwo pressed Ditto's Pokeball and used the massive psychic to wrap Ditto around. I saw that under the stimulation of Mewtwo's huge psychic crystals appeared on the surface of Ditto's body. Ditto's body swelled sharply, and silver-white feathers emerged from Ditto's body. Ditto then transforms into a giant silver bird, trapped by Mewtwo with psychic. Ditto transformed into the famous Logia. Feng Che's eyes widened immediately, and his long eyelashes flickered, confirming that he was not mistaken. Lugia is a large Pokemon with a light blue belly, a mask-like structure around the eyes and the protrusions on its back are blue, and the rest is silver. Seeing the divine beast suddenly appearing in front of him, Feng Che suddenly realized. Logia, psychic crystal, so it is. I said, why can't I find Lokia's feathers? It turned out to be swallowed by you. The psychic crystals that suddenly disappeared in the ruins were also swallowed by you. Feng Che looked at the already transformed into Loki Asia's Ditto was speechless. Before that, Feng Che only thought that Ditto was a glutton, but he didn't expect it to swallow so many treasures. Look, Ditto and I are actually two brothers. Ditto is the embryo that escaped, it inherited Mew's ability to transform, and I inherited Mew's huge psychic. The reason why Ditto escaped, I guess Ditto should have undergone autophagy. Mewtwo looked solemn, said, the phenomenon of autophagy. Just like you did before, there is a lack of pure psychic in the body, so the cells start to devour each other. Feng Che asked. Yes, that's it. Autophagy is extremely painful, cells cannibalize each other. Mewtwo nodded. Mewtwo still has a fresh memory of that heart-wrenching feeling. If Feng Che hadn't rescued it in time, it might have died a long time ago. So, Ditto must have had autophagy, but the guys at Team Rockets didn't know it. So, Ditto found the place where Team Rockets stored Pokemon's corpse under the agony. Then, it followed me to the ruins and devoured a large number of psychic crystals, which made the cells in its body stop autophagy. By chance, it devoured the feathers of the divine Lokia. Feng Che sorted out what happened to Ditto. However, can Ditto transform into Logia just by devouring Logia's feathers? Feng Che still thought it was incredible that Ditto could transform into a divine beast. Seeing that Ditto's sanity had recovered, Mewtwo released the huge psychic that suppressed Ditto. Ditto also withdrew from Lokia's form, lounging on the ground as a pink ooze. To transform into a divine beast, you first need the divine beast's body tissue full of divine power, and Ditto happens to contain Lokia's feathers. However, Ditto can only transform into Lokia for a short time now. This is not common. And the transformation will consume a lot of psychic in Ditto. If Ditto's psychic reserves are depleted, his cells will fall into autophagy again. So I don't recommend Ditto turn into a beast, Mewtwo explained. I won't turn Ditto into a divine beast. Ditto is my family, not a tool. Feng Che looked at the ooze on the ground with gentle eyes, and said meaningfully. Mewtwo looked at Feng Che and nodded thoughtfully. It's getting late, we have to continue fighting tomorrow, let's rest early. Feng Che turned his head and said to the Pokemon beside him. The next day. Quartz League Elite Arena. Nearly 100,000 people can watch the game here. Red and Feng Che stood on one side of the battle arena, listening to the referee read out the battle rules. Mr. Feng Che, this time let me attack first. Red said excitedly. Red grabbed a Pokeball and was about to throw it when Feng Che shook his head. Otherwise we will release Pokemon at the same time, it will be fair to everyone, and Pokemon will suffer less damage. Feng Che suggested to Red. Okay, come out. Red released Poliwrath. And Feng Che released Greninja. Mr. Feng Che, your Frogadier has evolved into a Greninja. Just now, I've wanted to play against your Greninja for a long time, and this time I finally found a chance. Red said excitedly. Poliwrath, use the Water Jet, then use the Mega Punch on the Greninja. Red shouted at Poliwrath. I saw Poliwrath, wrapped in water, charged towards Greninja aggressively. Greninja used the Aerial Ace, landed behind Poliwrath, and it held a water blade at Poliwrath. Poliwrath, watch your back, use Ice Punch. Red's Poliwrath is exceptionally agile, and it turns his head for an Ice Punch. Ice Punch turned Greninja's condensed water blade into Ice Blade, and the sharp Ice Blade also cut Poliwrath's fist. Blood gushed from Poliwrath's fist. Red's Poliwrath has a very strong recovery ability, but within 3 seconds, the wound has scabbed off. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Feng Che gave an order to Greninja. I saw Greninja flick the Ice Blade, and 2 Water Shuriken suddenly condensed in his hand. Water Shuriken hovered in the air and charged towards Poliwrath at great speed. Poliwrath, use Psybeam. Mr. Feng Che, I already know your Greninja's weakness. Red had a surprised smile on his face, as if he had discovered a new continent. Ask for flowers. Your Greninja has a great ability to manipulate the flow of water. I'll just use Psybeam and freeze your Greninja's attacks. Red said excitedly to Feng Che. Water Shuriken was hit by Poliwrath's Psybeam, turned into an Ice Shuriken and plunged deep into the soil. Not necessarily, Greninja, use the Blade of Evil. Feng Che gave orders to Greninja. I saw 2 black blades condensed in Greninja's hand, which were forged with the power of evil. My Greninja can do more than manipulate currents. Greninja suddenly turned into a blue streamer and rammed in the direction of Poliwrath. Poliwrath, use Ice Punch against Greninja. Poliwrath's fist turned icy blue, and he raised his fist and punched Greninja. The 2 frogs fought in full swing. But Poliwrath is always a fighting Pokemon, crushing Greninja all the way in power. Zero Greninja used his dexterity to attack Poliwrath. Poliwrath, use Bullet Punch. Poliwrath suddenly made a hand movement, the muscles of the whole body bulging, and then Poliwrath opened the screen like a 1,000-handed Guanyin. Greninja, use Substitute. Greninja suddenly divided dozens of clones. A black spiral pill appeared on their hands. This is the dark pulse formed by Greninja's compressed dark power. Greninja threw the pill at Poliwrath. Poliwrath's fist flicked away, easily dislodging the spiral pill. Suddenly the spiral pill was thrown into the sky. Hearing a rumbling sound, a black airflow descended from the sky. What kind of skill is this? Red was stunned. Yan Che, have you seen this field-based skill? It actually spreads out like smoke. He Gang was a little dazed, he looked at Yan Che. This skill should be haze, and there is dark energy in haze, which interferes with Pokemon's judgment. Yan Che has a certain understanding of water-type Pokemon. He immediately understood that the skill Greninja used was Haze. Water-type Pokemon can use Haze and Mist skills. I think this Greninja is just using Haze to cover its whereabouts. Hezhong, do you think this Greninja from Feng Che is the one that attacked you? Yan Che asked Hezhong. I don't think they are very similar. The fighting styles of the two are different. The Greninja that attacked me is better at Ice-type skills. The Wind-cheek Greninja is better at Water-type and Dark skills. If it's the Greninja who is good at Ice-based skills, and against Red's Poliwrath, as long as it is frozen in an instant, it won't be able to break free. Maybe this Greninja is pretending to be like this on purpose to avoid you finding out. Yan Che was still very suspicious in his heart. And Chapter 275-Ferocious Snorlax. Unlikely, this Greninja is much weaker than the one I fought against before. The one that I fought against before was able to resist the attack of my main force, Aggron. Hezhong said in a deep voice. Although Hezhong wanted to find the person who stole Orberg's heart under his nose more than anyone else, he had to admit that the scene before him denied his guess again and again. Poliwrath, be careful, you use Rain Dance and see if you can expel these hazes. Red issued a command. I saw a light blue light appearing on Poliwrath's body, and a large group of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Strange, my Poliwrath usually takes quite a long time to prepare for Rain Dance. Why is the Rain Dance so fast this time? Red looked at the falling rain with a puzzled expression, and fell into deep thought. Could it be that my Poliwrath is stronger? After a while, the drizzle turned into a downpour. Haze kept not being dispelled, instead it got darker as ink. Greninja, use Throat Chop. Feng Che gave the next order. Greninja quietly lurked beside Poliwrath in the heavy rain, and with the help of the short blade condensed by the evil power of 1-0, he stabbed fiercely in the direction of Poliwrath. Poliwrath suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his back, and suddenly Poliwrath let out a scream. Poliwrath rage raised his fist and smashed it at Greninja. Just when Poliwrath was about to punch Greninja, Poliwrath found that the Greninja in front of him was just a substitute. Just then, Poliwrath was stabbed in the back again, causing Poliwrath to roll on the ground in pain. The place hit by the throat chop produces excruciating pain. Soon, Poliwrath, who had hit several throat chops in a row, fainted in pain. After a while, haze dissipated, and Greninja came out dragging Poliwrath, who had turned into a dead dog. Feng Che's Greninja won this round. The referee announced the result on the spot. Very well, it's you next. Red and Feng Che threw out the Pokeball at the same time. Red sent Snorlax, and Feng Che sent Venusaur. Snorlax versus Venusaur, it's really a strange combination. I don't know, this Venusaur can survive Snorlax for a few rounds. I think Venusaur is also quite strong. No, there are thorns in Snorlax's food. Venusaur's Vine Whip is nothing more than food in Snorlax's eyes. Even if Venusaur's Vine Whip can split gold and crack stones, it will not help. The audience was talking, and most of them still felt that Venusaur was going to lose a bit against Snorlax. Snorlax, use Bulk Up. Venusaur, use Vine Whip. Snorlax took a deep breath and made various bulk up movements. Immediately, the muscles on Snorlax's body swelled several times. Venusaur used 32 Vine Whips to attack Snorlax. Only heard a few bang bang bang. Venusaur's jade-like Vine Whip was bounced off by Snorlax's strengthened body. Snorlax, use Mega Punch. Snorlax lifted his heavy legs, only to hear a few thumps. The ground cracked as Snorlax passed, and it threw a sandbag-sized fist at Venusaur. Just as Snorlax was about to use Mega Punch against Venusaur's Vine Whip snapped Snorlax constrict up. Snorlax was chained to the ground, and saffron-colored spots of light kept coming out of Snorlax's body. This is the Mega Drain skill Venusaur uses. Snorlax, use Brute Force. I saw Snorlax's blue veins exposed, and it struggled with all the muscles in its body. Snorlax rolls Venusaur's Vine Whip hard. Vine Whip was held tightly in Snorlax's hand. I saw Snorlax pull the Vine Whip upwards with all her strength. Venusaur suddenly felt his body in the air. It was thrown high into the air by Snorlax. Even the Vine Whip on Venusaur's back was ripped off by Snorlax. This juicy Vine Whip exudes an alluring fragrance. Snorlax licked his lips, then took a big mouthful and threw Venusaur's Vine Whip into his mouth. Ferocious, it's so ferocious. After this Snorlax tore off Venusaur's Vine Whip. It actually threw Vine Whip into its mouth. Snorlax is such a powerful foodie. I want to own a Snorlax too. Snorlax looks so safe. You want a Snorlax? Your salary a month is not enough for Snorlax's food for half a day. The audience looked at Venusaur flying into the air, and suddenly there was a lot of discussion. Venusaur's Vine Whip torn by Snorlax was instantly restored. Venusaur grouped together 32 canes to form 2 giant gavels. It raised its mallet and slammed it hard at Snorlax. With a bang, a strong wind blew in all directions. Immediately, the entire audience in the auditorium felt a strong impact. On the battlefield, there was a burst of gunpowder smoke. After the smoke cleared, Snorlax was holding his hands high, struggling to resist Venusaur's gavel. Snorlax's feet had sunk to the ground. Venusaur, use the mallet in a row. I saw Venusaur raise the gavel and smash it hard at Snorlax. Only heard a few beeps. Snorlax was like a nail, smashed into the ground bit by bit. It wasn't until Snorlax was nowhere to be seen that Venusaur dismissed the gavel. Venusaur, Snorlax should use the dig skill now. Open your Vine Whip and detect where Snorlax is now. Feng Che ordered Venusaur. Venusaur opened up all his Vine Whip, like a radar for where Snorlax was now. Snorlax, take this opportunity to use the body slam. A mound of dirt suddenly appeared on the ground, and Snorlax leapt from the mound. Snorlax intends to use its tonnage for the body slam. Venusaur, use Solar Beam. Feng Che had already guarded against Snorlax's hand. Saffron-colored beams of light propelled Snorlax high into the sky. But Snorlax's thick fat blocks most of the solar beam's power, so Snorlax doesn't take much damage. Snorlax, use Hyper Beam. Snorlax opened his mouth, and a Hyper Beam blasted towards Venusaur. The two sides fought very hard. Venusaur, using Brutal Swing. Venusaur used 32 Vine Whips at the same time to use Brutal Swing against Hyper Beam. Suddenly, Hyper Beam was intercepted by Venusaur. Venusaur were also destroyed by Hyper Beam. Finally destroyed part of Venusaur's cane. Red breathed a sigh of relief. Venusaur's Vine Whip attack was really tough. Venusaur, use Grassy Terrain. A pale green glow appeared on Venusaur, and Venusaur's damaged Vine Whip grew back. Venusaur, use Bullet Seed. Venusaur took a deep breath and spewed a large amount of seeds from his mouth. Snorlax, don't give Venusaur a chance to hit himself. Hit the ground, use Mega Punch. I saw Snorlax, punching the ground hard. With just one punch, there were huge fluctuations on the ground. The seed that had been hitting Snorlax suddenly changed direction. Haha, Mr. Feng Che, your Venusaur's attack was stopped by me. Red gave a smug smile. Venusaur, use Sweet Scent. Venusaur's back carried a tantalizing sweet scent. Snorlax lost his soul when he smelled the aroma, and walked in the direction of Venusaur step by step. At the same time, a large number of small petals like cherry blossoms floated from Venusaur's back. The petals fell on Snorlax's body in layers. Snorlax, use Mega Punch. Red waited until Snorlax approached Venusaur and gave an order. Snorlax suddenly regained his clarity, and he still felt bewitched by Venusaur. All of this is Red's scheming. A smug smile appeared on Red's mouth. Haha, Red, you've also been tricked. Feng Che smiled calmly. At this moment, a large number of vines suddenly appeared on Snorlax's body, wrapping Snorlax like a mummy. When my Venusaur used the petal dance, he also used the leech seed, and these leech seeds were mixed in the petals. With Snorlax's current strength, there is no way to remove the leech seed. The point is absorbed stamina and gradually loses the ability to fight. Feng Che said slyly. As expected of Mr. Feng Che, he is really cunning. However, Mr. Feng Che probably didn't think about it. My Snorlax is actually a unique trick to belly drum. Snorlax, use belly drum. Red raised his eyebrows and ordered. No, Venusaur, stop Snorlax from using the belly drum. Feng Che hurriedly ordered Venusaur. Once Snorlax uses the belly drum, Snorlax's stamina will be cut in half, but Snorlax's attack power will also be doubled. Still, Venusaur couldn't stop Snorlax. Snorlax raised his palm and slapped his stomach hard. Snorlax's face was immediately pale, but Snorlax's body erupted with great power. Chapter 276 Water-type Pokemon can also play with fire skills. Snorlax, use Mega Punch. Red waved his fist and gave the order. Venusaur, use the mallet to block Snorlax's attack. All of Venusaur's Vine Whip comes together to form an indestructible shield. Snorlax punched the mallet hard. Venusaur felt a strong shock fall on him, and Venusaur involuntarily took a few steps back. Go on, Snorlax, use consecutive Mega Punch. Red decided to take advantage of the victory. Venusaur, use Sleep Powder quietly, just get Snorlax through the belly-bulging frenzy and you'll win. Feng Che sent telepathy to Venusaur's mind, encouraging Venusaur to support him. Snorlax punched Venusaur with punch after punch, and Venusaur kept backing away. I saw that Venusaur, who kept retreating, touched the wall of the battle platform, and it had nowhere to go. Just then, Snorlax punched, and Venusaur's Vine Whip finally couldn't take Snorlax's power. 32 Vine Whips broke and fell to the ground. Venusaur screamed in pain and lost his spirits. 32 Vine Whips were all broken, which was a lot of damage to Venusaur. Very well, victory is at hand, Snorlax, with the last Mega Punch. Red shouted excitedly, smiling triumphantly on his face. However, the next second Red couldn't smile. Just then, Snorlax suddenly stopped moving. Snorlax fell asleep with his eyes open. Venusaur uses the parasitic 17 seeds to continuously gain stamina from Snorlax. It took a while for Venusaur's 32 Vine Whips to grow again. Snorlax was emaciated at this point, as if drained by Venusaur. Slight push from Venusaur with the Vine Whip, Snorlax fell to the ground with his head up, incapacitated. This battle is really hard to win. Feng Che let out a sigh. Damn it, it's almost. Snorlax wins and I'll be able to get a game back. Red sighed regretfully. However, this battle also made Red very enjoyable, and Red hadn't tried the taste of continuous failure for a long time. Okay, come again. Venusaur released by Red this time. And Feng Che released the Red Gyarados. Venusaur vs. Gyarados, how bad this combination looks to Feng Che. Then, let's wait and see whether player Feng Che can become a master of inverse attributes and turn against the wind, or whether player Red can easily win. The host explained to the audience with high spirits. Feng Che, I will show you how powerful my Venusaur is. Red said confidently. Venusaur can be said to be the first Royal 3 that Red has obtained from professional oak, and it is naturally extraordinary. Gyarados, using a high-pressure hydro pump. The windy Gyarados swayed and flew high into the air. Suddenly, an endless torrent poured out of Gyarados' mouth. The high-pressure hydro pump tackle was on Venusaur's body, causing Venusaur to take a few steps back. Venusaur, use Leech Seed. Red shouted. I saw a green light appear on Red's Venusaur, and then countless seeds were sprayed at Gyarados. As long as the Leech Seed falls into the gaps in the scales of Gyarados, Gyarados will be continuously drained by Leech Seed's stamina. Gyarados, use Air Cutter. Gyarados opened his mouth with a loud roar, and at the same time manipulated the airflow to split the green seeds in two instantly. Venusaur, don't be discouraged, use petal dance. Countless white petals spewed from the flowers on Venusaur's back. The sky seemed to be snowing. Gyarados, use flamethrower. Gyarados, mouth is a pillar of fire. The gust of wind boosted the flamethrower's range, and immediately formed a sea of fire on the battlefield. The white petals fell into the sea of fire and were instantly burnt out. Then Gyarados manipulated the storm and swept the flames into the storm, forming a firestorm that blew towards Venusaur. I'm going, this Gyarados is clearly a water-type Pokémon, how can you play flamethrower so smoothly? Yeah, this Gyarados is so handsome, I can feel the scorching heat on it. Under the blessing of the wind, the power of the flame is even stronger. I want to see how this Venusaur breaks through this flame storm. The audience looked at the battlefield in amazement. Venusaur looked at the sea of flames that covered the sky, a wink flashed in his eyes. Don't be afraid, Venusaur, fire Pokémon, it's not like we haven't fought before. Listen, Venusaur. You first secretly brew Solar Beam, wait for the opportunity to shoot, and then you use Dig to enter the ground to avoid the attack of the firestorm. After the firestorm is gone, you use Solar Beam directly on Gyarados. You only get one chance, you have to take it carefully. Red lowered his voice and shouted at Venusaur. Venusaur nodded heavily, looking at the approaching firestorm without fear. It was not until the firestorm approached him that Venusaur used the Dig skill to hide underground. The firestorm burned the entire ground to black ashes. The audience in the auditorium did not see the small movements of Red and Venusaur, and thought that Venusaur was burned to charcoal in the firestorm. This Venusaur is too watery to escape the firestorm. It's not that Venusaur is too watery, it's that Gyarados is too strong. Do you think this Gyarados has awakened the flame attribute? Why is this Gyarados, fire skill so powerful? It's a pity, this is a precious Royal 3. The audience felt sorry for Venusaur who died. Suddenly, a saffron-colored beam of light burst out of the ground and blasted towards Gyarados hovering in the air. It's been on your guard, Gyarados, curled up, avoiding the solar beam. Feng Che ordered. I saw Gyarados entrenched in the body, leaving a gap in the middle, and solar beam went straight to the sky along the gap. Suddenly, a dazzling light came from the sky, and at the same time, an extremely strong impact burst out. Originally, there were a lot of white clouds floating above the Quartz Alliance. Immediately under this impact, the white clouds dissipated one after another, and the sky was clear. Also able to avoid solar beam in this way, I think I can give my Gyarados a try. Red looked excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. Come out Venusaur and use Razor Leaf to form Leaf Storm. Venusaur crawled out of the ground with a gray face. It swayed more than a meter high on its back, like a crescent of fallen leaves. The fallen leaves are hovering in the air, and the number is increasing. When the number reached a certain level, Venusaur controlled the fallen leaves and rushed towards Gyarados. These fallen leaves are like sharp knives, and once they are hit, they will suffer like 1,000 cuts. Gyarados, use the storm. Gyarados is entrenched in the body, and countless airflow constrict is on Gyarados' body. Venusaur's Razor Leaf tackle is in the midst of this furious air. The rapidly rotating airflow crushed the Razor Leaf into a green powder like a meat grinder, which floated into the air. Venusaur also has a trick Frenzy Plant. Unfortunately, my Gyarados can fly, and Venusaur's Frenzy Plant is not good for my Gyarados. Feng Che's face was calm, he knew very well that Venusaur couldn't do anything about his Gyarados. Damn, this Gyarados can manipulate airflow, which is very bad for Venusaur. Gyarados that can fly in the air are also very rare 110. It can't go on like this, it will blow Venusaur's confidence. Although Venusaur's combo skills have not been mastered yet, it is too much to care about. Red decided to let Venusaur use the last trick to decide the outcome. Venusaur, using Frenzy Plant. Red shouted at Venusaur. I saw light green energy appearing on Venusaur's body, and then the towering trees followed Venusaur into the air. Venusaur steered the giant tree towards Gyarados. Constrict. Gyarados, use flamethrower. Gyarados opened his mouth and sprayed pillars of fire at Frenzy Plant. A lot of fire poured into the Frenzy Plant. But what surprised Feng Che was that none of the Frenzy Plants were ignited by the flames of Gyarados. Gyarados, escape Frenzy Plant and use Air Cutter. Feng Che decided to change his mind. He felt that Venusaur's Frenzy Plant should have limitations and could not extend infinitely. Gyarados manipulated the airflow, and countless air cutters flew onto the Frenzy Plant. Only a dang-dang sound was heard, and Frenzy Plant made a sound like gold and iron. Venusaur, it's over, the grass energy in my body is running out. Venusaur, Frenzy Plant can only get so high. When Frenzy Plant reached a certain height, Feng Che really heard Venusaur's unsupportable voice. After losing Venusaur's control, Frenzy Plants fell to the ground like dry branches. Seeing that Venusaur was about to turn into flesh, Gyarados quietly used a whirlwind to hold Venusaur up. Come back, Venusaur. Looking at Venusaur, who was already slumped to the ground, unable to open his eyes, Red fully realized that Frenzy Plant's move was a big burden to Venusaur. Chapter 277 _ What happened? Please subscribe. Mr. Feng Che, your strength makes me feel very challenging. The 3 Pokémon I cultivated have already been defeated by you. What is your next Pokémon? Red said and released Aerodactyl. Feng Che released Incineroar. Wow, Red player actually sent a very rare Pokémon Aerodactyl, and Feng Che sent Incineroar. What exciting competition will be in this battle, let's wait and see. The host went on and on. Aerodactyl, using Rock Tomb. Aerodactyl opened its mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar that echoed across the arena. Almost all the audience felt a strong vibration in their ears. This Aerodactyl is so full of air, I can feel my ears buzzing. Aerodactyl, such a big Aerodactyl, has it been reported by the League? This is not something we are worried about. If there is no report, will the League let Red players release this Aerodactyl? The atmosphere in the audience was high. Rocket Hideout. Let go of me, let go of me. You don't know who I am, I'm Jovenizen, why are you arresting me? Jovenizen shouted loudly. Once back at Rocket Hideout, Jovenizen was captured by Anbu's Pokémon. At this point Giovanni Jin is being taken into the office of Team Rocket's Anbu interrogation room. Don't you know that my uncle is Chief Giovanni? You caught me, and I will make you pay a heavy price. Giovanni arrogantly shouted at the Team Rocket's Anbu members beside him. Jovenizen didn't even know that he had just gotten out of the way. Giovanni Jin was acting like a gangster on the side of the road at this moment, with no image. Jovenizen was dragged to the interrogation room. It smelled of blood, and the walls were covered with torture instruments. Even the lights in the interrogation room flickered, exuding a terrifying aura. Jovenizen finally stopped yelling, and he swallowed in fear. At this moment, Jovenizen saw an old acquaintance, and suddenly the courage came back. Fire Wolf Ryan, you are so daring, you actually caught me here, I order you to release me immediately. Jovenizen shouted, a look of arrogance on his face. Presumptuous, Jovenizen, how dare you call Lord Ryan by his first name? Anbu members beside him shouted loudly. Forget it, let's all go down. Fire Wolf Ryan raised his hand and motioned for his subordinates to exit first. Fire Wolf Ryan, you know each other. What the hell did I do? It took you all the trouble to bring me to this place. Jovenizen walked over to a chair and sat down, speaking nonchalantly. After seeing acquaintances, Jovenizen's mentality was relatively relaxed at this time. He thinks that he has some kind of friendship with Ryan, and that Ryan will sell him a bit of face. He put his legs on the table in the interrogation room, looking cynical. Forget it, for the sake of my acquaintance with your father, I don't care about you so much. I can only tell you, you're done, something happened. Please explain as much as you can. It will lessen your crime. By the way, it's not me who is interrogating you this time, but Augustus, who has the title of Death in Team Rockets. Just ask for your own blessings. Ryan looked at Jovanizan with pity in his eyes. Augustus was notoriously ruthless. No one who fell into Augustus's hands could hide a secret and walk out of this interrogation room alive. As long as something is committed and falls into the hands of Augustus, this life is basically over. Later, Ryan walked out of the interrogation room, and Augustus walked in. What are you doing? Don't. Suddenly, the interrogation room came out of Giovanni's slaughtering pig-like growl. It didn't take long for Jovanijan to reveal all the secrets in his heart, including the 3-year-old bedwetting that Jovanijan recalled. Team Rockets, discipline needs to be sorted out. This Jovanis is really a psychopathic lunatic. Many talented newcomers of Team Rockets were secretly obliterated by Giovanni Jin. If this information reaches the ears of the leader of Giovanni, he will definitely be furious. I didn't expect that even Giovanni Yin disappeared. It's all about Jovanizan. Jovanizan, this kid is doomed. Augustus walked towards Giovanni's office with evidence of Giovanni's signature. Quartz Alliance vs. Battlefield. Aerodactyl uses the power of rock. Immediately, countless stone pillars emerged from the ground and surrounded Incineroar, trying to seal Incineroar in the stone pillars. Incineroar drilled out of the gap between the stone pillars at the moment when the stone pillars were closed. Incineroar's belt of fire, and it spewed a blazing white flame at Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, using ancient power. Aerodactyl flapped its wings, and 2 khaki-colored orbs of light emerged, then tackle in blazing white flames. Boom! The khaki-colored ball of light exploded immediately, extinguishing all the blazing white flames. Aerodactyl, using Steel Wing. Aerodactyl used the Steel Wing skill in a low-altitude dive in the direction of Incineroar. Unexpectedly, Incineroar fell to the ground, and then it reached out and grabbed Aerodactyl's tail fiercely. Incineroar pulled Aerodactyl from the sky. Incineroar grabbed Aerodactyl's tail tightly with both hands, and swung Aerodactyl in circles on the ground. Aerodactyl flew out, tackle onto the race platform. The platform Red was on was knocked out by Aerodactyl through a spider web-like crack, and a lot of rubble fell. Aerodactyl, are you all right? Red shouted at Aerodactyl. I saw Aerodactyl shook his head, flapping his wings again and flying to the sky. This Incineroar is extremely capable of melee combat, so it's better to let Aerodactyl launch a long-range attack. Red secretly had a plan. Aerodactyl, used Snarl. Aerodactyl blasted out a large blast of sound waves in the direction of Incineroar. Incineroar lifted a stone that was exposed on the ground. It threw the stone at the sound wave, and the stone was suddenly shaken to pieces, turning into small rubble and falling to the ground. Not to be outdone, Incineroar also used Snarl. Isn't it just louder than anyone else? So can I. The 2 sound waves cancel each other out. Incineroar stepped on the ground with both feet and splashed high. It's ready to grab Aerodactyl, use Hell Rollout. Aerodactyl looked at Incineroar rushing up, flapped his wings and fanned out a violent gale, successfully blasting Incineroar back to the ground. Incineroar flipped nimbly in the air and landed on the ground as safe as a cat. Aerodactyl, using Hyper Beam. Incineroar, use Dark Pulse. The 2 attacks collided again, producing a deafening explosion. Aerodactyl, using Giga Impact. At this moment, Aerodactyl turned into a violent wind vortex and fell from the sky. Incineroar, use Brute Force. I saw Incineroar open his arms, clinging to the vortex of this rapid spin. Incineroar felt like he was hugging a derailed train. Incineroar's feet kept retreating, leaving 2 deep ravines on the ground. Incineroar, use Flamethrower. Suddenly, under the blessing of raging flames, the Giga Impact used by Aerodactyl turned into a whirlwind of flames. Incineroar felt the strength of Aerodactyl's struggle begin to slow. Aerodactyl is enveloped in Incineroar's heat. Get it? Even the fossil Pokemon, Aerodactyl, couldn't stand the heat. I saw that Aerodactyl lifted Giga Impact's state, which gave Incineroar a chance to attack Aerodactyl. Incineroar, use Dark Pulse. Incineroar's hands folded together, and a Dark Pulse bombarded Aerodactyl's body. Incineroar, use Shadow Sneak. Incineroar grabbed a Shadow Sneak with a bright black arc in one hand and threw it at Aerodactyl. Shadow Sneak exploded the moment it touched Aerodactyl's body. Before Aerodactyl reacted, Incineroar grabbed Aerodactyl's tail and threw Aerodactyl over his shoulder, smashing Aerodactyl into the ground. Then, Incineroar threw Aerodactyl high in the air. Aerodactyl suddenly felt dizzy, with gold stars in his eyes, and his body flew into the air uncontrollably. Before Aerodactyl could recover, Incineroar fired a fire blast from the flame belt. Just hear a bang. Aerodactyl fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Aerodactyl is incapacitated, and the winner is Feng Che. The referee announced the result of the match. Chapter 278 read, I just want to win once. Now, Feng Che still has 2 Pokemons, but the Pokemon that Feng Che fought against before did not consume too much physical strength. Even if my Pokemon can defeat Feng Che once, it will not be able to resist the attacks of Feng Che's other Pokemon. The result of this assessment is already obvious, I lost. Quote. But I'll keep fighting, and I hope to win Feng Che once. Red threw the Pokeball and sent out the Gyarados. And Feng Che sent Flygon. Okay, Feng Che actually sent a ground-based Pokemon like Flygon. I have a chance to win this game. Gyarados, use Rain Dance. Red intends to use Rain Dance to lock in Flygon's moves. Ground-based Pokemon like Flygon must be afraid of rain. But to Red's disappointment, Venusaur's Solar Beam just now made the surroundings cloudless. Gyarados managed to gather a small piece of cloud, just blocking the sun and a little drizzle. This Gyarados should be Misty's Magikarp stolen by Team Rocket's, and later became Gyarados after Team Rocket's experiment evolution. This Gyarados should be the same as my Gyarados, very good at manipulating airflow. Feng Che is Dark Thought. Flygon, use Sandstorm to turn the entire arena into a suitable place for you to fight. Feng Che shouted to Flygon. I saw Flygon fell to the ground, and wherever Flygon passed, the sky was filled with dust. After a while, the playing field turned into a sea of sand. Gyarados, use the Hydro Pump. When Red saw that the ground had turned into a sea of sand, he felt bad, and hurriedly shouted to Gyarados. Gyarados spewed a lot of clean water, which fell on the sand. The clear water turned into a mudslide. Gyarados, manipulating the debris flow to attack the Flygon. Red suddenly thought of a way to defeat the Flygon. Flygon, use Rock Tomb. 110 Feng Che ordered to Flygon. Red, you're thinking too easily. My Flygons are capable of manipulating mudslides to attack Greninja. Compared to Greninja, who has received the power of the Water God Crystal, your Gyarados are far less capable of manipulating the flow of water. What's more, my Flygon has also been strengthened by the Crystal of the Earth God and the Crystal of the Dragon God, making it more and more handy to manipulate the energy of the ground system. Feng Che looked at the mudslide controlled by Gyarados with a dull expression, and thought to himself. Several huge walls of rock broke out, blocking the mudslides driven by Gyarados. At this moment, Flygon flapped its wings and flew up from the ground. I saw a circle of quicksand beside Flygon around it. The ground suddenly sank, forming Rollout's quicksand, trying to pull Gyarados into the quicksand. I studied your Flygon's fighting style and found a way to deal with this quicksand. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam on quicksand. Red snorted coldly and looked at Gyarados disapprovingly. Gyarados opened his huge mouth, and a Hyper Beam hit the quicksand directly. Only heard a bang. Flygon poured into the sky. The sky became a foggy patch, and everywhere was filled with dust from the sand on the ground. Right now, Gyarados, use the flamethrower at maximum strength against the top. Huge flames pierced through the gray world, and all the sand was melted by the high temperature, turning into flowing magma and falling to the ground. I saw that Flygon used sand to wrap itself into a ball the moment flamethrower came into contact with the dust. The raging fire hits Flygon's sand shield directly. The sand shield turns red at a rate visible to the naked eye. Gyarados, prepare the hyper beam. Red shouted loudly. Gyarados spews flamethrower while preparing hyper beam. Flygon, you're ready for hyper beam too. Feng Che gave an order. Gyarados spewed out hyper beam the moment it stopped spewing flames. The white beam of light amplifies flamethrower's power. Just then, Flygon's hyper beam was ready. 2 hyper beams are on fire. With a bang, there was a huge fire in the sky. With this powerful impact, even the huge light screen propped up by psychic Pokémon had cobweb-like cracks, almost unable to hold back. It's exciting, it's really exciting, it's just a little scary to pee. Yeah, I saw a flash of fire hitting me, and I was about to pee. Can the battles not be so intense in the future? I didn't hold back just now. Watching the shockwave that almost broke through the light screen, the audience in the auditorium were chatting with fear. It was finally successful. Although some small measures were used, it finally hit Flygon hard. The moment the hyper beam collided, Red had Gyarados shield himself with a jet of water, so Gyarados suffered only minor injuries. At this time, everyone found a black ball that was burned to the ground floating in the air. What is that? Is it Flygon's defensive skill? I don't know, it looks like it. Feng Che's Flygon is fine. It looks like he escaped the explosion. At this moment, the sphere turned into quicksand and scattered in the air, and the Flygon appeared in the air intact. Isn't it impossible? With such a violent explosion, there is no way to defeat Flygon. Red clenched his fists. Gyarados, use the hydro pump, target the Flygon. Gyarados opened his mouth and spewed out a thick hydro pump. Hydro pump suddenly disintegrated into countless water arrows in the air. Flygon, manipulate quicksand to block the attack of water arrows. I saw that the saffron-colored sand formed a thick sand shield, blocking Flygon's face. Countless water arrows collapsed into water droplets the moment they touched the sand shield. At this time, Flygon used the power of the dragon to summon the wind and rain, and began to summon the nearby clouds and rain. The original green sky suddenly became dark as ink. After a while, there was a gust of wind, lightning and thunder. Just then, everyone found that Gyarados was constricted by countless fine sands. The fine sand was connected into a thin line, straight into the sky, and connected with the thunderclouds in the air. Then, a golden BHDF yellow lightning bolt was drawn in the cloud layer and hit the fine sand. A thick electric current fell on Gyarados along the fine sand. Gyarados was instantly overwhelmed by saffron-colored arcs. Gyarados let out a wail of pain. Gyarados, hold on. Red shouted at Gyarados. At this moment, a saffron-colored light spurted out of Flygon's mouth. It was Solar Beam. The raging flames hit Gyarados. Gyarados was attacked by Thunderbolt and Solar Beam, and fell to the ground. Next, my last Pokemon, Eevee. Red released Eevee. Eevee looks like a fox, with mostly brown fur. The tip of its fluffy tail and the down on its neck are cream-colored. Eevee's legs are short and slender, each with 3 toes and pink paw pads. Eevee has brown eyes, long rabbit-like ears and a small black nose. Come out, Sirfetch'd. Feng Che released his last Pokemon. I haven't seen this Pokemon, and neither have Pokédex. Red pulled out the Pokédex, and the Pokédex also showed. Haha, this is Sirfetch'd specific to Galar region, made by Farfetch'd, Devolution. Feng Che looked at Red's bewildered look and introduced it to Red. My Sirfetch'd is very strong. Do you want Evolution Eevee on the spot? Feng Che suggested to Red. Red's Eevee was rescued by Red from the Team Rocket's lab. Feng Che watched Eevee's ears keep moving. This is due to the after effects left over after Eevee was captured by Team Rocket's and suffered a lot of experiments in the Team Rocket's laboratory. In an unfamiliar environment, this Eevee will become extraordinarily frightened. Since it was made by Farfetch, Devolution, it should be the Pokémon of the flight department. Go, Jolteon! Red took the Eternal Evolutionary Stone, ITE, from the bottom of Deadleaf Harbor from his hand. Eevee instantly evolution became Jolteon. Red's Eevee has long been accustomed to the pain brought by evolution after experiencing repeated evolutions. Jolteon's body is yellow, and his neck and body are covered with white and yellow spikes, piercing like lightning and sharp like lightning rods. When encountering a wild Pokémon, the hair on the whole body will become sharp like a needle point when it stands upside down, which can stab the opponent. When angry, it fires needles like missiles and can manipulate 10,000 volts of electricity. Jolteon, use Pin Missile. Jolteon grinned at Sirfetch'd, with countless saffron arcs running around him. In an instant, the hair on Jolteon's body flew out like a cow's hair. Pin Missile also carries a hint of saffron-colored arc. Sirfetch'd, use Slash. I saw Sirfetch'd pick up the green onion stick. It swung forward fiercely, and these pin missiles snapped in half in an instant. Sirfetch'd, use Fake Out. Just as Jolteon was about to use Thunderbolt, Sirfetch'd turned into a white streamer. Its stalks went straight down Jolteon's throat. Jolteon lowered his head. He was picked up by Sirfetch'd's green onion. This Pokémon has great melee abilities. No, so Jolteon will lose. Jolteon, then. Red threw the Eternal Water Stone to the Jolteon. I saw that after Jolteon held the Water Stone, evolution became Vaporeon. Vaporeon's body is blue with a white shape on the neck, two fins that look like ears, and a dark blue stripe that extends to the tail, which is the caudal fin of a fish. Because Vaporeon's body cells are similar to water molecules, it can dissolve in water, and it also has the ability to predict rain. Just as Sirfetch'd's green onion was about to hit Vaporeon, Vaporeon suddenly used the melting skill, turning into a pool of clear water and falling to the ground. Sirfetch'd's green onion stick fluttered empty. Then Sirfetch'd felt rain falling from the sky. This is Vaporeon using the rain dance skill. The entire playing field is puddles, Vaporeon is hiding in the water, and Sirfetch'd's physical attacks haven't been able to hit Vaporeon yet. Vaporeon is indeed a tough opponent. Feng Che thought to himself. Vaporeon poked his head out of a puddle and spewed a stream of Psybeam in the direction of Sirfetch'd. Sirfetch'd a flying jump, dodging Psybeam's attack. Vaporeon relied on being able to dissolve into the water at any time, so he continued to attack recklessly. Chapter 279 _ Feng Che. Steel Elite's little wish, of course, is to satisfy him. Vaporeon, this duck was played around by me, so funny. Vaporeon, even if I get very close, it can't find me. Just when Vaporeon was going to use Psybeam to end Sirfetch'd. Sirfetch'd suddenly showed a smug smile tilde. I saw that Sirfetch'd's onion stems began to turn saffron color, and some saffron-colored light spots were pouring into the onion stems. Vaporeon, it seems to have found me. Sirfetch'd suddenly used the Sunblade on Vaporeon, and a Sunblade flew out. Vaporeon, how can I feel my body trembling? If I take this trick, I will definitely be seriously injured. I saw that Vaporeon suddenly rushed out of the water and fled in the direction of Red in embarrassment. A beam of saffron-colored light was chasing the Vaporeon. Red knew what Vaporeon meant when he saw Vaporeon's expression. This saffron-colored beam should be Solar Beam, no wonder Vaporeon is running away. Red took out the Fire Stone and threw the Fire Stone to Vaporeon just before the Sunblade was about to hit Vaporeon. Red light suddenly appeared on Vaporeon's body. Vaporeon became Flareon. Afterwards, the Daylight Blade smashed into Flareon's body. Flareon's skin is fiery red. It has a large, fluffy tail, as well as down on its neck and a tuft of small hairs on its forehead, all of which are cream yellow. In addition, the paw pads on its paws are also creamy yellow. Flareon's body temperature is very high. Flareon has a fire sac in his body, which transmits part of the air he inhales to the fire sac in his body, creating a 1700-degree flame. Flareon's gulp of air is a precursor to an attack. Flareon was hit by the sunblade and suffered minor injuries. Flareon took a deep breath. A turbulent sea of fire erupted from Flareon's mouth. A sea of flames covered the entire playing field. Flareon had a smile on his face. It seemed to have seen Sirfetch'd being seared into a duck by ember. Sirfetch'd looked at the fierce fire with disdain. Sirfetch'd, this fire skill is flashy. I saw that Sirfetch'd lifted the onion stick and used the slash skill in the direction of Flareon. A strong wind rushed out of Sirfetch'd's green onion, and the sea of fire was divided in two by Sirfetch'd. Wherever the strong wind passed, the flames were extinguished. The raging fire was extinguished by Sirfetch'd. Sirfetch'd this move down, the audience was in an uproar. Is that Pokemon a green onion? How do I feel like a sword? Hey, this Pokemon is so terrifying, like a skilled swordsman, it put out the Flareon's fire with one move. It's so handsome. Wherever the sword wind passes, the flames are instantly extinguished. Wait, I remember that when Feng Che introduced it earlier, he seemed to have said that this Pokemon was made by Farfetch'd, Devolution. Farfetch'd, the one that was eaten as an endangered species by humans. Is it so powerful? Of course not, this is made by Galar region's Farfetch'd, Devolution, and the green onions on its hands are Galar region's unique green onions. The audience chatted. Feng Che looked at this Farfetch'd smugly with some speechlessness. This stupid duck is getting carried away. Forget it, since it's doing really well today, let's spare it this time. Go back and double it up. This dead duck started to go crazy as soon as he drank. The key is that its nose is still a thief, and it can find the hidden fine wine at once. Feng Che looked at the smug face of this duck, and said helplessly. Feng Che's duck is always drinking secretly, and it's repeatedly banned. And if you get drunk, you will go crazy. Farfetch'd going into a drunken state is getting stronger. Feng Che must dispatch 3 Pokemon to suppress the crazy Farfetch'd smoothly. Flareon, use Charged Fire Strike. Red gave orders to Flareon. Flareon's body was burning with flames, and he opened his calf and charged towards Sirfetch'd like an invincible Hot Wheel. Sirfetch'd, use Slash. I saw that Sirfetch'd picked up the green onion stick and waved it at Flareon, and a sword chi flew out from Sirfetch'd's green onion stick. Flareon only felt a chill all over his body, and all the flames covering Flareon were extinguished. Flareon's Charged Fire Strike is now equivalent to a quick attack without the full body of fire. Sirfetch'd shielded himself from the shield made of scallion leaves. At the same time, Sirfetch'd also used iron defense to strengthen the shield's power. Only a thud was heard. Flareon slammed into the shield hard, dizzy and star-filled. Then a large bag swelled up where Flareon was hit. Sirfetch'd, using Brutal Swing. Sirfetch'd raised the green onion stick and stabbed it in the direction of Flareon, and Flareon was picked up by the green onion stick and flew into the air. Then Sirfetch'd's onion stems turned into countless green shadows, tackled onto Flareon's body. Flareon felt unbearable pain all over his body. With a snap, Flareon fell to the ground, twitching. Flareon also degenerated into Eevee, looking very weak, pitiful, and helpless. The referee then ruled that Eevee was incapacitated. Appeared, the champion of this trial is Feng Che. He showed great strength by beating favorites Red with great power. Next, let's welcome this trial champion, Feng Che player with warm applause. Next, Feng Che will face the collective assessment of the 4 elites. If Feng Che can pass the assessment, he will become the new gym leader of Viridian Gym. Congratulations to Feng Che for winning champion. After the host finished speaking, the audience burst into thunderous applause. It's time to meet that little guy too. Agatha stood up on crutches. I don't know if Feng Chie's Ice-type Pokemon is more powerful, or my Ice-type Pokemon is more powerful. Lorelei smiled intriguingly, and went to the final assessment location. Let's go, Yanqei, we can finally have a fight with this little guy. He took Yanqei out of the hiding place. Congratulations, Mr. Feng Chie, you are very strong. I will continue to work hard, and I look forward to fighting you again. Red looked at Feng Chie and issued an invitation to the next battle. Haha, Red, you are not weak, let's fight again next time. Feng Chie said with a smile. At this time, the staff of the Alliance brought Feng Chie to the headquarters of the Alliance. The 4 elites headed by Agatha are gathering here. Contestant Feng Chie, our assessment this time is very simple. Our 4 elites will each send a gym-level Pokemon to fight with you. As long as you can defeat this Pokemon, we'll send you a voucher. When you collect all 4 certificates, you can get the appointment notice. If you don't get the certificate, I'm sorry, we will notify the Red and Gary players for the assessment. Agatha smiled and said to Feng Chie. Do you have any questions, player Feng Chie? Agatha said slowly. No, no problem. Ask for flowers. Feng Chie shook his head, expressing no objection. Very good. Next, Hezhong will fight Feng Chie first. I'm waiting for you in my ghost field, Feng Chie. Agatha smiled faintly and left. Then the 4 elite also turned and left. Feng Chie pushed aside the dusty battlefield and came to a world full of Orberg. There are countless steel spikes and steel rocks made by Orberg on the playing field. There are also rows of windows next to the playing field. Inside the window are rare ores that can be collected in the Pokemon world. This guy looks more obsessed with minerals than Steven. Feng Chie looked at so many ores inside for a while. Welcome, Feng Chie, I am the new Steel Elite Hezhong. I'll test you next. Come out, my Pokemon. Hezhong released a Meow Leader. This is a Pokemon from Galar region, S Meowth evolution. The Meow Leader can walk upright on 2 hind legs, the body is mainly gray, and the fur has been hardened. It has orange eyes, ears shaped like horns, and facial hair like a beard. The Meow Leader has a big mouth that is always grinning with fangs. Zero looks a bit like a Viking from a distance. The 3 nails of the Meow Boss can be combined into one and become like a short sword, so that the attack method is no longer limited to scratching, but can also perform various actions such as slashing and thrusting. The leader of the cat is a Steel-type Pokemon, and his whole body exudes the unique cold air of Steel-type Pokemon. Feng Chie, my cat leader is the Pokemon of Galar region, how about you send Sirfetch'd? I want to see the strength of Sirfetch'd. I just couldn't get enough of the match between Sirfetch'd and Red's Eevee. So I wanted to see how strong this Sirfetch'd is. He suggested to Feng Chie. Of course, no problem, come on out, Sirfetch'd. Feng Chie said cheerfully. After all, Feng Chie took away Hezhong's most precious heart of Orberg. Facing Hezhong Elite's small wish, Feng Chie certainly wanted to satisfy him. Sirfetch'd came out of the Pokeball blankly. Sirfetch'd, didn't I just fight once, why did you send me here again? Sirfetch'd glanced sharply around. Sirfetch'd's gaze stopped in one place, only to see a cat leader looking at him with a bad expression. A sly smile appeared on the face of the Meow Leader. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Meow Boss close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Characteristic, Will of Steel. Open black lens bracket level, 55 close black lens bracket. Attribute, Steel. Skills, Catch, Fake Out, Iron Head, Metal Burst, Growl, Iron Defense, Hone Claws, Metal Claw, Treasure, Fury Swipes, Taunt, Bluff, Fury Swipes, Slash, Metal Sound, etc. Status, Eager to try. Comment, this is a Meow Leader full of the inheritance of the Steel Will. The Meow Leader has a cunning personality. He is a crazy hunter who likes to see blood. He likes the feeling of the enemy's blood falling on his cold body. Close black lens bracket. Meow boss. This duck looks goofy and should be a good hunting target. Meow's leader glanced at Sirfetch'd with contempt. Then the three nails of the cat leader merged together and performed a crazy fury swipes against Sirfetch'd. The nails of the meow leader were merged together, and from a distance, the meow leader seemed to be wielding a short sword. Sirfetch'd, use iron defense to fend off the attack of the cat boss. Feng Che has yet to see the special feature of the meow leader. And Chapter 280 shot himself in the foot. Sirfetch'd held up his shield and used iron defense. Immediately, the green onion shield turned silver gray. I saw that the meow leader's dagger-like nails directly pierced the green leaf shield, making a sound like golden iron. There are also sporadic embers emerging from where the shield thorns were. Meow boss. This duck can resist the attack of my sharp claws, man. Looking at the shield that was still intact after his many violent attacks, the cat leader suddenly put away his contempt for Sirfetch'd, and his expression became serious. The trial is over, boss meow, use metal sound. He gang said in a deep voice. This Sirfetch'd is really good. My cat boss is already the best in my second team of Pokemon. It's also the most agile steel Pokemon. Sirfetch'd managed to fend off the mad fury swipes of the cat boss with no difficulty. He gang thought to himself. Boss Meow opened his mouth and let out an unusually sharp growl. With the increase of this growl in the steel field, Sirfetch'd felt his ears buzzing. Sirfetch'd hurriedly covered his ears to defend against the attack of the golden, 1-0, dominant tone of the cat leader. In this Orberg-filled environment, metal sound is at least twice as loud as it would be in the open air. If metal sound's interference is not addressed, Sirfetch'd will have to passively wait to be attacked by the cat leader. Feng Che looked thoughtfully at Sirfetch'd, who was covering his ears tightly. Meow boss, use treasure gathering technique. I saw that the gold coins on the forehead of Meow Chief suddenly burst out with a bright golden light. Suddenly, the sound of countless money falling to the ground sounded on the field of competition. Many golden coins appeared in the air. These gold coins were like cannonballs, flying in the direction of Sirfetch'd. Sirfetch'd, use Sing to disrupt metal sound's attacks, then use Leaf Blade to block treasures. Feng Che said calmly. Sirfetch'd opened his mouth and let out a high growl. Quack quack. Sirfetch'd's growl managed to suppress the interference of the cat leader metal sound. The entire playing field was filled with the irritating duck growl. Meow leader. The sound of this duck breaking the gong is really unpleasant. Mr. Meow waved his hand, and more gold coins flew out of Mr. Meow's forehead. Sirfetch'd screamed, waving green onion sticks. The green onion stalks glowed green, and the scallion stalks, which were originally about 2 meters tall, were suddenly raised a lot. Sirfetch'd looked at the burst of gold coins. It lifts the stalk of onion with a stab. Only heard the sound of ding ding ding. The gold coin that had been split in two fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Mo boss, use metal burst. When Hezhong saw that the gold coins that fell on the ground reached a certain amount, he quickly said to the leader of Meow. The head of the cat exudes a silver gray light. Meow leader, this dead duck must not know that these gold coins that fell on the ground are metal burst's body. Meow boss, as long as these gold coins shine on my silver gray light, metal burst will happen. Meow leader, at that time, the duck will go to the sky with a bang. Meow boss, goodbye, dead duck. That's it, thank you, Chief Meow. After Feng Che heard the heart of the leader, he understood the plan of the leader. Sirfetch'd, use Stormwind on the ground, roll up the gold coins on the ground and throw them back to the cat leader. Sirfetch'd's scallion stems move upward, and a small whirlwind emerges from the scallion stems. Then Sirfetch'd waved to the ground. A small whirlwind fell on the playing field, and then the whirlwind gradually increased. Broken gold coins were sucked into the whirlwind. The whirlwind whistled and moved in the direction of the Meow leader. The Meow leader watched the whirlwind whistling in his direction with the gold coins. At this time, the gold coin had begun to glow under the influence of the silver-gray light on the leader of the cat. Only heard the sound of bang bang bang, a series of firecrackers. The whirlwind suddenly broke, and the wanton gust of wind spread around. Boss Meow was also influenced by metal burst. The cracked metal left many scars on Catherine's body. Because of the timely defense, the Meow Boss did not suffer fatal damage. Meow Leader. Special Meow, hunting wild geese all day long but being blinded by geese pecks. Meow Boss. How did this human know that my gold coins would explode? The gold coin explosion move set by the leader Meow actually made it shoot himself in the foot. The ferocity of the Meow Leader was immediately aroused. Head Meow raised his hands, revealing black and bright fingernails like daggers. Feng Che, you times Sirfetch'd, shot very well. It's the moment when my cat leader relaxes. The boss Meow uses Hone Claws, then uses the slash ability. Hezhong continued to issue orders. The Meow Leader ran forward quickly, and the sharp claws of the Meow Leader rubbed violently on the ground, forming a large number of sparks sprayed around. 2 unfathomable ravines appeared on the ground. Sirfetch'd, be careful, use close combat to meet the attack of the cat boss. I saw the Meow Leader splash high, raising sharp claws like daggers and stabbed at Sirfetch'd fiercely. Sirfetch'd jumped back 2 steps in a row. The 2 claws of the Meow Leader bombarded the ground, and they were deeply embedded in the ground, and they could not be pulled out for a while. The Meow Leader swayed anxiously, trying to pull his claws off the ground. Well, now, Sirfetch'd, use close combat. Sirfetch'd lifted the onion stem and turned into a white streamer. It gently used the green onion stick to pick up the Meow Leader. Like a spear, the green onion rods turned into countless phantoms, like Ho-Oh nodding, and the momentum of 100 birds toward the phoenix fell on the head of Meow. The whole body of the leader Meow was stabbed by the green onion. The Orberg armor, which the cat leader was proud of, was also torn apart by the green onion at this moment. The Meow Leader fell heavily to the ground, and at this time he has no fighting ability. Sirfetch'd also held the green onion stick in one hand and knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. The battle with the Meow Boss just now cost Sirfetch'd a lot of energy. Come back, Boss Meow. He gang took the Boss Meow back. Congratulations, Feng Che, you defeated the leader of Meow and got my approval. This is my certificate. Hezhong took out a customs clearance certificate made of forbidden magic iron with a bust of Hezhong on it. Ooh, this Hezhong is a bit narcissistic. The corners of Feng Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he stretched out his hand to accept the clearance certificate. The next level is the fire-type elite, Yanch. Yanch is very strong, so you can feel the fiery fighting style of Yanch. Hezhong gave up his seat. Thank you, Hezhong Elite. I have benefited a lot from playing against you, and I look forward to the next battle. Feng Che was polite to Hezhong Elite, and then walked to the next battle platform. Lava Field. The playing fields here are covered in lava. Except for fire-type Pokemon and fly-type Pokemon. The average Pokemon has no place to stay in this environment. The door to the lava field was pushed open. Yanche looked at Feng Che, who walked in calmly, with 2 bright lights in his eyes. Feng Che, you are here. Here, I will make you feel the profound meaning of magma. Come out, Heatmore. Yanche released a Pokemon that is not common in the Kanto region. Heatmore looks like a real anteater, with a pointed mouth for sucking insects and a relatively fat body. Heatmore is flushed red, but has a more orange-yellow pattern on its body, and its abdomen has a tube that connects to its tail. Heatmore's arms have ring-shaped organs resembling bracelets. There are many black holes on the bracelet, and its fingers are 3.5 inches longer than the toes. Heatmore sucks in air through a hole in its tail, ignites a flame, and uses the flame as a tongue. If the hole is blocked, the body will be uncomfortable. Heatmore's staple is Durant. It will melt Durant's hard exoskeleton bit by bit with its flaming tongue and eat it. I don't have many gym-level Pokemon in my hands. This Heatmore was caught on Dead Island some time ago. It's also a good Pokemon. Yanqi deliberately mentioned in front of Feng Che that he was on Death Island before the match. He wanted to take the opportunity to observe whether there would be any subtle changes in Feng Che's expression, such as surprise. In this way, Yanqi can judge whether Feng Che has entered Death Island. Yanqi always suspected that the red Gyarados he saw on Dead Island was the Pokemon of Feng Che. But to Yanqi's disappointment, there was no expression on Feng Che's face at all. Feng Che, this Yanqi is testing you. Sure enough, Gyarados made him suspicious. Mewtwo said to Feng Che's mind. Chapter 281 I lost convincingly. His little tricks are useless to me. Anyway, he said what he said, and I won't follow his meaning. But this Heatmore is also a good Pokemon. Feng Che said quietly. Teleportation to Mewtwo. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name. Heatmore close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Epic, Cyan. Characteristic. Fire. Open black lens bracket level. 58 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Fire plus evil. Skills. Grab, Growl, Ember, Roar, Fury Swipes, Bite, Fire Fang, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Shadow Claw, Fake Out, Bug Bite, Charge, Squirt, Swallow, Slash, Flame Whip, Hone Claws, Inferno and other skills. Open black lens bracket status. Hungry close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a Heatmore in a hungry state. A Heatmore in a hungry state is very irritable, and if something goes wrong, Heatmore's body will burst into flames. Close black lens bracket Feng Che looked at Heatmore's information and thought for a moment. Although on such a lava field, fire-type Pokemon can exert 200% of their fighting ability. However, fire-type skills do not have any effect on Heatmore, which has the ignition characteristic. So Feng Che decisively gave up the plan to send Incineroar or Ninetales. Come out, Flygon. Feng Che released Flygon. Feng Che, you actually sent Flygon. I thought you were going to send Gyarados or Greninja. 17 inches. After all, it is more reliable to deal with my fire-type elite, water-type Pokemon. Yanqi said with a smile. No, Yanqi, the magma field is still too much restraint for water-type Pokemon. Feng Che shook his head. In this fire-filled arena, releasing the water-type Pokemon is simply courting death. Even boosting the Rain Dance skill of water-type Pokemon, there is no way to use it. Heatmore, use the Flame Whip and grab the Flygon for me from the air. Heatmore exhaled a long whip of flame from his mouth. The Flame Whip rushed in the direction of Flygon. Flygon, I know you will be uncomfortable in this environment, please bide. Flygon, use Earth Power. Feng Che shouted to Flygon. Many khaki light balls rose from the magma and flew in the direction of Heatmore. Heatmore, use the Flame Whip. Yanqi ordered. Heatmore spewed a whip of flame from his mouth. These flame whips run directly through Flygon's Earth Power. Then Heatmore swung the Flame Whip. Only a few thuds were heard. Earth Power exploded. Heatmore suddenly spewed several fireballs from his mouth. These fireballs burst into a huge net of flames in the air. As long as the Flygon can be restrained, Heatmore can drag the Flygon into the lava. Flygon, use Bug Buzz. Feng Che ordered. Flygon flapped its wings and let out a piercing chirping. The high-pitched screeching generated bursts of sound waves that shattered the web of fire that the Heatmore spewed out. Just when Heatmore wanted to keep attacking, Heatmore suddenly fell to the ground. What's the matter, Heatmore? It's strange, why are there so many stones on the ground? Yanqi Elite looked down, only to find that Heatmore's legs were tripped by the stones. So that's why your Flygon uses Earth Power. Yanqi Elite showed a meaningful smile. Flygon, use Earthquake. Flygon wields the power of the earth. Suddenly the entire lava field shook, and Heatmore suffered huge damage. Heatmore, so annoying. So annoying. Heatmore was extremely annoyed at this point. Heatmore's body suddenly rose sharply, and it enveloped his entire body in flames. The heat of the magma was swallowed up by Heatmore in an instant. The originally flowing lava turned into a black and bright volcanic rock. Heatmore's body also changed from red to blazing white. At this time, Heatmore seemed to be a puppet of flames. An incandescent flame spewed out of Heatmore's mouth. Careful, Flygon, Heatmore's attack has become more terrifying. Flygon flapped his wings to escape Heatmore's attack. Heatmore's flames bombarded the top of the playing field, burning a large hole in the playing field. Sunlight cast down the burnt hole. Oh my god, Agatha won't charge me for the maintenance of the grounds. Yanchei's heart was aching all of a sudden. With Agatha's current character, it's very possible. Now the Quartz League is in a serious deficit, and Elite's salaries are not paid out. An accident made a family that was not wealthy even more impoverished. Yanchei looked at the huge hole above his head, frowned, and sighed. The flames from this Heatmore are at least 6,000, so you have to be careful. Otherwise, once the Flygon touches the flames of the Heatmore, he will be seriously injured. Flygon, raise the dust. Feng Che thought for a moment, then ordered. Flygon uses its unique talent to transform solidified volcanic rock into grains of sand. Flygon can turn all rocks into grains of sand. After getting the Earth Heart and the Earth God Crystal, Flygon's talent became stronger. In a blink of an eye, the entire lava field turned into a flowing sea of sand. This became the home ground of Flygon. Flygon manipulates the black quicksand at will. Heatmore, use flamethrower. Yanchei didn't even think about it, and directly issued an order. Flygon manipulates the quicksand to trap Heatmore into a ball. The sphere is filled with dust-like grains of sand. Flamethrower touches the ball, it detonates the dust formed by the quicksand. Just heard a bang. The ball burst suddenly, and countless sands blasted towards all directions like bullets. At the same time, due to the violent explosion, the entire competition venue was shaken. The violent shaking aggravated Heatmore's physical consumption. Heatmore was dripping with blood, and dark red blood was gurgling from the wound. Heatmore's exterior was charred and covered with sand. At this time, Heatmore looked extremely desolate, and all the blazing white flames that had covered his body were extinguished. Heatmore took a staggered step, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. Then fell to the ground. Why such a violent explosion? Yanchei was a little shocked. In lava fields, the magma contains a lot of sulfur. The black quicksand that Flygon manipulates also contains a lot of sulfur powder. Acknowledge, Quasief, water, first, fat, pirate, book, sell, money. Die.mom, as long as the quicksand turns into dust when the flamethrower is hit, a dust explosion will occur. Feng Che explained. Dust explosion, didn't expect my Pokemon to be planted on a dust explosion. All I can say is that this Pokemon of yours has the terrifying talent of turning a 110 cut rock into a grain of sand. I'm convinced that I lost. Feng Che, after you enter Elite, let's have a formal contest. Then, here's your customs clearance certificate. Yanchei Elite looked at Feng Che with an admiring expression, and threw a red stone. Feng Che caught the red stone, which was still a little hot. Feng Che took a closer look, it was a fire gem. The fire gem is also engraved with Yanchei's name. This gem of fire is the customs clearance certificate I gave you. This is the first fire gem I got after becoming an elite. I will give you this gem of fire. I hope you can inherit the will of fire. Transform the raging fire into the power to protect the peace and stability of the Kanto region. Yanchei looked at Feng Che and said earnestly. Yanchei Elite turned his body sideways and motioned for Feng Che to go to the next battle platform. The next elite you're going to play against is Lorelei. Lorelei is already a veteran elite, she is not on the same level as us. You have to work hard, I hope you can defeat Lorelei Elite. Yanchei patted Feng Che on the shoulder. Feng Che felt that half of his shoulder blade was about to be shattered by Yanchei. Snow platform. After Feng Che passed through the long ice path, he came to the ice and snow platform. Here, Feng Che saw Lorelei dressed up by Sister Yu. Lorelei wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and hides her beautiful figure under a well-cut dress. I saw her arms folded in front of her chest, her bright red hair was casually scattered behind her shoulders, and sharp eyes emanated from her mountain grape-like pupils. Chapter 282 Mewtwo, Am I Exposed? Subscribe. At this point, Lorelei has released her dual Pokemon. A mighty Lapras. Lapras looks like a cross between a plesiosaur and a turtle. It has a gray shell on its back, which is very hard and has many protrusions on the shell. These bumps can be used to sit people. Lapras is good at swimming and skating, and can master a large number of water-type and ice-type moves. It has a very smart mind and has a high IQ that can understand human language. A few Lapras are even able to communicate with humans using telepathy. Lapras communicate with each other through singing, and transmit information on water temperature and ocean currents to distant companions. This method is faster and more accurate than radar. Lapras are very cold resistant, not afraid of the ice sea, the skin is slippery, and it will feel a little cold. Because Lapras is very human, Price's relationship with his Lapras is very deep. Price has been unable to let go of his two Lapras who died in an accident. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Lapras close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, Epic, Cyan. Characteristic, wet body. Open black lens bracket level, 58 close black lens bracket. Attribute, ice plus water. Skills, blizzard, ice fang, powder snow, glare, crunch, astonish, protect, ice shard, frozen wind, confuse ray, draining kiss, aurora beam, water gun, life dew, water pulse, brine, psybeam, rain dance, hydro pump and other skills. Status, somewhat sleepy. Evaluation, this is a Lapras with super ice talent, it can slide quickly on the ice, and it can instantly freeze some Pokemon that are stronger than it is. Close black lens bracket. This powerful Lapras is looking at Feng Che with gentle eyes. Come on, Feng Che, what Pokemon will you show to fight my Lapras? The Incineroar, the Greninja, or the mighty Ice Ninetales? Lorelei's eyes were full of excitement. As long as he enters the state of battle, Lorelei will become a battle witch. Lorelei also has the title of Ice Witch. As long as the Pokemon that fights against her, without exception, they are frozen into ice by her ice-type Pokemon. Come out, Incineroar. Feng Che finally decided to send Incineroar to play. Haha, I finally released Incineroar, do you want to restrain my Lapras? However, it is very likely that you will be empty. Lapras, use the freezing wind. Lorelei ordered first. Lapras slides extremely fast on the ice. In a blink of an eye, Lapras appeared beside Incineroar. A frozen wind spewed out of Lapras' mouth. Incineroar, use Ember to set your whole body on fire. Fortunately, Feng Che's reaction speed is fast. The Ember of the big group is spewed from the Incineroar's belt of fire. Ember set the hairs on Incineroar on fire. The freezing wind sprayed directly on Incineroar's body. The flames on Incineroar were extinguished in an instant. There were also many ice shards on Incineroar. With just one click, Incineroar almost froze. It really deserves to be the elite Lorelei of ice. It's so easy to restrain my Incineroar to this point. Feng Che nodded and said in a sense. Incineroar, use flamethrower against the ground, don't let Lapras take advantage of the field. Feng Che decided to cut off Lapras' advantage first. Incandescent flames spewed from the flame belt. The flames quickly melted the ice cubes on the ground into clear water. Lapras, keep using the freezing wind. With Lorelei's order, the ground froze again into thick frost. Even the flames from Incineroar were frozen in ice. Lorelei's Pokemon is so powerful that even Incineroar's flames can freeze instantly. As expected of the villain in the comics, the villain that even the son of Destiny Red can't beat. Feng Che said with emotion. Feng Che, your Incineroar is more than that. I heard from Hezhong that there is an Incineroar that can even beat his Steelix to pieces. Lorelei smiled and said casually. Did Lorelei see anything? I deliberately let Incineroar hide some of his strength, she should not see it. Feng Che was startled, but then calmed down. At this time, Lorelei spoke again. You Incineroar feels a lot weaker than that. For my Pokemon, let your Incineroar be the best. This time, I will coach you to play, and whether you win or lose, I will give you a pass. Lorelei said with a smile. Thank you Lorelei Elite then. Feng Che just thought that Lorelei had discovered his identity as Team Rockets. After hearing the second half of Lorelei's sentence now, Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief. Before his wings were full, Feng Che still didn't want to face off against these veteran elites. Incineroar, use your power. Feng Che said to Incineroar. Incineroar's body. Then, Incineroar's blood boiled like lava. The breath of the scorching earth was gushing out of Incineroar's body. The ice blocks frozen by Lapras are melting fast. In a blink of an eye, the ice and snow field turned into a lava field. Incineroar opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. It seems that your Incineroar has a great inheritance. I feel the endless breath of the searing earth on this Incineroar. Lapras, use Psybeam. Lorelei intends to test the strength of the current Incineroar first. I saw Lapras open his mouth, and icy blue light spurted out of it. Incineroar, Fire Blast. An incandescent glowing fire blast gushed from Incineroar's fiery belt. Psybeam and Fire Blast tackle in an instant. Only heard a bang. Endless white flames spread out and were about to fall on Lapras. Lapras, use the hydro pump. Lorelei frowned, and hurriedly shouted at Lapras. Lorelei had a faint feeling that if this white flame fell on Lapras' body, Lapras would be seriously injured. Hydro pump squeaked as it landed on the white flames, accompanied by a large amount of white steam. These white flames showed no signs of going out at all, but were getting stronger and closer to Lapras. Okay, Incineroar, put away these white flames and remove the fighting state. Feng Che said to Incineroar. Incineroar's flame belt, sucking all the white flames into the flame belt. Subsequently, Incineroar released the transformation state. At this point, Incineroar looked a little tired. It is constantly absorbing the heat of the magma on the ground to restore its stamina. It seems that every time your Incineroar goes into a frenzy, it will consume a part of his stamina. I lost this battle, this is my proof. Lorelei sat on Lapras' back, slid to Feng Che, and handed Feng Che an ice crystal crown. This is my customs clearance certificate. Feng Che, I believe you will soon become an existence that keeps pace with us. But I hope you don't put Viridian Gym in too much danger when you are guarding Viridian Gym. If you are incompetent, I will mercilessly remove you. Lorelei warned Feng Che. I understand, Lorelei Elite. I will maintain the peace of Viridian City as Viridian Gym leader. Feng Che said sincerely to Lorelei. Feng Che waved at Lorelei and went straight to the next battle platform. Ghost platform. There is a dark atmosphere here, and purple light flashes everywhere. Countless Litwicks and deserved Chandelures were fighting and frolicking on the playing field. At one end of the competition platform, Agatha was waiting on crutches with her eyes closed. At this time, Agatha heard the door creak, being pushed open. Litwick and Chandelure, who were frolicking, returned to their original positions. Agatha opened her eyes and stood up. She looked at the boy who came in kindly. Feng Che, you are here so soon. It seems that the first few matches went well. I regret that I didn't accept you directly as a disciple. But now that I'm taking you as a disciple, I have nothing to teach you. You are better than Blue, Feng Che. Agatha said to Feng Che with a regretful smile. You seem to have a friend who has been secretly following you. Agatha's eyes lit up, and she looked straight at Feng Che and said. Agatha's sudden words made Feng Che's heart tighten. Crap, did Agatha see you? Feng Che spoke to Mewtwo's mind through voice transmission. No, my psychic invisibility can't be used by foresight. How did this human find out? I don't feel it at all. Mewtwo was a little puzzled. Chapter 283_Damalanchi. This person is undercover, seeking subscription, collection, flowers, monthly pass, evaluation ticket. At this moment, Feng Che's shadow suddenly elongated, and the shadow opened his scarlet eyes. A Gengar emerged from Feng Che's shadow. Is that you? Feng Che recognized this elite Gengar at a glance. This Gengar, I captured several times, but was escaped by the shadow escape that it is good at. I didn't expect this Gengar to agree with you. Alright, let my Pokemon play against your Gengar, Agatha said to Feng Che with a smile. Gengar looked at Feng Che with some embarrassment, like a child who did something wrong. This Gengar's hiding ability is so strong that even I didn't find this Gengar hiding in your shadow. Mewtwo was shocked. This Gengar can actually block my voice. Such a powerful Gengar is willing to follow me. Did I get an elite level Pokemon? Feng Che thought to himself. At the Z1 Tower, this Gengar suddenly disappeared, and Feng Che felt a little regretful. Gengar, although I don't know why you chose me, I will try my best to make you happy. Feng Che said to Gengar. I can't control what happened before, but to be my Pokemon, you have to live happily every day, okay? Feng Che stretched out his hand to Gengar. Gengar hesitated for a while, and overlapped his chubby little hand with Feng Che's. Afterwards, Gengar fell directly onto the playing field, expressing his willingness to fight for Feng Che. Haha, Feng Che, your sincerity touched this Gengar. I can feel Gengar's heart. This Gengar has been lonely in the Z1 Tower for 1,000 years. I hope you will treat it well in the future and don't let this Gengar down. Agatha smiled at Feng Che. I happen to have a ghost-type Pokemon that just stepped into the elite, so let it fight Gengar. Agatha threw the Pokeball and released a Bayonet. Bayonet looks like a normal puppet with a zipper on its mouth, but it's actually filled with grudge. When the zipper is unzipped, the grudge will also be released. When you prick your body with a needle, intense Curse 110 energy is produced. Bayonet is the same as Mystery, the puppets are not their body, grudge is their real body. When Bayonet unleashes the grudge in her heart, Bayonet's strength will be doubled. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Bayonet close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Female close black lens bracket. Qualification. Epic, Cyan. Characteristic. Body of Curse. Open black lens bracket level. 73 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Ghost. Skills. Hypnosis, Mean Look, Perish Song, Lick, Reflect Type, Confuse Ray, Shadow Punch, Payback, Spite, Curse, Hex, Nightshade, Sucker Punch, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Destiny Bond, Dream Eater, Snatch, Venom Splash, Will-O-Wisp, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Shadow Claw, Venom Blast, Phantom Force, etc. Status. Grudge full. Evaluation. This is a grudge-filled Bayonet bred by Agatha. Close black lens bracket. Bayonet giggled, his voice very hoarse, like sawing wood. Bayonet, use Shadow Sneak. Agatha gave the order. Bayonet opened her hands, and a huge Shadow Sneak condensed from Bayonet's hands. Shadow Sneak's surface flashed black arcs. At this point Bayonet felt her hands freeze. Shadow Sneak just stayed in his hand, motionless. Gengar smiled grimly. It appears in Bayonet's shadow. Shadowbound, this Gengar is so talented, it even controls my Bayonet. Bayonet, detonate the Shadow Sneak on your hands. Agatha makes an unexpected decision. Suddenly the entire Shadow Sneak burst open. Black mist spread out in all directions. Gengar suddenly showed its head from the ground, it wiped a cold sweat, patted its chest, and showed a dangerous expression. At this point Bayonet fell to the ground like a tattered puppet. Feng Che used Psychic to scan Bainette's body. He finds that the necklace in the puppet's mouth has been BHDF pulled apart. No, Bainette's body has appeared. It should be secretly hiding in haze and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Gengar, watch your surroundings. That Bainette unleashed grudge is what it is. You secretly separate yourself and hide your true body in your shadow. Haze is all over the field now, Agatha shouldn't notice my little moves. Feng Che spoke to Gengar's mind through voice transmission. Gengar directly separated a clone and stood on the field instead of himself. It directly became the shadow of the clone. Haze suddenly turns Gengar constrict up. I saw a black nail inserted into Haze's gap. Gengar's purple body. There was a scream in Haze, and the curse skill had a backlash against Bainette. Bainette casts curse. There are two prerequisites. The first is to touch the body of the curse Pokemon. The second is to sacrifice half of your physical strength. If you cast curse twice in a row, you will be forced to reserve a point of stamina. The haze in the air was instantly reduced by half. Haze made up the appearance of Bainette, and it looked excitedly at the purple fat man wrapped in black gas. When Fatty Z was covered with black gas, Fatty Z would lose his ability to fight. Soon, Fatty Bainette was completely covered with black gas. I saw Fatty Z Gia smile, and then his body burst into countless small pieces. A shadow sneak suddenly burst from the ground and rushed towards Haze. Being tricked, the shadows on the ground are the real Gengar. Agatha felt herself being teased by Gengar, and her fiery temper exploded. Bainette, use the nightshade. Immediately, the black air that spread on the field gathered together, forming a black ghost in the shape of a huge Bainette. Gengar like a demon. Gengar's body suddenly appeared black and purple arcs. At this moment, two spiritual world channels opened at the same time. Gengar even took a few steps back, into a flinching state. Very well, Bainette, use the ghost sneak attack. Haze immediately fell into the spiritual tunnel. Gengar, you also use ghost sneak attack. Feng Che said to Gengar. Gengar dispelled the dark arc of light attached to his body. Bainette regained its lost stamina. Bainette, use Shadow Claw. Bainette's hands stretched out a pair of huge black claws and waved at Gengar. Gengar, use Shadow Claws. Gengar slapped his hands hard on the ground. Suddenly, a large number of Shadow Claws appeared in Bainette's shadow. I saw that these Shadow Claws pressed Bainette to the ground. Gengar's mouth. Gengar, use the Shadow Ball to finish Bainette. Gengar opened his hands, and a huge shadow sneak with a diameter of 2 meters appeared, which threw it fiercely in the direction of Bainette. Bainette, use Giga Impact. Agatha gave an order. Suddenly, Bainette turned into a huge black whirlwind. The shadow claws that had bound Bainette shattered. Giga Impact bombarded with the giant shadow sneak, creating a violent explosion. Gengar was caught off guard by the explosion and was blasted directly to the corner of the competition platform. Bainette fell to the ground completely and was incapacitated. You won, Feng Che. Agatha took back Bainette. This Gengar with shadow talent is really amazing. I hope you can take him to higher heights. This is your appointment letter, which I issued after you defeated Lorelei. Congratulations, young Viridian gym trainer. Agatha said to Feng Che with a smile. Thank you Agatha Elite, I will definitely be a good gym trainer and keep the peace of Viridian City. Feng Che said to Agatha politely. By the way, people from the Alliance will come to your gym soon to discuss with you the design of the gym badge and what kind of gym your gym is. Of course, your gym can also choose multi-attribute Pokemon. Agatha warned Feng Che. Just at this time, with members of the Alliance such as Brock, Misty, and Erica, Damalancy hurriedly pushed the door in. At this time Damalancy already knew that Agatha promoted Feng Che to Viridian Gym leader. Agatha Elite, I don't agree with this kid being the Viridian Gym leader. Damalan said righteously. What the hell is this old man Damalancy jumping out of? Feng Che looked at Damalanchi, who was jumping up and down with a speechless expression, and secretly spit out. All four of us elite have agreed. The letter of appointment has also been sent. May I ask why the leader does not agree? Director Damalanchi, since you want me to take over the Kanto Alliance, I have the right to appoint gym leader. And this appointment is not something I just handed down casually. Feng Che was awarded the position of Viridian gym leader only after passing 3 assessments, and he can stand the test. If the appointment can be changed overnight, what is the credibility of our alliance? Agatha exclaimed with a sneer. The position of Viridian gym leader was originally intended for my confidant. As a result, Agatha took out the position of gym leader for evaluation and selection without my consent. I'm still fighting against the First Army. I'm really pissed off. Damalan felt angry when he thought about it, and saw him blushing with anger. Fortunately, I still have a backer. It is impossible for Feng Che to become the Viridian gym leader. Damalanchi rolled his eyes shrewdly, with a smug look in his eyes. Thinking of this, Damalanchi suddenly lost most of his anger, with an expression of Jirju in his hand. Damalanchi was furious at first, then quickly calmed down. Could it be that Damalanchi has a secret hand that I don't know about? Agatha looked at Damalanchi, who had suddenly calmed down, and became vigilant. At this moment, Lorelei, Yanche and Hezhong all walked in and confronted Damalanchi and his party. The reason I disagree is that his identity is unknown. Damalanchi pointed at Feng Che and said suddenly. Hey, stinky old man, it's okay, don't blame me. Feng Che muttered with a displeased expression. Yanche, Hezhong, didn't you say that there is something wrong with this kid's identity? Damalanchi suddenly turned to look at Yanche and Hezhong, the 2 new elites, and asked. Damalanchi is clearly forcing Yanche and Hezhong to stand in line. Feng Che's strength is very strong, and I didn't find anything wrong with Feng Che. Yanche retorted that he had planned to stand with Agatha and Lorelei completely. There is no good end to the grass on the wall, especially for a man with a small stomach like Damalanchi. Even if he supports Damalanchi at this time, Damalanchi will liquidate himself afterwards. Now that he has torn his face with Damalanchi, let's go down the same road. Hezhong, what's your opinion? Know that the heart of Orberg you guarded was taken away. Damaranch threatened. I don't think there is any problem with Feng Che. Hezhong replied to Damalanchi without hesitation. Hezhong knew that Feng Che was the person Agatha valued. Like Yanche, he was determined to unite with the other elites. Okay, you two have hardened wings, right? I received a secret report that Feng Che is an undercover agent of Team Rockets, so I will take Feng Che away for investigation. Damalanchi said loudly and seriously. The prosecutors behind Damalanchi rushed out one after another, trying to arrest Feng Che. A secret report. Someone wants to harm me. A traitor of Team Rockets. Feng Che clenched his fists secretly. Chapter 284 What kind of urine is the Alliance? Don't you have any points in your heart? With Mewtwo around, Feng Che was not worried at all that he would be caught. Even if you can't beat it, there is no problem in escaping. However, being exposed like this made Feng Che very unwilling. Let's see what evidence Damalanchi has. Before figuring out the situation, Feng Che planned to wait and see what happened. Seeing that, the Union prosecutor rushed towards Feng Che. Agatha suddenly burst into a powerful momentum. I see who dares. Agatha's cane hit the ground heavily. The swaying flames of the competition platform came out one after another, and the demons danced wildly. The prosecutor who rushed up found himself stiff and unable to move. In their shadow came the figure of Litwick. Tisk, if you really take Feng Che away indiscriminately, doesn't that mean that I, Agatha, can't even protect a gym trainer? Or just come up with substantive evidence, and we'll agree with you to take Feng Che away for investigation. What kind of urine is the current alliance? Don't you have any points in your heart? It's a commonplace thing to do in the league. I know exactly what the prisoners in Quartz prison have committed. You said, if the people of the Kanto region knew that a civilian who had not committed any crime was innocently framed and imprisoned by the Alliance. The real reason is because the Alliance secretly mines precious ore and lacks a large number of manpower. You said, will the people of the Kanto region rise up? Chief Damalanchi. Agatha gave Damalanchi a disdainful look and sneered. Now Agatha and Damalanchi are completely torn apart. Agatha, you. Damalanchi blushed suddenly. He felt that Agatha was threatening him with red fruit. In short, I don't agree with him being the Viridian Gym leader. He's undercover for Team Rockets. I said he was, and that was it. I also have a report letter written by Giovanni Jin, the nephew of Team Rockets leader Giovanni. The above lists the evidence that Feng Che is Team Rockets. Damalanchi took out a report and said to Agatha. It turned out to be Giovanni Jin, Giovanni's nephew who failed. Sure enough, there was a problem within Team Rockets, and the previous fake mission should have been created by this little beast. Feng Che suddenly realized. You said this, Damalanchi, this report letter was also sent to me. Lorelei, Yan Che, and Hezhong also received it. We also had a special meeting to discuss the flawed logic, Agatha said disapprovingly. This report letter mainly wrote 3 points. The first point is that Feng Che is a secret agent of Team Rockets. He privately opened a Celadon rainbow cultivation house to collect information about the Alliance. Second point, Feng Che was in the war between Team Rockets and the Alliance. Used Greninja to summon heavy rain. The third point, Feng Che sneaked up on the Hezhong elite in the Quartz prison, taking away the precious heart of Orberg. About these 3 points, the 4 of us elite discussed after the qualifier. It's over. Also use the Alliance's channels to secretly collect relevant information. We have come to the conclusion that this is pure slander. Besides, would the people of Team Rockets be stupid enough to expose their undercover agents? Damaranchi, you probably haven't watched Feng Che Leader's recent games. If you paid attention, you wouldn't have come in so carelessly. Agatha said, and Dama was white. Lan Chi glanced. Brock, Misty, and Erica. Don't you believe the contents of the report letter? Agatha moved the conversation to the other gym leaders and let them have their say. To be honest, there are indeed many discrepancies in this report letter. In fact, Mr. Feng Che's breeding house was opened in Celadon, Rainbow City. I sent a ton of grass-type Pokemon to continuously monitor every move of the Celadon, Rainbow breeding house, and found nothing wrong. Not even a single Team Rockets spy appeared. If Mr. Feng Che is Team Rockets' spy, logically speaking, his cultivation house is the best base for Team Rockets. The scope of the cultivation house is large enough that Team Rockets can completely establish a secret base under the cultivation house. The result I observed is that Mr. Feng Che really loves Pokemon, and he is carefully cultivating Pokemon. Erica raised an objection. She came here this time mainly to do justice for Feng Che, and had no other intentions. Misty, how about you? What do you think of Feng Che's possession of a Greninja, the one that appeared in the attack on the Alliance headquarters? Agatha asked Misty. When the Alliance was fighting against Team Rockets, facing the mist summoned by Suicune, Team Rockets were helpless. At that time, a Greninja called the wind and called the rain and used the majestic rain to break Suicune's mist. But I compared and watched the video of the Alliance battle at that time, and the video of Greninja's battle with Feng Che in this assessment. I also read the specific information of Froakie. The Froakie that Mr. Feng Che received from the League is physically defective, but Mr. Feng Che still takes good care of Froakie evolution. I have observed carefully, and because of this physical defect, Froakie's injured leg will involuntarily tremble slightly after evolution. This is not the same as the Greninja that appeared in Team Rockets. I am a water-type gym trainer and a water-type cultivator. I am familiar with the physiological structure of all water-type Pokemon in the world. I can clearly judge that the windy Greninja is not the one that appeared on the battlefield of the Team Rockets offensive alliance. Misty said his opinion. Where's Hezhong? What do you think of being the only party who fought against the Team Rockets who infiltrated the quartz prison? Agatha asked Hejong. My opinion is that Feng Che is not that Team Rockets member. That Team Rockets member is extremely powerful. Although Feng Che's Pokemon is powerful, he is still a long way from that Team Rockets member. And during the assessment, I carefully observed the Blue Jays released by Feng Che, Hot Meow and Frogadier. So I concluded that Feng Che is not a member of Team Rockets. Hejong expressed his judgment. With Erica and Misty's opposition, and the strong opposition from the party Hejong, all the winds are turning in the direction of Feng Che's favor. At this moment, Damalanchi spoke again. I knew you would say that, and I still have witnesses here. Damaranch clapped his hands. The people from the Alliance walked in with a beautiful woman who was crying so hard that Karen was raining. This is the head of the Sky Cultivation House, Miss Chiyoyuki. Her breeding house was destroyed by Team Rockets not long ago, and she is the only one who escaped from the entire breeding house. She reported Feng Che as a member of Team Rockets. Damalanchi said excitedly. But Damalanchi found strangely that the four elite looked at him as if he were mentally retarded. Everyone present should have heard a little bit of what happened between the Sky Breeding House and the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. Sky Cultivation House wants to acquire Celadon Rainbow Cultivation House, but Feng Che doesn't agree, and as a result, unpleasantness happened with Feng Che. Now the Sky Cultivation House was destroyed by Team Rockets, only Chiyoyuki escaped. She found the head of Damalanchi and cried a lot, and you will arrest Feng Che for interrogation. Will the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House be compensated to Chiyoyuki? Agatha said coldly. That's right, since Chiyoyuki's breeding house was destroyed by Team Rockets, Chiyoyuki is the victim. If it is really found out that Feng Che is from Team Rockets, she will definitely compensate the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House to Miss Chiyoyuki. Damalanchi said righteously. Haha, Damalanchi, you should have come without investigating the relationship between Chiyoyuki and Jovanijin. Agatha smiled coldly. Agatha's smile made Damalanchi feel as if he had missed some crucial information. Chiyoyuki has an improper relationship with Giovanni Su, and she has long held a grudge against Feng Che. Do you think her words can be used as testimony? We investigated Jovanijin undercover long after we received the whistleblower letter. When we learned that Giovanni Su had an inappropriate relationship with Chiyoyuki, we thoroughly investigated the Sky Cultivation House. The phenomenon of tax evasion at the Sky Breeding House is extremely serious, and it also involves the illegal sale of rare Pokémon, as well as the conduct of cruel Pokémon experiments. I was about to arrest Chiyoyuki, but you brought Chiyoyuki here. Damaranchi, you are the head of the Alliance, indiscriminate. You didn't put Chiyoyuki in the Alliance's prison, and you brought her here to show off her power and frame the newly appointed Viridian Gym leader. Damaranchi, you are so powerful. The Kwantung Alliance has become your word. Agatha sneered. Damalanchi was suddenly speechless. Chiyoyuki has such a big case, and even has a relationship with Giovanni Su, which was unexpected by Damalanchi. Okay, let's end this farce. Brock, Misty, Erica, go back to the city where your gym is, and take good care of the city. Fresh water. We'll take care of the League's affairs. Agatha gave an expulsion order. Feng Che, you can go out directly, take your appointment letter, there is nothing for you here. Agatha turned her head to look at Feng Che, her tone suddenly softened. In the face of Jovanijin's tip, does Agatha really believe me so without the slightest doubt? Or is she determined to fight Damalanchi? Feng Che looked at Agatha and nodded, thinking to himself. Afterwards, Feng Che, Brock and Misty turned around and walked out the door. Agatha smiled and watched as Brock, Misty, Erica and Feng Che walked out of the gate of the Alliance. In the blink of an eye, Agatha's smile stopped abruptly, and then she turned her face towards Damalanchi again. Damaranchi, this is the end of the matter. Come here, arrest Chiyoyuki and send it to the Alliance's prison for strict custody, and make sure to let her explain the facts of her crime. Agatha. Many prosecutors who were loyal to Agatha walked up to Chiyoyuki and lifted Chiyoyuki up. Head of Damalanchi, save me, I'm just as you said. Chiyoyuki struggled to ask Damalanchi for help. Before she could finish her words, the prosecutor covered her mouth and carried her out. Damalanchi, take care of your 1-acre and 3-point farmland, we are not easy to mess with. Agatha and the other 3 elites glanced at Damalanchi and then walked out of the Alliance headquarters. Damn, how dare Agatha speak to me like that? Damalanchi almost vomited blood. No, without the 3 holy beasts to deter the elites of these alliances, now everyone starts to ignore me. Looks like I'm going to take action as soon as possible to snatch Lokia from the hands of High Priest Shimiao. Damalanchi picked up his cane and tapped the ground heavily. The other prosecutors of the alliance looked at Damalan's unsettled face and froze. Agatha and Lorelei enter a secret room. There was a large screen in the room, and the figure of Lance Crossing appeared on the screen. Agatha, Lorelei, is there anything you need to contact me urgently? Did Damalanchi attack you? Lance Crossing asked curiously. I had appointed Feng Che to be the Viridian gym leader just now, but Damalanchi suddenly broke in. He took the Team Rocket's report file and wanted to take Feng Che directly, but I and Lorelei stopped him. We have protected him as you asked. Agatha replied, looking at Lance Crossing. Thank you for your hard work, Feng Che, I must keep it. Lance Crossing said firmly. Before you left, you specifically explained to me and Lorelei that no matter what happens, you must protect this kid. It's just, why are you trying so hard to protect this person? I don't understand. Although he is very talented as a trainer, it will take a certain amount of time for him to grow to our level. During this period, it is also possible that he will become a Viridian gym leader by air, and he may have moved a lot of people. The interests of the people. Some people who are restless, are likely to attack him secretly. Agatha said in a deep voice. Feng Che and I are close friends. He saved my life when he was on Dead Island. He also helped the dragon blood fruit tree that was mutilated by Damalanchi. You didn't wonder why I was there. When the rebellion was about to be launched, it disappeared for a month. At that time, I was confused whether we should launch this rebellion or not, and whether we would be criticized by thousands of people after the rebellion. At this time, Feng Che braved a huge risk, and provided me with important intelligence. It was he who told me that Team Rockets was about to take a shot at the Alliance, and told me the time of the attack. And at the same time let me root out those who were doing it under the guise of Team Rockets. The aristocratic family. It was with Feng Che's information that we were able to take this opportunity to not only extinguish the arrogance of the aristocratic family, but also gain a huge reputation. At the same time, the news that the Kanto region was in a huge financial deficit was also provided to me by Feng Che. He also asked me not to serve as champion of the Kanto region, lest I fall into Damalanchi's trap and become his scapegoat. It was also Feng Che who suggested that I come to Johto region to recharge and cooperate with High Priest Shamiao, so that I would not be subject to Damalanchi. If it wasn't for Feng Che to deal with it and provide me with important information and battle plans, we would have launched a rebellion directly, and we would have suffered heavy losses. Lance Crossing said meaningfully and slowly. And Chapter 285 Lorelei. Little Devil, you are so bold, please subscribe. Although Feng Che is now a member of Team Rockets, his ambition is never in Team Rockets. And now Team Rockets are also the key to balancing the forces of all parties. Lance Crossing continued to add. With Team Rockets, the Wizards of Damalan didn't dare to attack us. The birds are gone, the good bows are hidden, the cunning rabbits die, and the lackeys are cooked. We still know the truth. However, this little guy is really powerful. He is a resourceful person. Agatha said with a solemn expression. After listening to what Lance Crossing said, Lorelei nodded thoughtfully. After finishing the video call with Lance Crossing, Lorelei walked out of League headquarters. She saw Feng Che was talking intimately with Red and Gary. Before the game, I didn't expect this little devil to be so powerful. Now, I never imagined that you are so courageous. Being able to infiltrate the quartz prison dedicated to felons and win the heart of Orberg from the steel elite trainer Hejong. Even I have to admire your courage. If it wasn't for you who caused the chaos in the quartz prison, Damalanchi wouldn't be so passive. 110 inches. Team Rockets attacked the Alliance, which made the situation of our 4 elites much better. But we can't make Team Rockets too powerful. The current Kanto region is the Alliance led by Damalanchi, the elite led by Agatha, and the Team Rockets. The 3 forces maintain the balance together. Once a certain balance is broken, the Kanto region will fall into war. I hope Team Rockets don't do anything too outrageous, or I won't let Team Rockets go. Lorelei thought to himself, holding a Master Ball tightly in his hand. The Pokemon here is Lorelei's trump card. Guys, I might have to go to Viridian Gym to get things sorted out first. After I take care of Viridian Gym, I will go to Johto region with you. Feng Che said to Red and Gary. Of course there is no problem. Blue is also collecting specific information on Bell Tower. It is estimated that it will take some time. I estimate that I will stay in Indigo Plateau for a while to train my Pokemon. After this time with Mr. Feng Che, in the game, I found a lot of my shortcomings. Red said with determination. I'll go back to Pallet Town first and do some Pokemon research with my grandpa. I think I have some shortcomings in Pokemon characteristics and Pokemon cultivation. Gary said to everyone. Gary, if you have time, you can also visit my breeding house. There are many Pokemon in my breeding house that are not common in the Kanto region, you can go and have a look. Feng Che suggested to Gary. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni's fists clenched as he watched the evidence presented by Augustus. Seeing Giovanni's crimes, Giovanni only felt a rush of fire rushing to his forehead, making his head hurt. Giovannizen is truly unforgivable. Because of jealousy of some of the rising talents of Team Rockets, he actually sent people to kill these people secretly. Giovannizen is really breaking the foundation of Team Rockets. This time, in order to completely overthrow Feng Che, I even sent a report to Elite Four and Damalanchi. He is really my good nephew of Giovanni. In order to frame Feng Che and avoid Feng Che's rise to power, he was so bold. I didn't expect that silver was also deliberately lost by Giovannizen. How old was he at that time? He was so scheming. Giovanni's face was ashen, his eyes narrowed, and there was a chill in his eyes. Giovannizen's actions completely wiped out all the good impressions he had in Giovanni's heart, and even the last trace of family affection was exhausted. Deprive Giovannizen of all the Pokemon, put Giovannizen in the Isle of Exile, and inform Team Rockets about Giovannizen. My Giovanni has no such nephew, and he does not deserve the surname Giovanni. Giovanni Shen said. Fortunately, C Elite didn't believe Giovannizen's report. The position of Viridian Gym leader is still in the hands of Team Rockets. It's just right, I don't have time to deal with various government affairs in Viridian City, so it's just right to leave it to Feng Che. Giovanni thought for a while, and decided not to interfere in the affairs of Viridian Gym. The first is that Giovanni is very busy and doesn't have time to manage Viridian Gym. The second is that Feng Che has won the position of Viridian Gym leader, which is already on an equal footing with the 3 cadres. For this talent, Giovanni did not want to limit his freedom. Go ahead and promote Feng Che to a senior cadre and enjoy all the rights of a senior cadre. Give Feng Che the right to choose his subordinates, and assign Feng Che 2 superiors and 3 brigades. Also, tell Feng Che in detail what Giovannizen did and my decision to punish Giovannizen. To show how much I value him. Team Rockets will not treat anyone who has contributed to Team Rockets, and will never appease any traitor of Team Rockets. Giovanni has his own way of winning people over. Unova region. Feng Lu looked at the white hair on Vio's head, and tears fell from his eyes. Daddy. Feng Lu whimpered and shouted. Come back, just come back. Vio patted Feng Lu on the shoulder. Dad finally waits for you to come back. Vio's tears fell silently. When you come back this time, you shouldn't leave, right? Vio wiped his tears and asked Feng Lu. No, the alliance has separated my wife and children, and now I want to find out the whereabouts of my wife and children. My wife should have been taken back by her family. My child is missing, and because it's been so long, I can't find his whereabouts yet. Originally, before I fell into the Union prison, I planned to bring Xiaoli to see my father. Feng Lu said in a deep voice. Our royal dragon family in Unova region is different from other royal dragon family. We will have a dragon tattoo on the back of our direct bloodline. This tattoo will appear at the age of 16, and it has a special power to control the dragon. This special dragon power is like sweet scent to dragon Pokemon. No matter how fierce the dragon-type Pokemon is, they will be tamed and docile by the power of this dragon. You just need to pay attention to see if there are up-and-coming dragon trainers in the Kanto region, who are about the same age. That may be your missing child. Vio suggested, looking at Feng Lu with a frustrated face. Okay, I'm going on a Team Plasma mission. Since joining Team Plasma, it's hard for me to quit now. Vio sighed and snorted. Dad, I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me. Feng Lu's eyes showed a guilty look. Don't feel bad, after all, I'm Team Plasma's second in command now. I can't be used by ordinary people, and if the risk is too high, I will refuse to perform the task. You are trying to save your wife and children now. Find them all. When you find them, take them back to the dragon land of Unova region. I want to start the inheritance of the dragon god there. All direct descendants have the opportunity to start a dragon god inheritance. Vio looked at Feng Lu and comforted. Well, I will definitely find them. Feng Lu said firmly. A forest on the outskirts of Viridian City. The famous Viridian Gym is built here. Feng Che rode the Flygon to Viridian Gym. Flygon flapped its wings and fell from the sky. The gust of wind from the wings blew the surrounding 1-meter-high weeds to the ground. Viridian Gym has a huge footprint. But from the outside it looks a bit shabby. Giovanni also took care of Gym in the first few years of taking over. Over the next few years, Giovanni focused on developing 3.5 team rockets. Gym is left alone. Gym building is badly aged after a few years of wind and rain. It's like a haunted house now. Feng Che pushed open the dust-covered door of Viridian Gym, and a stream of dust rushed to his face. Cough cough. Feng Che quickly used Psychic to isolate the dust from his body. If Viridian Gym wants to reopen, it must be demolished and rebuilt. Feng Che murmured, looking at the vicissitudes of life in Viridian Gym. Even the statue of Giovanni that stands in front of the Viridian Gym is rusted due to disrepair. At this moment, Feng Che found a few Oddish looking at him. When Oddish saw Feng Che had found himself, he turned around in a panic and ran away. Oddish! No, there are humans in here. Oddish stepped in the air and fell to the ground with a snap. Feng Che saw a big hole in Gym's ceiling. Saffron-colored sunlight poured down through the cracks in the ceiling and into the gym. Feng Che found that the interior of this gym was full of many flowers and plants. Has become a habitat for many Pokemon. Chapter 286 Viridian Gym's Intruder. Deep in the gym, there were many Shroomish and Breloom watching Feng Che warily. Shroomish is a small mushroom-shaped Pokemon. Its upper body is beige with green spots, and its lower body is green. It had a small opening at the top of its head, a fold at the waist, and 2 small round feet at the bottom, but no upper limbs were visible. When Shroomish senses danger, he shakes his body and scatters toxic spores from the top of his head that can wither plants and trees. If Pokemon accidentally inhales spores, every joint on his body will start to ache. Pokemon inhales too many oyster mushroom spores, it is likely to die on the spot in severe cases. Breloom has a kangaroo-like body and is predominantly green and beige. The wrists are flexible and can easily attack opponents, and there are 2 red claws on the limbs. The mushroom on the head forms a hat shape. There are 2 red spherical objects on the hat, symmetrically on both sides, with air holes in the middle. 4 green spherical objects surround the tip of the tail. The green spherical object at the tip of Breloom's tail is Breloom's poisonous spore. Breloom can control the poisonous spores in the tail to attack the enemy. Breloom's claws can extend freely from the bottom of the neck, and use the claws to launch attacks such as Mach Punch. The seeds on the tail will release poisonous spores, and they will knock down enemies with almost invisible fast punches. 17. Feng Che watched these Breloom's stout build. They have exceptionally developed leg muscles and appear to be good at leg attack. Shroomish and Breloom stared at the sudden intrusion of Feng Che with bad expressions. Shroomish, do humans want to snatch our companions? Shroomish, we've all been hiding here, don't you want to let us go? Breloom, damn human poachers who want to drive us all out. Breloom, we're going to attack humans and let them taste the power of poisonous spores. Breloom, headed by him, suddenly let out a scream, and the Brelooms raised their tails. The Shroomish swayed all over. Immediately, a large amount of purple powder was scattered from their bodies. Come out, Venusaur. I saw a suction from the flowers on Venusaur's back, sucking the purple powder floating into the air into the flowers on his back. Then, Venusaur opened his bloody mouth, and a green light group spewed out of his mouth. This is Venusaur's seed bomb. The blob of light exploded between Breloom and Shroomish. Just for a moment. Breloom and Shroomish fell to the ground. Breloom, damn humans, just one move made us lose our ability to fight, and I can't even protect my people. Breloom felt a sharp pain all over his body. It struggled several times to get up, but failed. I see, is it a Shroomish of a different color? Feng Che saw a Shroomish of a different color. It was curled up in a corner of the gym. Oddish shields the Shroomish with his body. Venusaur, use grassy terrain. Feng Che gave Venusaur an order. Venusaur's body. Then the entire gym ground turned into a sea of flowers. Breloom and Shroomish gradually regained their strength in this sea of flowers. Breloom, human beings are so kind, what conspiracy does he have? Breloom felt that the human being in front of him had nothing to do with being courteous, either a traitor or a thief. Haha, I have no ill intentions. I am the new gym leader of this gym. My name is Feng Che. Feng Che used the power of Viridian to communicate with Breloom. Humans can talk. Breloom's pupils shrank. It's not that I can speak, it's that I'm using the power of Viridian to communicate with you. Feng Che used the power of Viridian on Breloom in front of him. I saw a green light flashing across Feng Che's hands. Viridian's power had passed. Breloom's injuries immediately improved. The wounds on their bodies quickly scarred off and returned to their original shape. The power of Viridian is a gift from the Viridian forest. Only human beings with a pure heart can obtain the power of Viridian. But why do you want helping hand humans to capture us? Breloom looked at Feng Che angrily and asked. Breloom, are you mistaken? This is my first day at Viridian Gym, not the one to arrest you. Feng Che looked at Breloom and said depressedly. My friend was injured by poachers and is now in danger. Since you have the power of Viridian, please save it. Breloom couldn't help but walk towards the depths of gym with Feng Che and Venusaur. Here, Feng Che saw a group of tropical flying dragons forming a ball. Tropicosaurus is a Pokémon with the appearance of a herbivorous dinosaur. Its body is brownish-gray, similar to the trunk of a tropical tree, and it has a long neck and stout limbs. There are 3 green leaves on the head, one of which is large, worn like a cape hood or helmet. 2 other small leaves are scattered on the sides, and 3 arrowroots wrap around the neck. There are 3 huge leaves on its back, shaped like huge wings. A bunch of banana-like yellow berries hang from the jaw. The most striking thing about the tropical flying dragon is the 3 huge leaves on its back. This leaf is why it can fly as a grass-type Pokémon, and you can go anywhere by flapping the leaf. It is also one of the few grass-type Pokémon that can bear berry, which is shaped like a banana and is delicious and sweet. Another grass-type Pokémon that can produce berry is the Grotle, and the bushes on its back can produce berry-like hazelnuts. Despite its dinosaur-like appearance, the tropical dragon is actually a Pokémon with grass and flying attributes. If the tropical flying dragon can Mega Evolution, it should be like Sceptile, which can stimulate the dragon bloodline. Tropical flying dragons can be regarded as sub-dragons, that is, Pokémons that have the appearance of dragons, but do not have dragon attributes. The tropical flying dragon is known as the most comfortable air mount, known as the Rolls-Royce in the sky. Tropical dragons emit a fruity fragrance as they fly. Under the influence of this fragrance, it is extremely easy for tired humans to fall into deep sleep. Tropical flying dragons also have a wide range of skills, and they can learn big moves such as Dragon Dance, Dragon Hammer, Leaf Storm, etc. through genetics. At this time, Feng Che saw a small tropical flying dragon lying on the ground, twitching all over. There was a lot of purple-black blood flowing on its body. We've been using grassy terrain to keep this little tropical dragon alive 110. But this purple-black venom is constantly devouring its vitality, please save it. Breloom pleaded with Feng Che. As soon as Feng Che walked into the side of the tropical flying dragon, he smelled a pungent stench. A purple wound appeared on the abdomen of the tropical dragon. Purple venom was gurgling from the wound. The purple venom is like gangrene, and even the power of grassy terrain can't drive it away. Venusaur, use leech seed. Venusaur suddenly shot a green seed from the flower. The green seeds fell on the abdomen of the tropical flying dragon, and the vines suddenly stretched out and gradually sucked the poisonous blood. The vines gradually wither after sucking the poisonous blood. Go on, Venusaur, use the leech seed. Feng Che took out the medicine bowl from the bracelet. He formulated an antidote based on the toxicity of tropical flying dragon poisoning. This poison is not commonly used by poachers, it should be specially formulated. Feng Che looked at the wound of the tropical flying dragon and said thoughtfully. Venusaur used leech seed 6 times in a row. At this time, the blood flowing from the wound gradually turned dark green. According to the medicinal properties of the venom, Feng Che formulated antidote and applied it to the abdomen of the tropical flying dragon. After a while, the breathing of the tropical dragon became steady. The tortured tropical dragon finally fell asleep. Okay, Breloom, the wyvern is no longer a problem. Can you tell me in detail what exactly happened here? As soon as Feng Che finished speaking, an explosion sounded from the door of gym. Chapter 287 _ Little Gym Leader, still want to keep me. Found it, found the escaped Breloom and tropical dragons. That's a lot of money. Only a few gunshots were heard, and there was no movement outside. Breloom of Rage rushed out immediately, only to be thrown to the ground by a huge oncoming net. Appeared, this Breloom leader can sell for a lot of money on the black market. A bounty hunter in a ninja costume walked out from a broken wall in gym. Tisk tisk, Pacto, be careful, this is the location of the legendary gym of Team Rocket's leader Giovanni. A female ninja wearing a red ninja uniform walked in. Huji, why are you here, aren't you only interested in gems? Parker looked at Huji with a wary expression. My employer has placed me on an order for a large number of wyverns, and I'm tracking wyverns. You're targeting this heterochromatic shroomish and these Brelooms, and I'm aiming for wyverns. We each take what we need, and the goals are not in conflict. Foxy said to Parkdo with a smile. Wearing a ninja suit and having Delphox and Chestnut, so it's the two of them. Lone walkers among bounty hunters, the two fell in love with each other in the process of snatching prey to each other, and finally became husband and wife. They are well-known gym-level trainers, non-gym leaders, among poachers. It just so happens that I am currently forming a team. If possible, I can bring the two of them into my command. Feng Che quietly watched the two people who broke in a place in the gym, and thought to himself that Feng Che is now intended to establish a faction independent of Team Rockets and under his control. Next to Parko was a Chestnut. There is a Delphox behind the Fox Princess. Chestnut has some plant-like characteristics. The white beard extends all the way to the belly, and there is a small pink nose. It has an armor-like shell with 4 white spikes sticking out from the back. Chestnut's body color is similar to that of a shell, and the top surface of the tail and arms are protected by green armor, with 2 small spines on each arm. Chestnut has the power to knock over a 50-ton tank with its body. If you put your fists together in front of your face and take a defensive stance, you can even withstand a direct bombardment. This chestnut from Pacto looks very strong. A lot of sawdust appeared on the fist of its right hand. It just blasted Jim's wall with dynamic punch. Delphox's body is dominated by red and yellow. The hair on the legs and front paws is prolific and long, resulting in a witch-like costume. Evolution, it became an image of holding a branch, no longer a branch on its tail, but still retained a pair of large ears with a lot of flame-like fluff on the ears. Delphox can use psychic to control the 3000 degrees Celsius fire vortex. It uses a branch as a walking stick and burns a fire at its tip. If you concentrate, you can foresee the future. At this time, Delphox suddenly faced the shadow of Viridian Jim, waving his staff and spraying out many sparks. Mars illuminates the dark side of Viridian Jim. The two suddenly saw Feng Che standing not far away. The sky-filled Mars was blocked by the windy psychic and disappeared into the darkness. "Who are you and why are you here?" Pacto asked Feng Che. "You broke into my territory and asked who I was." Feng Che came out of the dark. Pacto and Fox G saw an unusually young teenager. "Little devil, isn't this the territory of Team Rocket's leader Giovanni? Do you think you're playing a house?" Foxy snorted coldly. "You shouldn't have been paying attention to the latest news. The Alliance has appointed a new gym leader for Viridian Gym. Me, the new Viridian Gym leader. According to the laws of the Alliance, you broke into the gym without the permission of the gym leader and destroyed the equipment and facilities of the gym. I have the right to arrest you," Feng Che said with a sneer. I saw Feng Che waved his hand, and countless sounds of breaking the air sounded. Immediately water shuriken ripped through the net that bound Breloom and Shroomish. Shroomish and Breloom rushed out of the broken net. They looked at Pacto and Fox G with anger on their faces. Indeed, this person is the newly appointed gym leader of Viridian Gym. Parker took out his communicator and found Feng Che's information. "Fox G, you caused the injury on Tropical Flying Dragon?" Feng Che asked. "No, when I tracked them down, one of the Tropical Flying Dragons was injured by poison. I still want to help this Tropical Flying Dragon. As a result, when these Tropical Flying Dragons saw me, they fled like ghosts." Fox G was a little angry when she thought about it. Foxy has her own pride. Foxy captures the Pokemon Synagogue and defeats Pokemon with dignity, and will not use such despicable tricks as poisoning. However, you, a little gym leader, want to keep our 2 gym level trainers. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Park, let's join forces. Parker said. Delphox, use flamethrower. Delphox raised his wooden staff, and the flames rushed out of the wooden staff, circling in the air to form a column of fire and blasting towards Feng Che. Okay, Chestnut, use pin missile. Were countless green pin missiles on Chestnut's body and blasted towards Feng Che. Sorry, brat, we didn't mean to break into your gym. But we can't stay here, goodbye. Pacto said politely, smiling smugly and planning to run away. Just as Parker greeted Chestnut to leave. Suddenly, Pacto's figure changed. He found that he and Chestnut actually appeared in Feng Che's original position. Pacto saw that Feng Che waved at him with a smile, and pointed behind him. Turning to look at pin missile in the sky and flamethrower rushing up. Pacto gritted his teeth and shouted to Chestnut, "Chestnut, defend against flamethrower's attack." Chestnut folded his arms in front of his chest in a most defensive stance. A green transparent mask appeared in front of Chestnut. Just then, pin missile and flamethrower had rushed over. Pin missile hit the green mask with a thud. The flamethrower hit the mask with a bang, and the huge impact made Chestnut take a few steps back. Pin missile and flamethrower's attacks were resisted by Chestnut's teeth, which did not damage their trainers. Chestnut, well done. Parko looked at Chestnut, whose body was partially burned, and encouraged Chestnut. Damn, you used a field exchange, are you a psychic? Parker looked at Feng Che with fear. The huge psychic on Feng Che's body made him feel fear. How about you two still think you can slip away from my little gym leader? So now you have two options. First, I was taken into the Union prison and punished by Union law. Secondly, it belongs to my command and will only do things for me from now on. You two think about it. Feng Che said with a smile. At this moment, two vine whips suddenly rushed out of the ground and tied Parko and Fox G tightly. Venusaur came out of the shadows. Damn, Chestnut, leave me alone, use Dynamic Punch on Venusaur. Delphox, leave me alone, use the flamethrower on the Venusaur. Parkdo and Huji gave orders one after another. Tisk tisk, there is a tacit understanding. Can I understand that it is a husband and a wife? Feng Che joked. Cut, whoever sings with his husband is just an old man. Che, whoever sings with her husband is just an old aunt who likes to dress up. The two looked at each other with disgust, and then turned their heads away. Tisk tisk, even the answer is so tacit. Feng Che continued to laugh. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Feng Che saw that the ears of the two of them were turning red. Venusaur, swing the vine whip, take down Chestnut and Delphox. Venusaur stretched out part of the vine whip to form a giant gavel. Facing Chestnut's dynamic punch, Venusaur slammed into Chestnut's fist with a single mallet. Venusaur's gavel was still indestructible, and Chestnut took a few steps back and finally landed on the ground. The gavel suddenly disbanded, binding Chestnut round and round, and hoisted Chestnut into the sky. Another part of Venusaur, Vine Whip, roams like a viper and burrows into the ground. After a while, it rushed out of the ground where Delphox was standing. Vine Whip wrapped around Delphox's legs, hung Delphox upside down in the air, and separated Delphox from its staff. Look, this is the difference between your gym class and mine. Feng Che smiled at the two of them. Clap clap clap. There was a burst of applause not far away. As expected of Mr. Feng Che, the new Viridian gym leader. I didn't expect that Pacto and Huji were defeated so easily by you. A sturdy poacher with a bazooka on his back got in. Behind him was a man who was thin to the point of hemp, and he was holding a Gatling in his hand. Chapter 288 I want to avenge the millennium. Please subscribe. Brother Yin Xiao. Feng Che blurted out when he looked at the two who came out. Feng Che is also very familiar with these two people. Brother Yin Xiao is a notorious poacher Brother Yin, who is good at making drugs. As long as Pokemon is poisoned by him, if there is no antidote, he will not survive the next day. The younger brother, Xiao, is good at fighting and likes to bombard Pokemon with rockets. Xiao was extremely taciturn and basically just listened to Yin's advice. It can be said that where the silver finger is, the owl fights. Their methods are extremely cruel. Even a newborn Pokemon can stab a few times with a dagger. The reason was simply a bet between the brothers on how long this Pokemon would survive. They are also on the league's most wanted list. I didn't expect the newly appointed gym leader to recognize both of us. Originally, I planned to launch a rocket launcher so that the gym leader would recognize our faces, but now I'll save it. Yin looked at Feng Che and said with a smug smile on his face. Obey, hand over the Pokemon hidden in your gym, or don't blame the Gatling in my hand for not talking about Koichi. Yin raised the Gatling in his hand and threatened. I didn't expect that as soon as I took office, some famous criminals on the most wanted list came here. Very good, after arresting you, you should be able to get a lot of bonuses, which is more than enough to repair the gym. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. I really don't eat a toast, and I eat a penalty drink. I thought I could save a few bullets. Yin snorted coldly, raised Gatling, and shot Feng Che frantically. Empty bullets continued to fall on the ground, making a ding-ding-ding sound. Silver didn't stop until he had fired the entire row of bullets. He touched the hot Gatling tip with satisfaction. Looks like our place on the most wanted list needs to be mentioned again. Assaulting and killing gym leader in public should be no small crime. Yin Yin smiled sympathetically. I'm sorry to make you regret, Mr. Yin. The crime of killing the Viridian gym leader in public, I'm afraid you can't achieve it. A burst of gunpowder smoke dissipated, and Feng Che appeared in front of Brother Yin Xiao unharmed. Not even the hairstyle has changed at all. There was also a circle of bullets around Feng Che. But these bullets were fixed in the air by a purple thought. I saw Feng Che released his thoughts, and the bullets fell to the ground with a bang, making a clanging sound. Psychic, you are actually a psychic. Silver looked unbelievable. Owl, use rockets. I don't believe the psychic's body can resist the power of rocket explosions. Silver spittle flew and shouted loudly. I saw a red object falling from the sky and snatched the rocket launcher from Owl's hand. Upon closer inspection, the red object was Greninja's tongue. Greninja rolled his tongue and broke the rocket launcher. Do you have any other tricks, Brother Yin Xiao? Otherwise I'll ask you to go to the League's prison for a while. Feng Che smiled and said to Brother Yin Xiao. HMPH, do you think modern weapons are the most powerful means of our Yin Xiao brothers? No, our Pokemon is our ultimate weapon. Come out, Aegislash. Come out, Trevenant. Silver sneered and released 2 Pokemon. The moment the 2 ghost-type Pokemon rushed out of the Pokeball, Feng Che felt that there were countless ghosts floating on the 2 Pokemon. The Aegislash has a large, thick blade with a hilt, butt and spine, and the spine is silver. Compared to his pre-evolution form, Aegislash's took off his scabbard and replaced it with a round shield. Aegislash's blade is wider than the center of the blade, jagged, with 2 ribbon arms, one on each side of the blade. The eyes and arms are dark red. It has morphological changes. When in shield form, the round shield is placed in front of the body and the hands are behind it. When in sword form, it holds a shield in one hand, revealing the blade. Aegislash can attack and defend by changing form. When in the defensive state, it will use the steel body and spiritual barrier to weaken all attacks. While attacking, it uses the weight and strength of the Orberg to crush opponents. Trevenant resembles a tree with a clump of grass on its wrists and head, its body is connected by sections of bark, and its eyes are red. Trevenant's bark is silver white, and the grass on his wrists is red like blood. The Trevenant is able to freely manipulate nearby trees with roots sticking out from the toes. Aegislash and Trevenant are both heterochromatic Pokemons, which are weird and have a lot of grudge in them. They seem to be sucking the soul of a grumpy Pokemon or a human. These 2 Pokemons are quite evil and give me a very ominous feeling. Feng Che secretly frowned. Feng Che, I feel a lot of resentment from these 2 Pokemons. This Silver Owl brother killed a lot of Pokemon. Mewtwo spoke to Feng Che's mind through voice transmission. Yeah, my Viridian power is also whining, and it wants me to unleash these grudge-filled souls. And wash away the resentment from these souls by the power of the Viridian force. Green energy appeared on Feng Che's body, BHDF. We discovered a particular method of breeding Pokemon from the tomb of an ancient emperor. These 2 Pokemons are what we created with this particular breeding method. Haha, they were originally regular Aegislash and Trevenant. They became what they are after drinking a lot of tortured Pokemon souls and Pokemon blood. According to the cultivation methods of ancient emperors, as long as they suck some soul and blood, they can complete the final transformation. At that time, these 2 Pokemon will enter the elite level and become the biggest reliance of our Silver Owl brothers. Silver said with a grim smile. After I beat this self-righteous gym leader. Pacto, Foxy, you 2 will be part of Aegislash and Trevenant. Yin grim eyes glanced at both Pacto and Huji. Yin's murderous eyes were like a cannibalistic nightmare, which made Parko and Huji take a deep breath. Aegislash, use slash. Silver directs Aegislash to attack. But at this time, Gengar suddenly rushed out of Feng Chie's shadow. Gengar, this is the breath of that human emperor. Gengar, it is the breath of the human emperor who held me in the darkened Xian Tower for 1,000 years. Gengar's scarlet eyes were looking at Aegislash and Trevenant. Suddenly, a very strong black energy erupted from Gengar. Gengar actually entered the state of Mega Evolution on his own. I saw Gengar's hands sink into the ground. Countless shadow claws stretched out from the shadows of Aegislash and Trevenant, grabbing at them. Aegislash and Trevenant were instantly bound to the ground by shadow claws. Brother Silver Owl was also caught by shadow claw. Gengar found a black stone in their wristbands. Gengar, this is the key to the tomb of the human emperor. As long as this key guides me, I can find the emperor. Gengar, from what I know about the emperor, his soul must still be alive. Gengar, the reason why he captured so many ghost-type Pokemon back then was to study that legendary forbidden technique. Gengar, he made me a puppet for 1,000 years, and I want to avenge 1,000 years. Gengar's heart erupted with a very strong spite. Trevenant, control the trees of the forest, attack Gengar. Silver yelled at Trevenant. I saw Trevenant's body disintegrating into streaks of red light. The Trevenant, who was originally bound by the Shadow Claw, disappeared instantly. The red light fell on a dead tree in Viridian Gym's forest and melted into it. A huge red one-eyed grows from the top of the tree. A large amount of black gas gradually filled the big tree. The tree instantly transformed into a super-giant Trevenant. Trevenant lifted its thighs. There was a thumping sound on the ground. Trevenant charged in the direction of Viridian Gym, its huge arms raised. I'll let you go first, please cover the Pokemon to escape. I'm here to deal with Brother Yin Xiao, it's very unsafe here. Feng Chie said to Pacto and Fox G, and at the same time instructed Venusaur to put Chestnut and Delphox down. Come on, Pokemon, and you pesky Pokemon, follow me. Although Fox Princess kept saying that she hated the Pokemon in front of her, she still instructed Pokemon to escape to the other side of Viridian Gym. She even squatted down and picked up Oddish, who had fallen to the ground halfway through the run, and rushed forward with a trot. Parkdo, you should follow me too. Fox G turned back and shouted at Parker. Parker saw this woman with a knife-like mouth and a tofu heart, and the corners of her mouth showed a shallow arc. What's the matter, do you know you're afraid? It's too late now. I must dedicate your souls to Trevenant and Aegislash, and pour your blood into every part of Trevenant and Aegislash. Silver yelled. Chapter 289 Mewtwo. I am a complete creature, please subscribe. It's really noisy. Feng Chie snapped his fingers, and Gengar immediately covered the mouths of the Yin Xiao brothers with his shadow claws. Brothers, Silver Owl, you should watch quietly as I destroy Trevenant and Aegislash. Feng Chie said to Brother Yin Xiao. Come on, Greninja. Greninja waved the water blade to meet this super-giant Trevenant Tilda. Trevenant's red one-eyed stared at Greninja viciously. Greninja only saw blood, cruelty, and tyrannical breath in Trevenant's eyes. It was no longer a normal Pokemon. Trevenant surged from the ground, forming sharp spikes towards Greninja. Only a few whizzes were heard. Greninja was pierced by spikes. With a flash of blue light, Greninja cut the spikes in half. It turned out that the stab just now was just a ghost of Greninja. Greninja, the one-eyed who attacked Trevenant, that is Trevenant's true body. Feng Chie said to Greninja. Greninja nodded, using his agility to dodge Trevenant's massive fist. Trevenant's fist slammed into the ground, and the ground shook. Greninja jumped onto Trevenant's arm and galloped in the direction of Trevenant's one eye. At this moment, a pale green light appeared on Feng Chie's body. Aegislash struggled violently after seeing the light emerging from Feng Chie's body. Gengar snorted coldly and increased the strength of the shadow binding. Aegislash only felt that the green light was like a red-hot soldering iron, deeply imprinted on it. Aegislash suddenly let out a shrill scream. Feng Che also felt that the viridian power in his body was rapidly being consumed. A large amount of black gas was expelled from Aegislash's body. A large number of Pokemon's souls are exposed from the black air. They had scarlet eyes and black resentment wrapped around them. These grievances gradually began to dissipate after they came into contact with the light of Viridian's power. Pokemon's soul also slowly regained its own consciousness. They nodded to Feng Che, then turned into white spots of light and dissipated in the air. One after another, white light spots fell on Feng Che's body. The power of Viridian, which was about to dry up, was suddenly replenished. Aegislash's power continued to decline as a large number of souls were released. Quasi-elite, Gym, superior. Brother Yinxiao watched the Pokemon he cultivated so hard fall into such a predicament, and his heart felt like a knife had been stabbed. At this time, the Yinxiao brothers were tightly wrapped by Gengar and could not move at all. However, a heart-wrenching feeling filled the hearts of Brother Yinxiao. Just a little, this Aegislash is going to be an elite Pokemon. That's when they'll be able to show off their power in the Pokemon world too. Brother Yinxiao struggled fiercely, but still couldn't get rid of Gengar Shadow Sneak's shackles. Gradually, Aegislash stopped struggling. Its body also turned into white spots of light that dissipated in the air. Greninja flew to Trevenant's face, raised the two water blades in his hand, and stabbed Trevenant's red one-eyed fiercely. Immediately, a large amount of blood poured out from Trevenant's one-eyed eye. Trevenant's body decayed at a rapid rate, and finally turned into a piece of dust and disappeared into the air. A large amount of black gas formed a dark cloud covering the sky with the gushing of blood, hovering above Viridian Gym. At this moment, countless white light spots appeared in the forest. Points of light flocked to the dark clouds. The dark clouds were quickly purified by white spots of light. For a moment, white clouds poured down from the sky and fell into Viridian Gym. At this moment, Feng Che even felt the Gaia consciousness of the entire Viridian forest. Viridian forest is welcoming Feng Che. Feng Che felt that his consciousness was merging with countless souls. He was like running water, a stone, a ray of wind in the Viridian forest. Feng Che seemed to see the stream flowing, and countless water-type Pokemon were playing by the stream. The forest seems to have become his own eyes, and he seems to be able to talk cordially with the sky and trees. It wasn't until there was a huge vibration that Feng Che got out of this state. Feng Che clearly felt that the psychic in his body had formed a solid, like a well-cut top diamond. Congratulations, Feng Che, we have all received the gift of Viridian Forest and seen Gaia consciousness. I also want to congratulate you on being a top psychic. Mewtwo congratulated Feng Che. Mewtwo also burst out with the coercion of a divine beast. But this coercion was quickly covered up by Mewtwo and did not attract the attention of others. More than that, not only have I become a top psychic player, but my Viridian power has also reached its peak. I saw Feng Che opened his palm, and a beautiful flower was born from Feng Che's palm. The flowers then quickly wither, forming seeds that fall to the ground. Repeat this cycle several times. A sea of flowers has formed on the ground. This is the ultimate Viridian power, and I now have the ability to spawn grassy terrain. Feng Che explained to Mewtwo. Now it's time to deal with these two troublesome fellows. Feng Che's eyes turned purple, and he was reading the memories of the Yinxiao brothers. He tried his best to control the urge to kill Brother Yinxiao, and checked Brother Yinxiao's memory. The Silver Owl brothers committed countless crimes in order to create elite-level Pokemon. Finally, Feng Che found the place where Brother Yinxiao found the Emperor's tomb. The Emperor's mausoleum is in the Kalos region, an unnamed island. The Silver Owl brothers were only in the outer layer of the mausoleum and found a way to make elite-level Pokemon. There, they were hunted by quasi-elite Pokemon. Then if we get to the depths of the mausoleum, will there be Pokemon of elite and champion level? After all, an ancient emperor has too many means. Ask for flowers. Gengar, when I become a champion trainer, I will take you to find that emperor. I will burn the emperor's soul to the ground in your presence. Feng Che solemnly promised Gengar. Gengar nodded. This time, being washed by Gaia's consciousness, Gengar got a lot of benefits and also washed away the resentment in Gengar's heart. This gave Gengar the hope of breaking through elite and entering champion. Feng Che, Gaia's consciousness has recognized my existence. From this moment on, I am a complete creature. Mewtwo said excitedly to Feng Che. After being created by Team Rockets, Mewtwo never felt like a real Pokémon. It feels ostracized and out of tune with the Pokémon world. This time Gaia's consciousness recognized the existence of Mewtwo, and at this time Mewtwo's strength finally reached the real beast level. I remember there was a lot of black grudge in Ditto's sea of consciousness. 0 inches these grudges were left over from the corpse devoured by Ditto. I want to see what Ditto's sea of consciousness has become now. Come out, Ditto. After Feng Che released Ditto, he found that Ditto's appearance was not the same. The original Ditto, like most Ditto, is pink. But after being washed away by Gaia's consciousness, Ditto turned silver. Feng Che and Mewtwo entered Ditto's sea of consciousness together. They found that Ditto's sea of consciousness became as pure as Sootopolis. A huge silver-gray feather was floating above Ditto's sea of consciousness. The vicious consciousness that originally existed in Ditto's sea of consciousness also disappeared. It appears that these consciousnesses were also purified by Gaia consciousness. Feng Che nodded in relief. Originally, he was always worried that the time bomb in Ditto's sea of consciousness did not know when it would detonate. This time Feng Che finally felt completely relieved. Feng Che secretly wrote down the place where Brother Yin Xiao hid the treasure, and deleted Brother Yin Xiao's memory about the treasure and Feng Che's use of special abilities. They will only remember that as soon as they entered the gate of Viridian Gym, they had a fierce battle with Feng Che, and in the end they lost to Feng Che and were captured by Feng Che on the spot. Quartz Alliance. Damalanchi's office. Damalanchi was humming a ditty. A cold voice sounded from Damalanchi's ear. The little devil you hate has become the gym leader of Viridian Gym. Why are you still in the mood to make tea? A figure emerged from Damalanchi's shadow. Shadow, when it comes to combat, you're an elite level trainer. But when it comes to tactics, you're not as good as me. I'm waiting for that kid to reveal his flaws. According to the rules of the Alliance, the newly appointed gym leader must open the hall to meet the challenger after 3 months. If the gym leader delays the opening of the hall, the Alliance has the right to revoke the position of the gym leader. Damalanchi laughed. And Chapter 290_Damalanchi's Conspiracy. Damalanchi did not wait for Yingying's reply, and continued talking to himself. As far as I know, Viridian Gym is in disrepair and the whole building is a dilapidated building. To rebuild Viridian Gym, there is simply no way to rebuild without a huge sum of money. Even if that kid wants to apply for a fund from the Alliance, I can say that the Alliance has gone through a big war and has no money in the account. If this little guy rebuilds Viridian Gym, he's got a huge sum for sure. As long as the source of this huge sum of money is unknown, I can directly bypass Agatha and order the Union prosecutors to arrest this kid. Will Viridian Gym's position be back then? At that time, who I want to appoint as the gym leader of Viridian Gym, isn't it just a matter of my words? Damalanchi laughed smugly. What if this brat raised a lot of money through legitimate means? Some rich people will see the potential of the kid and make an investment in advance. This is the usual method of the family. Another voice rang out in Damalanchi's office. A man appeared silently in Damaranch's office. Dark, you have come to 110. Shadow greeted Dark. Shadow is an elite-level trainer who specializes in the safety of Damaranch. Some of Damalanchi's unsightly things will be solved by the 2 Shadow brothers. I've already said hello to the family, this time Team Rockets are attacking the family. Despite an elite of the family didn't do anything, and they hated that kid. Who told that kid to be protected by Agatha and Lorelei? So the family won't work on him. Even if that kid can get a lot of money, Jim won't be built in a day and a half. And I have a trump card that the kid never expected. Damalanchi said with a sly look in his eyes. Damalan could never have imagined that Feng Che had already guessed the conspiracy of his old fox. Feng Che had long guessed that Damalanchi's secret hand would start with repairing the gym. Damalanchi will deliberately default on the cost of repairing the gym under the banner of insufficient funds for the alliance. If Feng Che used funds from Team Rockets or money from unknown sources, Damalanchi had an excuse to attack Feng Che. Therefore, when Feng Che saw Brother Yinxiao, he had already planned to arrest Brother Yinxiao in exchange for a large bounty with the alliance. Feng Che directly threw the wanted criminal, Brother Silver Owl, in front of Officer Jenny in Viridian City. After repeated confirmation by Officer Jenny from Viridian City, Feng Che received a large bounty. The next step is to find a construction team. Feng Che looked at this Viridian gym with a headache. At this moment, Feng Che saw the awkward Fox Princess and Parker walking to his side. Feng Che leader, do what you said before Count Hu Ji said suddenly. Huh? A huge question mark suddenly appeared on Feng Che's head. You said you wanted to recruit the two of us to help you manage Viridian Gym. Pacto said bluntly. But, didn't you guys prefer to die before? Feng Che looked puzzled. We figured it out, we're tired of being a bounty hunter for so many years. We wanted to change our lives, Pacto explained. Yes, we suddenly felt that what I did in the first half of my life was meaningless. So we thought about doing something meaningful in the second half of our life. Fox G suddenly intertwined with Parker. Of course you can, since you don't want to live this life anymore. I have a headache now. I plan to rebuild Viridian Gym well. But I can't find a suitable designer and builder. Feng Che said with some headache, this is not his field of expertise. Please leave this to me, I was a great designer before I became a bounty hunter. Foxy said excitedly. I was a builder before I became a bounty hunter. Because the studio I opened went bankrupt, so I became a bounty hunter. Now I have found my true love, so I want to change my identity. Parker looked at Fox G more affectionately. Finally, the Viridian Gym problem has been solved. My current actions should be closely watched by the spies of the Alliance. I'll go back to the cultivation house for the time being. Feng Che thought to himself. Feng Che knew very well the conduct of Pacto and Hu Ji, so he gave them the task of rebuilding Viridian Gym with confidence. After Feng Che added the communication numbers of Parko and Hu Ji, he gave the two of them the bounty for capturing the Yin Xiao brothers. And told them that if the funds were not enough, Feng Che would try again. Feng Che thought about it for a while, and used the teleport directly with Mewtwo to go to the breeding house. Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. As soon as Feng Che arrived in the backyard of the breeding house, he saw 3 Zeraoras. 2 small Zeraoras are playing beside a large Zeraora. Feng Che rubbed his eyes in surprise. How did these 2 Zeraora hatch all of a sudden? One of the 2 Zeraoras is silver-white and the other is blue-black. They flashed arcs all over their bodies, turning into a number of white and black streamers playing with each other in the air. Feng Che saw that the blue-black Zeraora had a black lightning mark on its forehead. I don't know why, but these 2 Zeraora hatched. I named them Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Zeraora explained while looking at Feng Che, who was surprised. Zeraora, who has become a mother, is also confused, and it is not yet mentally prepared, and the 2 little guys suddenly came to it. This time, I am preparing for the opening of the breeding house. You are in the depths of the cultivation house, and I won't let anyone disturb you. Zeraora, you will grow up with Xiao He and Xiao Bai in the future. I will continue to provide you with all the resources Xiao He and Xiao Bai need, including the resources you need for your cultivation. Our nursery will be dominated by helping hand trainers holding Pokemon. Teaching Pokemon skills to complement. Feng Che said to Zeraora. Later, Feng Che walked from the backyard to the cultivation house and saw an unexpected person. Hello, Senior Cadre Feng Che, I'm Jessica. Jessica looked like a fashionista and walked in with a frou-frou. Frou-frou is like a poodle in the real world. Their hairstyle can be changed by trimming. The biggest use of this Pokemon is to show it off. Jessica, long time no see. Feng Che still has a good impression of this old friend who once took care of him. Thanks to you, I have now joined Anbu. Master Giovanni asked me to come and read to you about the results of Giovanni's treatment. This attack on your incubator and the writing of the whistleblower letter to league executives was the work of Giovanni. So to compensate you as a client, Team Rockets destroyed the Sky Cultivated House and plundered a lot of resources from the Sky Cultivation House. These resources can be your recruiting capital. Giovanni Jin was stripped of all his Pokemon by the Giovanni leader and exiled to an uninhabited island. This is the punishment given to him by Chief Giovanni. Jessica pushed on the gold wire glasses. In order to avoid this situation again, Chief Giovanni made me your exclusive contact. Whatever you have, you can handle it through me. I have to thank Giovanni for this kind of good thing wouldn't have happened to me if he hadn't been so clueless. Jessica said to Feng Che with a smile. Okay, if I need to contact you again. Feng Che nodded. Then Jessica left the breeding house with Frou-frou. Now Feng Che is being closely monitored by the Alliance. So Feng Che felt that he had to be more careful to avoid being caught by Damalanchi. Feng Che is now thinking about what to do next. The most urgent thing for Feng Che now is to reach the elite level. In this way, Feng Che 3.5 will have the power to protect itself in the face of the battle of the beasts in the future. Now I need to find a place where I can quickly level up my Pokemon. I hope this trip to Bell Tower will allow me to meet Ho-Oh or Lokia. Feng Che thought to himself. 3 days later. The nurture house officially opened. The nurturing house is brightly decorated. Feng Che sent all the Pokemon in the breeding house except Zeraora. Pokemon greeted guests warmly at the door. Galar Slowbro and Galar Slowking are handing out flyers to passers-by. The Axe Mantis stood at the door like a door god. Salazzle is using flames to transform into various patterns. Hippowdon and Dwebble are manipulating the quicksand to form a quicksand fountain. Celadon Rainbow Breeding House is finally open. I've been waiting for a long time to hear that the owner of the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House is the gym leader of Viridian Gym. Yeah, I heard that he will teach special skills here. The store opened by gym leader has a guaranteed reputation, just like when Erica opened the perfume house. On the day the Celadon Rainbow Nurture House opened, there was an endless stream of customers, and the whole nurture house was full of people. Chapter 291 Erica comes to kick the pavilion. Here can provide a Pokemon storage service for trainers who are inconvenient to carry Pokemon. Trainers only need to pay for food and training. There are no other extra costs. It is much better than other training houses to buy various insurances. To charge. There are also various Pokeblocks here. Quote. A two-tailed monkey is grinding herbs. So funny. Ah, don't we sell Pokemon here? The previous Celadon Rainbow Breeding House had all kinds of Pokemon eggs for selection. Everyone was talking at the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. At this moment, there was a sudden uproar from the crowd. Miss Erica, it's Miss Erica. Wow, Miss Erica is really beautiful. Miss Erica, I'm your fan. The crowd suddenly gave way to a sidewalk, and Erica walked over from the passage. Feng Che saw a black-haired girl holding an ordinary oil paper umbrella, wearing a kimono and walking in with clogs. Feng Che leader opens. As the gym leader of Celadon Rainbow City, I will definitely support the opening ceremony of Feng Che leader. These are some small thoughts from me, please don't mind Feng Che leader. Erica took a small box handed over by the assistant next to her, and took out a crystal clear top leaf stone. This top leaf stone, please accept Feng Che 17 leader with a smile. By the way, since today is the opening ceremony of Feng Che leader, why don't we have a battle to open the eyes of the tourists present? Erica said with a smile. Do you think everyone is okay? Erica turned to the surrounding crowd and asked. Okay, Miss Erica is the best. I want to see Miss Erica fight. Agree, agree. The crowd roared, wanting to use real pressure to force me to fight you. Okay, that's a typical conspiracy. Since that's the case, I'll have a good time with you. Feng Che smiled when he saw the tea-like expression in Erica's. Since Erica leader has sent an invitation, I am disrespectful. Come on, everyone, please follow me. There is a battle platform in the backyard of the cultivation house, and everyone can go in and visit. Feng Che opened the back door of the nurturing house and invited guests to visit the spacious courtyard of the nurturing house. Everyone is welcome to come and visit my incubator. However, I want to solemnly remind everyone not to disturb the Pokémon in the breeding house. Some Pokémon here are wild and hard to tame. If there is any indecent behavior, don't blame me for bowing before soldiers. Galar Slowking and Galar Slowbro will invite these people out. Feng Che explained to the crowd. Erica leader, what kind of challenge do you see? Feng Che asked. Let's adopt 3 versus 3. No matter whether you win or lose, Pokémon only plays 1 round. I know Feng Che leader's rules. Erica said with a smile. Come out, Leafeon. Erica released the first Pokémon Leafeon. The Leafeon has the appearance of a cat and a fox. Its body is brown. Its paws are dark brown, like the color between its eyes and ears. It has some leaves on it, which makes it look a bit like a plant. It has a long leaf in the center of its forehead, and Leafeon's ears and tail also look like leaves. Evolution, the leaves on it are very sharp, so it can learn Leaf Blade, X-Scissor, and other moves that use sharp leaves to attack. It can refresh the air around itself. Its tail is like a sharp blade, so sharp that it can cut even a big tree in two. This Leafeon looks full of fighting spirit. Since the Pokémon sent by Miss Erica is Leafeon, I will send it. Feng Che sent Greninja. Mr. Feng Che sent Greninja. Did he want to use the reverse attribute offensive? Erica pursed her lips and smiled. Very well, since that's the case, I can't let Mr. Feng Che look down. Leafeon, use Leaf Blade. Leafeon's forehead suddenly turned into a sharp green long knife, slashing hard in Greninja's direction. Greninja, use the Water Blade. Greninja's hands, and it blocked Leafeon's fierce attack as soon as it reached out. Leafeon, keep using the Leaf Blade. Leafeon's tail turned into a sharp blade, and Leafeon slashed at Greninja with a flick of his tail. Greninja used his excellent bounce ability to jump straight into the air, and then Greninja flicked the water blade in his hand. The water blade suddenly turned into a water shuriken and smashed towards Leafeon. Leafeon, use Leaf Blade. Leafeon raised his head, and a green streamer flashed directly in the air. Water shuriken suddenly split in two, and a large amount of clear water was poured into Leafeon from the air. I've been on your guard for a long time, Leafeon, use Brutal Swing. Erica watched the video of Feng Che Greninja's battle. She knew that what Greninja was best at was freezing Pokémon in an instant. Leaf blades on Leafeon's head and tail will swept away the water splashed on him. At this time, the sky began to hail. When is this? Erica looked up at the large dark clouds being gathered by Greninja. The majestic rain was hit by the Psybeam in Greninja, turning into hail the size of a pigeon's egg and falling downward. Leafeon, use Sunny Day to drive out rainy days. Erica calmly gave Leafeon an order. Leafeon flashed a saffron-colored light, and a small sun was released by Leafeon. Leafeon watched the sun rise into the sky. But Sunny Day didn't improve the cloudy sky. This Greninja's ability to control the weather is just too good. Even Leafeon's use of Sunny Day can't dislodge the clouds from the playing field. How on earth did Feng Che cultivate this Greninja is really amazing. Erica thought in shock. Go, Leafeon, Solar Beam. Erica gave another command. A small streak of saffron-colored light emanated from the leaf blade on Leafeon's forehead. Then a saffron-colored light rushed out of the leaf blade, and wherever the solar beam passed, all the hail melted into rain and fell on Leafeon. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky were also blown away by solar beam. Just when Erica felt relieved, she saw Greninja's cold hand slap hard on the ground. Immediately Leafeon was frozen in ice. Erica leader loses just because he knows Kung Fu. No way, that Leafeon looks so strong, how could it be defeated so easily? This can only mean one thing, that is, Feng Chie's leader is stronger. This is a good thing, it means that our Pokemon are stored in this cultivation house and can become stronger. That's right, that's the truth. Everyone said in a row. Hearing everyone's discussion, Erica frowned slightly. Erica, who originally wanted to give Feng Chie a smash, never imagined that she would instead become a stepping stone for the promotion of Feng Chie's breeding house. Feng Chie, everyone around is sighing that your Pokemon is too powerful. This competition has instead made a free advertisement for the breeding house. Miss Erica is really a good person, Mewtwo said with emotion with Feng Chie's soul transmission. Originally, she wanted to come and step on me, so that 110 I could recognize the strength gap between the new gym leader and the old gym leader. The Leafeon she sent was not her main Pokemon. Her next one Pokemon is her main Pokemon. Feng Chie guessed. Come back, Leafeon, thanks for your hard work. Erica took the Leafeon back and released a Blossom. Blossom has 2 bright red flowers on its head, and green and yellow leaves like a skirt. These all make it look like a hula dancer. It is said that the more Smelly Gloom evolution is made of Blossom, the more beautiful the flowers are. When Blossom dances, the petals on the top of her head swing together to make a beautiful sound. Blossom looks small, but Blossom is good at dancing petals. The sharp petals can even split the superalloy in two. Come back, Greninja, come out, Scizor. The next Pokemon released by Feng Chie is the invincible Scizor. It turned out to be the Scizor with strong defense. Erica looked at the silver Scizor and said with a smile, Blossom, let's go first and use the petal dance. Blossom began to dance on the ground with great agility. With Blossom's graceful dance, more and more pink petals rushed out of Blossom's body. The petals floated in the air like a rain of petals. Feng Chie wanted to see what was so special about Blossom's petal dance, so he let Scizor wait and see what happened. The petals piled up more and more, and Scizor was completely submerged in the sea of petals. Very well, as long as Scizor's body is covered with the petals of Blossom, Scizor will not be able to move an inch. Erica smiled secretly at Scizor who was covered with petals. Erica's Blossom's petals can be attached to Pokemon's body to reduce Pokemon's speed. Chapter 292-I lost. I chose to give up the game. Blossom, use Leech Seed. Blossom dances as green seeds emerge from the petals on its head. Scizor, use Slash. Feng Chie found that Erica's tricks were still very old, without the slightest innovation, and immediately lost interest. The sea of flowers in the sky was slashed by Scizor. Each petal is divided in two by Scizor. Even the green seeds from Blossom were split in half by Scizor in midair. How is this possible? I'm hiding paralysis powder in petal dance. Why isn't Scizor paralyzed? Erica asked in confusion. This is a secret. Feng Chie smiled. Feng Chie won't tell Erica that Scizor's Orberg armor can defend against the attack of paralysis powder. Scizor, use Bullet Punch. Feng Chie ordered. Scizor turned into a silver streamer. Blossom, build a defensive wall with flowers, Erica ordered calmly. Blossom's petals form the wall of petals, blocking Scizor's Bullet Punch. Blossom gave a smug smile. This wall of flowers looks extremely thin, but it can withstand the crushing of a heavy tank. It was at this point that Scizor continued to attack. It took a deep breath. Hundreds of thousands of silver fists appeared in a second. Dong dong dong. Blossom only felt a huge force coming. The wall of flowers is smashed by Scizor. Scizor blasted Blossom into the sky with one punch. Blossom fell heavily from the sky and fell into a coma. Come back, Blossom. Erica watched her Pokemon be defeated again, and a sense of frustration welled up inside her. Mr. Feng Chie, I want to know a question. What metal coating evolution did this scissor use? Scissor casts bullet punch at such a high frequency that the body heats up quickly. I didn't see this scissor flapping its wings to dissipate heat, so the answer must lie in the scissor's metal coating. Erica's eyes were full of curiosity. Of course it uses extremely precious metal materials. Feng Che let out a ha-ha, saying this sentence means he didn't say anything. Come out, Vileplume. Erica released the next Pokemon, Vileplume. The flowers of this Vileplume are huge, and there is a stinky stench inside. Good guy, really good guy, this Vileplume smells like gloom. I feel like this Vileplume smells like stinky tofu and stinky herring. It smells too bad, it smells too bad. The crowd couldn't help covering their noses and talking. These words reached Vileplume's ears, much to Vileplume's dismay. Vileplume in a bad mood emits even more stench. It smells like an unwashed sock. Everyone, be quiet, some things are not what Pokemon wants to do, they just can't be controlled. Ask yourself, honestly, if you have this problem with your Pokemon. Will you abandon it? Pokemon in hand. At least Miss Erica doesn't dislike her Pokemon, and even treats her Pokemon as family. The purpose of my cultivation house is to better take care of some Pokemon who are ill or have special problems. Feng Che said loudly while looking at the disgusted people. This Vileplume must have had a problem with the food that caused the stench. Come on, Vileplume, drink this potion, and in no time you'll smell good. Feng Che handed a bottle of orange medicine to Vileplume. Vileplume was very moved and swallowed the potion without saying a word. After a while, the stench on Vileplume disappeared. It exudes bursts of fragrance, like the forest after the rain. Erica leader, this Vileplume should be giving off a stench these days. It's the Pokeblocks it's taking. You have to do a good research. There is a herb called Pingtu mushroom added to it. This herb usually has no problems. But after mixing several herbs, Vileplume will emit an extremely unbearable stench. Feng Che explained to Erica. Erica looked at Feng Che thoughtfully and nodded, and the way she looked at Feng Che also changed quietly. This Feng Che leader is so powerful that he is proficient in Pokemon cultivation. You are just ignorant. Feng Che leader once participated in the pharmacist assessment. At that time, he only glanced at the quality of the fruit and found out that there was a problem with the quality of the tree fruit, and thus exposed the serious corruption of the apothecary guild. If it wasn't for the sudden cancellation of the apothecary assessment, Feng Che leader would have already become a leader. A master of pharmacy, everyone was discussing. Feng Che's performance shocked all the onlookers. Thank you, Feng Che leader. This child has lost his confidence since he stinks. I have tried many methods, but I haven't been able to solve it. Erica patted Vileplume's head happily. Immediately, a lot of pollen fell on Erica's hands along Vileplume's petals. Everyone looked at Erica and Vileplume in amazement. This is the bonds between humans and Pokemon. Feng Che said to everyone. My nurture house principle is to have the best possible care of Pokemon and make people live in harmony with Pokemon. Especially some Pokemons who have been judged terminally ill by other breeding houses can also come to my breeding house to try their luck. I promise everyone that I will not give up on treating any Pokemon. Feng Che said. Yes, everyone bowed. Good, good. Deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. Very well, Miss Erica, let's move on. When Feng Che was about to send Venusaur, Erica shook her head. No, if I keep fighting, I'll lose, so let's just give up. Mr. Feng Che, I lost this match. Miss Erica chose to give up the last match. Erica finished speaking. She took Vileplume back to the Pokeball, then turned and left. Your strength is very strong. You are close to being a quasi-elite, and you can even defeat a quasi-elite Pokemon. Gift. It's on behalf of us at Celadon, Rainbow Gym. On the way back, Erica couldn't help but recall the battle with Feng Che just now. Our Feng Che's leader's strength is really too strong. He really deserves to be the one who passed the 4 Elite test. Originally I thought the 4 Elite test was released, but it seems that my guess was wrong. Feng Che he passed the assessment on his own strength and got the position of gym leader. It's just that Feng Che is a secret agent of Team Rocket's. Greninja's move to freeze Leafeon just now looks quite familiar. But forget it, as long as Feng Che doesn't make small moves in Celadon, Rainbow City, what if he's from Team Rocket's? Erica thought of this and didn't bother. At this time, Feng Che was surrounded by everyone. Feng Che leader, I have a Pokemon here, and something went wrong. Feng Che leader, my Growlithe can't breathe fire anymore. I've searched a lot of breeding houses and couldn't see the problem. Feng Che leader, help me see. Okay, everyone line up and come one by one. Feng Che winked at Galar Slowbro and Galar Slowking. The two Pokemon teamed up to use Psychic to move the crowd around Feng Che out of the cultivation house without a single touch. Just when everyone was wondering, Feng Che's voice came. Everyone line up and come one by one. Immediately, many residents rushed in the direction of the cultivation house. I'm here first, don't cut the line. Big Mom released a burly Granbull. One of the big-chested and round-waisted aunts successfully squeezed out the opponent and came to Feng Che first. Feng Che leader, hello, my Granbull doesn't know why I don't eat or drink recently. It's lost almost 10 pounds, and it's about to make me sad. The aunt said to Feng Che with a sad face. Come out, my darling. Granbull resembles a bulldog, with a predominantly lavender body, black stripes on the wrists and neck, and heavy and huge canine teeth on the lower jaw. Granbull is a Pokemon with a very developed jaw. The neck is crooked because the teeth are too heavy. Granbull looks fierce. He is actually more timid than Snubbull. Granbull won't bite everywhere unless astonish. Aunt, this Granbull, looked nervously at the surrounding environment, a look of horror. You see Granbull looking scared and not eating well at home. I went to the Pokemon Center, and Nurse Joy told me that Granbull seemed to be suffering from a mental anxiety disorder. I've been worried that if this continues, Granbull will be malnourished. Auntie said anxiously. Chapter 293 Ho-Oh!'s Feather of Celadon, Rainbow. Granbull, don't force me to eat healthy meal. Don't force me to eat healthy meal. Granbull's words irritated Granbull. I saw Granbull's expression of resentment. Granbull, if you hadn't forced me to eat healthy meals every day, I would have had a mental anxiety disorder. Granbull suddenly got angry, opened his huge mouth and roared at its trainer. Just as Granbull opened his mouth, Feng Che smiled and took out a Pokeblock and threw it into Granbull's mouth. Granbull just felt something fall into his mouth. Immediately, a rich mince fragrance flowed between its lips and teeth. Granbull had a contented look on his face. This guest, can I see Granbull's current recipe? I think it's the problem with its diet. Feng Che asked his aunt. This is the healthy meal I bought for Granbull. It is said to improve Granbull's qualifications. The aunt took out a 3-nun product from the bracelet, a sticky-looking Pokeblocks. This Pokeblocks emits a disgusting stench. According to the pharmacist who sold my health package, although this Pokeblock smells a bit, it's good for Granbull's body. The aunt explained to Feng Che. Is there something wrong with this Pokeblocks? I'm going to find that person to settle the account, making my little Granbull so miserable. The aunt clenched her fist, the size of the sandbag, and said viciously. There's no problem with this Pokeblocks, maybe it's because of the smell, Granbull doesn't like it. I recommend you the Pokeblocks in our store, there are a lot of great deals during the store opening. Look at Granbull's expression now, are you very happy to eat our Pokeblocks? Feng Che pointed to the intoxicated Granbull and explained to his aunt. Indeed, Granbull hasn't had such a happy smile in a long time. Okay, what kind of food do you have here for my Granbull? I'll buy it for my Granbull. The aunt said arrogantly, and too rough air rushed out of her nostrils. Afterwards, under the guidance of Galar Slowbro, the aunt went shopping with Granbull contentedly. Okay, next one, Feng Che said. A little girl about 5 years old with double ponytails walked in front of Feng Che. Hello, Feng Che leader, my Growlithe doesn't know why, but all of a sudden it can't spew fire. I went to the Pokemon Center, and Nurse Joy from the Pokemon Center said there was something wrong with the Growlithe,'s flame organ. It takes a lot. Only money can cure it. Quote. My parents dislike Xiaoka's inability to breathe fire, so they should discard Xiaoka. So, Feng-Che leader, can you help me cure Xiaoka? I'll give you all my money. Although I don't have much money, these are the money I've worked so hard to save. The little girl looked at Feng-Che and pleaded, and at the same time she took out a bulging pig wallet. It seems that you have a good relationship with Growlithe. Let me see what happened to Growlithe. Feng-Che used psychic on Growlithe. He saw that there was indeed something wrong with Growlithe's flame organ. This Growlithe has great talent. It uses fire-based tricks that exceed the load of the flame organ, so lead to fire organ damage. Feng-Che secretly used the power of Viridian to quietly repair the damaged part of Growlithe. At this moment, Growlithe, who had bowed his head and was listless, suddenly raised his head BHDF and let out a few loud exclamations. Your Growlithe flame organ is affected, but it doesn't matter. Just drink this potion and rest for a few days. Feng-Che took out a bottle of Helping Hand Growlithe's recovery potion from the wristband and poured it into Growlithe's mouth. After a while, sparks spewed out of Growlithe's mouth. Growlithe, remember, don't use fire-type moves these days, it'll be fine in a few days. Feng-Che rubbed Growlithe's little head. Growlithe looked at Feng-Che gratefully and smiled naively. Mr. Feng-Che, this is my reward. The little girl handed the bulging pig purse to Feng-Che. Feng-Che smiled and took out a coin from the pig's wallet. I have accepted the reward. I hope you will never give up your Growlithe. Hope your friendship with Growlithe continues. Feng-Che touched the little girl's head and said with a smile. Well, I will never leave Xiaoka. The little girl looked at Feng-Che with firm eyes and nodded vigorously. Feng-Che stayed in the cultivation house for 5 consecutive days. When the cultivation house was able to function normally, Feng-Che disappeared in Celadon, Rainbow City by night. After Feng-Che's careful deployment, the defense capability of the cultivation house has become impregnable. Feng-Che wasn't worried that some wicked people would break into the cultivation house. Some simple treatments are enough for Venusaur to deal with. If Venusaur can't deal with it, just wait for Feng-Che to go back to deal with it. Regular Pokemon foster care and Pokeblocks selling services, Galar Slowbro and Galar Slowking can handle it. Other Pokemon in the breeding house can also help take care of the foster Pokemon. Moreover, before Feng-Che left, he also asked old Alakazam to help take care of the cultivation house. At this time, Feng-Che is ready to meet with Red, Gary, and Blue to explore Bell Tower together. That place where Ho-Oh once perched. A breeding house in Goldenrod City. Red, Gary, and Blue are here waiting for Feng-Che's arrival. This breeding house was the one Feng-Che had come to because he was looking for Miltank. After a while, there was a sound of flapping wings in the sky. Then a gust of wind blew from the sky to the ground, sending up puffs of dust and smoke. The surrounding leaves rustled. A dark shadow appeared in the sky. A giant Aerodactyl fell from the sky. Feng-Che jumped off Aerodactyl's back. Since Feng-Che became the gym leader of Viridian Gym, Feng-Che reported this unique Aerodactyl to the Alliance. Aerodactyl can finally appear in front of everyone. Feng-Che saw that the 3 of Red were there, and withdrew Aerodactyl. Mr. Feng-Che, does the Aerodactyl from just now have symptoms of atavism? Gary asked humbly. Yes, this Aerodactyl of mine has activated the atavistic bloodline. That's why it has a unique black stone pillar on its body. Feng-Che nodded. What are the results of your exploration of Bell Tower these days? Feng-Che asked Blue. The situation is not optimistic. I started monitoring Bell Tower as early as 3 months ago. Bell Tower is particularly well defended. Bell Tower monks in groups of 10 patrol around Bell Tower. Their Pokemon have Bellsprout and Girafarig. Girafarig releases Psychic to monitor the surrounding movement. Bellsprout senses whether there is an invasion through the vibrations on the ground. I found that High Priest Shimiao secretly goes to a sea cave on the 1st and 15th day of the Lunar New Year. It was Cyanwood in Johto region. A sea cave in city. There are powerful Pokemon stationed around the sea cave. I think we can use there as a breakthrough to see what the High Priest Shimiao has done. Blue introduced to Feng Che in detail what she found. Could that big silver bird be hidden in the sea cave by High Priest Shimiao? Blue said after a moment of thought. Blue was swept across by a large bird from Pallet Town as a child, and only now has she overcome her fear of bird Pokemon a little. Well, I'm going to secretly detect Bell Tower. Red, Gary, Blue, you go to that sea cave first. I will leave a psychic mark on you, and then I will use teleport to you directly. I am a psychic, I'm more suitable to probe this heavily defended Bell Tower. Feng Che suggested sternly. Feng Che owns the mythical beast Mewtwo. Even if discovered by the monks of Bell Tower, Feng Che can also teleport with Mewtwo and leave Bell Tower. Okay, let's just act like this for the time being. I must find the mastermind who plundered me. Blue said firmly. Night. A round crescent moon hangs high in the sky, shedding soft moonlight. The stars are bright, and from time to time there are meteors streaking across the quiet night sky. High Priest Shimiao is sitting on the top floor of the Bell Tower. It was very empty, surrounded by 9,999 white candles. The light from the candles lit up the entire hall. There is a huge Ho-Oh statue in the middle of the main hall. High Priest Sammy looked up at the statue of Ho-Oh. A feather glowing with colorful light is floating beside the statue of Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh feather is sheltering the entire Bell Tower. The three holy beasts were lying beside the High Priest Shimiao. It's the first day of the new year again, and I have to go to the sea cave to suppress the demonic energy. High Priest Shimiao stood up. He unleashed a steed of Pidgeot. Bell Tower, feather of Celadon, Rainbow is in a state of exhaustion. I can't get in touch with Lord Ho-Oh until now. Now the sea god Lokia is also pregnant. High Priest Shamiao's face was full of melancholy. Fortunately, now Lance Crossing Champion has come to Johto region. I shot with him, barely able to suppress the magic of the sea cave. But this is also a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. For now, we still have to start the trial of Ho-Oh. Wake up the sleeping Lord Ho-Oh. Otherwise the whole earth will be surrounded by monsters. Three holy beasts, let's go. High Priest Shimiao was sitting on a Pidgeot. Chapter 294 The Bell Tower Attack. Ananda, Kasapa, you guard Bell Tower well. Guard the feather of Celadon, Rainbow Lord Ho-Oh. This piece of Celadon, Rainbow feather is an important key to open Lord Ho-Oh's bedroom, please be sure to guard it. The feather of Celadon, Rainbow's power has fallen into a state of exhaustion. Never let anyone with a different heart touch the feather of Celadon, Rainbow. Otherwise the feather of Celadon, Rainbow will transform into the feather of the fallen. High Priest Shamiao warned the monk who was accompanying him with a solemn expression. Afterwards, High Priest Shimiao sat on Pidgeot's back and flew towards the sea cave by taking advantage of the darkness. The three holy beasts stood up and followed High Priest Shamiao away. They turned into three streamers and disappeared into the night sky. Ananda and Kasapa looked at the Ho-Oh feather floating in the air. This Celadon, Rainbow feather exudes a colorful light, which is extremely dazzling. Both Ananda and Kasapa have serious faces. Ananda, I suddenly have a premonition that a storm is coming. Kasapa held the beads tightly in both hands, and the blue veins on his hands were exposed, showing his inner unease. Kasapa, don't worry, as long as this Celadon, Rainbow feather doesn't have an accident, Lord Ho-Oh's power is enough to protect Bell Tower. The order goes on. Everyone is on alert. Ananda said to the monks who were guarding him. Okay, Ananda sacrifices. The monks withdrew. With the departure of High Priest Shimiao from the Bell Tower, the monks raised their guard. In order to prevent lawbreakers from attacking Bell Tower and taking away Ho-Oh's feathers, Bell Tower has turned on the strongest alert mode. The High Priest Sha Miao has finally left. Feng Che sat on a towering tree outside Bell Tower. He watched High Priest Sha Miao leave with his binoculars, showing a gratified smile. Mewtwo, you just said that on the body of this High Priest Sha Miao, you felt the coercion of the divine beast. Feng Che looked at Mewtwo who walked out of the Pokeball. Yes, this High Priest Sha Miao possesses a part of the power of divine beasts. To be precise, there was a divine beast that lent its power to High Priest Sha Miao. The entire Bell Tower is protected by Ho-Oh's power, forming an invisible barrier. We want access to Bell Tower from the outside is very difficult. Quote. Even my psychic has no way of pinpointing Bell Tower's coordinates. If we want to infiltrate, we have to get in through the entrance. Have you noticed that the monks here have a bell sprout? These bell sprouts are the keys for the monks to enter the Bell Tower. Mewtwo pointed to the bell sprout. Are these bell sprouts any different from the usual bell sprouts? Feng Che took a closer look at the monk's bell sprout and didn't see much difference. There's a natural aura about these bell sprouts, it feels a bit like a viridian force. Mewtwo closed his eyes and scanned one of the bell sprouts carefully with his psychic. Mewtwo, I'll use the Ditto you brought from Team Rockets later. I'll transform Xiaobai into Bellsprout, and then I'll disguise as a monk. Feng Che said to Mewtwo. But when he saw a group of ninjas from afar, he changed his mind. These ninjas have orange eyes and black aura all over their bodies. There is a skull logo on the ninja suit. One of the leaders in the lead is using a telescope to check the condition of Bell Tower. He is listening to the report of his subordinates. Mewtwo, help use psychic to eavesdrop on what they're talking about. Feng Che had just become a top psychic player, and using psychic against the two of them could easily be discovered by these two ninjas. Katsuo Miyamoto, what's the situation in Bell Tower now? The ninja leader put down his binoculars and asked Katsuo Miyamoto. Report to the leader of Ando Drake that High Priest Sha Miao has left, and the three holy beasts also followed High Priest Sha Miao to leave. The guards of Bell Tower are at their most slack now. Katsuo Miyamoto respectfully greeted him. Said Ando Drake. Haha, High Priest Sha Miao will definitely leave with the three holy beasts. Now is the time of the devil, and the devil's energy will skyrocket. This time, it will take a long time for that old fellow Sha Miao to suppress the demonic energy. Now is the perfect time for us to take Bell Tower. We must get the feather of Celadon, Rainbow, infect the feather of Celadon, Rainbow with magical energy, and then completely release the god of the sky. Itanium Drake laughed. At this time, a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun was slowly drifting from afar. In a blink of an eye, the Bell Tower was completely shrouded. Go ahead and launch an attack. This time, we will completely destroy the Bell Tower. Ando Drake threw out the poison dart, took advantage of the dark clouds to block the light of the moon, and took the lead to attack the monks who were patrolling. Who? No, someone sneaked. Attacked, ah. A group of monks who had been waiting at the bottom of Bell Tower was suddenly attacked by a ninja army. They were all hit by poison darts in the throat. The monks lay down on the ground and died instantly. The Ninja Legion appeared in front of the Bell Tower. I don't know what method they used, but they actually opened the closed door of Bell Tower. The Ninja Legion drove straight into the interior of Bell Tower from the open door of Bell Tower. As soon as these ninjas entered Bell Tower, they were disturbed by the holy breath, and the magic power was weakened by half. Stimulated by demonic energy, groups of pure white flames fell from the sky. The flame of the world, this is the flame of the world. The ninjas were shocked. Don't worry, it's just what Ho-Oh left behind at Bell Tower. Without High Priest Sha Miao, the power will be much weaker. As long as we capture the feather of Celadon, Rainbow and successfully demonize the feather of Celadon, Rainbow, we will be able to complete the task given to us by the High Priest of Shaka. At that time, we will become one with the god of the sky and achieve true immortality. No amount of sacrifice is worth it. The Night Ninja Corps listened to the order, released your Pokemon, and rushed to the top of the tower with all your strength, and took the feather of Celadon, Rainbow. With the order of Ando Drake, the magic energy that had been weakened by half suddenly surged. Ask for flowers. Yen Mega, Ariados, Ninjask and Shedinja were released one by one. There was a lot of black gas coming out of them, and their scarlet eyes were open. They smashed through the ceiling of the first floor like a tide and hit the upper floor of the bell tower. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The monks beat gongs and drums and warned many monks. What the hell is going on down there? Why are you so panicked? Priest Ananda suddenly opened his eyes and asked with a displeased expression. It's not good, Lord Ananda, the enemy is attacking, the enemy is attacking. A large number of ninjas emitting demonic energy rushed in. The guarding monks were defeated by the ninjas and were killed by the ninjas. We're going to be unable to resist, so we ask Ananda for sacrifice support. A blood-stained monk rushed up and appealed to the Ananda and Kashapa priests for help. Okay, Kashapa, you come to guard Lord Ho-Oh's Celadon, Rainbow Feather. 0 inches I go to fight the enemy. Come out, Lucario. Priest Ananda released a Lucario and rushed down with Lucario. Damn. The priest Ananda looked at the miserable state of the monks below, and his eyes were full of anger. The monks lost to the ferocious ninjas, and many monks died tragically. Some were cut in half. Some were cut with 1,000 swords. Some of the toxic S7 orifices bleed, and they struggled for a while before dying in pain. A nameless anger surged from Ananda's heart. Seeing the tragic death of his compatriots, Ananda sacrificed his heart to death. He stared angrily at the ninjas who broke into the bell tower. Lucario, use the aura sphere to attack these demonic enemies. Everyone who attacked bell tower, I will make these people pay dearly. Lucario spread his hands, aimed in the direction of the enemy Pokemon, and white aura spheres shot out one after another. Every Pokemon hit by the aura sphere let out a whimper, all the black energy on its body disappeared, and it fell from the sky. The priest Ananda raised a fist the size of a sandbag and smashed it hard at the ninja who was flying up. These ninjas all held a poisoned ninja sword and rushed towards Ananda's sacrifice at a very fast speed. Haha, this monk is really reckless. He even wants to fight us ninjas who have experienced many battles with his bare hands. One of the leading ninjas laughed disdainfully. At this time, the priest Ananda slammed his fist and smashed the poisoned ninja's sword in the ninja's hand with one punch. The fist hit the ninja's head, and the ninja was immediately fired. Red and white things were scattered on the ground, and the ninja's body twitched and died. How is this possible? How can it be possible to interrupt our ninja's sword made of alloy steel with a human body? Come on, give it to me. More than a dozen ninjas raised their ninja swords and slashed at the Ananda priest. Seeing that these ninja knives were about to fall on Ananda's body, Ananda's priest folded his hands together and made a gesture of bowing to the Buddha. And Chapter 90 _ A frozen Pokemon in a snowy mountain. Lakeside on Dead Island. An elegant blonde man was floating in the air, flipping books casually, looking very comfortable. His Pokemon is an Abra. Leader Nakata, Shinsho asked us to search for Somi's whereabouts. A woman with pink hair came to Nakata's side and respectfully faced. Nakata said. Shingen's request, we are about to listen. He and I are both competitors. Do you think I will be kind to helping hand competitors? What's more, my mission is just for experience. Nakata said leisurely while flipping through the books. Leader Nakata, if we don't act again, then there will be no place to leave the island. The pink-haired woman said excitedly. Millis, I see the future. The figure of the giant dragon will appear in the sky at night, and soon this assessment will be invalid. Don't worry, we'll be left here, not to mention that our most pressing enemy now is the other team. It doesn't matter to us how many points Kong sees in his hand, my goal is not to be number one. According to my inside information, the first place is going to the League to be an undercover agent. Whoever wants to fight for such a thankless thing will go. With our backing to Lord Athena, we have all the resources we need, so why do we have to fight to the death? Nakata said leisurely. Send the news back, we refuse Shingsho. In addition, our team members forbid any conflict with Shingsho, this is an order. Nakata said to Millis. Yes. Millis was very unwilling, but Millis did not dare to resist Nakata's order. Anyone who resisted Nakata was killed on the spot by Nakata with extremely powerful means. Near Death Island Snow Mountain. Feng Che did not expect that the leaders of the other three teams did not want to arrest him. At this time, Feng Che was heading towards the snow-capped mountains. The closer you get to the snow-capped mountains, the faster the temperature drops. The forest here was frozen with a thick layer of frost, and the snow in the forest did not even reach the ankles. Fortunately, Feng Che had already considered this environment and made adequate preparations. Feng Che exchanged a large padded jacket woven with Fluffy's wool from Alakazam, and Feng Che also used Psychic to resist the attack of wind and snow. After Feng Che activated Psychic, he continued to run the Starry Sky Calm Mind technique. The statue of Jirachi that he took from the ruins is gathering Psychic in a steady stream. Feng Che found that as long as he took out this treasure during cultivation, he could speed up Psychic's cultivation speed. Lino-1 and Chikage couldn't take it anymore, they were shivering from the cold, and reluctantly walked forward relying on the medicine provided by Feng Che. Lino-1, baby tit, hold on, you need to exercise your ability to resist ice and snow. If the ice-type Pokemon uses the blizzard attack, you will soon be overwhelmed. Although the environment outside was cold and freezing, it was really hard, but Feng Che did not take back Lino-1 and the young tit. Feng Che intentionally improved the ice and snow resistance of Lino-1 and the young tit. After Feng Che's training for half a month, the qualification of the juvenile tit has finally been upgraded to the green excellent qualification. Lino-1's aptitude also gradually changed from yellow through lance crossing to dark yellow. Feng Che felt that if Lino-1 worked hard on speed, it was very possible to learn the extreme speed skill, and at the same time Lino-1 could learn a lot of moves. Feng Che took back Lino-1 and Chikage not far from the snow-capped mountain. Pieces of drifting ice fell from the sky, dyeing the peaks white. As far as the eye can see, it is all white, and occasionally a large piece of snow is blown off, revealing the cedar covered under the heavy snow. Cedars are green all year round, which may be the only color you can see around here other than white. Feng Che picked up the binoculars and looked into the distance, a tall snow-capped mountain towering into the clouds. The border between the sky and the snow-capped mountains was looming, and Feng Che could even see a few cryogonals floating in the air. Vanilluxes play with each other in the sky, they spit powder snow at each other to see if they can freeze their mates into ice. The snow-white frosmiths seemed to be startled by the sound of Ditto crawling, and they fluttered their wings quickly and flew away. Frosmith has a pure white body, blue eyes, a blue diamond-shaped spot between the eyebrows, and a pair of large feather-like antennae on the head. Frosmith has a pair of translucent wings with Icarus-like markings. Frosmith's wings are so cold that the cold scale powder falls like snow, and it can even make blizzard by flapping its wings. The sky flew by with the Frosmith, and gradually fell to Icarus, and the ice crystals were scattered in the sky, crystal clear. Feng Che sensed through Psychic that no one was following behind him, so he followed Ditto into the snowy mountain. Ditto is really weird. It's obvious that Arbok is a cold-blooded animal and is very afraid of the cold. Why is Ditto not afraid of the cold after he transformed into an Arbok? Feng Che really couldn't figure out such a principle that went against common sense. No, Ditto is also extremely afraid of the cold. When we first arrived on Dead Island, there was a blizzard. Ditto is still shivering in the tree house. When did Ditto change? Feng Che, it doesn't make sense no matter what. Suddenly Ditto stopped, lowered his head and sniffed wildly, then plunged into the snow and disappeared. Ditto found some kind of treasure. Feng Che thought to himself. Then Ditto emerged from the snowdrift with a berry exuding ice crystals in his mouth. Good guy, you can find Yukon. Ditto, your nose is really good. Feng Che gave Ditto a thumbs up. Yukon is the main raw material for making frozen potions, which can increase Pokemon's resistance to ice skills. If the baby Tid and Linoone take this frozen potion, they can walk in the ice and snow without fear. Then Feng Che came to the hillside. The snow-capped mountains are inaccessible, and it is a paradise for ice-type Pokemon. No one would have guessed that Feng Che would actually hide in the snow-capped mountains. Unless it is an ice trainer, ordinary trainers will not appear here. The snow mountain is indeed a bit cold. If I hadn't been well prepared, I wouldn't have dared to appear here. Feng Che also saw a lot of Pokemon frozen in ice here, and there are many powerful Pokemon among them. They should have strayed into the snowy mountains and were frozen here by ice-type Pokemon. Suddenly, Ditto seemed to smell something, and he pulled Feng Che's sleeve with his tail, motioning Feng Che to follow him. Ditto, have you found anything? Feng Che followed Ditto, walking deep and shallow in the snow. Ditto took Feng Che to a very remote place. It's a hillside. There is a small dong mouth on the mountainside that is covered with snow. If it wasn't for Ditto's use of the dig skill, Feng Che would not have noticed that there was a dong port, and white steam was bubbling from it. Yo, there is even a hot spring. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and followed Ditto into the dong cave. Feng Che smelled a very strong smell of sulfur. The dong mouth was about 3 meters high. Feng Che took a few steps forward and suddenly became enlightened. Suddenly Feng Che was shocked by the wonders in front of him. Snow lotuses like ice crystals bloomed all over the cave, exuding a tempting smell. This is an ice lotus flower. Wow, you've made a lot of money. Feng Che jumped up in excitement. The ice lotus seeds produced by the ice lotus are the main raw materials for the manufacture of ice-type qualification advanced medicines, and the supply in the market is in short supply. As long as ice lotus seeds appear, they will be sold out immediately. And the older the ice lotus, the better the quality of the ice lotus seeds. Feng Che even saw a human-sized ice lotus. Feng Che looked at the layers of petals, and roughly estimated that this ice lotus seemed to have survived for thousands of years. Strange, why are there no Pokemon guards here? It stands to reason that where there are treasures, there should be Pokemon guards here. Feng Che glanced around and found no other Pokemon. The core of the ice lotus contains a lot of ice energy, and it is also an excellent raw material for making advanced qualification potions. Generally, after picking the core, the ice lotus will be damaged due to the damage to the core, and the resulting ice lotus seeds will also become less plump. However, Feng Che has his own way of collecting flower cores. Feng Che was like a diligent little bee. In a short while, Feng Che collected a large number of flower cores and ice lotus seeds, and carefully placed the flower cores and ice lotus seeds in small boxes. Feng Che didn't plan to dry up the lake and fish, and Feng Che only collected part of the ice lotus seeds. When the ice lotus seeds in these lotus pods mature to a certain extent, they will automatically eject from the lotus pods, and finally take root and sprout as seeds, and then grow into a brand new ice lotus. Ask for flowers. Come on, Ditto, don't touch these ice lotuses. The ice lotus is extremely delicate, and as long as you touch the petals of the ice lotus will wither instantly. Feng Che followed Ditto into the depths of Dong Cave. Dong Cave are very clean, as if they were deliberately arranged. Turning his head, Feng Che saw an ice ninetales frozen in ice. It is covered in white hair, has a pair of ice blue eyes, a well-proportioned body, and is very noble and elegant. Its ninetales are fluffy and slender, with icy blue highlights at the ends. Ice Ninetales has the ability to control the hair of the whole body to form Ice Shard, and can use Ice Shard to resist attacks. Ice Ninetales can also gather ice shards to make ice balls, which are fired like bullets, with the power to break even rocks. In addition to Ice-type moves, Ice Ninetales can also learn Fairy-type moves. This Ice Ninetales seems to have lived for a long time, and its size is particularly large. It has a Pokemon egg beside it, which is placed in a nest built by millions of years of unmelting ice. Ice Ninetales' eyes have been staring in the direction of the Pokemon eggs. His eyes are full of nostalgia, and he seems to have some regrets. The moment Feng Che touched the Ice Ninetales, the Ice Ninetales suddenly burst out with an elite-level coercion. It turned out to be so no other Pokémon entered here. They all thought that the king in this cave was still alive and had been guarding this place. Feng Che looked at the frozen Ninetales and let out a sigh. This Ice Ninetales are supposed to have lived a very long time and are very old. At the last moment of its life, it chose to freeze its body in ice to protect its children. This will make other Pokémon in the snowy mountain mistakenly think that they are still alive and dare not step into this cave. This Pokémon egg, I will accept it. Don't worry, I will definitely nurture it, and then bring it over to see you. Feng Che said solemnly to Bing Ninetales. Feng Che seemed to feel a gleam in the eyes of Ice Ninetales. Feng Che then carefully covered the Pokémon egg with a blanket woven from Fluffy's wool. As for the million-year-old non-melting ice next to the Pokémon egg, it was directly accepted by Feng Che. It just so happens that there is a hot spring in this cave, so let's take refuge here for a while these days. When my Pokémon is stronger, I'll settle the account with you guys. The highest level of Pokémon in Feng Che's hand is Linoone level 32. Then Ditto level 26, and finally Juvenile Titty level 17. Next, Feng Che will challenge nearby opponents and increase the level of Pokémon. Come out, Linoone, Baby Tits. After Linoone and Baby Tits emerged from the Pokeball, the temperature seemed to warm up a bit. Little Tit, Linoone, Ditto, this is the Sand Scale Potion. You guys take it and see the effect. But you may have to learn to control your speed first these days. Feng Che handed the Sandscale potion to the 3 Pokémons under him. Night falls. The stars twinkled, and the bark of a towering tree was quietly pushed away. Lance Crossing and Dragonite came out of the tree house. Dragonite, can you control the speed of your body now? Lance Crossing asked Dragonite. Although Dragonite's strength has improved, it's a big good thing for Lance Crossing. But in this time of crisis, if Dragonite can't control the skyrocketing strength, it will become a nightmare. Dragonite nodded to Lance Crossing. In the treehouse in the morning, Dragonite tried to control his reaction speed. Although the reaction speed was twice as fast as before, Dragonite felt that he should be able to adapt. Dragonite flapped its wings, only to hear a very fast sound of breaking through the air. Dragonite flew into the sky with a swoosh, so fast that Dragonite didn't even respond. Dragonite was embarrassed to control its own flight direction, almost using both hands and feet. The pilot of the Team Rocket's helicopter patrolling the sky suddenly felt that the aircraft was hit by a heavy tackle, and then the helicopter suddenly lost its balance. The helicopter circled and fell to a large tree, and it exploded suddenly, causing a raging fire. This silly. Lance Crossing immediately helped his forehead, which was revealed. Husband. Chapter 91_Avalanche erupts. Ditto's secret exposed. Report to Viper Instructor. Lance Crossing appeared on Dead Island, and he directed Dragonite to attack a gunship. Viper Instructor's deputy said nervously to Viper Instructor. I knew it was going to happen and I was ready. Instructor Viper confidently took out his communicator and dialed Chief Giovanni's number. Leader Giovanni, Lance Crossing Elite appears on Dead Island and shoots down a gunship. Request for support. Instructor Viper addressed Giovanni respectfully. Very good, trap Lance Crossing on Dead Island, and I'll ask Sabrina to help search for Lance Crossing's trail. If Lance Crossing runs away, notify the full force of Team Rockets to withdraw from Dead Island. Choose Superior's plan, we will announce it separately. Giovanni said solemnly to the Viper Instructor. I see, Chief Giovanni, I will follow your plan. Viper Instructor respectfully said to Giovanni. Besides, Sabrina is here, you have to be polite to Sabrina, don't make Sabrina angry. Once Sabrina gets angry, even I can't stop her. The Viper Instructor quickly instructed the deputy beside him. Sabrina is known as a berserk humanoid beast. Once Sabrina begins to run wild, no one can stop Sabrina unless the huge psychic on her body is vented. After a while, Sabrina in pajamas appeared in front of Instructor Viper with the doll in her arms. She floated in the air barefoot, with no emotion in her amber eyes. "I am so sorry for disturbing your sleep, Officer Sabrina." The Viper, 953, instructor and deputy looked at Sabrina in horror. If Sabrina was accidentally disturbed at this time, it is very likely that Sabrina will be turned into a doll. "So sleepy." Sabrina hit yawn, and the doll on Sabrina's body opened her mouth and spoke. "Please explain to me, what the hell is going on here?" Sabrina was called from the bed by Giovanni's life-threatening call. Although Sabrina couldn't lose her temper at Giovanni, they were able to unleash their get-up anger at will with Viper Instructor. The psychic on Sabrina began to run wild, and the surge of psychic created a gust of wind, making the items in the Viper Instructor's office rustled. At the same time, the Viper Instructor and his deputy felt the heavy pressure on Sabrina and shivered. "This little ant has entered a state of berserk. Leader Sabrina, it's like this, we found traces of Lance crossing on Dead Island. Leader Giovanni only notified you to come after we urgently reported to Chief Giovanni. Use your psychic to detect Lance crossing. The real location." Instructor Viper bit the bullet and said with a trembling voice. Sabrina, who was in a state of getting up, made the Viper Instructor extremely timid. "Elite Lance crossing. I haven't turned Elite into a doll yet. It should be fun. Well, I'll let you go." The doll next to Sabrina said with a smile. Then Sabrina disappeared with a flash of light. "Psychic Pokemon, come and meet me." Psychic Pokemon who was on the island suddenly felt a heavy pressure, and Psychic Pokemon, who acted as a businessman on Dead Island, teleported directly to Sabrina's side. Alakazam, Slowking, Xatu, Hypno, Mr. Mime, Slowbro all appeared in midair. "You guys use Psychic with me to search for Lance crossing," Sabrina said coldly, and the Psychic that suddenly surged directly poured into the bodies of the 6 Pokemons. The 6 Pokemon were also scattered to the 6 corners of the Dead Islands via teleport. They used Sabrina's huge Psychic to monitor every move of the Dead Islands. At this moment, Lance Crossing felt bad, and his right eye kept beating. He has a feeling of being watched. Then Lance Crossing saw blue thoughts sweep across the sky. "No, it's a Psychic. I didn't expect Team Rockets to be so fast, and they even called a Psychic." At this moment, Dragonite flew back, and Dragonite staggered and knocked down a towering tree, only to hear a bang and the tree fell. Dragonite touched his head and got up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression. "This potion is really powerful, but unfortunately it's not the right time to take it." Lance Crossing sighed inwardly. "Dragonite, fly." Lance Crossing jumped directly to Dragonite, and then Dragonite flapped its wings and flew over Dead Island. Lance Crossing suddenly felt that he almost lost his grip on the Dragonite, and there was a buzzing sound in Lance Crossing's ears, which was a little harsh. Lance Crossing knew that the Dragonite's speed was too fast, which was equivalent to reaching more than 300 floors from the first floor, and his ears had not yet adapted to this extremely fast speed. Lance Crossing himself appeared. This is where Lance Crossing appeared. Sabrina teleported Lance Crossing's position to Viper Instructor. Then Sabrina disappeared in a flash. As a qualified tool person, Sabrina has completed her task, and it is wishful thinking to let her stay and fight against Lance Crossing. "Come on, don't let Lance Crossing escape, or we'll be a joke," Instructor Viper said loudly, and he was also in a very uneasy mood. Can the gunship keep Lance Crossing and Dragonite behind? Suddenly, more than a dozen armed helicopters headed for the direction where Lance Crossing appeared. Feng Che faintly heard the sound of Mandy's helicopter launching, and he stepped out of the cave to take a look. In the night sky, gunships gathered and fired patrol missiles. The strong light of the gunship also shone on Lance Crossing and Dragonite. What method did Team Rockets use to find the location of Lance Crossing so quickly? Hopefully Lance Crossing can get away with it, or I'll lose a chance to hug my thighs. Feng Che slowly walked into Dong Cave. Feng Che knew that as long as he got the news of evacuating this dead island, it meant that Lance Crossing had successfully escaped. Lino 1, Ditto, Young Tits were sweating profusely and panting. They did not expect that after taking the sand scale medicine, the speed increased so quickly. Lino 1 directly transformed into a white streamer, slammed into the ice wall with a clatter, and hit it badly. The young tits couldn't control their skyrocketing speed, and as soon as they opened their wings, they plunged into the snow. The little feet of the baby tits were swaying back and forth outside the snow, looking a little funny. Likewise, Ditto couldn't control the speed of using the pump flexibly, and he smashed his head in blood. However, after training again and again, they gradually got the hang of it. Boom 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 boom. There was a deafening loud noise outside, followed by a huge explosion. All in all, it was a restless night. One of the dead islands. Xingqiu felt a huge psychic pressure flashed past, and almost didn't push Xingqiu down. Master Xingqiu, are you all right? Fujiro said with concern. I didn't expect this crazy woman Sabrina to come to the dead islands. This is not good news. Xingqiu lowered his head and said suddenly. Then there was the roar of countless helicopters in the sky, which confirmed Xingqiu's guess. There was a rumbling sound from the sky. With the crash of the helicopter and the sky-high flames. Dragonite is dodging the missile's attack very quickly in the sky. Originally a very fast missile, in the eyes of the faster Dragonite, this is nothing. Why is this Dragonite so fast? I can't even see the Dragonite's movements with my naked eyes. The pilot of the helicopter was surprised to find that the patrol missile could not catch the Dragonite at all. On the contrary, because they were too crowded, they collided with each other, producing strong winds, which almost made the driver unable to control the armed helicopter. Damn, Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Lance Crossing and Dragonite were also affected by strong winds from the missile explosion. The gusting winds nearly made the Dragonite teeter. Lance Crossing was jolted to the point of vomiting on Dragonite's body. Dragonite opened its mouth, and a huge beam of light burst out of Dragonite's mouth. 3 or 4 helicopters didn't have time to dodge at all, and Dragonite's hyper beam broke the tail. The pilot steered the plane as hard as he could, trying to keep the plane balanced. But the plane was still out of control, circling and crashing down. One of the helicopters even tackled to the snowy mountains. Feng Che in the mountain suddenly felt that the entire snow-capped mountain was shaking. Feng Che hurriedly put the baby tits and Lino 1 into the Pokeball. He quickly ran out of the Dong cave to see what was going on. Feng Che saw the black shadow rolling down from the top of the snow-capped mountain. Oops, there's an avalanche. Ditto, use Ice Fang at the mouth of the cave. Feng Che's expression changed, and he gave Ditto an order. If the snow from the avalanche pours into this Dong cave, the ice lotus in this Dong cave will definitely be wiped out. Ditto used the Ice Fang, and suddenly a thick piece of ice appeared in the mouth. Ditto, transform into Golbat and get out. Feng Che knew that if he couldn't beat this guy, he would be drowned in heavy snow, and his body would freeze to death. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, your body will be abnormal in such cold ice and snow. The lighter one is amputation, and the heavier one is paralysis. Boom tilde tilde because the helicopter tackled violently to the snowy mountain and there was a huge explosion. The snow-white snow swarmed down like a mighty torrent, making a huge roar. The sound resounded more than 10 miles from Hoenn. Looking down from a high place, you will find a flood of black shadows pouring down, which is very spectacular. When the Pokémon on the snowy mountain saw the avalanche, they all panicked and dodged. Cryogonal and Vanillux are floating in the air. Abomasnow took the Snover to drill under the thick snow, and used the ingrained skill to avoid them being washed away by the avalanche. Frostlass watched happily as the avalanche was born, its erratic body looming. A group of Sneasel living on the snow-capped mountains ran fast, avoiding the torrent-like avalanche. There are also quite a few Pokémon who can't escape and are drowned in avalanches. The rocks on the snow-capped mountains were also loosened by the avalanche's pound, mixed in this torrent, making the power of the avalanche continue to escalate. At this moment, Feng Che and Ditto were running wildly. Oops, Golbat's speed may not be as fast as an avalanche. Feng Che looked back at the snowballs rolling behind him, and said worriedly. Even though Feng Che made his body extremely light, Ditto flapped his wings frantically, but the avalanche gradually approached. At this time Ditto remembered Yanmega, who was swallowed by himself. If there is this guy, it should be able to help hand me and the trainer to successfully escape the danger. So Ditto disregarded the consequences of being backlashed, and his body wriggled and forcibly turned into a Yanmega. This is... Feng Che was suddenly stunned, and he was holding onto Ditto's transformed Golbat just now. Why did this suddenly turn into a Yanmega? At this moment, Yanmega also turned around and gave Feng Che a sinister smile. 3.4. Feng Che was so frightened that he almost let go of his hand. Ditto, haha, will the trainer be startled by me when they see me like this? Ditto, I need to be faster, otherwise I really can't avoid the avalanche. Ditto increased his speed. Feng Che suddenly felt his body suddenly lean back, and there was a buzzing sound in his ears. Feng Che saw Rollout's large chunks of snow behind him get further and further away from him. Why can Ditto become a Yanmega? Could it be that at that time, after Yanmega was killed by Pidgeot, Ditto secretly devoured Yanmega's body? If it weren't for this avalanche, Ditto wouldn't know how long it would take to hide it from me. Feng Che thought to himself. Fortunately, I often give Ditto psychoactive drugs, so I can make Ditto not affected by the residual consciousness of the corpse for the time being after his transformation. Feng Che listened to Ditto's heart all the time, and he did not find Ditto's abnormality. After a long time, Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief. Since I got this Ditto, life has been full of surprises. Near the bottom of the mountain, Ditto suddenly became lethargic. Ditto, I'm so tired, it's really exhausting to maintain this form. After Feng Che heard Ditto's thoughts, he felt bad. Then Ditto changed back to his original form, and rolled into the avalanche with a plop. Ditto, you idiot. This was Feng Che's last consciousness. Chapter 92_Emergency Evacuation, Team Rocket's Distribution. At night, Lance Crossing got rid of the helicopter's pursuit and walked away. The Viper instructor, who was in the control room in command of the gunships, slammed his fist on the chair beside him when he saw Lance Crossing's disappearing figure. Open the live broadcast for me and evacuate everyone on the island of death. Instructor Viper made this decision with difficulty. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, the deputy said to the Viper instructor. At the bottom of the snow-capped mountain, a ferocious snake head suddenly appeared in the snowdrift. Ditto climbed out of the snowdrift with Feng Che in his arms. At the moment of falling into the avalanche, Ditto transformed into Arbok, hugging Feng Che tightly. Avoid Feng Che being hit by the rocks of the avalanche. Feng Che was very heartbroken when he saw Ditto's body with dense rubble. After Feng Che gave Ditto emergency treatment, Ditto was included in the Pokeball. At this moment, a projection screen suddenly appeared in front of everyone on Dead Island. Everyone in the Dead Archipelago saw the head of the Viper instructor. This assessment was terminated due to an accident. All personnel were evacuated from the Death Island urgently. To repeat, emergency evacuation of all personnel from Dead Island. Our helicopter will take off in 2 hours. Please rush to the designated location quickly. We have a total of 6 locations where we can board the helicopter. At the same time, I would like to emphasize to everyone that the assessment has ended, and we cannot kill each other during this time period. Those who disobey will be punished by Team Rockets. Instructor Viper said solemnly. Don't take any chances. Psychic Pokemon's Psychic has covered the entire Dead Archipelago. Viper instructor reiterated. Sure enough, we have to evacuate the Dead Islands. Nakata closed the book directly. The order goes on, and everyone retreats. Jade Tianqian and Alice were already sitting in the warm helicopter at this time. The avalanche just now affected both of them, but it was not a big ordeal. I don't know if Kong Jian will be able to get to the helicopter in time. Alice took a sip of black tea and looked at the snow outside. This time, I came to Dead Island, but only returned after more than half a month. This made Alice feel a little surprised. Haha, this time when we go back, we should be the official Team Rockets members. Alice and Jade Tianqian don't pay attention to the ranking, they are all people with identities and backgrounds. Rare Pokemon are at their fingertips. I heard that the leader of Giovanni may hold a qualifier, and the first place will be selected for a huge reward. Alice said to Jade Tianqian's telepathy. A few minutes before the helicopter was about to take off, a hurrying figure came over from a distance. Sorry, I'm late, a voice sounded from the cabin. Feng Che looked up and saw the figures of Jade Tianqian and Alice. The three looked at each other and smiled. The helicopter will take them into Rocket Hideout, where they will take the next test. By the way, what's your name? I think it's weird that I keep calling you your code name. Alice suddenly telepathically said on the plane. Didn't you take the code name? Feng Che was a little dumbfounded. No, a lot of people at Team Rockets know my name is Alice. Yes, I'm a black household here, and no one knows me, why should I use a code name? Feng Che patted his head immediately. My name is Feng Che. Feng Che followed Alice and Jade Tianqian. I'll just say, Kongjian is definitely not your real name. Jade Tianqian muttered. Jade Tianqian, you have achieved your goal now, what are your plans? Feng Che asked curiously. Although I achieved my purpose, I also joined Team Rockets, and for the time being I will be honest with Team Rockets. This is a very common thing in the family. A normal family will bet on both sides, and my sister Caitlin will challenge for the Unova region elite position. Then I'll be a Team Rockets soldier. I just need to pay attention to safety and don't touch fish. For the sake of the Guardian family, other people won't be too embarrassed for me. I didn't bring out my main force. At that time, the Pokemon I cultivated in Team Rockets will be the Pokemon of my underground forces. Feng Che, you have to prepare well. Prepare a public identity and a secret identity. Jade Tianqian reminded Feng Che. That way, in case you're going to go undercover, Team Rockets will fake a proven identity for you. This way, the Pokemon you used in Team Rockets can't be used in the league, which will make it easy for people to find out. How do you think the Team Rockets undercover agent was discovered this time is because the Alliance found out that these people not only use these Pokemon in Team Rockets, but also use these Pokemon in the Alliance. The Pokemon of Team Rockets all have one feature, that is the three types of Pokemon are evil, poisonous, and insects. Dark and poison-type Pokemons look fierce, so they are good to use in the market. Insect-type Pokemons develop rapidly, and if they are cultivated well, they can stand out among the early Team Rockets members. So Feng Che, you have to think carefully about the Pokemon you use. Jade Tianqian said to Feng Che's mind. Alice, I would like to ask what the current distribution of forces in Team Rockets is. Feng Che wanted to know how far Team Rockets has developed now. Team Rockets currently has 3 main forces, 3 cadres, 4 generals, and Anbu. The 3 cadres are mainly Sabrina, Koga, and Lieutenant Surge. Sabrina is a psychic expert and has a powerful psychic Pokemon on her hands. She also has a superior group of special psychic people on her hands. Sabrina is very picky about people. She must be a powerful psychic before she will be recruited into the team. Koga is a poison expert and holds a ninja army in his hands, specializing in assassination missions in Team Rockets. Lt. Surge is an expert in the electrical department and a blasting expert. He also has a group of mercenaries who specialize in dangerous missions. The 3 cadres are extremely dangerous people in Team Rockets. I would rather mess with the 4 generals than the 3 cadres. They are not only gym leaders, but also a group of inhumane guys. Giovanni leader also highly valued the three of them and gave them a lot of privileges. The next thing I want to introduce is the four generals. Quote. The four generals are mainly composed of Archer, Athena, Lance, and Petrel. Archer's strength is the strongest, and has reached the level of quasi-elite, infinitely close to elite. He mainly uses two Pokémons, Dark and Poison. Archer is famous for the 7 deadly sins, all of the famous powerhouses in Team Rockets he collected. Athena's strength is also very strong, especially Athena is a psychic, she can assist psychic Pokémon to fight. Basically as long as the psychic in Team Rockets, most of them will join Athena's command. Lance is a poison expert among the four generals and has developed a lot of unknown toxins. Lance's men are also a group of crazy poison experts. Petrel is the explosive maniac in Team Rockets. He will always carry only 3 types of Pokémon, Weezing, Golem, and Naughty Thunderbolts. All 3 Pokémon are good at self-destruct. Petrel's men are a group of demolition lunatics. Farther, Alice said succinctly. It seems that at this time Giovanni has not included the 3 beasts, and neither the 3 cadres nor the 4 generals have reached the level of elite. In the later stage, Feng Che knew how perverted Team Rockets was. Mastering powerful Eudemons, stealing Team Plasma's Pokémon control technology, and incorporating underground organizations when other underground organizations fled. Although Team Rockets has not yet reached the peak of its strength, the strength of Team Rockets cannot be underestimated. Feng Che has been in the league all the time in the game, but Feng Che is still a little heard of how powerful Team Rockets is in the later stage. Alice, what about Anbu? Feng Che asked curiously. Anbu is where my family is located, and will always be loyal to Giovanni. Anbu is a person who was trained by Giovanni. There are 3 giants in Anbu, and their strength has reached the elite level. They are unfathomable guys. Anbu enforces the discipline of Team Rockets. Anyone who has the idea of betraying Team Rockets and joining the alliance will be dealt with secretly by them. Feng Che, I want to give you a piece of advice, that is, never be caught by Anbu. The handle. The people of Anbu are very powerful, and once they fall into their hands, life will be worse than death. If someone like you without a background falls into the hands of Anbu, all kinds of torture await you. Alice suggested to Feng Che. Since Alice had been using teleportation to communicate, after a while, Alice became a little tired. She rubbed her temples, her brain was a little groggy. Alice is using psychic too much now, it's normal, just take a break for a while. Jade Tianqian said to Feng Che. That's a good thing, and only by using psychic as much as possible can we keep expanding the capacity of psychic. If you can find a treasure to hold your psychic, then you can infuse your psychic into the treasure. When you need psychic, you can borrow the psychic you usually store from treasure. In this way, you can compete with the powerful psychic in a short period of time, but unfortunately this kind of treasure is too rare. Even if it appears, it will be bought by some psychic families. Jade Tianqian's words reminded Feng Che of the statue of Jirachi he took from the ruins. Is that statue the treasure that Jade Tianqian said can hold psychic? Feng Che looked up at the bright moon. The helicopter has arrived in the Kanto region. Feng Che clasped his hands tightly. This is an era of hegemony, and if I don't stand out quickly, I'll be drowned in the flood of history. Feng Che thought secretly. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni was so furious that he almost smashed the entire office. Idiots, a bunch of idiots, so many gunships let Lance Crossing run away. Giovanni's snarl came from 953 in the office. Instructor Viper looked at the spitting leader Giovanni, and his head was so low that he slumped under the sofa. Koga closed his eyes and didn't say a word. But judging from the cold sweat oozing out of his forehead and the blue veins on the back of his hands, Koga's mood was not very calm at this time. Koga, didn't you say that Lance Crossing has poisoned you and can't survive? In a sinister place like Dead Island, where there is no cure, why is Lance Crossing still alive? Giovanni aimed the venting muzzle at Koga. Sorry, boss, it's my fault. I didn't know Lance Crossing had such a high-level antidote in his hands. To be able to crack the mixed toxin I developed. I will take the initiative to accept the punishment for the leader. Koga honestly admitted his mistake. Now our nails in the alliance have been removed, and we have no intelligence sources at all about the news within the alliance. Giovanni is not the big guy who single-handedly built Celadon Rainbow Team rockets. He is still quite concerned about the next move of the League. We're running out of time. How many of those Team Rocket's reserve members who have returned from Dead Island are in total? 54 in total. The Viper instructor directly reported a number. Let them have a match duel and give me the first place as soon as possible. The reward for the first place is richer. We must have eyeliner in the League. Giovanni's eyes were full of bloodshots, and he rubbed his temples hard and said. In addition, this time the assessment must be strictly checked, and people from Anbu will be dispatched. During the game, any Pokemon that does not belong to them can't be used, so that someone can fish in troubled waters. Also, it is strictly forbidden to use Psychic to bless the state of Pokemon during the game. The first position is given to the captain. You can choose any Royal 3 with Cyan qualifications. The rest of the losers will be listed as full members of Team Rockets. After all, I can't even get the first place. Why should I ask for a reward? I drive Team Rockets, not a charity organization. Giovanni directly set the tone. Okay, Chief Giovanni. Instructor Viper suddenly felt relieved. He felt that he had escaped, and Giovanni's coercion was too powerful. The Viper instructor unknowingly found that his back was soaked with sweat. Koga's head was also full of sweat, although not as much as Viper instructor, but Giovanni also gave Koga a lot of pressure. The leader's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. I still need to work hard. I can't let the leader down again. Koga sighed secretly. Chapter 93 Treasures from Alakazam. On the sea. Lance Crossing managed to escape the pursuit of Team Rockets. Dragonite crashed directly into the sea because there was no way to control its excessive speed. The Lance Crossing had no choice but to take back the Dragonite and release the Gyarados. Let's go, Gyarados, let's go back to Yulong family first. I want to find out who is hurting me. Lance Crossing patted the trident on Gyarados' head. Gyarados plunged straight into the sea. Viridian Forest, a dozen helicopters descended from the sky and landed on the base of Team Rockets. Instructor Viper is bringing his lieutenants to greet the team of Team Rocket's reserve members. Instructor Viper left the Dead Archipelago early because he was in a hurry to report the news to Giovanni. Everyone's attention, the rules of this assessment have changed, and this assessment will adopt a competition system. First of all, I want to congratulate you all. You have become an official Team Rockets member. Each person sends out a Pokemon to challenge, and there is no reward for the loser. The winner of the first place will be rewarded by the boss Giovanni himself. Well, your ability to survive the brutal competition proves that your strength is quite good. This time, the points obtained in the Dead Islands will all be converted into Team Rockets, internal points, which will be regarded as rewards for terminating the trial. Instructor Viper sighed secretly. The plan was well planned, and the person with the highest score would directly be the first in the trial. Unexpectedly, because of the appearance of Lance Crossing, this trial ended. Congratulations everyone, in a day we will play. Everyone can go through the formalities to become an official Team Rockets member first, and then play the game. After speaking, the Viper instructor turned and left. Feng Che, I have to tell my father first that I have become an official Team Rockets member. After Alice said hello to Feng Che, she left alone. Feng Che, I have to contact my sister first, so I will not be with you for the time being. After Jade Tiancheng said a word to Feng Che, he hurried away. Feng Che has not gone through the formalities for the time being. He was going to go to the trade market first to see if there was anything good. When Feng Che happened to pass by the arena of life and death, he saw Augustus drinking suffocating wine there. Feng Che could see from Augustus's slightly trembling body that Augustus was enduring the pain. Augustus, Feraligatr looked at Augustus with a worried expression. Feraligatr, oops, August's injury has flared up again, and now Augustus is out of medicine. Feraligatr, now that Team Rockets can't buy the herbs controlled by the Alliance, I don't know if Augustus can hold it. Feraligatr, hey, if it wasn't for the fact that Augustus had his left hand and foot cut off in an accident, Augustus is at least a senior cadre now. Feraligatr, instead of just having the strength of elite, he hides and lingers on the side like a dying old man. Elite, this Augustus turned out to be an elite. How can this elite be as cheap as a white radish? Feng Che secretly complained. But Augustus once helped me out, and it's good for me, so just help him. Feng Che thought for a while, and walked straight to Augustus. Feng Che carefully observed Augustus' injury and could tell that the place where Augustus suffered severe pain was where his broken hand and foot were. Although Feng Che is an expert in Pokemon, Feng Che is also very good at pharmacology. Judging from the current injury, Augustus should have been amputated from his left hand and left foot, but he did not receive proper treatment, resulting in repeated wound infections. The medicinal material in Feraligatr's mouth should be the Alliance's powerful painkiller. But this painkiller is highly dependent, and once the drug is stopped, the pain will intensify when the pain strikes tilde. At this moment, Augustus was in unbearable pain. He took a big mouthful of spirits, trying to numb his nerves through spirits. Let me think, what medicinal herbs do I have here to help him? Feng Che rested his chin with one hand and tapped lightly on his arm with the other. Feraligatr saw a person walk in, and just opened his mouth to reveal his hideous fangs and wanted to drive the person away, when suddenly a small hemp potion was bounced into Feraligatr's mouth by Feng Che, and then Feraligatr, as soon as the body froze, he couldn't control his body. Feraligatr, oops, it's a trick. In the end, we still have to use the Gracietia flower. Feng Che said with a sigh. At this moment, Augustus opened his cloudy eyes. Ha ha, the little guy is you. What, it has passed the examination. Augustus endured the pain, gritted his teeth and pretended to say happily. He was stubborn by nature and did not allow himself to show his cowardly side in front of Feng Che. Don't drink this wine, too much is bad for your health. Feng Che said to Augustus. This is a medicine specially prepared by me, which can relieve the pain on your body. I am sure that it can heal your wounds, but it requires a lot of rare medicinal materials. This is a 3-day amount. You can try it. If you think it works, then come back to me. Feng Che handed 3 bottles of orange potions to Feng Che, ready to turn around and leave. So many Team Rocket's doctors have helped me with treatment, but none of them have much effect. Can your medicine be effective? But anyway, thank you. Augustus said to Feng Che's back, with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. He no longer had any hope for himself. I can guarantee that this potion will work, and if it doesn't, you can turn my head off and feed Feraligatr. Feng Che said confidently, turning his head to look at Augustus with firm eyes. You're better off doing a limb transplant to get the pain out of your body. The technology is now very mature at Team Rockets. As long as you actively cooperate with the treatment, you can definitely recover completely. After Feng Che finished speaking, he turned around and left in a hurry. He also intends to go to Old Alakazam to exchange some herbs. Seeing Feng Che's figure receding away, Augustus fell into contemplation. Feng Che's confident appearance reminded August of his friend Feng Lu for many years. When he was seriously injured and fell into a deep depression, Feng Lu was so firm and confident in encouraging Augustus. But one day, the Wind Road suddenly disappeared, and Augustus never heard from him again. It was not long before Augustus learned that he had been killed by the Alliance in the name of betraying the Alliance. His family has since been missing. During that time, Augustus also completely disregarded his serious injury, and turned into a crazy lion, killing the masters of the Alliance for revenge. It was not until Giovanni found him and forcibly defeated him that Augustus' crazy hunting plan was stopped. Augustus understood that his best friend was gone for good no matter what, and since then he was disheartened, and Augustus, the the once craziest golden lion of Team Rockets, became the gatekeeper of the life and death arena. Augustus recalled this, and burst into tears. He struggled to lean down, took the potion that Gustche had left behind, bit off the stopper, and poured it into his mouth. A cool taste of berry juice spreads from the mouth. It's what girls drink. It's not as good as spirits. Augustus grumbled. However, after a while, Augustus felt that the tingling sensation on his body, which was like a needle stick, gradually disappeared, and even the bruise caused by wearing the mechanical arm slowly dissipated. It seems that this little guy is not bragging. That's all. I should let go of the emotions that I have had with the leader for so many years. Augustus has been in a state of broken hands and feet because he can't forget the painful memories of the past. In fact, the purpose of Team Rocket's initial development of cloning technology was to transplant broken hands and feet for Helping Hand August. But it was rejected by Augustus. Augustus took out an exquisitely crafted communicator from his arms. There was only one contact person in his communicator, and that was Giovanni. Augustus pressed Giovanni's communication number decisively this time. After a while, the gatekeeper of the life and death arena disappeared. Feng Che didn't know that his little kindness actually made Augustus come out again. At this time, Feng Che found old Alakazam in the appraisal center. Congratulations, boy, you have made a lot of money in this trial. I have a lot of private goods here, please see if you want to slap the palm of your hand. Old Alakazam took a chimney and floated in the air, surrounded by smoke. From a distance, it still smells like a fairy. And the cigarettes that the old Alakazam smokes are not ordinary cigarettes, but tobacco leaves made from the leaves of the Bodhi fruit that can enhance psychic. Bodhi fruit leaves, good things. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and said. It's true that you can't hide it from your nose. You can identify such a precious item at once. You must be an expert in herb identification. Old Alakazam exhaled rings of smoke, then reached into a space and scratched. Then old Alakazam placed 3 objects in front of him. Come on, test your eyesight, these are all very precious treasures in my collection. A lot of people coaxed me to hand me over these things, but I didn't agree to it, just take a look. If you can answer all of them, I'll give you an item. Old Alakazam became extra generous. I'm not afraid of identifying items. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and said. Feng Che is only slightly lacking in the identification of some cultural relics, but as long as it is about Pokemon supplies and Pokemon props, it is not difficult for Feng Che. Feng Che's eyes looked at an old object on his left. This is a silver-white dragon fang, exuding bursts of dragon power. Feng Che put on the gloves prepared by the old Alakazam, took a magnifying glass and looked at the dragon fang carefully. Feng Che stretched out his hand to pick up the dragon fang, and his hand suddenly sank. This dragon fang weighs at least 10 pounds. This dragon fang is so complete that there is even a neat bone structure at the end of the teeth. Feng Che tapped the dragon fang lightly, making a sound like a golden jade. Dragon fang shimmered in the light, like moonlight. An elite, level Salamence dragon fang. If I guess correctly, it should be a fossil from Salamence. Feng Che put down the dragon fang and said to old Alakazam. Yes, you answered right. I didn't expect you to actually identify which dragon-type Pokemon it was. After all, Druddigon's dragon teeth are quite big, and many people regard Druddigon's dragon teeth as Salamence's dragon teeth. Old Alakazam looked at Feng Che with admiration and said calmly. Druddigon's teeth are the size of Salamence only when the teeth are ballooned. And the material of the teeth of Druddigon and Salamence is different. Druddigon is a gregarious Pokemon. They will frantically prey on food, which leads to great damage to their teeth. So Druddigon doesn't take care of its teeth very much, and the teeth will show signs of collision, abrasion, etc. And Druddigon the teeth will be relatively rough. Quote. This is my basis for judging which dragon-type Pokemon it belongs to. Feng Che explained in detail. Nuo Lihao. Feng Che put Dragon Fang down, and his eyes turned to the item in the middle. This is a dragon scale as green as jade. The dragon scales are about the size of a palm. It is irradiated with light, and there is a colorful light on it. This is Dragonite's outrage. Feng Che quickly gave the answer. Aren't Dragonite's scales usually orange-yellow? Why are these scales green? Old Alakazam asked directly. Because this is an outrage of a different color Dragonite. Outrage is the hardest part of the dragon's scales, the part closest to the Dragon Ball. I don't need to explain the importance of outrage. This piece of outrage contains a lot of dragon energy. If outrage is ground into powder, incorporated in Pokeblocks. Quote. If you use this Pokeblocks to cultivate dragon-type Pokemon, it will have a multiplier effect. Finally, the dragon-type Pokemon cultivated after absorbing the powerful dragon-type energy should be quite terrifying. Feng Che looked up at Tun Yun. Spitting old Alakazam. You guessed right again. Old Alakazam stroked his beard and nodded. He didn't expect Feng Che to fall into the trap of color. The third item is a tree fruit that shimmers with colorful luster. Celadon, rainbow fruit, and Celadon, rainbow fruit grown from Celadon, rainbow trees that have survived at least thousands of years. Very rare. Feng Che gave the answer directly. What about Celadon, rainbow fruit? Asked old Alakazam tentatively. Celadon, rainbow fruit is the main raw material for making Psychic Qualification Advanced Potion. Celadon, rainbow fruit is famous. The longer the age, the better the effect. You shouldn't simply want to test me, right? Feng Che rolled his eyes and asked old Alakazam back. Chapter 94 Celadon, Rainbow Elixir. Psychic Qualification Advanced Potion. Indeed, I want to break through the qualification limit. Do you know how long I have survived? Alakazam looked at Feng Che and said. I have survived for hundreds of years. I have tried all kinds of methods to prolong my life, but I am still limited by my qualifications. I have never been able to break through the current bottleneck and enter a higher realm. Old Alakazam continued to transmit his voice slowly to Feng Che, and blue thoughts flashed in his eyes. All three are floating in the air. The Celadon rainbow potion must be of legendary quality to be effective for me. But none of the pharmacists I was able to find made Celadon rainbow potions up to my expectations. From your familiarity with these rare herbs and the high quality of the psychoactive potions you have prepared before, it can be said that I am not mistaken. You are the pharmacist with great potential that I know so far. I hope you can help me prepare a Celadon rainbow elixir of legendary quality. The Celadon rainbow potion is also very beneficial to psychic people like you, and it can quickly help you advance to psychic. I have all the main ingredients of Celadon rainbow medicine, and even I have a super rare Celadon rainbow fruit condensed from the 10,000-year Celadon rainbow fruit tree. You should know the effect of this Celadon rainbow fruit. I can also guarantee that I will not reveal any of your secrets. The Celadon rainbow potion you prepared will only be used by myself. My life is running out. I can last for 2 years at most. I hope you can dispense the Celadon rainbow potion as soon as possible. My cells are aging and I'm running out of opportunities. I am not greedy for living. I have lived long enough. I just hope that I can break through my qualifications and break the bottleneck, but I have always been obsessed with it. I have failed many times. And every time I fail, I have a strong sense of unwillingness in my heart. Of course it doesn't matter if you don't helping hand, we won't have any intersection in the future. If you take any of these 3 items, I will keep it a secret for you as well. Old Alakazam telepathically said in a melancholy voice. If I help hand you, what will I gain? Feng Che asked calmly, observing the expression of old Alakazam. However, old Alakazam was really an old fox, and from his expression, he couldn't tell what was in old Alakazam's mind at all. And at this time, the old Alakazam 953 was very calm in his heart, without any turbulence, and he could not hear any thoughts. If you can win my friendship, I will try my best to find all the scarce resources you want. Don't think about how many resources you can get from that little guy of the Garter family and Alice. They don't have the real power to decide. I can help you sell all the potions you make through my channel. I don't charge a penny, and I can even exchange them for necessary materials for you." Old Alakazam exhaled a white smoke from his mouth. He was waiting for Feng Che to make a choice. "Pleasant to work with." Feng Che simply said 4 words and stretched out his hand. Old Alakazam came to Feng Che with a teleport and held it tightly. "By the way, what is your real name?" Old Alakazam asked Feng Che. "My name is Feng Che." Feng Che replied. "I, Old Alakazam, swear by my psychic not to reveal anything about Feng Che. If I disobey this matter, my Old Alakazam's strength will never be broken through." There was a blue light in Old Alakazam's eyes. Feng Che understood that Old Alakazam was making a promise to himself. Celadon rainbow medicine requires a lot of materials, and the configuration method is very complicated. With my current ability, there is no way to configure it. Feng Che explained it clearly to Old Alakazam in advance. Celadon rainbow potion, as the name suggests, is composed of 7 gorgeous Celadon rainbow. The preparation of Celadon rainbow potion is very complicated. Celadon rainbow fruit is composed of 7 petals of different colors of berry: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The first thing to do is to separate the different colored pulp of the Celadon rainbow fruit. Celadon rainbow fruit that is smaller than the hair. As long as there is a slight mistake, the different colored Celadon rainbow pulps will be mixed together, which will give off an unpleasant odor. This Celadon rainbow fruit cannot be used. So the extraction of Celadon rainbow pulp alone has stumped 99% of pharmacists. After the Celadon rainbow fruit is divided into 7 petals, different medicines must be prepared according to the weight of the 7-lobed berry. Moreover, it is necessary to ensure that the quality of the prepared 7 medicines can reach the same level. For example, the legendary potion that the old BHDE Alakazam wants to configure must use the 7 bottles of potions configured by the 7-petal berry to reach the legendary quality. As long as one bottle does not reach legendary quality, the quality of Celadon rainbow elixir will drop to excellent or even lower. Finally, the Celadon rainbow medicament should be fused together in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple according to a special technique. No more, no less. If something goes wrong, the quality of the Celadon rainbow potion will drop. Celadon rainbow elixir is definitely the most difficult to formulate of all the elixir. Feng Che has prepared Celadon rainbow potions in the game, but this Celadon rainbow potion, Feng Che's highest level, is also an excellent stage. But with the help of Psychic, Feng Che believed that it was possible to prepare the legendary Celadon rainbow medicine. I know this very well. A pharmacist is very rare, but a pharmacist with Psychic is even more rare. I believe that given you time to grow, you will be able to successfully formulate Celadon rainbow pharmacy. Take these 3 treasures first. When you can prepare an excellent Celadon rainbow potion, you will come to me again. Old Alakazam knew very well that the age of the 1,000-year-old Celadon rainbow fruit was not enough to make the legendary Celadon rainbow potion. By the way, do you want to sell the psychoactive potion you mentioned last time, or I will buy it from you at a high price? Old Alakazam suddenly said to Feng Che. Feng Che thought for a while, and took out 3 50 ml bottles of medicine from the bracelet. Here are 3 potions I'm selling, see if you can find me a buyer. Feng Che took out 3 more 5 ml bottles of medicine as tasting samples, and handed them to Old Alakazam with confusion. The first bottle is a spiritual potion you are familiar with, which can improve the willpower of humans or Pokemon. The second bottle is a healing potion. If you are seriously injured, you can hang your life as long as you have 1 breath left. The third bottle is the sand scale potion that I have recently prepared. This potion has reached the legendary quality. You can identify these 3 potions. I'll see. After the old Alakazam took the potion, he directly drank the psychic potion. As expected, the psychic in his body began to come alive after drinking the spiritual potion. This psychoactive agent really doesn't have too many side effects, and it has no drug resistance. It has an effect every time I take it. Unfortunately, the dose is too small. It can be used when I have a breakthrough. Old Alakazam was overjoyed. When you really want to make a breakthrough, I can give you a higher quality spiritual potion. Of course, you will have to collect the raw materials you need. Feng Che said flatly. That's natural. In addition to collecting raw materials, I will try my best to help you collect the materials you need. Old Alakazam asked Feng Che politely. Old Alakazam took out the second bottle of the potion rigorously. After the Old Alakazam drank it, the Old Alakazam was suddenly surprised and his eyes bulged a little. He felt that the potion still contained the breath of life, and the cells that had already been aging were actually activated a lot. Feng Che, you are a rare genius. You have prepared such a potion. Old Alakazam said with a sigh. Finally Old Alakazam picked up the sand scale potion. The sand scale potion can greatly increase the speed, and for the Pokemon with the acceleration characteristic, it is simply a fetish. This kind of medicine is usually only prepared by an old pharmacist with decades of experience with rich pharmacological experience. Old Alakazam said faintly. But why is the color of this sand scale potion different from what I remember? Old Alakazam asked suspiciously. I adjusted the formula of the sand scale potion and made a better sand scale potion. Feng Che explained to Old Alakazam with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The sand scale medicine can greatly increase the speed. This statement is not accurate. The most important effect of the sand scale medicine is to improve the neurons and increase the reaction speed. You can try the sand scale medicine to experience the specific effect. As an ally, I can provide you with a complete bottle. Feng Che took out a 100 ml bottle of azure-colored sand scale medicine. Okay, then I'll try. Seeing Feng Che speak so mysteriously, it aroused the curiosity of Old Alakazam. After Old Alakazam took the sand scale potion, he drank it. After a while, an extremely large psychic suddenly erupted from the Old Alakazam's body. Sure enough, Old Alakazam was right. His strength is only a thin line away from elite. Breaking through the elite can prolong your life. If my helping hand, Old Alakazam, breaks through the elite and has an elite-level Pokemon covering it, the benefits are not ordinary. Feng Che certainly has his own ambitions. He wants to accumulate strength step by step, be the king of this world. At this time, I saw Old Alakazam's body trembling a little, and he almost couldn't control the sudden surge of psychic. Fortunately, Old Alakazam's psychic only erupted for a moment. Boy Feng Che, your potion is very good. I almost lost control of my psychic and exposed me. It's dangerous, Old Alakazam said with lingering fears. In front of outsiders, the Old Alakazam has kept a low profile, making others feel like an ordinary psychic Pokemon. Unexpectedly, taking a potion made his psychic start to boil, and the neck that was originally solid was showing signs of loosening. However, this bottle of potion has also brought me huge benefits. I feel that my manipulation of psychic has become more refined. Kid Feng Che, you are indeed different. Old Alakazam couldn't help but praise Feng Che again and again. It has lived for hundreds of years and has never met such an excellent pharmacist. Then Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale are the rewards for this potion. Feng Che's dealings are very fair, and the legendary sand scale potion is worth the price. Indeed, with the efficacy of this potion, it can indeed be sold for this value. Do you still have the sand scale potion? Old Alakazam showed a hint of covet's expression. The lasting effect of the sand scale potion was very obvious the first time, but the second time it didn't have a very obvious effect. My improved sand scale medicine uses a lot of precious raw materials. If you can help me collect them, I can formulate them. Feng Che handed a bunch of prescriptions to Old Alakazam. Of course, Feng Che's prescription also added many deceptive medicinal materials. As Old Alakazam said, he used Psychic to call a member of Team Rockets. Okay, I will collect better sand scale fruit. Sorry, Feng Che boy, I'm going to retreat now. The effect of your sand scale potion very good. If I don't retreat, I will waste this opportunity. Well, I will add you as a friend, and I will find someone to sell your medicine on the black market. I will also have the medicine you need. I LL try to find you. We'll talk about it when I'm out of the border. Kid Feng Che, this Team Rocket's member is my confidant. If you have any questions, just ask him directly. The old Alakazam said a word and disappeared directly in place. Team Rocket's Anbu. Go check it out. Where did a wave of powerful psychic appear just now? The head of Anbu said with a headache. Don't know if psychic can't be used inside Team Rockets. An uncle in his 40s was rubbing his temples. This unremarkable uncle was the fire wolf Ryan, who had the title of the Master of the Flames. Ryan is one of the 3 Anbu giants of Team Rockets, and it is he who is on duty at this time. No need to check, I just made a mistake while practicing XI Psychic. A beautiful woman with long black hair flashed out from the door. Sabrina Kadri, you have to pay attention, your psychic has erupted many times, and I can't hold back if it goes on like this. Ryan looked at Sabrina, his head hurting even more. Sabrina is a fearless master in Team Rockets, and the rules of Team Rockets are simply ignored in front of her. Next time definitely. Sabrina flicked her hair and disappeared into the Anbu office again. It's definitely the next time, don't you say there's no next time. Ryan was almost out of breath. The other side. Sabrina teleport, his face suddenly collapsed. What the hell is old Alakazam doing? He found me in a hurry, and then let me take the blame. I'll settle the account with you after you get out of the border. Chapter 95 _ Get an ultra rare skill disc. Old Alakazam left the man chubby with a mustache and shrewd gleaming little slit eyes. My name is Huatian, and I'm the assistant of Lord Alakazam. Does this guest want to exchange anything? Or if you want to inquire about any news, I can tell you. We also have the function of the logistics office here. Whether it is Pokemon trading or Pokemon props, we have it here. Lord Alakazam told me when he was leaving, you are our VIP customer, and insider information can be shared for free. I can give you a 50% discount on the exchange item, which is definitely the best price here. Huatian said with a smile. This flower field seems to be the confidant of old Alakazam, and I don't know how many people old Alakazam has won over in Team Rockets. Feng Che thought, and old Alakazam's wily look came to his mind. I want to ask 2 things. The first is the exchange rate between Team Rockets points and Alliance coins. The second is the situation of the Team Rockets Pokemon farm. Feng Che asked Huatian. The conversion ratio of Team Rockets points to Alliance coins is 120, that is, 1 point of Team Rockets can be exchanged for 20 Alliance coins. But I don't recommend you to exchange. After all, Team Rockets points are valuable and have no market, and many people have them in their hands. Hold on to a lot of points. Because the inside of Team Rockets can buy very rare Pokemon, Pokemon skills, resources. There are a lot of things here that can't be bought in the league. And our appraisal center has many good things that are not available in the exchange library of Team Rockets. So I suggest you don't want to use Team Rockets points to exchange Alliance coins. After all, things like Alliance coins are all over the street. Our Team Rockets rely on robbing. In the underground black market in the Kanto region, the main currency in circulation is the points of Team Rockets. Hanada chattered. As for your second question, it's a bit broad. The main farms of Team Rockets are 8, not including some scattered small-scale farms left behind. Huatian explained to Feng Che. How about the quality of Pokemon at the farm? Like Royal 3's Pokemon farm. Feng Che asked the question he wanted to ask. Royal 3's Pokemon are all captured by members of Team Rockets when they go out on a mission. Then by breeding from generation to generation, the Pokemon's qualifications are constantly improved. The Royal 3 on the farm are at least green qualified Pokemon. However, the leader of Giovanni also attaches great importance to the Royal 3, so the leader of Giovanni seldom rewards the members of the Royal 3. Basically, only the senior members of Team Rockets have been rewarded by the Royal 3 Pokemon. It is said that this time, the leader of Giovanni will conduct an assessment on the reserve members of Team Rockets, and the first one will be awarded a Royal 3 with Cyan qualifications. I knew I wouldn't be an official member of Team Rockets so soon. Maybe I could have a Royal 3 with cyan qualifications, which can completely revitalize the family. Kanata said with a look of regret. It seems that he will definitely get the first place when he goes to participate in the assessment. Of course we also have some Royal 3 here, would you like to take a look? Huation immediately changed a smile and said to Feng Che. However, the price of Royal 3, as you know, in Team Rockets, the minimum price is 20,000 points. Kanata said tentatively, Royal 3 is not something that ordinary people can afford. What kind of Royal 3? Take it out and see. In addition, take out all the rare skill CDs you have here. Feng Che looked at the skill CD in the Team Rockets exchange library before coming to the appraisal office, but did not find the skill CD he wanted. I don't know if there is a CD that I can get my hands on at the Alakazam's appraisal office. Feng Che thought to himself. Please wait for me a moment. The flower field entered the secret warehouse of the appraisal center. Before long, the flower field brought out a velvet tray with 3 Pokeballs on it. This is the Royal 3 collected by our identification center. Customers please get your hands on it. Huation said respectfully. Huation didn't even remember when someone saw Royal 3 last time. This is definitely a big client, and he wants to entertain him. The 3 Royal 3s that Huation took out were dressed in Ultra Balls. System. Use the identification function on these 3 Pokémons. Feng Che said silently in his heart. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name. Oshawott close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Excellent yellow. Feature. Torrent. Open black lens bracket level. 8 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Water. Skills. Water jet, bubble, growl, water gun, shell blade. Status. The shell on the abdomen has some minor damage. Evaluation. This is an older Oshawott. It has little value at low levels. If you just have a good heart attack, you can use it to fill Pokédex. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name. Turtwig close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Excellent yellow. Characteristic. Lush. Open black lens bracket level. 16 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Grass. Skills. Vine whip, growl, withdraw, razor leaf, grass whistle. Open black lens bracket status. Leisure close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is an ordinary turtwig, which is more suitable for bathing in the sun and rain as a leisurely salted fish. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name. Ivysaur close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Excellent yellow. Characteristic. Lush. Open black lens bracket level. 10 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Grass. Skills. Vine whip, poison powder, sleep powder, paralysis powder. Open black lens bracket status. Excited close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This Ivysaur has no potential, and evolution has overdrawn its potential in advance. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, I shouldn't believe that there will be Pokémon with good qualifications and excellent here. Feng Che said secretly, holding his forehead. These Pokémons don't feel right to me. It doesn't fit my temperament. Feng Che casually gave a reason that he almost couldn't hear it. Since these Pokémons are not favored by customers, I will take them down. You can choose these skill CDs slowly. There were not many skill CDs brought by Huation. There are 3 in total: Substitute, Thunder Shock, and Magnitude Changes. Finally found, Substitute skill. Feng Che couldn't help but sighed. Feng Che knows how popular Substitute's skills are. Substitute can be divided into a shadow at first. As the skill of Substitute becomes more and more proficient, the number of substitutes separated by Pokémon will also increase. The stronger the Pokémon, the more clones. Some elite-level Pokémon even have hundreds of clones. Pokémon learns the skill of Substitute, they will advance to the skill of Substitute. Feng Che thought that if Ditto learned the Substitute skill, then Ditto could become an army. The price has been posted on the skill CD, and the Substitute skill sells for a total of 1500 points. How, customer, it seems that you have selected the skill CD. Huation said with a smile. That's it, Feng Che said to Huation. Okay, a total of 750 Team Rocket's points, I can just scan you. After Feng Che exchanged some rare medicinal herbs with Huation, he directly gave the payment code of points to Huation to settle the bill. Customer, if you don't find a satisfactory item with us, you can also place an order with us. As long as it is the skill or Pokémon you need, we will help you find it through a special channel. However, you need to reserve some deposit. Huation said to Feng Che. Do you have a channel to find the 3 skill discs of Fire Punch, Thunder Punch and Ice Punch? These 3 punches are also called the 3 punches of the farmer, and these 3 skills are used very frequently. These 3 skills have always been invaluable. Hua Tian said a little embarrassedly. He had just assured Feng Che that he could find skills through the special channel Helping Hand Feng Che, but he was slapped in the face as soon as he said it. It hurts. Feng Che then went directly to the logistics exchange office, where he turned all his gains from Dead Island into Team Rocket's points, and registered at the logistics exchange office as an official Team Rocket's member. Become a full member of Team Rocket's and have the following benefits. A good-looking Miss Team Rocket's read to Feng Che, which seemed to be a routine for Team Rocket's. 1. Official Team Rocket's member with 50 Team Rocket's points per month. Becoming a Team Rocket's member has the following obligations. Ask for flowers. 1. Loyal obedience to the management of Team Rocket's. After listening to Miss Sister's reading, Feng Che knew the basic obligations of Team Rocket's members. That is to perform a task once a month. For example, watch the scene on the Team Rocket's site, catch Pokémon, and more. You can choose to join a squad or go it alone. There is only one case where you don't need to perform a task every month. That is to enter the league and become an undercover agent, but every month, the information sent from the league must be reported. Feng Che also saw a lot of new recruiting notices from the logistics exchange office. It seems that the internal forces of Team Rocket's are gradually expanding. The wind is clear. Feng Che suddenly felt that someone was using telepathy on him. Feng Che turned his head and saw that it was Alice. It's just that Alice has a fiery red Pokémon in her hand. It turned out to be Fennekin. This kind of Pokémon is just right for Alice. In the Pokémon world, there are only 2 Pokémon with fire plus psychic attributes, that is Fennekin and Darumaka. Fennekin is petite and cute, with a pair of big ears similar to Fennec foxes, and the fur is mainly red and yellow. This is cute. This is a Pokémon that my father picked for me from the farm after he knew I was a psychic. Alice smiled and said telepathically. This is someone who has minds at home. I really envy someone who can get Pokémon without fighting. Feng Che said secretly. Okay, Feng Che, it is said that the competition table has come out. You have to do your best. Alice's words caused many question marks to appear on Feng Che's head. There's a group of people like me who just came over to have a cutscene, and our original purpose was just to be full members of Team Rocket's. So I didn't have to put all the effort into playing. You should know my strength. My Pokémon still needs to be cultivated. If I get too seriously injured, I will have a headache. I have left beforehand, and I will contact you again if I have a chance. Alice came here for Feng Che say hi. After this game, find a way to acquire a breeding house, and find a place to store Pokémon. As for the 6 Zigzagoon brothers, Feng Che planned to keep it in the breeding house. In addition, Feng Che also has an EPUB in his hand. This is the EPUB that Feng Che met before entering the helicopter. It actively asked to follow Feng Che to the outside world to have a look, and Feng Che took it out of Dead Island. Feng Che didn't plan to use this EPUB to fight, but planned to use it as his deputy. EPUB has the IQ of a 15-year-old child. Feng-Che has an EPUB as his assistant in the game, specializing in helping hand Feng-Che to concoct potions and make Pokeblocks. EPUB is ingenious. Basically, as long as he teaches EPUB to make potions and Pokeblocks, EPUB can do it well. At this moment, Feng-Che also received the battle list on his communicator. A total of 32 people participated in this competition, and the names of Wild Bear, Snake Pillar, Nakata, and Shingsho were all listed. The 32 people were divided into 4 groups in total, and Feng-Che happened to be in the same group as Pillar of Snakes. Very well, it looks like the days ahead will not be boring. Feng-Che said with a smile. His deep eyes flashed with excitement, but Feng-Che was very confident of winning the first place in the competition. Team Rocket's headquarters. Instructor Viper was sitting face to face with Giovanni. Viper, how's the match going? Giovanni asked the Viper instructor. A total of 32 Team Rocket's members participated in this competition. Instructor Viper wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Well, what's the matter? I remember that there are 54 members who survived on the Dead Islands." Giovanni's eyes widened in anger, showing great momentum. Some people just didn't participate in the game after returning from Dead Island just to get a spot on Team Rockets. They seem to have inside information. The first place is to be sent to the league. The Viper instructor replied tremblingly, "There is no way that Giovanni's aura is too strong, like a man-eating tiger. Forget it, I'll make them regret it. This time, I want to re-win the prize and upgrade my chips." Giovanni said cheerfully, and the speed of the change in his face made the Viper instructor feel ashamed. Husband. Chapter 96 against Pillars of Serpents, Audiobook's origins revealed. By the way, how about the little guy that Sabrina introduced? Giovanni suddenly remembered the little guy who had a good impression. This time in the Dead Islands, his points are far more than other players, and he has even captured Shedinja and Ninjask at the senior level of Pokemon. Instructor Viper reports to Giovanni. Yes, a novice can catch a Pokemon of the superior level, no matter what tricks he uses. We at Team Rockets only look at the results, not the process. Giovanni was quite satisfied with Feng-Che. If this guy can get the first place in this tournament, I'll give him my Royal 3 from Last Resort. Giovanni said to the Viper instructor. Will this reward be a little too generous? The Viper instructor was speechless. The Royal 3 of Giovanni Last Resort is equivalent to Giovanni's backup Pokemon, and these Pokemon cannot be used without Giovanni's permission. A good Team Rockets member, what if you don't get over it properly and get drawn over by the Alliance? Giovanni rolled his eyes at Instructor Viper. Drip drip. Feng-Che's communicator suddenly rang. Jade Tianqian. Feng-Che, I have information on the players in this battle, do you want to take a look? Feng-Che, you transmit the data, let me take a look. Feng-Che only has 2 battle Pokemon in his hand now, so Feng-Che needs to know the details of his opponent very much. Jade Tianqian directly sent about 1 GB of information to Feng-Che. After Feng-Che opened the compressed package, a part of the 970 information popped up. Feng-Che glanced at it roughly, and found that it contained the details of the 32 people who signed up for this time. There are also detailed information about himself in it, which records that he is the first place in this cultural class and the first place in taming Pokemon. And has a powerful Audiobook. Even Feng-Che's original name, who introduced him, his letter of introduction, and the process of becoming a prospective member of Team Rockets are all clearly written. The only thing that is not recorded is Feng-Che's other Pokemon. It seems that Team Rocket's intelligence collection work is also not enough. It appears that Ditto's secret has not been discovered. But if I want to really understand what happened to Ditto, I guess I have to find the first person in Team Rocket's genetics, Fuji Professor. It's the Mewtwo development project he chaired. At the same time, Pokemon like Ditto was also created by him, but it was just spread out for some unexpected reasons. Feng-Che thought for a while. Anyway, according to the news from the Alliance later, Fuji Professor was completely crazy. Because his daughter was in a car accident and eventually died, Fuji Professional was also hit hard and went into a state of madness. At the same time, Xiao-I accompanied Mewtwo's growth, and because of Xiao-I's death, Mewtwo distrusted human beings very much. What happened to Ditto? It's so outrageous. So I'd better find a chance to get to know Fuji Professional and see if I can find out what's wrong with Ditto. Feng Che shook his head, focusing on the Pokemon of Xingqiu, Snake Pillar, Nakata, and Wild Bear. The main battle Pokemon of Xinghan is a Bronzor. It seems that Xingqiu does not dare to reveal his true strength. The Pokemon of the Serpent Pillar is a Golbat. It seems that Koga's direct line has a Pokemon like Golbat. Nakata's Pokemon is just a Kadabra from Abra Evolution. Without the psychic boost, Kadabra is just a normal Pokemon. The Pokemon of the Wild Bear is Ursaring, known for its ferocity. If it is really right, my Ditto will not lose, but it will take more time and energy. Unfortunately, during the game, the Viper instructor be present, and still can't kill the opponent. Xingqiu is a scourge and a huge hidden danger. Feng Che does not want to keep Xingqiu, and sooner or later it will ruin Feng Che's good things. The next day, Feng Che came to the fourth arena as agreed, and Feng Che's opponents in the first 3 games were all small soldiers who made up the number. The Pokemon they sent were Gloom, Raticate, and Beedrill, all of which were easily knocked out by Ditto. Finally, Feng Che welcomed his opponent, the Pillar of Snakes. The Pillar of Snakes is wearing a ninja suit, with a white Ekans constrict around the neck, and one person and one snake look very intimate. Feng Che, this is your real name. I didn't expect that I would be able to fight with you one day. The Serpent Pillar made a hoarse voice, as if smoke had been smothered in his throat. As the subordinates of the 3 cadres, we have also faced each other with swords and guns for a day. I will not be merciful in this game. Snake Pillar said coldly to Feng Che. A pair of saffron-colored snake pupils were looking at Feng Che. However, the Serpent Pillar wore a hideous hood on its mouth, preventing Feng Che from seeing the Serpent Pillar's true face. Come out, Golbat. Pillars of Serpents released a small Golbat. Don't underestimate my Golbat. Although it is not big, my Golbat is very fast. The Serpent Pillar said confidently. Well, before the game, I have a question. You have Pillars of Snakes and Pillars of Worms. Why did you send Pokemon instead of Golbat? Feng Che asked very curiously to see what was important. This is because my snake Pokemon has not yet been cultivated, and we, as the direct line of Lord Koga, can use the 2 general-purpose Pokemon, Golbat and Muk. The Serpent Pillar explained. Come out, Arbok. Feng Che released Ditto. Ditto was spitting out a ferocious snake letter, and slowly opened his huge mouth, revealing his sharp fangs. Ditto looked at Golbat with a fierce look on his face, the patterns on his body constantly changing. This Arbok is so ferocious, it's really rare to see it in my life. The last time I saw the Arbok that Koga-sama killed in battle, it has this kind of power. It's a pity that this Arbok's body was kept in the freezer of Team Rockets and disappeared, becoming a mystery for Team Rockets. The Serpent Pillar said with some regret. At that time, there were still a lot of Pokemon's remains in the frozen warehouse of Team Rockets, and this matter has been investigated for a long time and no conclusion has been reached. The Serpent Pillar said to Feng Che. The case is finally solved, and I finally know where the body that Ditto devoured came from. After Feng Che heard the words of the Serpent Pillar, his mind moved and he knew the cause and effect. Okay, let's not talk about the past, let's have a contest. The Serpent Pillar directed Golbat to gallop in the direction of Ditto. Golbat, Yellow Qualification, Level 25. This Golbat hasn't reached the Superior yet, so to speak, in addition to fighting, the training of Pokemon must also keep up. Otherwise the Pokemon ranks will stagnate. This Pillar of Snakes is only a reserve member of the previous session, and Golbat's Pokemon level is also a match for him. This is the normal speed of training Pokemon. Xinghan's Pokemon looks obviously abnormal. I don't know what the sacredness of Xinghen is. Feng Che thought to himself, but Feng Che was not worried about this battle at all. He had considerable confidence in Ditto's strength. Ditto felt that the speed of this Golbat was too slow when he saw the Golbats that turned into streaks of light coming towards him. Ditto took the sand scale potion. His reaction speed became extremely fast, and the snake Pokémon had a unique talent in catching flying Pokémon. In the eyes of Ditto Saffron's snakes, Golbat attacked extremely slowly. Ditto can directly kill the Golbat in several ways. Arbok, glare the big snake. Feng Che gave Ditto an order. Big snake glare. This is a move that only works if my Golbat sees Arbok's eyes. The serpent pillar smiled disdainfully. He felt that Feng Che's command was extremely stupid. Golbat, who was flying at a high speed, suddenly felt a creepy breath, and he bit his head and looked down. I saw a terrifying vicious snake spitting out a snake letter and looking at him, as if his whole body had been detected. Then Golbat felt his whole body go numb and suddenly fell from the sky. Hearing a snap, Golbat fell heavily to the ground, terribly old, and the saffron-colored arc was swimming around. In a hidden corner of the arena, Koga and Sabrina among the three leaders are watching the battle between Feng Che and the Serpent Pillar. Sabrina, why did you suddenly remember to watch the game? Koga asked curiously. Didn't you also come to watch the Serpent's Pillar's game? The Serpent's Pillar is a famous rookie you trained, and it doesn't look good now. Sabrina's mouth showed a shallow arc, as if she was in a very happy mood. Although Koga felt resentful, he didn't dare to disturb Sabrina when he saw that Sabrina was in such a good mood. Although Koga is also a strong player on one side, no matter which time he faced Sabrina, he was a complete loser. After becoming elite, Koga also had to admit that if Sabrina had no interest in elite's position, she could have become elite long ago. But the Arbok that this guy raised was really good, and it reminded me of the Arbok I got killed by the Alliance. Koga fell into his memories. On the playing field. Although Golbat fell to the ground in embarrassment, the Serpent Pillar responded very quickly. I saw Constrict spit out a poison sting from the Ekans around his neck and stuck it on Golbat's body. Immediately, all the saffron arcs on Golbat were hidden into the fur. Golbat also took to the skies when Ditto launched his next attack. I heard that Lord Koga has mastered a miraculous poison technique before. This time I have really learned a lot. Feng Che secretly said, this method is something Feng Che has never seen before. Feng Che looked at the poison sting spit out from Ekan's body, which was a way of fighting poison to relieve Golbat's paralyzed state. Hey, the poison technique you've studied is getting more and more powerful, and you can actually use poison sting to relieve Golbat's paralysis. Sabrina said to Koga with a half-smile. My ninja army is proficient in all kinds of poison, so this is not a foul. To be honest, Sabrina, have you broken through to elite? Koga couldn't help but ask. He could already sense an unusual aura from Sabrina. Come on, it shouldn't be long before I'll be able to break through to the elite level, and I'm helping hand my Pokemon purify their psychic right now, Sabrina replied, a look of impatience on her face. Golbat, use the poison sting attack on Arbok. The Serpent Pillar said to Golbat that since melee attacks would cause trouble, it would be safer to use long-range attacks directly. Arbok, use Iron Tail. Feng Che can predict the next move of the Serpent Pillar, which is nothing more than letting Golbat use the Storm skill. Facing the dense poison sting in the sky, Arbok immediately surrounded himself. Only a ding-ding-ding sound was heard, and the poison stings fell into the ground like raindrops, and these poison stings were leaking venom. Golbat, use the Storm skill to avoid being attacked by Arbok. The Serpent Pillar ordered again. Golbat exerted his milk-feeding strength, and the game field was suddenly gusty. Ditto was keeping his head down to avoid being blown away by the wind. Arbok, use Ice Fang. Feng Che didn't panic when he saw Ditto's appearance, but calmly gave an order. I saw Ditto curled up his body and jumped like a spring, his mouth wide open. Then, a frosty breath appeared in Ditto's mouth, and a leap directly sent Golbat to bite. Golbat was instantly frozen into a lump of ice and fell from the air. The ice lump was torn apart the moment it touched the ground, and Golbat lost his ability to fight in an instant. Golbat had been defeated. Ditto roared up to the sky and let out a terrifying snake roar. Feng Che, your Audiobook is really good. I feel ashamed. It seems that my practice is not enough. I have to practice hard for a while. For the Serpent Pillar, all he really wants to do is a close match. By the time the battle between Feng Che and the Serpent Pillar was over, the outcome of the remaining 3 matches was already decided. As expected by Feng Che, Wild Bear, Nakata and Xingqiu all won. Just as Feng Che was about to walk out of the arena, an unexpected person suddenly appeared in front of Feng Che. Chapter 97 _ The Secret of the Dragon's Cave. It turns out that your name is Feng Che. Your name and strength are very good, but there is no way. Who let you meet me? This time you can only watch me take the first place in my pocket. The person here is Xinghen. Feng Che felt as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. Although there was a smile on Xingqiu's lips, his tone was full of malice. It's better not to speak too early. You should think more about how you will accept the fact that you were defeated by me. Feng Che naturally did not give Xingqiu a good face, and directly scolded Xingqiu. Haha, I hope you still have such confidence when you fight. After all, Psychic Pokemon is a Pokemon that restrains poison. When your Audiobook is killed by my Pokemon, just stop crying. Xingqiu laughed and turned to leave. What a lunatic. Feng Che muttered, and left as well. Team Rocket's Viper Instructor's Office. Report to Viper Instructor. The list of the top 4 has come out. Instructor Viper's deputy handed the list to Instructor Viper. Nakata, Wild Bear, Feng Che, Xingqiu. I didn't expect the Serpent Pillar to be eliminated by Feng Che. Instructor Viper looked at the list and said lightly. As for Xinghen, he is definitely a ruthless person, a ruthless character who was forcibly squeezed in by Lord Athena. Adjutant, look at the arrangement, it must be a battle between dragons and tigers. Don't let anything go wrong, or when Chief Giovanni is to blame, none of us can afford it. Especially Nakata and Xingqiu, they are psychic people. We will definitely invite psychic people or psychic Pokemon to come and sit. My right eye has been twitching recently. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I always feel like something big is going to happen. Instructor Viper said worriedly. Feng Che went directly to the logistics exchange office to change the petri dish. He put the Ice Ninetales Pokemon egg he picked up from the snowy mountain into the petri dish. At the same time, Feng Che poured the prepared nutrient solution into the petri dish. If according to what Guardian Tianqian said, I must have 2 identities, one bright and one dark, then my Pokemon must be carefully selected. Team Rockets just recorded that I only had 1 Audiobook on hand, so I still had room to operate. Baby Tits will be my face-to-face Pokemon, but it's not enough, I should take some more Pokemon. Giovanni's first place reward should be good for the Royal 3. Pokemon with Cyan qualifications can basically enter the elite stage. Old Alakazam should have limited qualifications, so after so long, there is no way to break through to the elite level. It's a pity that there aren't many buying channels. Wait, I seem to remember that in Celadon, Rainbow, there was a huge breeding house that closed down due to insolvency. There was a Pokemon auction there, and it is said that there is a very good Pokemon there. Feng Che think back to memories from the game. In the scenario simulation game of the 23rd century, Feng Che mainly studied cultivation masters and healers in the Alliance, so many rumors, Feng Che were just hearsay. The next thing that will happen is Mewtwo's counterattack and 4 Elite's rebellion. I want to take this opportunity to strengthen myself. The Kanto region is the beginning of everything, and the main line of the story also starts from the Kanto region. It is precisely because of the incident of the 4 Elite Rebellion that the entire Kanto region was almost killed by Team Rocket's Swallow. Feng Che secretly calculated. The Kanto region also has a notorious force, the Bounty Hunters Guild. The Bounty Hunter Guild is mainly focused on looting Pokemon, and it does all kinds of evil. The office of the Bounty Hunter Guild is also extremely secretive. The Pokémon looted by the Bounty Hunter is also one of the main sources of Team Rocket's and Alliance Pokémon. I'll dress up again and see what Pokémon the Bounty Hunter Guild has with good qualifications. After Feng Che secretly made a plan, he turned to look at the Pokémon egg in front of him. Strictly speaking, this Pokémon egg is Feng Che's third main Pokémon. Ice Vulpix is very cute and can learn a lot of ice attribute tricks. If possible, Feng Che really wants to conquer a Vulpix. At that time, one gold and one white, and it will be a lot of face to let it go. Vulpix's Pokémon eggs start to glow with a whitish light and shake a little after they come into contact with the nutrient solution. This cute little guy should hatch soon, Feng Che said with some excitement in his heart. Drip drip. At this moment, the voice of the communicator rang, and Feng Che received news of the opponent who will be fighting tomorrow. It is a wild bear. A wild bear, it is indeed a good opponent, but Ursaring also has its weaknesses. Feng Che smiled, and then walked towards the dormitory. In an alley at Team Rocket's headquarters, Wild Bear was walking down the alley with a group of his little brothers. Suddenly, a man wearing a mask and a cloak blocked the way of the Wild Bear. Barbarian Bear, I'm Xinghan. The masked man said to Barbarian Bear. Your grandma is a bear, you are Xingqiu, you stopped me suddenly, what is the matter with you? Barbarian Bear suddenly saw a person rushing out, and Barbarian Bear was startled. Barbarian Bear was in a bad mood, and his attitude was naturally bad. I just hope that in your match tomorrow, you can find a way to beat Feng Che a little bit harder. Xingqiu commanded arrogantly. Don't forget, my backer is Lord Athena. Xinghunter's words were full of threats. Yeah, woo-woo, before the Wild Bear could say a complete sentence, his mouth was immediately covered. Boss, speak carefully, if it is passed to the ears of that adult, it will not give us a good look. The monkey said to the Wild Bear. Boss Wild Bear already knows, ha ha ha. The monkey looked like a slave-like servant, but in exchange for a loud slap from Xingqiu. I'm talking to your boss, what are you saying? This slap is disrespectful to you. With a snap, a bright red handprint appeared on the monkey's face. Then Xingqiu disappeared into the alley. The Wild Bear suddenly rages extremely, facing the direction where Xingqiu disappeared, and let out a roar. Xingqiu, you just hope not to meet me on the field, I will make your life worse than death. Dragon's Cave in the Kanto region. Here is filled with layers of white mist, accompanied by dragon roars. This is the core of Yulong family. Yulongbai and Yulongwang, the guardians of Yulong family who guard the Dragon's Cave, or boringly fighting Yan. Suddenly a huge black shadow appeared in the fog. Who? Yulongbai shouted loudly. At the same time a Dragonair and an Aerodactyl were released by the two of them. It's me, Lance. When the shadows approached, Yulongbai and Yulongwang found out that it was Lance Crossing and his Gyarados. Lance Crossing, it's not your day to come back, why did you come back all of a sudden? It's against the rules. Yulongbai asked Lance. As Royal Dragon family, they naturally have a way to identify their clan. As the first elder there, I'm looking for him urgently. There seems to be a problem with my Dragonite. Lance Crossing said anxiously to Yulongbai and Yulongwang. I need to report to the elder, you wait outside for a while. Yulongbai said to Lance Crossing. No need to report, come in. An old and energetic voice came out from the Dragon's Cave, accompanied by the sound of dong dong dong. An old man with a cane walked out from the depths of the Dragon's Cave. Big Elder. Lance Crossing said respectfully. You two continue to stand here, Lance Crossing with me. The elder said to Yulongbai and Yulongwang, and at the same time took Lance Crossing to the depths of the Dragon's Cave. Lance Crossing, aren't you an elite in the league, why do you suddenly want to come back here? The elder raised his pale eyebrows and asked in confusion. Elder, I suspect that my Dragonite has been poisoned. I don't trust the Alliance, so I want you to help me see. Lance Crossing stated his purpose of returning to the clan. Follow me, please. The elder led Lance Crossing to a place where countless dragon bones were piled up. There is a towering tree towering above the sky. The giant tree glowed like jade, and at the same time it was full of a lot of red berry. The breeze blew slowly, and the collision between berry and the leaves even emitted bursts of dragon roars. Elder, is the state of the dragon's blood tree still not good? Lance Crossing watched as half of the leaves on this Dracaena tree faded. It's very tricky. Fortunately, the dragon's blood tree is still alive, but I have searched through the ancient books in the clan, but I haven't found the reason why the dragon's blood tree is in this state. The great elder frowned and said to Lance Crossing, "You release your Dragonite and let me see the status of Dragonite." Lance Crossing released Dragonite from Pokeball. Dragonite came out of the Pokeball, it hit the stone wall, and immediately saw gold stars. Ahem, Great Elder, Dragonite drank a potion called Sand Scale Potion, so now Dragonite has not fully controlled his body. Lance Crossing explained. Sand Scale Potion, that is a magical potion that can greatly increase the speed of Pokemon. Sand Scale Fruit is a super rare tree fruit that is very difficult to cultivate. I didn't expect you to have such luck. The Great Elder praised Lance Crossing. However, ordinary sand scale potions can't make your Dragonite unable to control its own body. It can only be said that the quality of this sand scale potion is very good. I see your Dragonite jumping around and it feels like nothing is wrong. The elder said with some doubts. The person who discovered my Dragonite poisoning was also the one who gave me the sand scale potion. He said that my Dragonite was infected with a strange poison called Time, and asked me to go to the Pokemon Center for toxin analysis as soon as possible. It is also said that this strange poison is a chronic poison, and it has been poisoned for at least half a year. Lance Crossing truthfully relayed what Feng Che told him to the Great Elder. I'll see. The Elder used the power of the dragon, and a saffron-colored light appeared on his body, and then he put his hand on Dragonite's belly. He was probing every part of the Dragonite's body with the power of the dragon. Take a breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. About a quarter of an hour passed. The Great Elder slowly opened his eyes. The Great Elder said solemnly, "Indeed, I feel that Dragonite's cell division is speeding up, which is not a good thing. It feels like something is causing the cells that make Dragonite to divide. Your Dragonite grew up with you. It's not over 20 years old now. Although evolution has become a Dragonite, it is still in the teenage years when analyzed by human age. It still has huge room for improvement, but the acceleration of cell division is no less than the growth of seedlings. If this goes on, although the strength of Dragonite will still increase rapidly, the lifespan of Dragonite will also be greatly reduced. Dragonite's strength will skyrocket in a very short period of time, and its strength will plummet in a very short period of time. Fortunately, you found out early, and Dragonite has a chance to remedy it." The elder said to Lance Crossing. "That person told me to go to him if I really can't remove the poison from Dragonite." Lance Crossing said to the elder. "The poison on Dragonite, I have a solution, but you can't use Dragonite anymore, you should use other main Pokemon first." The elder said confidently. Dragon's blood tree is the sacred artifact of dragon Pokemon, which is grown from dragon blood, bones and dragon balls. Every dragon's blood fruit is valuable. The biggest effect of dragon's blood fruit is to enhance the qualifications of dragon-type Pokemon. Dragon's blood fruit is also the main raw material for Dragon Qualification Advanced Potion. It's a pity that the Royal Dragon family was torn apart because of a turmoil, and the formula for the Advanced Qualification Potion was also ruined. If that formula was still there, how powerful our Royal Dragon family would be. After the Great Elder sighed, he said nothing. "Elder, this is the potion bottle of the Sand Scale Potion that Dragonite and I took. There are still some potions left in it. Let's see if you can find someone to do a special test. I can't trust the League now." Lance Crossing said to the Great Elder that he had already taken precautions against the people of the Alliance. "You leave the potion bottle, and I will handle it." There are many people who refuse to accept you as an elite. It is normal for you to stumble. After Dragonite is cured, I will give you the news, you don't have to worry. Those who can make sand scale potions are all great nurturers. When you see this nurturer in the future, you should be more polite to them. Try to draw people over. The person who can tell at a glance that Dragonite is intoxic is not a simple guy. Even I found clues by relying on the power of the dragon. The first elder drooped his eyelids and drank a sip of tea and said slowly. Okay, it's getting late, I have to rest too, you should report back to the League first. Now we can't let the Alliance pick on our royal dragon family's fault. Now is a critical period. Our Yulong family is not afraid of the power of the Alliance, but it is better to be cautious. The Great Elder repeatedly warned Lance Crossing. Chapter 98_My Audiobook is different. By the second day, Feng Che and Wild Bear stood at opposite ends of the arena, and the battle was about to begin. It turns out that you are Feng Che, the one with the highest score on the Dead Island. The Wild Bear said loudly to Feng Che. Someone told me today to teach you a good lesson, or else I might offend the people behind him. But you and I can't tolerate other people's irresponsible remarks in the battle. I can't rub the sand in my old bear's eyes. Come out, Ursaring. A 2-meter-tall brown bear appeared on the field of play, with a milky white circle on its abdomen. This Ursaring looks very fierce, and from a distance, you can feel the powerful evil spirit erupting from this Ursaring. Appears to be a battle-hardened warrior. Come out, Audiobook. Feng Che still released Ditto. Ditto saw a brown bear that was nearly 2 meters tall on the field of play. He was looking at him viciously. Ditto also stared at Ursaring with wide eyes. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Ursaring close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Feature, Scud. Open black lens bracket level, 32 close black lens bracket. Attribute, general. Skills, snarl, howl, sand attack, bite, fury swipes, slash, glare, lick, odor sleuth, scary face, rockfall, arm hammer, leverage fall. Open black lens bracket status, excited close black lens bracket. Evaluation, this is an Ursaring with good aptitude, and it is not as lazy as other Ursarings. This kind of Ursaring is very powerful. When fighting against it, pay attention to keeping a distance from it. Ursaring with green qualifications, it seems that the wild bear is quite discerning. Feng Che thought secretly. Ursaring, use the Fury Swipes skill. Ursaring opened his feet and walked quickly to Ditto, he grabbed Ditto hard. Unexpectedly, Ditto avoided Ursaring's attack with a sideways movement. This surprised both Wild Bear and Ursaring for a moment. The reaction speed of this Audiobook is so fast. Wild Bear couldn't help sighing. Ursaring, Fury Swipes in a row. The bear said again. But I saw that Ursaring's consecutive attacks were all dodged by Audiobook. His grandma's bear, this Audiobook is too fast. The barbarian bear is a monk Zhong'er who can't figure it out. Koga, why is this Audiobook so flexible? Sabrina is also a little confused. If I guessed correctly, this Audiobook should have taken a speed-increasing potion, such as a flying wing potion and a feathering potion. These potions all increase Pokemon's speed for a short period of time. The Ursaring attack speed of the wild bear is already fast. And this Ursaring has the Scud trait. Originally, the Scud trait meant that he could increase his speed when running away. But the wild bear did the opposite, and the wild bear specially trained Ursaring to use the Scud trait in his attacks. This Feng Che is really powerful. It seems that Ursaring of the wild bear is not an opponent at all. This time, the reward from the leader of Giovanni is indeed very rich, so rich that even I am a little moved. Koga sighed. Wild Bear has waited many years not to become a full member of Team Rockets, just for this superior test. As a result, the superior test was blown, and only the first place was rewarded. I think Wild Bear must be very uncomfortable. Although Wild Bear is currently at a disadvantage, who knows against Pokemon? Although the Wild Bear has no one to take refuge in on the surface, only we know that the Wild Bear is from Lieutenant Surge. Sabrina shook her hair. Her long black hair is smooth as satin. If you don't watch it, it's not interesting to watch it. If this kid can get the first place, I will reluctantly give him shelter tilde. Sabrina said to Koga, then disappeared in place. HMPH, dead arrogant. Koga snorted softly. Ursaring, use / 3 white lights suddenly appeared in Ursaring's paw. Then Ursaring patted the ground, and 3 sharp white lights appeared on the ground, rushing towards Arbok. Wherever the white light passed, gullies appeared on the ground. But what was unexpected was that Arbok's tail suddenly plunged into the ground, and his entire body stood up like an upright lamppost, successfully avoiding Ursaring's attack. I didn't expect Ditto to come up with such a bizarre way. Isn't this exactly the same as when Pikachu was dodging Raichu's attack, so that Arbok can use the same method in the future against electric Pokemon? Feng Che looked at Ditto, touched his chin and nodded secretly. This Arbok is really smart. I really like this Arbok more and more. Koga looked at Ditto, his eyes getting brighter. Arbok, use restraint. Feng Che continued to issue orders. Immediately, Ditto held Ursaring tightly together, while Ditto's hideous snake head licked Ursaring. Ursaring, break free of Arbok's restraint skills. HMPH, you underestimate my Ursaring too. That's right, Arbok's restraint skills are really strong, but my Ursaring's arm strength is not bad. In Dead Island, my Ursaring was restrained by Seviper, and Ursaring could use its arm strength to break Seviper's bones abruptly earthquake. Your Arbok is dead, haha. Wild Bear said confidently, with a smug look on his face watching the show. It's too early for this Wild Bear to be happy. If it's Arbok, it's probably going to suffer, but my Arbok is different. This is Ditto. My Ditto has no bones. Feng Che secretly slandered. Soon, the Wild Bear's face slowly collapsed, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Wild Bear saw Ursaring's face flushed red, and the sound of crackling and popping beans came from his body. After a while, Ursaring was foaming at the mouth. Enough, Arbok, let go of Ursaring. If you are bound again, Ursaring will probably suffocate to death. Feng Che said to Ditto. Ditto released Ursaring immediately, and Ursaring was paralyzed on the ground like a mass of mud. Wild Bear rushed to check Ursaring's situation. This Ursaring is fine, it's probably just a lack of oxygen in the brain. Feng Che said to the Wild Bear. He could see that the Wild Bear and Ursaring were like brothers. If Ursaring is really wronged, the Wild Bear will definitely say to himself, Feng Che, you have to be careful of Xingqiu, Xingqiu is very powerful. After seeing that Ursaring hadn't suffered too much damage, the Wild Bear didn't care too much, but instead issued a kind reminder to Feng Che. I know, he's my main opponent, but he can't use Psychic during the game, which should have a lot of restraints on him. Feng Che took Ditto back to the Pokeball and left the arena. Another arena. Xingqiu fought against Nakata. Nakata was brutally defeated, and even Kadabra was beaten by Bronzor so that he could not see his shape. Nakata, who asked you not to help me when you were in the Dead Islands, this is to remind you that offending me will have no good end. Xingqiu said to Nakata with a grim expression. Xingqiu, you and I are both psychics under the command of Lord Athena. Stay on the line. Nakata looked at Kadabra, who fell to the ground, and said to Xingqiu with an ashen face. Lord Athena only pays attention to competent subordinates. People like you who can't even beat me are not qualified to sue in front of Lord Athena. Xinghan let out a smug laugh, and then disappeared on the field of competition. Nakata, you have disappointed me so much. Athena with saffron-colored hair said coldly after seeing the result of the match. In her heart, she had already given up on Nakata. Team Rocket's headquarters. Dong dong dong, may I come in, Chief Giovanni? The voice of the Viper instructor came from behind the door. Come in, Viper, Giovanni said to the Viper instructor. Leader Giovanni, the list for the finals is out. Chief, do you want to watch it tomorrow? The Viper instructor respectfully said to the leader Giovanni. Okay, just when I have time. Who's on the finals list? Giovanni asked casually. Feng Che and Xingshou. Haha, Feng Che and Xingshou, I didn't expect the seriously ill kid to advance to the finals. I'm going to watch the game tomorrow so some people don't cheat with psychic. Giovanni said pointedly. After Feng Che came down from the competition field, he did not go back to the dormitory, but came to the training ground. Ditto, tomorrow is the time for a powerful enemy. Your transformed Arbok is restrained by Psychic's Pokemon. So you have to be very careful not to be fooled by Bronzor. Bronzor is a Pokemon of Steel plus Psychic. After being blessed by Psychic, Bronzor can play a strange effect. Bronzor usually uses the Rapid Spin to attack itself. After Confusion is blessed, Bronzor's attack power will become very terrifying. If I were Star Hunter, I'd have Bronzor use Rapid Spin to attack you non-stop, leaving you exhausted. At the same time I'll use two skills that keep Bronzor using Substitute and Rest. Substitute drains stamina, while Rest replenishes stamina. Substitute can do what the ontology thinks. If Bronzor does use the Substitute skill, a prop I found at the trade market could handle it. Ditto, remember you can use 4 skills throughout the game. Fire Fang, Iron Tail, Dig, Substitute. Fire Fang is for attacking Bronzor and Iron Tail is for dealing with Bronzor's Rapid Spin ability. Dig, the skill you use to dodge when you encounter Bronzor using Explosion. Substitute is meant to interfere with Bronzor's judgment. Feng Che instructed Ditto one by one. But I think Xinghan's secret hand must be more than this, so I need to analyze it more. Another key point is that the evolution phenomenon occurs during the game, and the game must be suspended. If Bronzor evolution becomes Bronzong, it will restrain you even more. By that time, Bronzong will have skills such as Mirror Shot and Spiral Ball, which are skills Bronzong will definitely have. So Ditto, all you have to practice is how to get Bronzor back and be able to get the angle to stop Bronzong's screw. Feng Che led Ditto to a place dedicated to dodge training. Here you can choose from a variety of diameters for training dodge balls. The smallest are the size of a table tennis ball, and the largest are the size of a basketball. Feng Che chose the largest dodge ball, and a machine like a gun barrel slowly rose up. Arbok, get ready, let's start. After Feng Che pressed the switch, a lot of dodgeballs, Nuo-Jiaos, were suddenly released from the barrel. Arbok, hit all the dodgeballs back. Feng Che shouted at Ditto. Ditto, OMG, so many dodgeballs really scared me to death. Ditto, who turned into an Arbok, slapped the dodgeball hard, and the dodgeball bounced directly to the wall and bounced back. At the same time, with the increase of the dodgeball, Ditto obviously became a little difficult to return to defense. Eventually Ditto was hit in the face by the dodging ball and passed out. This kind of intensity can't stand it. If Xinghan uses a worse attack, then you will be cool. Feng Che stopped the training equipment, and suddenly a huge ventilation hole appeared above the entire room. The dodgeballs were sucked through the vents and returned to the training machine. Feng Che fed Ditto a bottle of orange potion. After Ditto drank it, he opened his eyes. Come on, Ditto, I'll restore your strength. The longer you hold on, the more berry juice I'll reward. As soon as Feng Che finished speaking, Ditto revived his lungs full of blood like a chicken blood. Its two doo-doo's eyes burst with brilliance, as if to follow Feng Che. Come on. Feng Che and Ditto trained all night at the training ground. In the early morning of the next day, Feng Che and Ditto opened the training ground room and walked out. Feng Che has dark circles under his eyes like a panda, and Ditto is still in good spirits because he drank too much berry juice. I didn't expect Ditto to practice Iron Tail all night, and he actually learned this skill. It seems that no matter what kind of bull, ghost, snake or snake it is this time, I have a way to deal with it. Feng Che said with a smile. Then Feng Che walked towards the arena. Chapter 99 Giovanni's Appreciation for Collection, for Flowers, for Subscription. Giovanni will be here today, so don't be late. Feng Che thought, and came to the arena early, only to see that Giovanni had come to the arena, where he was doing simple training. You are Feng Che, you are able to advance to the finals and performed well. I thought you weren't all that early. Giovanni saw Feng Che and spoke first. Yes, the leader of Giovanni, I am Feng Che. Feng Che replied quickly. He did not expect Giovanni to arrive at the competition venue so early, which is enough to show that he attaches great importance to this game. Feng Che, what do you think of the current alliance? Giovanni asked Feng Che quietly. This is testing me, Feng Che thought to himself. I think the current alliance seems to be calm on the surface, but in fact it has gone downhill. There are many aristocratic families and corruption abounds. If it wasn't for the four elites holding on, the entire Quantung alliance would fall apart in a matter of seconds. Feng Che looked at Giovanni's sharp eyes and analyzed it calmly. So what do you think of our Team Rockets? Giovanni did not comment on Feng Che's analysis just now, but asked another question. Team Rockets, under the leadership of the leader Giovanni, has worked hard and has a lot of talents. Sooner or later, they will rule the entire Pokemon world and become the uncrowned king of the Pokemon world. Feng Che directly gave his opinion. While these are basically final facts, Team Rockets, under the leadership of Sakamoto, ultimately took control of the entire underground force in the Pokemon world. But it's a bit of a flattery to say these words now. But, yes, it makes Giovanni happy. Maybe he will reward me with more resources. Feng Che secretly complained in his heart. Haha, the uncrowned king who rules the world of Pokemon, I like that. When Giovanni heard Feng Che's words, he felt relieved and laughed. Kid Feng Che, if you can win the first place today, I will be rewarded with many rewards. Giovanni said to Feng Che with satisfaction. Afterwards, Giovanni withdrew Nidoking, who was training, and did not speak, just sat there quietly and waited for the start of the game. After a while, 4 generals and 3 cadres appeared one by one. Xinghan also appeared on the opposite side of the arena and stood opposite Feng Che. I saw him say nothing, staring straight at Feng Che, his murderous eyes like a nightmare of eating people. Ahem, the finals of this year's Superior Training Camp, Feng Che vs. Xinghan has officially started. The first place in this competition will be specially promoted to Superior by the leader of Giovanni, and reward the Royal 3 with Cyan qualifications and the internal points of 20,000 Team Rockets. So, please show your strength to your heart's content. Viper the instructor shouted to the arena. Come out, Bronzor. The corner of Xingshu's mouth pulled into a contemptuous smile and released his Pokemon. Come out, Arbok. Feng Che also released Ditto. Bronzor looks like an ancient bronze mirror, bronze-colored, surrounded by 6 bronze beads, with a pattern of concentric circles in the center, and a pair of yellow eyes on either side of the center. It has a tree-like pattern on its back with 5 leaves, 1 on top and 2 on each side. Bronzor has a particularly docile personality and is often used to guard ruins. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Bronzor close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, no gender close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Feature, floating. Open black lens bracket level, 33 close black lens bracket. Attribute, psychic plus steel. Skills, tackle, confusion, confuse ray, payback, imprison, Euro ball, hypnosis, safeguard, extrasensory, heavy impact, iron defense, metal sound, substitute, rest, sleep talk. Status, unmoved. Evaluation, this is an extremely powerful Bronzor, and it is on the verge of evolution at this time. Bronzor, use confusion. Xinghan gave Bronzor an order, and Bronzor burst into a powerful confusion. Bronzor at level 33, right on the verge of evolution, is trying to play another game through evolution if there is no way to beat my Ditto. Bronzor at level 33 is 6 levels worse than Ditto at level 27, but Ditto has taken a lot of potions and his reaction speed is already extraordinary. In this way, the gap between the 6th level is not particularly obvious. The only headache is to what extent the strength will increase in case of Bronzor evolution. Feng Che was vaguely worried. Confusion surrounded Ditto in an instant, directly pressing Ditto to the ground. Feng Che, I will completely crush your Arbok into mud, Xingqiu said viciously. Listening to Xinghan's words, Giovanni couldn't help frowning, but Giovanni didn't say anything, but Athena's heart sank. She looked at Giovanni and frowned, knowing that Xinghan's remarks had already aroused Giovanni's disgust, and she couldn't help worrying secretly. Xingqiu is a little unscrupulous now. I told him a long time ago that he should keep a low profile, but he just wouldn't listen. So far, Athena could only stare at Xingqiu in vain. Feng Che looked at Ditto who was struggling on the field with a calm expression, and did not give any orders. Feng Che once told Ditto that at this time, he would struggle desperately. The more it struggles, the more it can get rid of confusion. However, when Feng Che was still thinking silently, Ditto suddenly got rid of confusion's shackles and jumped into the air with a direct ejection to use Fire Fang. Feng Che was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ditto to get rid of confusion so much faster than he originally expected. Sabrina, why did this Arbok get rid of confusion so quickly? This phenomenon also subverted Giovanni's common sense, and Giovanni asked Sabrina. It should be that this Arbok has undergone psychic confrontation training and has strong psychic resistance, which should only be able to resist the confusion skill. If the psychic skill is stronger, it is estimated that Arbok cannot resist. Sabrina replied simply Road. I see. It seems that Feng Che has done a lot of confrontational training on his Pokemon. Not bad, very good. Seeing Feng Che's performance, Giovanni's frowning brows gradually relaxed. Bronzor, use substitute. Bronzor suddenly split into 3 clones, dodging Ditto's attack. Bronzor avatars turned into bubbles, and Ditto's Fire Fang bit a loneliness. But Ditto's reflexes were quite quick. It used Iron Tail directly on Bronzor who came out of the clone, and the silver-white long whip hit Bronzor. Hearing only a thud, Bronzor smashed to the ground with a crisp sound. Ditto made a loud roar that rang all over the field. Then Ditto crawls fast again, his fangs are full of fire breath, and bites hard on Bronzor who was caught off guard. The speed of this Arbok is too fast, why can it be so fast? Koga shook his head again and again. He thought Ditto's speed was incredible. As an expert in training Arbok, Koga had never seen an Arbok with such agile reflexes. This Arbok has the viciousness of a snake and is surprisingly agile, and Koga is considering whether to use this Arbok as a breed. Damn, Bronzor, use confusion to float into the air. Star Hunter shouted, eyes full of rage. Bronzor took the discomfort and flew into the sky. Ditto swooped again. The Ditto saffron-colored snake pupil is where lock on Bronzor is. Damn, Feng Che's Arbok did BHDE twice, but don't be too happy. Xinghan looked up at Bronzor, looking a little embarrassed, rage extremely. Bronzor, use rest. Xinghan shouted to Bronzor according to the plan he made earlier. Bronzor suddenly stayed in the air, and as Bronzor fell asleep, everyone present found that the number of Bronzor was increasing. This is the substitute. No, it should be the substitute. It's really a good plan. Giovanni nodded again and again, secretly approving. Recover physical strength through rest, and then use the sleep talk skill. The specific use of sleep talk as substitute. I didn't expect this Star Hunter to have such a strategy. I have changed his mind a bit. Originally, Giovanni's impression of Xingqiu was not particularly good, but now Xingqiu's tactics have made Giovanni change his opinion of him. Feng Che, this trick depends on how you deal with it. Humph, Xingqiu said with a smug look on his face. When my Bronzor accumulates to a certain level, it will launch a stormy attack. Your Arbok will not be able to climb up, ha ha ha. Xinghan let out an arrogant and wanton laughter. But Feng Chie's face was still expressionless, because these were all in his expectations, and they couldn't be difficult for Ditto at all. After a night of training, Ditto not only can dodge multiple dodgeballs at the same time without landing, but he also learned a new skill thanks to his long-term muscle memory. That is brutal swing. Besides, Feng Chie also has a secret weapon to deal with rest. Now, Feng Chie will let Xinghan be proud for a while. When the entire field was covered with clones made by Bronzor, Xinghunter began to order all clones to perform rapid spin and kill Arbok. Arbok, you can fight back as you started training yesterday. Feng Chie simply gave an order, and stopped ordering Arbok to attack. With so many Bronzor attacks, Arbok would probably be smashed to pieces. Sabrina, the subordinate you chose is not good. Seeing him standing there blankly, there is nothing he can do. Athena quickly sneered at Sabrina, secretly hooking her lips, very proud. I'm very confident about the person I choose. But your vision is really doubtful. I can see that the person you choose looks like a mad dog no matter how you look at it. Sabrina mercilessly scolded Athena. Athena was a little annoyed, and just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Sakamoto. Okay, let's watch the game seriously, don't talk too much. Giovanni interrupted their conversation. Giovanni's fingers were tapping on the armrest of the seat, and he was thinking about what he would do if it were him. Fortunately, this Bronzor doesn't have the explosion skill, otherwise Ditto wouldn't be able to resist Bronzor's attack. Feng Chie thought to himself. Bronzor on the top of the field is rapid spin attacking Ditto. Very well, that's it, Bronzor, kill Arbok directly, and vent my shame that I was teased by Feng Chie in the Dead Islands. Xingqiu thought to himself proudly. As everyone knows, Ditto used Iron Tail to surround himself with water, as if building a layer of silver-white protective cover. Good. Giovanni discovered the mystery, shouted suddenly, and stood up excitedly. Seeing his subordinates looking at him with surprise, Giovanni pretended to stretch and sat down again. The moment the Bronzor substitute that rapid spin came over, was slapped back by Ditto's tail. The Bronzor substitute that was pulled back collided with other substitutes one after another, and finally lost energy and dissipated in the air. In an instant, the substitute made by Bronzor was slapped to nothing. After Ditto's beating, only Bronzor's body was left alone in the sky. Just as Ditto was about to finish Bronzor suddenly burst out with the white light of evolution. The game is suspended. Although the Viper instructor was also a little unhappy, the Viper instructor hurriedly announced the suspension of the game in strict accordance with the rules of the game. Pokémon evolution is absolutely not to be disturbed, even the ongoing battle must be suspended immediately, whether it is the Alliance or Team Rockets, this rule has been set. Feng Chie had to wait quietly for Bronzor's evolution to complete. It took almost 2 hours for Giovanni to close his eyes, unable to see his expression. At this time, the three cadres were calm, and even slightly mocked Athena. The four generals waited a little impatiently and looked a little listless. Xingqiu looked smug that the plan had succeeded. Feng Chie directly took Ditto back into the Pokeball to prevent Ditto from being seen by the senior Team Rockets present. Finally, Bronzong after evolution appeared. Bronzong is shaped like a bell and is bronze in color. There is a beam above the bell, a hole under the beam, and the beam hangs down from both sides. The mouth of the bell is facing down, and the whole body is engraved with patterns. It has red ring eyes, the mouth is in the center of the eyes, and there is a tree-like pattern on the back. Open black lens bracket Bronzong, level 36 close black lens bracket. Bronzong after evolution is also very energetic, but his stamina is almost full. Come out, Arbok. Feng Chie released Arbok after seeing that Bronzong was ready to fight. Ditto also recovered quite a bit after taking a break from the Pokeball. However, Bronzong and Ditto are now 9 levels apart. Chapter 100 Royal 3 Choose 1, for collection, for flowers, for subscription. Feng Chie, you won't have another chance. Let's show you how powerful Bronzong is. Xingqiu narrowed his eyes revealing murderous intent. Bronzong, use the Euro ball. Bronzong immediately rapid spin, forming a huge sphere, surrounded by an extremely huge suction force, and a lot of crushed stones were attracted by the suction force and crushed into stone powder. Arbok, attack the way I teach you. Feng Che was not surprised at all when he saw this scene, and gave Ditto an order with a calm expression on his face. Ditto's tail turned silver and white, and he twitched hard in the opposite direction of Bronzong's rotation, and a large group of fire suddenly appeared. Bronzong didn't change much, still rapid spin pounding Ditto. One unsuccessful attempt, Ditto did not give up, but continued to dodge, jump, slap and turn into Bronzong of Euro ball. A large number of Mars are produced around. Interesting, really interesting, Arbok beat Bronzong in a clever way. Giovanni watched with admiration as Bronzong slowed down. It's been a long time since we Team Rockets had such a good matchup. This Feng Che has a very strong fighting talent. Giovanni grinned. Damn, this battle turned out to be Feng Che's special show. Xingqiu gritted his teeth and said, only to see the blue veins on the back of his hands exposed, clenching his fists tightly. Hey, it seems that there are still many flaws in Psychic's possession technology, and there is no way to control emotions completely autonomously. Athena stared at Xingqiu and secretly supported her forehead. She knew that with Xingqiu's performance, even if she won the first place, she would not get Giovanni's attention. Bronzong, use teleport, use mirror shot at high altitude. Xinghan was obviously a little manic, and his expression became more sinister. Bronzong suddenly disappeared into the distance, and then Bronzong's bell in the sky faced Ditto and used mirror shot. The silver-white beam of light instantly plowed the entire playing field. Just then, Giovanni took a look at the communicator on his body, and he received an urgent message. The outcome has been announced. Instructor Viper, prepare to announce the final reward. Giovanni stood up suddenly and said to the Viper instructor. Okay, Chief Giovanni. Instructor Viper bowed his head. I will send someone to deliver the rewarded Pokemon soon. There are 3 in total, let Feng Che choose one of them. Giovanni turned around and told the Viper instructor before leaving in a hurry. Not only did he leave, but even the 3 cadres and the 4th generals also left. After the power of the mirror shot was over, Xing Hunter, who was about to laugh at Feng Che, suddenly found that the entire ground seemed to have been plowed again, but he never found any trace of Arbok. How is this possible? How did Arbok disappear? Xingqiu suddenly looked like a furious beast, his teeth were rattling, and his emotions were completely out of control. At this moment, his mask suddenly fell off, revealing a bony face. It's over, Arbok, use Fire Fang. After Feng Che gave the order, Ditto suddenly emerged from the soil, opened its huge mouth, and bit Bronzong. With only a dull, dang, sound, Bronzong fell directly to the ground. Bronzong has many cracks on his body. If not treated properly, this Bronzong may leave sequelae. Impossible, I won't lose, it's impossible. Xingqiu covered his head, blue veins burst out on his face, and his body exuded a large group of blue thoughts. With the release of blue thoughts, Xinghan became thinner and thinner. In the end, Xinghan fell to the ground like a mummified corpse. At the same time, in the medical cabin of Team Rockets, a blonde girl who had been sleeping for a long time suddenly opened her eyes. She is receiving sporadic memories. When I was sleeping, such a wonderful thing happened. My sister, just let her live for a while longer. I didn't expect the possessive technology to have such a big side effect. It can amplify my emotions and eventually lose control of my emotions. The blonde girl smiled, as if this is a very interesting thing. Unfortunately, this Feng Che will soon be sent to the Alliance as an undercover agent, otherwise I can deal with him properly. The blonde girl suddenly sighed, as if she had lost something she loved. After sleeping for so long, Psychic has become even bigger. I don't know how long this kind of life will continue. As expected, there are no good things stolen. The blonde girl smiled and closed her eyes again. Xinghan was attacked by Psychic and succeeded in killing himself. Feng Che looked at Xinghunter, who had turned into a mummified corpse with a puzzled expression on his face. No, this should be just a subhull. The possessed person has left. When did Team Rockets develop this technology? It's really against ethics to allow psychic people to use psychic on a body without psychic. Feng Che thought secretly. Feng Che, the leader of Giovanni, is quite satisfied with you. He just left for something, and the leader asked me to give you a prize. At the same time tell you about your next mission. Instructor Viper clapped his hands. A Team Rockets member sent me an exquisite lockbox. After Instructor Viper entered a few numbers on the lockbox snapped open. Inside the lockbox is a cushion made of Slana, velvet with 3 Pokeballs on it. This is the Pokeball promised by the leader of Giovanni. You pick one. Don't worry, all 3 Pokemon are carefully selected. They're all Teal qualified Pokemon. Instructor Viper said to Feng Che. Feng Che picked up one of the Ultra Balls. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon name, Chikorita. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, male. Close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic, cyan. Characteristic, lush. Open black lens bracket. Level, 8. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, grass. Skills, tackle, growl, razor leaf, vine whip, aromatherapy, grassy terrain, double team, grass knot. Status, active. Evaluation. This is a very active Pokemon. This Pokemon seems to be very good at healing and can be a team doctor. Close black lens bracket. Chikorita. This seems to conflict with my existence, and it's not a powerful Pokemon. Although I have mastered aromatherapy and grassy terrain, it is still a good Pokemon. If it is the opposite of Snivy, I may accept it. Feng Che put the Ultra Ball back in the tray. It seems that Feng Che didn't like this Chikorita. This Pokemon is very good as a team doctor. The Viper instructor is optimistic about this Chikorita, because no one knows there is any danger in the wild, so a Pokemon that can heal is very important. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon name, Totodile. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, male. Close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic, cyan. Feature, torrent. Open black lens bracket. Level, 8. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, grass. Skills, grab, glare, water gun, rage, bite, scary face, crunch, dragon claw, dragon dance. Status, extremely active. Evaluation, Totodile with dragon dance skills. Hurry up and accept it. Do you want to be laughed at by me for raising whales? Close black lens bracket. Totodile, it's not the Pokemon I like. This Totodile is very noisy at first glance. I don't want to be bored by Totodile every day. Feng Che put down the second Ultra Ball. Totodile, who knows Dragon Dance, still looks dissatisfied. What Pokemon do you want? The Viper instructors are all confused. The Cyan qualified Pokemon still looks disgusted. How high are your requirements? Instructor Viper has been unable to complain. Feng Che wanted to see the third Pokemon, but if it didn't work, he could only reluctantly accept Totodile. Feng Che picked up the Pokeball and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon name, Litten. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, female. Close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic, teal. Characteristic, intimidate. Open black lens bracket. Level, 8. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire. Skills, grab, growl, ember, roar, fury swipes, bite, fire fang, flamethrower, flare blitz, shadow claw, fake out. Status, sick, unable to control his own fire power. Evaluation, this Litten has great potential, but because he cannot control his own flame, he is in the state of flare blitz at any time. Close black lens bracket. Instructor Viper. I chose this Litten. Feng Che put away the Pokeball. The fourth main Pokemonjet. This Litten has some minor conditions and I don't know why Boss Giovanni sent this Litten up as a Pokemon for this tournament. For flowers. Actually, this Litten is a problem Pokemon with us. This Litten can't control his fire power and will often go berserk, causing serious consequences. This Litten has been diagnosed as incurable by the researchers of Team Rockets. You should see if you want to change another Pokemon. Instructor Viper still couldn't bear to see Feng Che just wasting such a precious opportunity. He persuaded Feng Che. No, I like this Litten very much, I want this one. Feng Che shook his head and put away the Pokeball. Well, that's 20,000 Team Rockets points, plus the superior medal. The levels of our Team Rockets are divided into 9 levels. Ordinary members, small leaders, squadron leaders, large leaders, superior, senior superior, cadres, senior cadres, leaders. The fastest person I've ever seen rises to superior. But I have to remind you that you should keep a low profile, be careful not to match your morals, and someone will trouble you. After all, your strength has not yet reached the level of superior. In the eyes of many people, you are just a lucky little guy. Instructor Viper reminded Feng Che. There are a lot of people staring at your position, so be careful not to let others seize the handle that can attack you. 0 inches. As for your mission, it is to sneak into the Alliance to collect intelligence. We'll hack into the Alliance's systems and create an identity for you. You're a freshman trainer in Celadon, Rainbow City. Then you have to find a way to see how to join the Alliance. All our channels to enter the Alliance have been swept away by the Alliance, so we will give you 3 months to find a way to join the Alliance and listen to the Alliance's intelligence for us. Everything, big or small, must be reported to us. I will give you an encrypted mailbox later, and you will send the Alliance intelligence you have collected directly to this mailbox. We will have special intelligence personnel to reward you based on the intelligence you have collected. Your the superior medal can order personnel below Team Rocket's superior to cooperate with your actions. At the same time, you are under the management of Sabrina. Instructor Viper patiently introduced Feng Che's next mission with a relaxed smile on his face. Be prepared, and in 3 days, you'll be sent blindfolded out of Viridian City and sent directly to Celadon, Rainbow City. I hope you don't live up to the expectations of the organization. Once it is confirmed that you have betrayed the organization, you will be hunted by Anbu of Team Rockets. Instructor Viper suddenly changed his dignified face and threatened Feng Che, reminding him not to do stupid things. I know, Instructor Viper, don't worry. Feng Che waved his hand and walked out of the arena. I just don't know if this guy can give me some surprises. Instructor Viper looked at the background of Feng Che's departure, and originally wanted to train Feng Che with Team Rockets, but leader Giovanni stopped him. Congratulations, Feng Che, for becoming the first place in this superior audition. Alice and Guardian Tianchen were waiting on the playing field early. Who are you now? Feng Che saw that Jade Tianchen had taken off the Team Rockets uniform. I have now joined the dark part of Team Rockets, and I am responsible for collecting useful information for Team Rockets. I'm going back to Unova region now, and I will retreat and practice for a while. I will collect the fruit and medicinal materials you need as soon as possible. Jade Tianchen explained to Feng Che. I also joined Anbu. I'm going to perform a special mission now, and I may not appear for a year. From now on, we have gone our separate ways. Alice said, her eyes could not help showing a trace of regret and dissatisfaction. Abandon. Then take care of yourself from now on. Feng Che patted Alice and Jade Tianchen on the shoulders and said. If you need help, just say it in the group. After Alice finished speaking, she turned and left. There will be a period in the future. Take care. After Jade Tianchen said goodbye to Feng Che, he also quickly left to go to Unova region. At this moment, a long black girl appeared in front of Feng Che. Husband.